Shang Luoyan and Xing Shangye have been at odds since childhood, constantly competing with one another. You excel academically. I shall excel in physical prowess. Your designation is S-Class Alpha. Mine must not be A-Class Alpha. You pursue love interests, I shall pursue them too. In every aspect, one cannot afford to lose. They compete in every regard, yet never in the scent of pheromones. Do not inquire, for the answer is simply explosive. Chapter 1. A Night of Reckless Indulgence. A single episode of intoxication can haunt one for a lifetime as he gazed at the proffered glass. A sharp pang coursed through the alpha glands at the nape of Shang Luoyan's neck. Visions he had forcefully suppressed surged forth in his mind, and that once proud and haughty visage darkened in an instant. The instinct of an alpha is to mark. Conversely, no alpha wishes to be marked, especially not by a sweet orange-scented omega. Even a temporary marking is utterly unacceptable. When he awakened from his stupor that day, he could barely bear to look at himself. Certain areas were even raw and injured. Yet, that was not his deepest source of anger. What infuriated him most was that the audacious little omega had dared to mark him. His glands were swollen and bruised, bearing the imprints of teeth. He could hardly fathom how many times he had been bitten. He deployed all means at his disposal to locate that audacious omega, yet a month passed without any leads. This incident became the disgrace of his life. He, the eldest grandson of the Shang family, the future head of the Shang clan, an S-Class Alpha, had been marked by an omega of unknown lineage. He could already envision the mockery he would face if this news ever got out. How disappointed his grandfather would be upon casting his gaze upon him. Yingu, when Shuhua quietly reminded him, "The guests are waiting for us to toast." When Shuhua's reminder jolted Shang Luoyan back to the present. Today was his engagement banquet with Wen Shuhua. He donned an appropriate smile, lifted his glass, and gestured for Wen Shuhua to link arms with him as they approached their guests. As an omega, most of the toasting duties naturally fell to Shang Luoyan. Despite his psychological aversion to alcohol, Shang Luoyan maintained a composed smile, neither aloof nor overly familiar, until a tall figure appeared. The newcomer looked somewhat disheveled, still clad in his camouflage uniform, stained with blood, his handsome face smudged with soot. Everyone else in attendance was impeccably dressed, yet he bore no semblance of embarrassment. Rather, he exuded a brazen and wild demeanor, brimming with audacity. Upon seeing the newcomer, Shang Luoyan's expression darkened, while Wen Shuhua wore a pained look. Noticing their expressions, the newcomer scoffed disdainfully. "What's the matter? Am I not welcome? Shuhua, you're quite inconsiderate. We grew up together, and yet you didn't invite me to your engagement." When Shuhua called out, felt somewhat overwhelmed, and could only murmur, "Yiga." He tasted bitterness in his mouth. The Shang, Xing, and Wen families have long been intertwined, and he, Shang Luoyan, and Xing Shangye were of similar age, naturally growing up together. Shang Luoyan and Xing Shangye have always been at odds, the former despising the latter's lack of decorum and penchant for trouble, while the latter found the former insufferably pretentious that as children they would brawl. As they grew, one resorted to mental attacks, the other to physical retaliation, neither yielding. The Shang and Wen families had long hinted at a marriage alliance, yet Yingu insisted on inserting himself into the mix. If Yingu hosted a movie night, Yingu would invariably treat him to a meal, and thus their rivalry for his attention only intensified. For this engagement, he had deliberately chosen a day when Xing Shangye was on a mission. A month prior, he had heard that Xing Shangye was abruptly dispatched for an urgent task, with the expectation of being away for nearly 2 months. Who would have guessed he would return so soon? As he caught Shang Luoyan's gaze, Wen Shuhua whispered, "Yiga, can we discuss this later? Today's engagement banquet must not be ruined." He cared more than anyone about this occasion. Xing Shangye, known for his good-natured temperament towards Wen Shuhua, nodded amiably. "All right. Of course. Since you've asked, naturally I shall comply." However, he then turned to Shang Luoyan, his gaze lingering peculiarly on. Chapter 2. As Xing Shangye followed Shang Luoyan into the lounge, the door had barely closed when he found himself seized by the collar and pressed against the door. "Did you do it?" Shang Luoyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If it were merely drunkenness, he would not have been in a state of oblivion. He had been drugged that night, leaving him with only a vague impression of the events, and any information thereafter was unattainable. Only a select few possessed such means, and only one dared to employ such tactics against him. He should have anticipated this. What a cunning individual Shangye was. Shang Luoyan was genuinely inclined toward violence. Shangye was taken aback. For years, he and Shang Luoyan had been at odds, harboring mutual disdain for one another, but he had never anticipated a murderous intent. If he were to confess, he would only leave on a stretcher today. Therefore, he could only adamantly deny it. What have I done? It is you who has wronged Shu Huai, yet you dare to turn the tables. Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan furrowed his brow, his gaze scrutinizing Shangye, as if weighing the truth of his words. Sensing an opportunity, Shangye continued, "Don't think that your actions went unnoticed. I saw you that night, entering a hotel with someone." Shang Luoyan's expression shifted multiple times upon hearing this. "You saw that Omega?" "I didn't catch a clear view. But it was definitely not Shu Huai," Shangye replied, his voice somewhat shaky, though Shang Luoyan did not perceive it. Upon realizing that Shangye hadn't seen clearly, Shang Luoyan felt a tinge of disappointment, hoping to extract some clues from him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes narrowed as he regarded Shangye with scrutiny. "Such an excellent opportunity, and you did not take any photos?" At this statement, Shangye felt even more unsettled. Indeed, it was often the enemy who understood one best. When he had seen Shang Luoyan being assisted into a hotel, his first thought had been that he finally had leverage against him. Naturally, he had followed, but complications had arisen. His gaze inadvertently fell to the corners of Shang Luoyan's eyes. They were so close that he could distinctly see each other's eyelashes. Those icy eyes, when tinged with desire, were strikingly captivating. He could not help but swallow hard. Shang Luoyan, initially pressing Shangye for answers, suddenly sensed something amiss in his thigh region. Glancing down, he realized that Shangye's baggy camouflage pants could not conceal everything. A flash of disbelief crossed Shang Luoyan's eyes as he quickly withdrew several steps, his gaze toward Shangye brimming with disdain. "Are you out of your mind?" Shang Luoyan felt a wave of nausea. He was an alpha, and they were sworn enemies. How could Shangye behave in such a manner under these circumstances? Maintaining the belief that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the embarrassment belonged to others, Shangye stubbornly remarked, "Try holding in for a month." "Oh, I forgot. Some individuals aren't normal alphas. Who knows if they can even manage?" Shang Luoyan, with a cold expression, slowly uttered, "Beast." Under normal circumstances, Shangye would have retaliated instantly, but today, he unusually refrained from responding. Reflecting on his own actions that day, he indeed resembled a beast, having left the other person in such a state. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but steal another glance at Shang Luoyan, who was regarding him with that familiar, disdainful look. He confirmed it. This insufferable person was indeed the same. What had driven him to act so irrationally that night? He had merely intended to humiliate the other, yet found himself unable to shake thoughts of that evening. Shifting uncomfortably, he was met with an even greater look of disgust from Shang Luoyan. Initially, he had anticipated that Shangye would possess some clues, but seeing that he was utterly clueless, there seemed to be no point in continuing the conversation. He forcefully pushed aside Shangye, intending to leave. Shangye, realizing the situation, slammed his hand against the door. "Hey Shang, have some decency. After everything that happened, you can't marry Shu Huai. Get out of my way." Shang Luoyan replied coldly, showing no inclination to converse with Shangye. "Absolutely not." Shangye held tightly to Shang Luoyan's arm, speaking with fervor. "I will not allow you to bring harm to Shu Huai. Damn it, you've already made a mess of things, and you still wish to marry Shu Huai? Dream on. If you dare to leave, I will expose everything that happened that night." Before he could finish his threat, Shang Luoyan's fist connected squarely with his face. Shang Luoyan was not one to resort to violence. He found it rather undignified. Yet, the rare occasions he had fought in his life had all been against Shangye. This month, he had been harboring a simmering anger, and now that someone was pushing him, he struck without mercy. The force of his blow left half of Shangye's face swollen, and he spat defiantly, "Shang, don't think I won't retaliate." The response was another punch. Shangye, known for his short temper, had only refrained from retaliating out of respect for that night. After exchanging a couple of blows, their tempers flared, and they began a brawl in the lounge, trading punches and kicks. Both were top-tier alphas. In terms of pheromones, they were evenly matched. However, due to their respective reasons, neither employed pheromone attacks, relying solely on physical combat. Although Shang Luoyan attended the gym weekly, he could not match Shangye's training in the military, and soon found himself pinned beneath him. "Are you conceding?" Shangye panted, visibly exasperated. Shang Luoyan was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Even while at a disadvantage, Shang Luoyan's gaze remained haughty. The exertion had caused his fair complexion to flush slightly, his breath quickening and the corners of his eyes reddening. In that moment, he resembled the person from that night. Shangye felt a shift beneath him, a change in his own body that was palpable to Shang Luoyan. His cold eyes widened in disbelief and shock. "Shangye, are you out of your mind? What kind of creature could become aroused at any moment?" The ability to provoke such expletives from a person of refined demeanor only underscored his astonishment. Shangye had a knack for continually surpassing all limits. Shangye found himself at a loss for words. He felt as though he had been poisoned since that fateful night, afflicted by a toxin named Shang Luoyan. Once, he had cherished the tender and gentle Xiao, yet of late, his mind was consumed by visions of Shang Luoyan, with her alluring crimson-tipped eyes gazing at him. In disbelief, he sought refuge in his collection of cherished films, hoping to rekindle his previous infatuation with the soft-spoken Xiao, but to no avail. Instead, thoughts of Shang Luoyan invigorated him immensely. At that very moment, she lay beneath him, her large, dark eyes wide with intensity. He could not resist the urge to lean closer. Chapter 3. Release your pheromones after Shang Luoyan and Shangye departed together. When Shuhai felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. Having grown up alongside them, he fully understood the implications of their union. As Shang Luoyan delayed her return, when Shuhai could no longer contain himself and ventured to the lounge. Approaching the door, he was met with a cacophony of raucous sounds emanating from within, a clamor of considerable proportions. He hastily alerted several elders. Soon, they arrived, their expressions shifting to concern upon hearing the tumult. Observing the grim visage of old Master Shang, Shangjiang internally lamented the chaos his companion had instigated. With no time to fetch a key, he kicked the door open. "Shangye, come out at once," he bellowed, only to be struck dumb by the scene that greeted him. The others trailing behind him wore similarly astonished expressions. All had presumed that Shangye held the upper hand. Yet the reality was starkly different. He was being mercilessly pummeled by Shang Luoyan. Old Master Shang stood in stunned silence for a moment before regaining his composure. "Luoyan, what on earth are you doing? Release him at once." Shang Luoyan was blinded by fury, driven to strike him for the indignities Shangye had recently inflicted upon her. As she continued her assault, old Master Shang called out again, "Shang Luoyan." This time, she regained her senses and gradually rose. Shangye was left in a state of disarray, his body marred with injuries, while Shang Luoyan bore her own share of dishevelment, her once handsome visage now marred by bruises. With such conditions, the wedding could not possibly proceed. The Shang family, with solemn expressions, began to disperse the guests. An hour later, the three families convened in the hall, their gazes fixed upon their battered grandson, much to old Master Shang's chagrin. Leaning on his cane, he inquired, "What shall we say about this?" The situation was glaringly clear. Shangye was in the wrong. Everyone knew of his obsessive pursuit of Wen Shuhai, and today, his aggressive demeanor suggested he was seeking trouble with Shang Luoyan out of spite. Naturally, Shangjiang was acutely aware of this. He could not bear to face old Master Shang or the Wen family. "Uncle Shang, there is no denying it. This is all the fault of that rogue. Whatever punishment you deem appropriate, we have no objections. Ideally, you could beat him to death. It would save me from further frustration." As soon as he uttered these words, he was met with a piercing glare from Xing's mother, and he felt a pang of regret, knowing he would likely face severe repercussions upon returning home. Yet, what could he do? After all, it was his reckless friend who had stirred up this trouble. Moreover, The merchant encountered a mishap several years ago, and by the time of Shang Luoyan, he was the sole golden grandson. Old Master Shang had always regarded him as a precious gem, not to mention old Master Shang. Even his uncle could hardly contain his wrath upon witnessing his own son assaulting Shang Luoyan. He would have gladly wielded a stick to discipline that unfilial child. Despite their similar ages, the uncle's own son had never been a source of peace. He had caused numerous troubles throughout his upbringing, only to find some semblance of improvement after being sent to the military. In stark contrast, Shang Luoyan epitomized the ideal child, academically accomplished, courteous, and dutiful. The two were as disparate as heaven and earth. While others admired the former, the latter was regarded with disdain, even by dogs. Reflecting on this, he kicked Shangye, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, apologize to Luoyan this instant." Shangye, utterly speechless, retorted, "Dad, you haven't even inquired yet you assume it's my fault? Moreover, open your aging eyes and take a good look. I am the one who is more severely injured. One doesn't need to ask to know it's your fault," replied the disdainful father, casting a glance of disapproval at his son. "You are tough-skinned and cannot be easily harmed." He then cast a sympathetic look at Shang Luoyan, whose naturally fair skin made even the slightest injury appear grave. In contrast, Shangye, with his bronze-hued complexion, appeared less affected despite having a bruised face. Witnessing his father's double standards, Shangye merely scoffed. He had grown accustomed to it. Throughout their lives, whenever he and Shang Luoyan clashed, he invariably ended up at a disadvantage. Even when the fault lay with Shang Luoyan, no one ever believed him, which fueled his disdain for the pretentious young man. However, recalling past events, he couldn't help but touch his nose. Seeing him stand there motionless, Shangye's father attempted to intervene again, but Shang Luoyan interjected, "No need, Uncle Xing. Today, I failed to restrain myself." "No, this cannot be blamed on you, little Luo. It is that rascal who brought this upon himself," stated General Xing, undoubtedly a father in every sense, as he slapped Shangye on the back. "Did I not send you on a mission? Why have you returned today?" He had specifically instructed his son to delay his return, yet the unfortunate boy had chosen this very day to come back. "Dad, am I really your biological son?" Shangye questioned for the umpteenth time. Shang Luoyan shot him a glance filled with unmistakable disdain. Today's events had once again redefined his perception of Shangye as someone devoid of any moral compass. Ignoring the ongoing dispute between the father and son, he bid farewell to his grandfather and left with Wen Shuhai. Shangye attempted to follow, only to be seized by his mother. "If you dare go, I shall break your leg." His engagement with Wen Shuhai was largely motivated by a desire to assist one another. However, he had developed feelings for his personal bodyguard, a relationship that the Wen family would never condone. Consequently, Wen Shuhai sought him out with the intention of a feigned engagement, planning to escape during their engagement trip to find his alpha. Initially, he had no desire to get involved in this murky situation, yet Wen Shuhai was irrevocably marked by that alpha for life. Although no one had yet discovered this secret, it was only a matter of time before it came to light. If the Wen family found out, the fate awaiting Wen Shuhai would be grim. He would have his mark erased and be treated like a commodity, delivered into the hands of the powerful. Having grown up together, he could not bear to see Wen Shuhai reduced to such a state, which was why he agreed to help. Yet, unexpectedly, a fool named Shangye intervened. The mere mention of that fool ignited a fire within Shang Luoyan. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, "You should have sought his assistance earlier." Wen Shuhai managed a bitter smile. Seeking help from Shangye had crossed his mind, but the latter's position in the military was stringent, and he dared not gamble, especially since his family favored the Shang family. "Brother Yin, you have already aided me immensely. I shall devise my own plan," he stated, though his expression betrayed his anxiety. If he had the means to find a solution, he would not have approached Shang Luoyan for help. Observing the small omega before him, Shang Luoyan was at a loss for words. He had always regarded Wen Shuhai as a younger brother, while that fool Shangye seemed intent on competing for everything. There were indeed familial intentions for a union with the Wen family, a notion he supported, as they were well acquainted, which was preferable to an alliance with a stranger. However, he had not anticipated that Wen Shuhai would fall for his bodyguard. "What are your alpha?" Luoyan inquired with a furrowed brow. He is unaware of my situation. When I mentioned marrying you, it drove him away when Shuhai replied. He understood better than anyone the dire consequences that awaited them should the truth be revealed, which was why he had hastily concocted an excuse to dismiss his alpha. Luoyan frowned, perplexed as to what was so special about that bodyguard that warranted such actions from Shuhai. Reluctant to see when Shuhai come to harm, Luoyan pondered before suggesting, Shuhai, release your pheromones. Chapter 4. Up above, yearning to scent in this modern age, where privacy is fiercely protected, individuals are increasingly mindful of their rights to confidentiality. Pheromone scents are regarded as the most intimate form of privacy. Aside from family, particularly close friends and officials, no one is privy to the pheromones of others. When an alpha suppresses their pheromones, they merely exert their dominance without revealing the scent itself. Even someone as indifferent as Shangye had never exposed his pheromone scent. Thus, when Luoyan made his request, when Shuhai was momentarily taken aback, but complied, trusting in him despite the unconventionality of the request. As an A-class Omega confined within an enclosed vehicle, he cautiously released a hint of his pheromone scent, an exquisite blend of rose and a touch of champagne. Delightful and unmistakably indicative of an Omega who had been marked by another. Is your pheromone rose-scented? Luoyan suddenly asked. When Shuhai nodded slightly, at this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. Luoyan's fingers tapped the steering wheel as he pondered for a moment before remarking, You can no longer keep this hidden. If it reaches others, they will claim I have marked you. With that, he lifted his eyelids to glance at Shuhai, stating, My pheromone is wild rose. Shuhai's mouth fell open in astonishment. Wild rose scent. He found it difficult to associate Luoyan with wild roses. Typically, the scent of an alpha was bold and heavy, while floral fragrances were predominantly characteristic of Omegas. What do you wish to say? Luoyan asked coolly. Noticing the displeasure on his face, Shuhai quickly shook his head and began to contemplate the feasibility of the situation. If Brother Yin truly emitted the fragrance of wild roses, the matter could indeed be resolved. If his family detected it, they would likely assume that Luoyan's pheromones bore the scent of champagne, and the elders in the business would similarly perceive his aroma as that of champagne. This way, the current predicament could be swiftly alleviated. Shuhai visibly brightened. Seeing this, Luoyan doused his enthusiasm with cold water. This is merely a stopgap. You must expedite your plan. He cast a glance at Shuhai, adding, An Omega marked for life cannot separate from an alpha's pheromones, and inhibitors will have no effect on you. Understand. Shuhai bit his lip, realizing that the first step of his plan was to deal with Shangye. He cast a pleading look towards Luoyan. Luoyan's lips tightened slightly. I cannot assist you with this matter. Sending him to confront Shangye would only aggravate the situation, and he truly wished to avoid that perverse individual. Shuhai understood this rationale and was left to devise his own strategies, feeling a twinge of headache at the prospect of facing Shangye. As Luoyan dropped Shuhai off at the one residence, he suddenly remarked, Shuhai, your uncle works at the Statistics Bureau. Could you help me locate someone? Who is Brother Yin looking for? Shuhai inquired eagerly. Please check if there are any sweet orange-scented Omegas in the capital. Sweet orange? An Omega? Shuhai's curiosity was piqued, Brother Yin, is it your beloved little Omega? Luoyan managed a slow smile. One could say that. He had been thinking of that individual for a month, indeed a cherished little Omega. Shuhai's interest was ignited. Rest assured, Brother Yin, I will ensure to find them. After Shuhai departed, Luoyan's smile gradually faded. He hoped not to encounter that little Omega. Meanwhile, Shangye was brought home by his father, General Xing, and his mother, General Xing, relying on his son's robust physique and alpha status, had not even deemed it necessary to summon a doctor. Tomorrow, you will leave. Go abroad. You won't return for a year and a half. By then, it will be too late for any foolishness, and you certainly won't dare to steal another's wife, will you? Dad, you are part of the B Army. I belong to the Federation. You have no authority over me, Shangye retorted bluntly. General Xing's fist clenched in anger. Before he could act, his mother coughed lightly, prompting General Xing to swiftly withdraw his hand behind his back. Let your mother speak with you. With that, he hastily retreated, needing a moment to cool down with a cigarette, mindful that he could not smoke in front of his wife. The room was suddenly left with only the mother and son. Ms. Ruan sighed, and Shangye adeptly knelt down, saying, "Mom, I was wrong." Ms. Ruan rolled her eyes. She had heard this line for over 20 years, transitioning from initial sentiment to later indifference, and now to a heart as still as water. She knew better than anyone what kind of person her son was, quick to apologize, yet bound to repeat his mistakes, often escalating them. "Son, can we face reality? Stop fooling around." "Mom, I'm not fooling around. Don't you want a grandchild?" Shangye responded earnestly. "Does an alpha have a gestational sac?" "It seems like it does. But then again, maybe not. If only I had studied harder back then." Wait, why was he concerned about whether an alpha had a gestational sac? Ms. Ruan, unaware that he had drifted into a deep sea of thoughts, pressed her lips together and said, "I truly wish to hold a grandchild sooner. But it seems no one is interested in you. Just listen to me. We don't need to find someone with excellent conditions. Your mother has no other demands now. All I ask is for you to be able to have children." Shangye paid no heed to his mother's earlier words, fixating instead on her last statement. He timidly asked, "What if I can't have children?" Ms. Ruan smiled gently. "Scientists are researching reproductive isolation. I believe that one day we will overcome this hurdle. At that point, I would accept a sow for you, as long as it can bear children." When Shangye turned 18, she had already abandoned the hope of her son finding a respectable omega. No little omega would ever take a liking to him unless they were blind and deaf. Shangye, however, remained blissfully ignorant of his mother's disdain, believing it was far too easy, though he pretended to be aloof. He was certainly more appealing than a sow. Oh, and he smelled better too. The thought of that wild rose scent that lingered around him made him fidget uncomfortably. Who would have thought that despite Luoyan's icy, ascetic demeanor, his pheromones were so enticing? The mingling of their pheromones was delightful, a sweet orange mingled with wild rose. Intoxicating, and he craved more. Suddenly unable to sit still, Shangye declared, "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." With that, he dashed away like the wind, leaving Ms. Ruan somewhat taken aback. If she hadn't misread the situation, her son appeared to be flushed with youthful passion. Was it indeed youthful passion? She doubted her own eyes. How could the son of a straight have such an expression? Shangye hurriedly drove to the Luoyan hotel. "Hello, please book me room 8888. He had changed out of his dirty camouflage uniform, donning a black t-shirt, convinced he looked much better, though he didn't realize he appeared worse than before. Previously, he had at least looked like a soldier. Now, in his black t-shirt adorned with mottled scars, he resembled a bandit. The receptionist timidly handed him the key card to the secluded room. As Shangye gleefully ascended the stairs, the receptionist promptly alerted the manager. Chapter 5. Seeking sensation upon swiping the room key, he was enveloped by the rich scent of sweet orange mingled with wild rose, but to his dismay, it had vanished. All that remained was the odor of air freshener mixed with a hint of disinfectant, causing his expression to darken. Where could it have gone? Why has the scent vanished completely in just a month? Shangye, undeterred, continued to sniff the air, yet he could discern no trace of the pheromones. Disheartened, he decided to take a shower and prepare for sleep. The past month had been a whirlwind for him, having rushed back upon receiving news of a couple's engagement. However, as he lay in bed, he found himself exhilarated. That night, on this very bed, Luoyan had blushed deeply, his cold gaze nearly melting into warmth as he looked at him with an enticing glimmer, accompanied by the intoxicating fragrance of wild roses. He dared not dwell on it, for the mere thought sent him into a frenzy, his body already betraying him. Shangye was never one to suppress his desires. He resolved to take matters into his own hands. With closed eyes, he endeavored to recall the scene from that night, the way his canine teeth grazed the gland, the overwhelming floral scent enveloping him. He had never realized that an alpha's pheromones could be so alluring. Generally, alphas repel each other's pheromones, especially as their ranks ascend. Yet, there was no aversion to Luoyan's scent. Instead, it was pleasurable, and he was convinced that their feelings were mutual, as the other had clearly reveled in it too. The memory of the soft, beast-like whimpers that escaped from the other only heightened his yearning. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, the door was suddenly kicked open, interrupting him. His eyes burned crimson as he beheld the intruder. You? Shang Luoyan. Seeing Xing, Shangye lying flushed on the bed, furrowed his brow. Having received a call about someone booking room 8888, specifically this room, he had rushed over, not expecting to find Xing Shangye here, the very person who insisted that their previous encounter had nothing to do with him. Shang Luoyan's demeanor shifted immediately, and Xing Shangye, seasoned in confrontations, sensed the impending danger. Listen carefully, I am now affiliated with the Federation Special Forces, holding the rank of colonel. You should be grateful for your skin. Shang Luoyan warned, his tone icy and venomous. What brings you here? Xing Shangye felt fortunate that his earlier impulses had not manifested, for otherwise, the scent of his pheromones would have been undeniable. That is a question I ought to be asking you, Shang Luoyan replied, taking a position as far from Xing Shangye as possible, regarding him with disdain. Why did you choose to book this room? I came to seek some inspiration. Do you believe that? Xing Shangye spoke the truth instinctively, only to be met with Shang Luoyan's scornful gaze. I knew it. Xing Shangye smirked, concocting a lie with ease. Naturally, I came to see if you had left any incriminating evidence behind. This was indeed within his capabilities, and Shang Luoyan had no reason to doubt him. However, it was unfortunate that he had already disposed of everything in a room, having thoroughly investigated it with no clues remaining. The perpetrator had been exceedingly meticulous, unlike someone inexperienced. This individual was undoubtedly seasoned and possessed counter-surveillance skills. That little Omega was certainly a spy. Shang Luoyan had never entertained doubts about alternative possibilities, for the scent of pheromones was unmistakable, and he himself bore no aversion to that aroma. Only an Omega could evoke such a fragrance, and as for alphas, he had never included them in his realm of suspicion. Which alpha could possibly possess the scent of sweet orange? This was precisely why he had never doubted Xing Shangye. Even upon learning that he had appeared at the hotel that very night, suspicion never crossed his mind. At most, he merely speculated that the little Omega was connected to Xing Shangye. If military personnel were involved, that would indeed be plausible. Xing Shangye, oblivious to Shang Luoyan's thoughts, noticed his silence and hastily remarked, regardless, I witnessed you and another little Omega in a tender exchange. If I inform Xu Huai, he will know. What? Xing Shangye exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of himself. Shang Luoyan's pupils constricted as he quickly turned away, his breath uneven, clearly incensed. Xing Shangye, have some decency. By the time Xing Shangye realized the extent of his exposure, it was too late. His ears flushed slightly, yet upon seeing Shang Luoyan's face tinged with faint anger, he couldn't help but ask, how are you holding up? Is it tolerable? As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed a gust of wind approaching, and he instinctively reached for the lighter that was hurled at him. You are the disgrace of the Federation. Shang Luoyan's patience, which had previously allowed for some banter, now wore thin. If he lingered any longer, one of them would surely meet their demise. With a slam of the door, Shang Luoyan departed, leaving Xing Shangye muttering to himself, what a temper. As he attempted to set down the lighter, a thought crossed his mind, and he brought it to his nose for a sniff. Unfortunately, it bore no trace of the alluring wild rose scent, only a faint hint of cedar, likely the fragrance of Shang Luoyan's cologne. This aroma paled in comparison to his pheromones, yet Xing Shangye found himself unable to resist another whiff. Were it to possess the essence of wild rose, it would truly be intoxicating. Realizing he was being overly infatuated, Xing Shangye felt a moment of self-disdain. Contemplating Shang Luoyan's earlier demeanor, he was struck with a headache, given the intensity of Shang Luoyan's apparent desire to obliterate him. Any further attempts to savor his pheromones were utterly out of the question. Setting aside such thoughts, his immediate concern was to prevent Shang Luoyan from associating with Xu Huai. Having already been entangled with him, having marked him, he would dare not allow him to harm others. Dream on. With this sentiment in mind, Xing Shangye collapsed onto his bed, drifting into a night filled with dreams of fantastical battles, the imagery beyond description, in which Shang Luoyan transformed into an enchanting creature. twisting around him like a pretzel. Upon waking, he was met with an overwhelming scent of sweet orange. Lifting the covers, a wave of dread washed over Shangye. In his 25 years of life, he had never felt so utterly disheveled. All thanks to that enchanting Shang Luoyan. He feared leaving traces of the pheromonal scent behind. Should Shang Luoyan discover that the person from that night was indeed him, there would be no chance of witnessing the dawn of another day. With this thought, he quickly contacted his subordinates to request the delivery of a military-grade pheromone neutralizer, along with a breakfast. Before long, his subordinates arrived. "Boss, I brought the items." One of them called out. Items were placed at the entrance, and you, step aside. Yes. Shangye promptly arranged the items and retreated to the elevator. His mind still pondering why the boss required the pheromone neutralizer, especially in such a location. Could it be that the boss had breached protocol? At that moment, he noticed a door opening, revealing a man of exquisite appearance, impeccably dressed, who scrutinized him intently. Shang Luoyan had opened the door upon hearing the commotion. Although he had been angry the previous day, he did not leave, wishing to see if anyone would meet with Shangye. To his surprise, this individual exhibited remarkable patience. Arriving only in the morning, just as he intended to probe with a few questions, he heard the man exclaim loudly, "Boss, the pretentious fool vying for your wife is right here." In Chapter 6, tangy orange-flavored O, Shangye was fervently spraying the pheromone neutralizer, sparing no corner. As if it were free, when he suddenly heard Shang shout. His hand trembled, and he inadvertently sprayed too much, causing tears to well up in his eyes. He had keenly grasped several critical phrases. Vying for a wife, pretentious fool. Alarmed, he hastily opened the door, only to behold Shang Luoyan's face, which was as somber as it could be. "I can explain," Shangye said, his survival instinct kicking in, but he was met with a fierce glare from Shang Luoyan, followed by the resounding slam of the door. The fact that such a cultured individual resorted to slamming a door illustrated the extent of Shang Luoyan's anger. Any thought of catching a whiff of wild rose was now out of the question as he directed his fury toward Shangye. "You're called Shangye, not foolish. So could you please engage your mind?" Shangye looked utterly aggrieved. "Boss, I didn't want this either. Who asked you to ramble about it for 7 years? It has nearly lasted longer than my own life." Since entering at 18, they had observed Shangye talking incessantly to a photograph. Initially, they assumed it was the boss's cherished little O, only to later discover it was his nemesis. The boss frequently described two things: pretentiousness and vying for his wife. His reaction was entirely instinctive. After 7 years, even if turned to ash, he would not mistake it. Shang's words left Shangye without a retort, as he indeed had engaged in such behavior. He rubbed his nose and said, "I haven't mentioned it this month, have I? I wasn't even with you on this mission." Shang's counterarguments were justifiable, rendering Shangye speechless. "What does that smell?" Shangye sniffed, his expression turning serious. A wave of anxiety washed over Shangye. Could it be that the neutralizer had not been applied properly? "It's quite unpleasant, very pungent," Shangye muttered. Shangye chuckled derisively. "Shangye, I believe your facial training is insufficient. Henceforth, add an extra hour of training each day." Shangye grimaced in despair, yet felt powerless to change his fate, for the boss was indeed a tyrant, and no one could alter his commands. Accepting the painful destiny that awaited him, he resumed his gossiping. "Boss, why did you come back only to check into a hotel? And you still need the pheromone neutralizer?" Shangye placed an arm around Shang's shoulders, smiling pleasantly as he said, "Are you aware of the confidentiality regulations? Come, return and transcribe them 10 times. This time, Shangye could hardly muster a smile. Shangye donned his attire and meticulously surveyed the room once more, ensuring that everything was in order before stepping through the door. As he passed by Shang Luoyan's room, he glanced in, only to find it deserted. He touched his nose, pondering how Shang Luoyan's temperament had recently improved. Of course, it might also be attributed to an enhanced ability to withstand pressure. Get lost, he dismissed. Shangye epitomized the notion of using something until it was no longer needed. Waving away Shangye with a flick of his hand. "Boss, where are you headed?" "I'll accompany you." They had completed their mission and were afforded a month's leave. He was uncertain of his own destination, but certainly, following the boss would lead to some amusement. Shangye kicked him lightly. I'm off to find my wife. Are you coming too? Be sensible. Shangye dared not press further and quickly retreated. Shangye then drove off to seek out Wen Shuhai. In the immediate future, he could not dare to appear before Shang Luoyan, for doing so would surely be fatal. Thus, he had no choice but to seek out Wen Shuhai. Upon his arrival, Wen Shuhai was on the verge of leaving. Seeing him, he felt a twinge of headache. Brother Yi, you still remember to call me brother? Now tell me, what exactly is going on? When did you and that Shang fellow get involved? As Shangye spoke, a pang of sorrow struck him. One was a childhood companion, while the other had been marked by him just a month prior. The fact that these two were entangled together made him feel a hint of jealousy creeping in. When Shuhai cast a sidelong glance at Shangye and muttered softly, Brother Yi, our families have always had plans for an alliance. If it weren't for your sudden appearance yesterday, I would have already been on my way abroad, and perhaps I would have met my alpha tonight. Contemplating this, he harbored some resentment towards Shangye. Brother Yi, it's impossible for us. I have always regarded you as a brother. The one I love is Brother Yin. When Shuhai realized that this situation could not persist, he must eradicate Shangye's notions. No way. Shangye declared without hesitation, anyone else is fine. But not the Shang family. Having marked him, how could there be any possibility of him being with another? He was not that magnanimous. Unbeknownst to Wen Shuhai, who assumed Shangye's aversion stemmed from a rivalry with Shang Luoyan, he quickly responded, Brother Yi, I understand you dislike Brother Yin, but the person I intend to spend my life with is him. I love Brother Yin. I will marry no one else. Damn it. Shangye irritably bit down on his cheek, finding the situation excessively troublesome. Were it not for Wen Shuhai being this little o, he would have certainly taught the other a lesson in proper conduct. Listen, the Shang fellow is not suitable for you. Being with him will lead to no fruitful outcome. Shangye said earnestly. Wen Shuhai, upon hearing this, bit his lip and deployed his trump card. Brother Yi, I did not wish to disclose this, but Brother Yin has already marked me, a lifelong mark. Nonsense. Shangye's brows furrowed, and his demeanor turned fierce. How could he possibly mark you? It's impossible. He understood Shang Luoyan well. That pretentious individual was meticulous about propriety. Not only would he never bestow a lifelong mark without a definitive bond, but even a casual mark would not be given lightly. Contemplating this, his expression softened somewhat. Shuhai, you're just a child. Don't tell lies. When Shuhai was initially startled, but upon noticing that Shangye's expression had softened, his fear dissipated. It is indeed true. This occurred shortly after your departure. His words were delivered with such conviction that Shangye's countenance shifted dramatically. Suddenly struck by a thought, he smiled slyly and placed an arm around Wen Shuhai's shoulder. Since you claim to have been marked by him, do enlighten Brother Yi about the scent of his pheromones. Wen Shuhai was about to respond when a realization struck him, prompting a wary glance at Shangye. Brother Yi, are you attempting to set a trap for me? I shan't divulge anything. Suffice it to say, Yinge truly marked me. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. With that, Wen Shuhai hurriedly fled, eager to seek out his second uncle, for he was keen to discover the identity of the sweet orange-flavored little O belonging to Yinge. Shangye's face shifted from pale to dark and then back again. Wen Shuhai's certainty left him in a quandary, unable to discern the truth. Could it be that the ostentatious Shang Luoyan had genuinely marked Wen Shuhai? Oblivious to Shangye's inner turmoil, Wen Shuhai soon found himself in his second uncle's office. Xiaohuai, why are you investigating this? Uncle Wen furrowed his brow at Wen Shuhai. With a quick flick of his eyes, Wen Shuhai replied, I've recently been detecting a sweet orange scent from Yinge, and I'm somewhat concerned. Understanding that this rationale would not be dismissed, as the Wen family sought a union with the Shang family, Uncle Wen remained silent, only cautioning. This must not leave this place, and no photographs are to be taken. You may only observe here. I understand, Uncle, Wen Shuhai exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he opened the file bag, eager to uncover the identity of the sweet orange little O. Chapter 7. I believe it is quite suitable. There are hundreds of little OS with a sweet orange scent nationwide. However, within the Federation, there are but a handful, merely 6 individuals in total. With a commendable memory, when Shuhai quickly memorized the details of these individuals. Flipping to the back, he encountered the Alpha registry but decided against perusing it. Yengu required information on little OS, not alphas, rendering such an inquiry unnecessary. Thank you, Uncle. When Shuhai returned the file bag to Uncle One, I shall take my leave now. Exercise caution. Do not act recklessly, Uncle One subtly advised, aware that the scent of each individual's pheromones must remain confidential. Should any information leak, his position as director would be jeopardized. Rest assured, Uncle, when Shuhai replied earnestly. Upon exiting the Pheromone Management Bureau, he promptly dialed Shang, Luoyan's number. Yengu, I have completed the task you assigned. I am on my way to see you. Half an hour later, when Shuhai arrived at Shang Luoyan's office, perhaps it was merely his perception, but today, Yengu seemed somewhat out of sorts. Have some water. Shang Luoyan, having had a restless night and a morning filled with frustration, was teetering on the edge of agitation. Yet, he remained gentle towards When Shuhai. When Shuhai blinked, questioning his earlier impression, Yengu appeared just as he always did, exuding warmth. Yengu, there are 6 little OS in the Federation, namely. He relied on his remarkable memory to recite the details of all 6 individuals. Shang Luoyan silently noted the information, mentally reviewing it before inquiring, Is there anything you overlooked? No, I have memorized everything. These are the only members of the Federation, while the others are not part of it. Shang Luoyan nodded, somewhat surprised, as he had initially assumed that the little O was affiliated with the military, only to realize he was mistaken. Thank you, Shuhai. Brother Yin. Your assistance has been monumental. This is merely a trifling matter for me. By the way, Yigo came to see me this morning. I had no choice but to inform him that you had marked me. When Shuhai expressed his concern about the morning's events, Brother Yin, Yigo may come to trouble you. Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan smirked slightly. Let him come. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders this morning, he would have likely engaged in a brawl with Shangye. The subordinates of that individual recognized him at a glance, and he could hardly fathom how that person had tarnished his reputation over the years. Recalling the derogatory remarks uttered by that person's followers, Shang Luoyan's expression darkened further. When Shu Huai had grown accustomed to this, Brother Yin was courteous to everyone, save for when it came to Yi's name, which would provoke his ire. Yet, one could hardly blame Brother Yin. Yigo was truly insufferable. After bidding farewell to Wen Shu Huai, Shang Luoyan promptly instructed someone to investigate the 6 little OS, hoping to acquire a sample of their liquid. This would aid him in distinguishing who was who. Although they all bore a sweet orange scent, the pheromones still exhibited subtle differences. He remembered that sensation, one that resonated perfectly with his own pheromones. The body's reactions were undeniable, even if his mood had been subdued during those days. For such a highly compatible little O, he did not mind engaging in some form of intimacy, provided he retained the upper hand and that it was consensual. Once he captured that audacious little O, he was determined to render the other incapable of leaving the bed. Shang Luoyan toyed with the pen in his hand, a facade of gentility concealing an obsession and madness within. Outside the Shang office building, Shangye lingered in his car, a visage of turmoil. He himself could not comprehend how he had driven to this location. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself here. He reassured himself that he felt only a tinge of remorse for the morning's incident, devoid of any ulterior motives. He had been waiting here for over an hour. It still could not decide whether to ascend. Shang Luoyan would undoubtedly greet him with disdain. Nevertheless, he felt an inclination to see the other. He yearned to witness the other's flustered demeanor, ideally with eyes reddened from anger. The mere thought of that scene made his throat tighten. Just as he wrestled with his indecision, he spotted Shang Luoyan escorting Wen Shu Huai outside, helping him into the car while leaning in to speak to him gently. In a fit of rage, Shangye threw open the car door and stepped out. Shang Luoyan, after seeing Wen Shu Huai off, turned to re-enter when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon turning, he was confronted by the furious Shangye. Shang Luoyan's expression turned frosty. How dare this fool appear before him? Just as he was about to speak, he felt something thrust into his embrace, a sprig of orange blossoms. Glancing down at the unexpected gift, bewilderment crossed his face. What on earth was this? Shangye coughed lightly, explaining that he had casually purchased the flowers on the way. In truth, he had scoured dozens of florists in vain, unable to find wild roses. He had only managed to acquire some similar-looking lisianthus, which, regrettably, lacked the exquisite fragrance of a wild rose, being merely visually appealing. Luoyan observed Shangye, understanding his words. But he pondered the purpose of such a gift for himself. That one resembles you quite a bit. Shangye couldn't help but remark. Luoyan responded with a slow smile, one that could only be described as breathtaking. Yet, within that smile, Shangye sensed a hint of menace, prompting him to step back hurriedly. What I meant was, you were as beautiful as it. Luoyan's expression darkened again. It would have been better had he not spoken at all. Realizing his mistake before Luoyan could act, Shangye quickly added, "Please remain calm. We are in your company. I have no shame regardless." While he might cast aside his pride, Luoyan certainly held his dignity in high regard. Indeed, Luoyan inhaled deeply and turned to walk inside. Shangye followed closely, confident that Luoyan would refrain from confronting him in public. As they walked, they attracted numerous curious glances, with the employees of the Shang Corporation staring in disbelief at their boss, specifically at the flowers he held. Their gazes burned with intensity, and only when Luoyan looked down did he realize what he was carrying, his face darkening as he discarded the flowers to the ground. "Hey, don't throw them carelessly. I went through a lot to buy those," Shangye exclaimed, swiftly picking them up and cradling them in his arms. Though they were merely a semblance of the wild rose, they were still significant, especially as it was his first time buying flowers in over 20 years. He couldn't simply toss them aside. His actions elicited gasps of astonishment from the employees. What was happening? Was someone pursuing their boss? But that person was an alpha, right? Their boss was also an alpha, wasn't he? Everyone stood agape at this scene, their curiosity reaching fever pitch, while the workgroup chat without Luoyan erupted in chaos. Today, the employees of the Shang Corporation had gathered to witness the spectacle. Their boss was being pursued, and by an alpha no less. The world felt fantastical. If alphas could be together, what else was impossible? Unaware of the commotion below, Luoyan maintained a stern demeanor as he ascended to the top floor, where he found himself alone. Upon exiting the elevator, he immediately approached Shangye. Chapter 8. I am unwell. Shangye quickly evaded him, using one hand to protect the flowers while the other attempted to fend off Luoyan's advances, feeling somewhat flustered. "Shang, you are being excessively aggressive," he remarked. "What is this? In the past 24 hours, you've already made 2 attempts to accost me." Luoyan's assaults grew increasingly fierce. He couldn't quite understand why he felt such anger upon seeing this individual, compounded by the insult from earlier that morning, which ignited both old grievances and new. "If you continue to provoke me, I will retaliate. Don't think for a moment that I cannot hold my own. I am merely allowing you to have your way," Shangye protested. However, his pleas were met with even more vigorous attacks from Luoyan. Although Luoyan had never joined the military, he had trained in combat from a young age and was not easily intimidated. As Luoyan's fist shattered the lisianthus, Shangye could no longer restrain himself and finally fought back. After more than 10 minutes, Shangye firmly pinned Luoyan beneath him, panting heavily. "Do you yield? Get off." Luoyan's breath was also uneven, his once pristine suit now a disheveled mess. His breathing quickened due to the exertion, and his fair skin flushed a delicate shade of red, his throat undulating enticingly, exuding an undeniable allure. Shangye gazed at his Adam's apple for an extended moment, inexplicably lowering his head to gently bite it. Luoyan's pupils dilated sharply. He abruptly pushed Shangye away, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, looking at him as if he were refuse. "Shangye, are you out of your mind?" Luoyan's expletive-laden outburst was a testament to how effectively Shangye had provoked him once more. Reflecting on his behavior from the previous day, Luoyan subtly distanced himself from Shangye. He had previously heard of the phenomenon within the federal military where, due to a scarcity of omegas, alphas would assist one another. He had been skeptical at the time, as alphas were naturally repellent to each other's pheromones. However, he believed it now. Their relationship was such that even Shangye could become aroused. It was hardly distinguishable from that of beasts. Unabashedly exposed to disdain, Shangye lay sprawled on the ground. His expression one of utter disorientation. I think I might be ill too. Otherwise, why have I been obsessing over that pretentious fool, Shang Luoyan, for the entire month? Although he had often recalled Shang Luoyan in the past, it had been with the intent to surpass him, to humiliate him, to make him uncomfortable. Yet recently, his thoughts had shifted to how to induce gasps, how to bring someone to tears, how to lure them into bed. He had never considered himself morally compromised. Now, he felt somewhat beastly. How could one be anything but base to fall for their sworn enemy? He covered his face with one hand, finding the absurdity of it all overwhelming. His demeanor inadvertently eased Shang Luoyan's tension. Shang Luoyan rose from the floor, looking down at Shangye, his eyes devoid of schadenfreude, merely stating, "If you're unwell, seek treatment. Don't act like a rabid dog, indiscriminately pursuing arousal." Shangye longed to retort that it was not just anyone he desired, but specifically him. However, he wisely refrained, instead lamenting, "How am I supposed to explain this? I have no idea how to talk about it. Get out of the way." Shang Luoyan, uninterested in his turmoil, kicked him lightly to indicate he should move aside as he headed toward the office. After a few steps, he glanced back, noticing Shangye still lying there, his expression one of evident disdain. Despite the corridor's brightness, it still felt unsettling to him. "Get inside." With that, he opened the office door and retreated to the lounge for a shower. Shangye had not anticipated that Shang Luoyan would not only refrain from attacking him, but would also allow him into the office. Sitting on the floor, he pondered deeply, his eyes lighting up as he seemed to discover a strategy to deal with Shang Luoyan. He hurriedly rose, dusted off his trousers, and entered Shang Luoyan's office. The space was immaculate, bright, and minimalist, reflecting Shang Luoyan's own personality, exceedingly pristine. "How pretentious," Shangye quietly commented, yet could not help but glance around. He had known Shang Luoyan since birth, a span of 24 years, but this was his first venture into Shang Luoyan's private domain. He endeavored to catch a whiff of the air, but was met only with a faint scent of cedar, rather than the wild rose fragrance he yearned for. The sound of water trickling from the bathroom reached his ears, instantly reminding him of that night, aside from their time in bed. He had also taken Shang Luoyan to the bathroom. The unconscious Shang Luoyan had been remarkably compliant, allowing him to embrace and explore, much to his satisfaction. Recalling that moment, Shangye felt an involuntary reaction, tugging at his trousers. Just then, the water ceased and Shang Luoyan emerged, towel in hand, immediately spotting Shangye standing awkwardly. Today, Shangye wore casual pants, less baggy than his usual camouflage attire, yet despite his efforts to adjust his stance, he could not conceal the imposing presence of an alpha. Shang Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, a flush creeping across his face, and before he could speak, Shangye dejectedly remarked, "I don't know how this happened." His downcast demeanor rendered Shang Luoyan momentarily speechless. "You never had this issue before." Though the two were often at odds, Shangye had indeed not displayed such behavior previously. It must be related to this current task. Shangye had already concocted an excuse. He had been drugged. Upon hearing the phrase drugged, Shang Luoyan's expression shifted, recalling that he too had experienced a similar fate, leading to that outrageous night. With this thought, he found Shangye's presence less bothersome. "Haven't you consulted anyone?" "I have, but there is nothing wrong. I just don't know how this happened, and I can't tell anyone." Shangye looked despondent, a stark contrast to his usual arrogant demeanor, which left Shang Luoyan somewhat unaccustomed. Yet it must be said, this version of Shangye was far more appealing than the previous brash one. Although one ought not to derive joy from another's misfortune, Shang Luoyan could not deceive himself. This altered Shangye made him less inclined to act out. "You're not afraid of me spreading the word?" "I am. But what can I do if you find out?" With a defiant expression, Shangye added playfully, "And you, while a bit demanding and pretentious, have always eschewed such disgraceful antics. Shang Luoyan chuckled, realizing it was a case of delivering a reprimand alongside a sweet treat. Noticing the shift in Shang Luoyan's demeanor, Shangye quickly pleaded, "I truly don't know what to do. Shang Luoyan, please help me." Staring at the pitiable Shangye, Shang Luoyan was once again taken aback by his audacity. After all, they were sworn enemies. He was about to decline, but suddenly thought of something, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he slowly replied, "Help you? Fine. Call me in, go in, let me hear it." Chapter 9. Trouble afoot from a young age. Shangye had always been aware of Shang Luoyan's petty nature. In his childhood, whenever he was bullied, he would remain silent in front of his tormentor, yet he would always seek revenge by complaining to the latter's father, knowing that he would ultimately bear the brunt of the consequences. Shangye understood Shang Luoyan all too well, so he was not surprised by these words. It was merely a retaliation for the previous day's remark. Unlike Shang Luoyan, he bore no burden of image and sweetly called out, "Yingu, help me." A soft little acting coy was indeed delightful. Yet an imposing alpha like Shangye adopting such a demeanor was nothing short of shocking. Shang Luoyan felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Shangye, could you act a bit normal? He realized he should never have harbored any expectations for this rogue. What could he not do? Noticing his peculiar behavior, Shangye grew bolder, stepping closer and casting a flirtatious glance at Shang Luoyan, calling out in a teasing tone, "Yingu." Shang Luoyan instinctively recoiled several steps, his expression one of dread. He had miscalculated. He should not have provoked this lunatic. What was he even doing, engaging in a contest of wits with someone so unhinged? As Shangye leaned in again, Shang Luoyan hastily said, "You should wash up first. I'll have someone find a doctor." He quickly dialed his secretary, urging them to contact several specialists at once. "Understood, Mr. Shang. What kind of doctor do you need?" "One concerning pheromones, specifically for alpha males," Shang Luoyan succinctly instructed. Having conveyed his message, he hung up, entirely oblivious to the immense stir his words had caused. The employee chat group erupted once more. "Need to see a doctor? Is it that serious?" "Of course. 2 alphas involved? We know our Mr. Shang is an S-grade alpha, and that man looks tall and strong. His pheromones cannot be low, so what grade of alpha is he? Is it possible he is of the same level as Mr. Shang? I feel his aura is not inferior to that of Mr. Shang. So, with 2 S-grade alphas, who dominates whom? I want to know too." One today, the employees of Shang Corporation did little else but converse in the group chat, while their big boss remained unaware. After changing his clothes, he preferred to envelop himself in a suit even outside his bedroom. His upbringing taught him to avoid any semblance of carelessness. As he adjusted his shirt, he failed to notice when the sound of water ceased, let alone that Shangye had somehow appeared at the doorway of his changing room. Observing the cuffs of his shirt, Shangye's gaze inevitably drifted downward, gradually moving from his slender waist to his thighs. Due to his posture, faint marks were visible, clearly indicating the use of a shirt garter, which reminded him of the sights from that fateful night. The fair, straight thighs. The black shirt garter. What are you looking at? Shang Luoyan turned to find Shangye gazing at his legs with an indescribable expression. It was indeed his legs. So had he truly evolved to the point where merely seeing them could evoke such a reaction? Moreover, this fellow was clad in his bathrobe. Who had given him the audacity? Upon hearing this, Shangye instinctively responded, "What about the shirt clip? Is there something wrong with it?" Shang Luoyan furrowed his brow. The shirt clip was commonly used by many to secure their shirts, and he found no issue with it. "It's nothing, I was just curious." "Do you wear a shirt clip every day?" Shangye inquired with a cough. Shang Luoyan contemplated nodding. There was nothing problematic about the question, yet for reasons unknown, he instinctively hesitated to respond. "I've simply never used such a thing and don't know how," he admitted. "Brother Yin, could you possibly teach me?" After addressing him as Brother Yin, Shangye seemed to have unlocked something within himself, and he became quite animated. "Teach you? Can you afford the tuition?" Shang Luoyan retorted sarcastically. No sooner had he spoken than he heard a sharp sound. Shangye pulled his salary card from his pocket and placed it on the table, declaring, "All my assets are right here." Shang Luoyan glanced at it and casually asked, How much? Approximately 20,000, Shangye replied somewhat feebly. Noting the way Luoyan's pupils dilated, he quickly added perhaps 30,000, maybe even more. Luoyan's brow twitched. Was the salary of the Federal Special Forces so meager? After all, he was a distinguished colonel, having served for many years, and yet his total assets amounted to only 20,000. He deemed it necessary to raise the issue of federal soldiers' remuneration at the next council meeting. Of course, it was not for Shangye's sake. He couldn't care less about him. It was for the well-being of all federal soldiers, especially since even ordinary betas were expected to own cars and houses with high salaries, let alone omegas. He feared that the abundance of single federal soldiers, if left unchecked, might lead to complications akin to Shangye's situation. Seeing the complex expression on Luoyan's face in his silence, Shangye scratched his nose, saying, I didn't save much before, but I will be more mindful in the future. You can keep it for now, and if it's insufficient, I'll give you more when my bonus arrives. Previously, he'd spent his salary either on a car or on his comrades. That could not continue, especially as he now needed to save for a wife and avoid reckless spending. Although Shangye had yet to fully comprehend his feelings for Luoyan, he was already subconsciously preparing to save for a future partner. Luoyan, however, looked down upon his trifling sum and retorted, You should keep your meager fortune for medical expenses. At this point, Luoyan felt a twinge of regret. The doctors he had arranged for were all six-figure professionals, meaning he not only had to hire a doctor for this fellow, but also had to subsidize the cost. Luoyan's mood plummeted, reaching a boiling point once he entered the bathroom. Shangye, Luoyan called out, each word deliberate. What's wrong? What's the matter? Shangye hurried over, glancing between the bathroom and Luoyan, his expression bewildered. Luoyan's temples throbbed. He pointed to the bath towel. Are you using mine? Otherwise, what? Shangye replied, nudging Luoyan's arm playfully, as if they were close friends. The response he received was Luoyan swiftly ejecting him from the office. As the secretary accompanied the doctor out of the elevator, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. A tall alpha, draped in the company president's bathrobe, leaned casually against the entrance, legs crossed, revealing powerful thighs and straight calves. His demeanor was relaxed, yet the secretary's mind was in turmoil. Was what was said in the group truly the case? This was undoubtedly a post-incident appearance. Had something indeed transpired? What about their president? The secretary's expression shifted, and he hurriedly led the doctor towards the door, knocking frantically, President, President. Chapter 10, Affection for him, Shangye was initially pleased to see the two approaching. Having called out for some time, without any acknowledgement from Luoyan, he intended to greet the secretary, but instead, the latter not only ignored him, but shot him a fierce glare. The office door was swiftly opened, and Luoyan frowned at his secretary. What is all this commotion about? President, are you all right? The secretary instinctively inquired. Luoyan's gaze turned icy. What could possibly be wrong with me? Upon hearing this, the secretary glanced between Luoyan and Shangye, a knowing look crossing his face. He understood that their president would not be at a disadvantage. After all, the Alpha was no match for their formidable president. Secretary Luoyan reminded with dissatisfaction, having noticed that anyone who interacted with Shangye seemed to take on a rather foolish demeanor. Snapping back to reality, Secretary Chen caught sight of his boss's displeased expression and quickly responded, President, the doctor has arrived. Let him in. Upon hearing this, Secretary Chen was about to enter when Luoyan interjected. Not you. Shangye patted Secretary Chen on the shoulder. He is calling for me. With a perplexed glance, Secretary Chen stepped aside, realizing he was merely facilitating the introduction. The doctor had been summoned by Luoyan, ensuring utmost confidentiality. Luoyan addressed Shangye. Discuss your condition with the doctor. With that, he lowered his head to resume his work, adopting an air of indifference. Shangye had not anticipated Luoyan's promptness. The doctor had already been summoned. He cleared his throat and began, Doctor, my body has been feeling quite unusual lately. Previously, I only had feelings for small O's, but now it's indiscriminate. You understand? The doctor nodded, adjusting his glasses, and asked thoughtfully, Was there any particular trigger? Yes. I inadvertently ingested something, Shangye replied. Although it was not he who had been affected, Luoyan's experience of being drugged had indirectly involved him as well, making it a valid point. Do you know what substance it was? The doctor's expression grew serious. I do not. It was entirely unlike anything I had experienced before, and upon waking, I remembered nothing. As he spoke, Shangye discreetly cast a glance at Luoyan, who gripped his pen tightly. Though Luoyan appeared immersed in his duties, the volume of their conversation was sufficient for him to overhear. Upon hearing Shangye's words, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shangye's ordeal was similar to his own. He too had awakened with no recollection of that night. And if not for the marks and scars on his body, he would remain oblivious to the events that had transpired. Now, after being drugged, Shangye finds himself in this predicament. Will he also? Luoyan unconsciously furrows his brow. The doctor, having heard Shangye's account, speaks earnestly. The commonly available medications on the market do not typically result in such issues. You may have encountered an uncommon substance. A blood test is necessary for a definitive conclusion. Blood test? Absolutely not. A blood draw would reveal everything. Shangye resolutely declines, his expression grave. The doctor, in disagreement, responds, without a blood test, I cannot ascertain the situation. My work is specialized. A blood test is out of the question. This explanation was directed at Luoyan, offering a semblance of rationale. Luoyan is aware that he belongs to the Federal Special Forces, who undertake unique missions that generally leave no trace. Dr. Zhou, are there any alternative methods? He inquires. Dr. Zhou shakes his head, troubled. Without a blood test, we cannot arrive at a conclusion. We need to determine whether the effects of a drug are long-term or short-term. By the way, how long have you been under its influence? 1 month. Shangye replies, a hint of guilt in his tone. Upon hearing this duration, Dr. Zhou instinctively glances at Luoyan, but restrains himself. If memory serves him right, the CEO was also drugged a month ago, and the nature of the substance remains unclear. Is it possible that they were both affected simultaneously? This thought flashes through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, for the CEO exhibits no such symptoms, indicating they are likely not dealing with the same drug. Subsequently, Dr. Zhou asks further questions and ultimately concludes, I will prescribe a few medications, try them, and see if they yield any effect. Additionally, during this period, engage in more physical activity and find ways to alleviate stress. This should help mitigate the drug's potency. And if there are no results? Shangye presses, acutely aware that his feelings are not indiscriminate but directed toward one specific individual. If there are no effects, we can adjust the medication, or you might consider acupuncture. If that fails, mechanical methods could be employed. At the mention of mechanical methods, Shangye instinctively tightens his legs. Mechanical methods? Is it as he imagines? Luoyan, noticing his reaction, briefly reveals a smile in his eyes. Even he has moments of fear. As they escort Dr. Zhou to the elevator, Shangye displays great enthusiasm, insisting on accompanying him. Doctor, I would like to inquire. If this reaction is specific to a certain individual, what does that imply? Shangye asks in a lowered voice. Dr. Zhou gives him a subtle glance, adjusting his glasses, and replies, if that is the case, you might want to consider marriage. What? Shangye clearly does not grasp the implication. Dr. Zhou pats his shoulder and remarks, feeling an urge towards someone you like is entirely natural. With that, Dr. Zhou departs, leaving Shangye in a state of disarray. What did he just hear? Liking someone? Impossible. How could he possibly develop feelings for Luoyan, that pretentious individual? Shangye feels as if the sky is falling. This realization rendered him unable to accept the situation. Upon returning to Luoyan's office, he remained in a daze. Observing his demeanor, Luoyan presumed that he had received some disheartening news from Dr. Zhou and remarked nonchalantly, it's nothing grave. It simply affects your performance. Wasn't there a time when such occurrences were commonplace? Those individuals still manage to hone exceptional martial skills. It will not diminish your prowess within the Federal Combat Team. Shangye's face turned ashen. Effect? Listen to that. How could that be considered rational discourse? How could he possibly have any affection for such a person? His admiration lay with someone like Xu Huai, who was understanding and compassionate, not someone as venomous and pretentious as Shang Luoyan. That quack must have made an erroneous judgment. As for why he had been preoccupied with thoughts of Shang Luoyan lately, feeling an impulse towards him, it was undoubtedly due to that day's marking. It was certainly not affection. With this thought, Shangye felt a surge of confidence and began to boast once more. Yinggu, you've always been a helping hand. Do me one more favor. What else do you desire? Shang Luoyan regarded him warily, sensing that he was up to no good. Chapter 11. Shang Luoyan has his own illness. I wish to undergo desensitization therapy. This statement sounded earnest, yet based on Shang Luoyan's understanding of Shangye, his request was likely more complex than it appeared. As anticipated, he continued, you are already aware of my current predicament. Even in your presence, I can hardly contain myself. Therefore, I wish to begin with you. Yinggu, would you assist me? When Shangye was reckless, he could be quite outrageous, yet when he chose to be obedient, he could appear remarkably docile. Despite his towering height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, when he gazed at Shang Luoyan with such a pitiful expression, he resembled a forlorn puppy. Shang Luoyan cast him a glance, but refrained from affirming or denying his assistance, simply inquiring, how would you like me to proceed? Just some physical contact, perhaps mutual assistance. Noticing Shang Luoyan's change in expression, he hastily amended, or, as we did previously, I find that when my heart races, I struggle to maintain control. Heart racing, is it? Shang Luoyan slowly curved his lips into a smile and uttered 2 words, quite simple. 5 minutes later, Shangye stood agog before the bungee jumping apparatus, realizing that Shang Luoyan was indeed peculiar. What benevolent individual would install a bungee jumping facility within their office building? And so close to his own office at that? He could overlook the array of equipment, but bungee jumping? Unable to contain himself, he queried, do your employees possess such robust psychological fortitude? Wouldn't they be prone to heart attacks witnessing their boss bungee jumping daily? Shang Luoyan pointed outside, revealing that a large section of the space was enclosed with one-way glass, rendering the interior invisible. Thus, no one would detect Shang Luoyan jumping as many times as he pleased. Shangye's expression turned contemplative as he scrutinized Shang Luoyan seriously. Yan Yi, perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital? How had he never realized before how eccentric Shang Luoyan truly was? In response, Shang Luoyan offered a faint smile, and then suddenly he felt a sharp kick to his backside, causing him to plunge downward. Half an hour later, Shangye stood before Shang Luoyan, remarkably composed and unflustered, with an expression of resignation. Have you forgotten what my profession entails? Do not mention the existence of protective measures. During the task, there are none. At such heights, one could leap without a second thought. At this moment, Shang Luoyan had donned athletic attire and tossed a pair of gloves to Shangye, the implication unmistakable. Shangye felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The racing of his heart was not merely due to the imminent confrontation. Before he could voice his concerns, the force of a punch was already upon him, prompting him to evade swiftly. Initially, he had the luxury of contemplating other matters, such as how supple Shang Luoyan's waist appeared, or how striking his long legs looked when taut. However, as the encounter intensified, he had no time for distractions. Though Shang Luoyan had not enlisted in the military, his lifelong training in combat was formidable, and as a top-tier alpha, he possessed remarkable physical prowess. If Shangye continued to lose focus, he would surely be struck. An hour later, the two lay breathless on the ground. Shang Luoyan's breathing rapid, yet his expression one of unadulterated delight. As Shangye propped himself up to converse, he was startled to see Shang Luoyan turned, exposing the glands on his neck. Immediately, Shangye's gaze darkened with desire. He had marked that spot before and knew its exquisite allure. A mere gentle bite could unleash the fragrance of wild roses. Almost bewitched, he found himself drawn towards that enchanting area. Shang Luoyan had turned to retrieve a towel, sensing something amiss, and upon glancing back, he caught sight of Shangye approaching like a lovesick fool. With a swift motion, the towel struck Shangye's face. And despite his tough exterior, he yelped in pain. Damn, he exclaimed. Was he to be disfigured? Shang Luoyan regarded him coldly, his gaze lingering momentarily on Shangye's midsection, a look of disdain crossing his features. When Shangye had mentioned his racing heartbeat, he thought it a mere fabrication. Yet it now appeared to be genuine. What peculiar proclivity was this? Shang Luoyan disdainfully kicked Shangye's leg, remarking, Your situation is rather troublesome. Not merely troublesome, but exceedingly so. Given the nature of his profession, Shangye often found himself in perilous situations, inevitably causing his heart to race. This physiological response would hinder his ability to undertake future assignments, effectively jeopardizing his career. Enduring the pain, Shangye comprehended the gravity of Shang Luoyan's words without contesting them. His prior thoughts had been drawn to the scent of Shang Luoyan's glands, leading to a misunderstanding that he now accepted. He gazed at Shang Luoyan with an almost pitiful expression. Brother Yin, save me. Through their interactions, he had gleaned that Shang Luoyan favored the weak, relishing in the dominance of the strong, and possessed an insatiable desire for control. In that moment, drenched in sweat and sporting a face marked by the towel's imprint, he appeared genuinely forlorn, a stark contrast to his usual audacious self. Despite his verbal denials, Shang Luoyan could not dismiss the peculiar satisfaction blooming within him. He found himself drawn more to this vulnerable version of Shangye than the overbearing persona he typically displayed. An odd thrill igniting within him, he suddenly extended his foot to step on Shangye's trousers. Shangye restrained himself from moving. But when Shang Luoyan truly made contact with him, he couldn't help but emit a low growl. Goodness, he was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated that Shang Luoyan would act in such a manner. This was Shang Luoyan, the well-behaved child in the eyes of the elder, the moral exemplar. At that moment, Shangye truly recognized the real Shang Luoyan, who was evidently unwell, perhaps gravely so. Fortunately, it was Shangye. An ordinary person encountering this side of Shang Luoyan would likely have fled in terror, but not him. His first thought was that this was a secret known only to him, and his second was that if Shang Luoyan dared to oppose him again, he would possess a leverage. Soon, however, he found himself lacking the energy to ponder further. There was some pain, yet more so a sense of comfort, and he longed to indulge in it. Suddenly recalling something, he stood up abruptly. I need to take a shower. With that, Shangye dashed toward Shang Luoyan's office, nearly forgetting his own pheromone scent. If Shang Luoyan caught a whiff of it, he would certainly be castrated. After he had been running for a while, Shang Luoyan seemed to regain his senses, reflecting on what he had just done, a look of disbelief crossing his face, but more so a sense of disgust. He had fallen ill again. How could he engage in such a repulsive act with Shangye? Had he lost his mind? Shangye was his mortal enemy, an alpha. And even with shoes on. Chapter 12. A heartfelt moment when Shangye emerged from the shower. Shang Luoyan had already finished bathing, changed into fresh attire, and restored his impeccably refined appearance. As Shangye toweled his hair, he cast a glance at Shang Luoyan. Wasn't he the very embodiment of a beast in human guise? Who would have imagined that the universally praised Shang Luoyan was, in private, a pervert? Thankfully, he managed to maintain his composure. Had it been someone else, they might have been terrified. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard Shang Luoyan's cold voice say, "Get ready and leave." What? Shangye was evidently taken aback, not expecting that Shang Luoyan would deny any acknowledgement after pulling up his pants. Wait, he hadn't even taken them off. Leave? Shang Luoyan shot him a glance, his demeanor returning to its customary chill, as if everything that had transpired that day had merely been an illusion. Don't come back again. Shangye was acutely aware of the danger he posed. He had always been able to push Shang Luoyan to the brink of losing control. He disliked this feeling, thus he sought to eradicate it. Realizing that Shang Luoyan's attitude had shifted, Shangye quickly adopted a pitiful expression. Brother Yin, are you unwilling to help me anymore? If you abandon me, what am I to do? From their earlier interactions, it was clear that Shang Luoyan responded well to this tactic, yet this time, it failed miserably. Shang Luoyan did not even spare him a glance, instead calling his secretary to have Shangye removed. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Shangye understood that prolonging the entanglement was futile. As he departed, he could only cast a forlorn gaze back, as if awaiting a change of heart. Unbeknownst to him, he bore the unmistakable countenance of someone toyed with by a scoundrel alpha who would not take responsibility. Despite Wang's unwavering loyalty to his master, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. What a fine alpha he once was, now reduced to such a state, truly lamentable. As he escorted Shangye out of the Shang Corporation, he kindly advised, "Cheer up, seek out an Omega or Beta. An alpha has no future here. Our boss does not favor alphas. Perhaps indulging in an alpha is merely a fleeting whim, but it will not last. I hope this alpha can see the truth." It took Shangye 2 seconds to grasp the implication of Wang's words. Had he truly become a mere plaything? Reflecting on the events of today, he realized there was some truth to that assertion. He had always been shameless, unfazed by misunderstandings, wearing a dejected demeanor. Yet, this was his first experience. He simply could not let it go. Wang, moved by this sentiment, felt a surge of compassion. "Be strong. The past can be left behind. I still wish to try again. Can you assist me?" Shangye gazed earnestly at Wang, his eyes full of pleading, and Wang found himself unable to refuse. "If the opportunity arises, I shall speak on your behalf. You are truly a good person. Let us exchange contact information." With a flurry of compliments, Shangye successfully acquired Wang's details and then drove away. Unbeknownst to Wang, this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. From that day forth, he would be inundated with romantic entanglements. Shangye drove back to the Federal Special Forces, racing to the Psychological Therapy Center, where he sought out his friend, the head of the psychology department, Gu Nanan. Upon seeing him arrive in haste, Gu raised an eyebrow. "Do you need counseling?" Typically, many return from missions seeking psychological support, as their tasks are of utmost importance, often leading to immense pressure and potential psychological issues. However, Shangye had never visited before. His psychological evaluations were always exemplary. After sipping some water, he plopped down and inquired, "What if someone appears exceedingly amiable on the surface, yet possesses a profound affinity for adventure and a strong desire for control? What does that signify?" Gu Nanan replied nonchalantly, "Congratulations. That is a personality trait indicative of antisocial behavior, dark, insidious, with psychopathic tendencies. If a little O encounters such a person, they should flee immediately." "Not necessarily." Shangye disagreed, scratching his nose. "It simply means they have a stronger desire for control, are a bit domineering, and enjoy excitement." "How does that equate to being a deviant?" This piqued Gu Nanan's interest. "What situation are you describing?" Knowing his friend's character, a domineering, straightforward alpha who would never concede to anyone, he was intrigued that he was now defending someone. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Which little O are we talking about?" "Your childhood friend?" "Indeed, a childhood companion, but not an Omega. Rather, an alpha like myself." "Ah." Gu Nanan clearly did not anticipate Shangye's revelation that the little O he mentioned possessed such a personality. "So, you have a taste for the intense? You enjoy the spicy?" Upon recalling the alluring yet aloof visage of Luoyan, Shangye felt a flutter in his throat. It was indeed quite provocative, particularly when he had previously utilized his foot in such a manner. It had been exceedingly stimulating. Noticing the peculiar expression on his face, Gu Nanan remarked with exasperation, "I never realized you possessed such masochistic tendencies." "Enough of this nonsense. My only inquiry is whether his actions could potentially harm himself." Today, Shangye was somewhat apprehensive, especially after observing that Luoyan had established a bungee jumping site adjacent to his office. This concern weighed heavily on his mind. Gu Nanan rolled his eyes. "You should be more worried about yourself. Such a person only harms others." "All right, I understand." Upon hearing that there was no threat to his own safety, Shangye felt a sense of relief. Gu Nanan chuckled in disbelief, realizing for the first time that his friend exhibited signs of being love-struck. Having received the answer he sought, Shangye did not linger, turning to leave, but suddenly recalled something and spoke. "One last question. What does it signify if someone frequently reacts to an alpha?" Gu Nanan, who had been standing close to Shangye, instinctively retreated several meters upon hearing this. With a serious demeanor, Shangye clarified, I'm inquiring on behalf of a friend. Gu Nanan, exasperated, responded, have you forgotten my field of study? Speaking such words in front of someone specializing in psychology, especially when even a fool can discern that friend refers to oneself. Shangye, visibly irritated, demonstrated why he was reluctant to engage in idle chatter with Gu Nanan, who seemed perpetually preoccupied with analyzing others. Enough with the banter, just answer the question. It was not impossible. Some individuals are inherently attracted to their own kind. However, he had previously only shown interest in small os. Shangye quickly retorted, prompting Gu Nanan's gaze to become more nuanced. A change in sexual orientation was not out of the question. Could it be due to marking? Shangye then dropped another bombshell. What? You marked an alpha? Or have you been marked? Gu Nanan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he scrutinized Shangye from head to toe, struggling to fathom the image of Shangye being marked by someone. Given his impressive stature, how dominant must that alpha be? His mind conjured an absurd image of two bears battling. The thought was too shocking to pursue further. Nonsense. Who would dare mark me? I told you it's about a friend. Gu Nanan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to believe him or not. But eventually mused. Generally, such occurrences are improbable. As you know, alpha pheromones are mutually exclusive. Just like how, despite the strong bond between you and Shangye, once pheromonal dominance is exerted, both parties find each other intolerable, almost ready to brawl, let alone marking one another. This has nothing to do with pheromones. If your friend truly reacts frequently to the same alpha, then perhaps marriage on the spot would be advisable. After all, a love that transcends pheromonal repulsion is truly remarkable. Chapter 13. Weeping as Shangye stepped out of the therapy room, his legs felt unsteady. Indeed, such places should be avoided, as even the absence of problems could reveal underlying issues. Married in place, a love that moves the heavens and earth. How could he possibly be with Shang Luoyan? Every encounter between them is fraught with tension, as if they yearn to destroy one another. Even though he has recently felt somewhat off, he insists it is merely the influence of pheromones. How could he ever harbor feelings for Shang Luoyan, even if he were to develop affection for someone? It certainly would not be for Shang Luoyan. At that moment, Shangye happened to approach, noticing him standing there, eagerly rushing over to greet him. Boss, you're back. Weren't you supposed to be pursuing your sister-in-law? Shangye snapped back to reality, gazing at Shangye for a moment before abruptly pulling him into a corner. Shangye, perplexed, was about to speak when Shangye interjected, Come, let me mark you. Shangye was taken aback. He had thought Shangye had some task to assign him. But upon hearing those words, he instinctively covered his neck and took several steps back, his face displaying sheer horror. Has the boss truly descended into such madness? Did pursuing his sister-in-law go awry, leading to some trauma from a little prompting him to lash out at alphas? Boss, please calm down, we are brothers. If we are brothers, then come here and let me take a bite, Shangye replied, his expression darkening. Shangye was genuinely terrified. A burst of unrestrained, spicy pheromones escaped from him, causing Shangye to choke momentarily, his fists clenched tightly. Forget about biting. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to obliterate this foolish lad. How do you control your pheromones? Run 20 kilometers, practice at home, and if I catch you losing control again, you can forget about your glands. Shangye walked away, wearing a look of bewilderment. He felt as if he was experiencing a streak of bad luck today. No, it was more like a clash with the boss. Just this morning, he had been subjected to facial training, and now he was being coerced into pheromone training. The boss is a devil, employing entrapment tactics. After Shangye left, Shangye's expression remained unrelieved. Shangye was his good brother, and the scent of Shang's pheromones only incited a desire to fight, devoid of any other impulses. Why then? Did he lose control upon encountering Shang Luoyan's pheromones? Could it be that Shang Luoyan's pheromones were simply too alluring? No, it was not solely about the pheromones. There was something amiss with Shang Luoyan's legs as well. As he contemplated this, he couldn't help but glance at Shangye, who was jogging. His legs were long and powerful. But beyond a fleeting impulse to kick, he felt no other reaction. Could it be that he had genuinely developed feelings for Shang Luoyan? Shangye could hardly believe this reality. Throughout the day, members of the Federal Special Forces were incessantly harassed by him. Has the boss gone mad? Zhuang wore a pained expression. Now everyone from other squads is calling us perverts. Despite being an alpha, Zhuang had a rather delicate appearance, to the extent that some would believe he was an omega. The members of their squad were always aptly named according to their deficiencies, like Shangye, who was lacking in heart, brain, and emotional intelligence. Nearby, a beautiful woman looked on in terror. The boss just hugged me. It scared me to death. She was as sturdy as a mountain, tall and robust. The group exchanged glances, each sharing a singular sentiment. The boss has truly lost his mind. Shangye has indeed lost his mind. He has harassed every teammate, colleague, and brother, yet none of them stirred in him such impulses. He could hardly entertain thoughts of affection or embrace with them. Merely refraining from throwing a punch at them was a testament to his restraint. However, the mere thought of Luoyan ignited an insatiable fire within him, one that made him wish to pierce through the very earth. He lay in the office bed, his eyes devoid of light, unable to accept this reality. He had truly capsized in the mire, having genuinely fallen for the pretentious Luoyan. While Shangye wrestled with this unbearable truth, Luoyan had already tasked someone with investigating the profiles of the 6 small OS. Among them, 3 specimens of their pheromones were presented before him. As Luoyan picked each one up for a whiff, he confirmed they all bore the scent of sweet orange. Yet, it was not the familiar sweet orange fragrance he knew. He could not articulate the aroma. Delightful and tempting, it carried a hint of allure. Each of their scents varied in intensity, distinctly sweet orange, yet palpably different. What are the other 3? Luoyan inquired. Their samples have yet to be collected. We may need to wait a bit longer, Secretary Wang promptly replied. Luoyan pressed his lips together. As soon as possible. Understood, Mr. Shang. As his personal secretary, he was acutely aware that for the past month, Mr. Shang had been on a quest to find an omega with a sweet orange scent. Secretary Wang felt a pang of pity for the tall alpha, recognizing how Mr. Shang could sometimes be rather callous, toying with a fine alpha in such a manner. Secretary Wang, do you have something to say? Noticing his distracted secretary, Luoyan frowned, clearly displeased. Nothing. Secretary Wang snapped back to reality and hurried out. Feeling a twinge of conscience for the unfortunate alpha, he sent a message. Stop the futile struggle. Give up early. Our Mr. Shang has found an omega he likes. Upon receiving this message, Shangye sprang up from his makeshift bed. An omega he likes? Who could it be? Shu Huai? This scoundrel Luoyan, despite treating him so poorly, still could not forget the little O. Was he merely a plaything for others? With renewed vigor, Shangye shed his earlier despondency. Invigorated as if charged with adrenaline, driving at reckless speeds, determined to confront the heartless man, completely oblivious to the fact that he himself had concocted the very situation. Due to Shangye's visit, Luoyan had lost considerable time and stayed late at work. By the time he finished, darkness had already enveloped the sky. As he exited the office building, awaiting his driver, he heard a faint call. Yengo. Luoyan stiffened, turning to find Shangye lurking in the shadows. Have you been here the whole time? He inquired, brow furrowed. Shangye wished to nod, but the feeble lie would be too easily pierced. His earlier rage had cooled over the hours. He could not afford to approach Luoyan with the same attitude as before, knowing it would only worsen their relationship. Understanding that Luoyan responded better to gentleness than aggression, he lowered his head and said, No, I just returned from the Federation. Before Luoyan could respond, he continued in a hushed voice, Yengo, I'm finished. Today, upon returning to training, I observed my teammates' reaction, which did not go unnoticed by many. As for Shangye, I refrained from elaborating further, feeling that to do so would be excessive. However, for Luoyan, the words spoken were not as they seemed. The deliberately lowered tone of Shangye's voice resonated in his ears like a lament. Did Shangye weep? The mere thought sent a thrill through Luoyan, compelling him to approach, grasping Shangye's chin and forcing him to lift his gaze. In Chapter 14, Brother Yin, what are you looking at? Shangye's eyes bore no tears, yet they appeared slightly reddened, evoking a sense of pity. Observing him in such a state, Shang Luoyan tightened his grip on his chin, yearning to see those dark eyes glistening with tears, a sight that would surely be captivating, with eyes pleading for mercy. Shang Luoyan's breath quickened. As the captain of the Federation's Special Forces, Shangye was adept at reading people, and he immediately discerned Shang Luoyan's thoughts. Rather than fear, he felt a burgeoning excitement. What to do? It seemed his partner had an unusual penchant, yet he found it utterly delightful. He was willing to accommodate his partner in every conceivable way. Each was lost in their own unspoken desires until Shang Luoyan's driver pulled the car to a stop before them. As if snapping back to reality, Shang Luoyan released Shangye, suppressing his darker inclinations, and coldly stated, "I cannot assist you." "Brother Yin, I don't know where else to go," Shangye implored. His gaze fixed on Shang Luoyan, resolute in his determination to win his partner's heart. His leave was limited, spanning merely a week, supplemented by a month's worth of unused leave from previous years. The Federation military prized action. He had confirmed his feelings for Shang Luoyan, and with that realization, he felt an urgency to secure his partner, as many were vying for his affections. Hearing Shangye's pitiful words, Shang Luoyan's fingers twitched, but he maintained his aloof demeanor, saying, "You may return home or venture elsewhere." With that, he opened the car door and entered. "Drive," he commanded. "Yes, sir," the driver replied, starting the engine. Shang Luoyan glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Shangye standing alone, gazing after the car like a forlorn stray dog. Shangye had not anticipated that Shang Luoyan would truly leave. Perhaps the tactic of feigning sorrow had lost its efficacy. Winning over his partner proved to be quite a challenge. Furrowing his brow, he pondered Plan B, fully committing to the pursuit of Shang Luoyan as his mission. In their operations, they always had at least 3 plans. This was merely a failure of Plan A. Just as he contemplated how to rekindle Shang Luoyan's affections, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Get in." Looking up, he was startled to see Shang Luoyan had returned, his expression stern. Shangye's eyes sparkled. His wife, though seemingly cold, possessed a tender heart. He completely forgot the disparaging remarks he had previously made about Shang Luoyan, calling him pretentious, counterfeit, and ruthless. Observing Shangye's curious glances around, Shang Luoyan felt a tightening in his fists, regretting his decision to bring this individual home. Alphas are inherently territorial, and he was no exception. He harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, and until today, he could not have fathomed allowing Shangye into his domain. Yet, here they were. Not only had he allowed Shangye into his office and washroom, but he had also brought him back to his residence. "I will only shelter you for tonight. You can leave first thing in the morning," he declared. "The guest room is over there, and don't go using my bathroom supplies indiscriminately." With that, Shang Luoyan tossed a new set of toiletries at him. "Now go and wash yourself." Shangye's eyes lit up. Was this the beginning? He moved with the speed of a warrior, completing his shower in just 2 minutes, mindful of Shang Luoyan's warning not to touch his belongings. Finally, he emerged wrapped in a towel. In truth, he would have preferred not to wear one. He was confident in his physique, but being the first time, he felt a tinge of modesty. Striking what he deemed an enticing pose, he called out, "Yin Ge." He just admired himself in a mirror. His muscles were well-defined, biceps perfect, abs sculpted, and his V-line undeniably alluring. He looked good from every angle. Shang Luoyan turned to glance at him, his expression darkening. "What are you doing?" he retorted, his brow furrowing deeper as he seemed taken aback by his own coarse words. Indeed, one becomes like those they associate with. The good remains elusive while the undesirable is easily learned. "Get dressed," he instructed, tossing a new set of pajamas at Shangye's face. "If you keep flaunting yourself, you can leave." He reminded himself that it wasn't his temper that was uncontrollable, but rather that Shangye was simply infuriatingly tempting, provoking an urge to strike him. Half an hour later, when Shang Luoyan emerged from a shower, he immediately regretted bringing Shangye home. There he sat, clad in Shang Luoyan's pajamas on the floor, watching television and eating skewers. Upon noticing him, Shangye eagerly beckoned. Hurry, it just arrived. Eat while they're hot. You've taken so long in the shower. Half an hour. As far as he knew, only a Smalla would take that long. But he had to admit, Luoyan looked quite appealing after a shower. His naturally fair skin had turned slightly flushed from the hot water, giving him a subtly alluring appearance. Shang shifted uncomfortably. He was beginning to find himself distasteful. Damn it! Why was he perpetually aroused? Luoyan remained oblivious to his discomfort, his gaze fixated on the greasy skewers, summoning every ounce of restraint. He fought the urge to throw Shangye and the pile of skewers out. Shangye, you have 10 minutes to finish, he said, switching on the air purifier. He would not allow such a pungent odor to linger in his space. Luoyan opened a refrigerator and took out some vegetables to prepare a salad for himself. Shangye was astonished. Is this all you're having for dinner? Unlike most alphas who have a penchant for meat, Luoyan was a remarkable exception. Ignoring him, Luoyan continued with his task, prompting Shangye to hasten his consumption of skewers, fearing he might be cast out. Within minutes, he finished and quickly disposed of his leftovers in the restroom. As he stood up, Luoyan couldn't help but glance over, his expression growing somber. Shangye, clad in fitted pajamas, appeared a size too small, particularly around his sculpted chest, which was stretched tightly, resembling a second skin, and exuding a peculiar allure. Alphas are inherently competitive, and even when he seemed indifferent, it could not mask his ingrained nature, especially his desire not to be outdone by Shangye. Suddenly recalling their previous encounters, he found his gaze involuntarily drifting downwards. The snug pajama pants on Shangye accentuated his muscular thighs and well-defined posterior, undeniably enticing. Confronted with this realization, Luoyan's brow furrowed further. He was reluctant to admit it, but he had to acknowledge that Shangye possessed a more formidable alpha allure. Just as he was lost in thought, Shangye had unknowingly approached him, bending down with a teasing grin. What are you looking at, Yinge? Chapter 15. The wife Shangye rubbed his cheek, marked by a handprint, and grimaced. My wife has a violent streak. All he had done was ask a simple question, only to receive a slap and lose his right to the guest room, relegated to the living room instead. Observing the rather spacious sofa, he felt no disdain. Promptly lying down, contemplating how to swiftly alter Luoyan's perception of him. Displaying vulnerability was essential, as his wife responded well to such behavior. Moreover, he saw no issue in acting coy. After all, what harm was there in being endearing to his beloved? He also needed to be cautious not to reveal his pheromones, for that would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, he reassured his companion. I know this period has been tough for you. Just hold on a little longer and refrain from greeting my wife too often. If you're discovered, I won't be able to protect you. Trust me, I will ensure you are well fed. In time, my wife will come to appreciate you. Shangye murmured himself to sleep. Accustomed to dozing off in the wild or in caves during missions, so resting on a sofa was trivial to him. Meanwhile, Luoyan, sprawled on a spacious bed, found himself unable to sleep. After a considerable effort, he finally drifted off, only to be plagued by dreams of competing with Shangye, comparing muscles, sizes, and even who could urinate farther. When he awoke, he felt utterly bewildered. Had he lost his mind? Why was he dreaming such things? The vivid details remained etched. Luoyan's voice trembled slightly, a shocking contrast for those familiar with him, as he was always regarded as emotionally stable. The evident tremor in his voice revealed the magnitude of the impact he had endured. I'll make breakfast, Brother Yan. If you take me in, I promise to serve you well, Shangye remarked without any pretense. Having discerned Luoyan's preferences the day before, he prepared fried eggs and toasted bread for him. Albeit the eggs were slightly burnt, they remained edible. Luoyan remained silent, his gaze fixated on the garish apron. He was perplexed by where Shangye had unearthed the lace-trimmed white apron, as he was still shirtless, though he wore pajama bottoms. The apron appeared ill-fitting, accentuating his muscular physique, particularly his chest, which seemed almost too robust for the garment to contain. Noticing Luoyan's unwavering stare, Shangye deliberately adjusted his posture. Having meticulously practiced in front of the mirror earlier to showcase his strength. With perfect pectorals, abs, and a chiseled physique, he imagined his partner would be utterly captivated. However, as Shang Luoyan beheld the unsightly sight, he felt as though he must have committed heinous acts in a past life to warrant such a punishment in this one. His appetite vanished, and donning his suit jacket, he coldly remarked, "Leave my house before I finish work." He could no longer tolerate having the foolish Xing Shangye linger in his home, lest he be driven to a breaking point. Oblivious to the disdain, Xing Shangye approached, bearing the fried egg and toast. "Brother Yin, eat something before you leave. I worked hard on this." Witnessing Xing Shangye's endearing demeanor momentarily short-circuited Shang Luoyan's thoughts. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly opened the door and declared, "Xing Shangye, you should check your brain and reassess your gender." He, too, needed to investigate, as the residual effects of the medication were alarming enough to transform an alpha into a state that was neither human nor ghostly. The mere thought of potentially becoming like Xing Shangye sent a shiver down his spine. Thanks to Xing Shangye, Shang Luoyan's once orderly routine was disrupted, and he even skipped breakfast. His well-established habits were thrown into disarray, leaving him in a foul mood, though he had mastered the art of restraint. So much so that those around him remained oblivious to his inner turmoil. His composure evaporated the moment he saw Xing Shangye appear at noon with a lunchbox in hand. Without uttering a word, he seized Xing Shangye and dragged him to the adjacent gym. Half an hour later, he lay on the floor, panting, while Xing Shangye's breathing was quicker than usual, though still far better than his own. "Brother Yin, eat first, and then we can spar," Xing Shangye suggested, rubbing his face. He mused that while his partner was perfect in every way, he had a penchant for striking him, and if this continued, his handsome visage would be in jeopardy. "Brother Yin, let us make a deal. Next time, can we avoid hitting my face? You can hit anywhere else." After all, his skin was tough, and he was well accustomed to taking hits, having been on the receiving end of his father's blows since childhood. Shang Luoyan chose to ignore him and engaged in a brawl with Xing Shangye. The pent-up frustration within him dissipated considerably, and he found himself viewing Xing Shangye with somewhat more favor, largely owing to the latter's choice of attire, which had finally spared his eyes from the distress of gaudy clothing, reverting instead to casual wear. Upon emerging from his shower, he discovered that Xing Shangye had already bathed and laid a meal. It must be said that at times, Xing Shangye truly embodied the essence of a devoted partner. Unable to restrain himself, Shang Luoyan remarked, "Is this how you treat everyone?" "Certainly not. However, it is a family tradition to treat one's partner with kindness," Xing Shangye replied, realizing his misstep almost immediately. "Brother Yin, since you have taken me in, I must express my gratitude. Come, Brother Yin, sample my culinary skills." He had spent the morning experimenting in the kitchen, following advice that to win an alpha's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Without hesitation, Shang Luoyan seated himself at the table, but upon surveying the dishes, he fell silent. After a lengthy pause, he coldly retorted, "Is this what you call gratitude?" He suspected that Xing Shangye was attempting to poison him. Observing the unappetizing spread, Xing Shangye, for once, felt a twinge of embarrassment. "The presentation may be lacking, but the flavor is quite decent. I have tasted it myself. Do give it a try." However, attempting it was out of the question. Shang Luoyan simply summoned his secretary to bring him a proper meal. Initially, Xing Shangye stubbornly continued to eat his own creation, but within moments, he conceded. There was no point in torturing himself, though he would never admit to such a thought, primarily doing so for the sake of companionship. As they dined, Secretary Wang approached, holding documents and various items. Noticing Xing Shangye's presence, he hesitated, but Shang Luoyan had no such reservations and urged, "Speak." Secretary Wang promptly announced, "President Shang, we have successfully collected the pheromones of the other 3 omegas." "Omegas? What omegas? You had people gather their pheromones?" Xing Shangye exploded with indignation. "Isn't it enough to have me? You need omegas too? 3 of them?" Shang Luoyan is truly despicable. Chapter 16. 3 rules in response to Xing Shangye's inquiries. Shang Luoyan merely furrowed his brow in displeasure, while Secretary Wang displayed a sympathetic expression. He had long maintained that an AA pairing had no future. This alpha was undeniably infatuated. As Xing Shangye prepared to voice further objections, Shang Luoyan shot him a glare. "Speak another word, and you can leave." Xing Shangye, stifling his frustration, settled back into his seat, curious to see what Shang Luoyan was up to. Should he dare to engage with those little omegas? He vowed to make him regret it. Witnessing Xing Shangye as compliance, Secretary Wang marveled at their boss's allure. Not only had he captivated a throng of little omegas, but even a formidable alpha like Xing Shangye seemed to bow beneath the weight of his tailored trousers. Shang Luoyan opened one of the omega pheromone samples, and a faint scent of sweet orange wafted through the air. As an S-class alpha, Xing Shangye detected the subtle aroma immediately. Initially, he resembled a lion defending its territory, but upon inhaling the scent, he transformed into a docile kitten, displaying his belly in surrender. In the following moments, Shang Luoyan listened to the second and third individuals, his brow tightening with each passing moment. Something was amiss. None of them matched the essence from that fateful evening. His countenance darkened further. He gestured for Secretary Wang to step outside, yet his hands remained tightly clasped together, betraying his discontent. Xing Shangye, feeling increasingly restless, cleared his throat and inquired, "Why do you seek the pheromone signatures of those 3 omegas?" Shang Luoyan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "I have aided you. Do you not owe me a favor in return? Cooking is out of the question." Xing Shangye chuckled awkwardly. "That is certain, Brother Yin. How would you like me to repay you? I am quite versatile, capable in the kitchen, and adept in the bedroom." No sooner had he spoken than he received a swift kick, a form of violence he had grown accustomed to. After all, to hit is to care, and his partner's treatment of him was always unique. Shang Luoyan, oblivious to Xing Shangye's internal musings, spoke slowly. "I will assist you in resolving your current dilemma, and in return, you will help me investigate the pheromone signatures of the federal omegas." He had long suspected that the small omega was not an ordinary individual. They were likely affiliated with the federal army, exhibiting a wildness and boldness, and had expertly covered their tracks, something an ordinary omega could never achieve. Xing Shangye immediately grasped his intent and could not help but ask, "Are you seeking that omega from that night? Do you suspect they are part of the federal army?" Shang Luoyan did not refute this. Xing Shangye was privy to the situation, and thus he had not concealed anything from Secretary Wang. Moreover, he had long since planned to leverage Xing Shangye's involvement. After all, Xing Shangye also had vulnerabilities in his grasp, rendering him unafraid of any potential backlash. The very moment he decided to assist Xing Shangye yesterday, he had this plan in mind, partly motivated by his own hidden satisfaction at the sight of his plight. "Why do you think it's the small omega?" Xing Shangye could not resist asking. Shang Luoyan replied coldly, "Their pheromone signature is reminiscent of sweet oranges." There was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. He did not find the scent repulsive. In fact, it was rather pleasant, suggesting a high compatibility. Xing Shangye, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of displeasure. Who dictated that an alpha's pheromones could not have a sweet orange fragrance? What was wrong with sweetness? It did not hinder his marksmanship. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "If we locate this person, what are your plans? If responsibility is required, I can readily take on that burden." Shang Luoyan's lips curled into a smirk as he replied slowly, "Eliminate them." He would not permit anyone to overshadow him, not even an omega with high compatibility. The humiliation of that night was a stain he could never erase. At these words, Xing Shangye recoiled slightly, deciding it would be wise to safeguard his own interests. After all, life is paramount. Shang Luoyan remained oblivious to the opportunity slipping through his fingers, as the true instigator of that night stood right before him, while he continued urging the other to investigate diligently. Xing Shangye, astutely seeking to secure his own advantages, agreed while stating, "Then, Brother Yin, does this mean we are now in a cooperative relationship?" He needed to advocate for his own position and seek benefits. Xing Shangye's words elicited no surprise from Shang Luoyan. It would have been far more peculiar if he had refrained from making demands. A sidelong glance was cast at Xing Shangye, who remained silent, yet the implication was unmistakable. he should speak freely. Brother Yin, may I have the pleasure of experiencing your pheromones? Shangye inquired, an eagerness bubbling within him. He had longed for the scent of wild roses for over a month. And though he had sought out similar pheromones upon his return, none could replicate that distinct sensation. No sooner had he uttered his request than an overwhelming pressure of S-class intensity enveloped him, compelling him to suppress the urge to resist. Brother Yin, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to ascertain whether I might experience a reaction to your pheromones, he clarified. The pressure eased somewhat, though the source of it remained distinctly displeased. Luoyan harbored a disdain for the scent of his own pheromones, recalling how, during his differentiation, the odor nearly destroyed his glands. He demanded perfection in all things. Yet he had stumbled when it came to the fragrance of his pheromones. He could not allow an alpha to discern the scent of his pheromones, particularly not Shangye. He could already envision the ridicule that would ensue should Shangye learn of it. Let's change the subject, he replied with an impassive expression. A twinge of regret flickered within Shangye, as he pondered when he might again encounter that unique scent of wild roses. Nevertheless, this request was unfeasible. The next one would surely be accommodated. Then, Brother Yin, might we engage in more physical contact? I mean, in terms of desensitization training. I have a month off, and regardless of the outcome, I wish to try. Otherwise, I fear I shall truly be ruined. Upon hearing the mention of a month, Luoyan's eyes flickered. It must be said that Shangye knew how to entice him. He understood that, given Luoyan's nature, a long-term arrangement would be met with refusal. Yet a month was negotiable. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Luoyan acquiesced. Very well, but I have a few stipulations. Brother Yin, please proceed. First, no more than 3 times a day. The prospect of 3 times filled Shangye with secret delight, though he feigned a troubled countenance, nodding with difficulty. Agreed. Second, only hands and feet. This was already his utmost concession. All right, that poses no issue. Hands and feet suffice. As for anything beyond that, I dare not contemplate. Primarily due to my brother's lack of restraint. Should he falter, calamity would surely ensue. And lastly, within this month, I require knowledge of whether there exists an omega with a sweet orange scent in the Federation military. Understood. Shangye gritted his teeth in agreement. While there were no sweet orange-scented omegas, he was aware of a sweet orange-scented alpha, and he was determined to win over Luoyan within a month. Chapter 17. Intoxication having attained the status of primary consort, Shangye hurried home that afternoon to gather a few articles of clothing in preparation for his new life. Do you have another mission? Madame Luoyan inquired with discontent, clearly displeased with her son's frequent absences. Something like that. Pursuing a romantic interest is a mission of utmost significance. Without the luxury of further conversation with Madame Luoyan, Shangye dashed away, leaving her only with the sight of a departing vehicle. Where has that rascal run off to again? Since returning from leave, he has been nowhere to be seen. He claims to have a task. How is that even possible? Old Shang just informed me that he has taken the remainder of his previous leave, even inquiring if there was something amiss. Upon hearing this, Madame Luoyan turned to General Xing, and the couple exchanged glances. So, what could their dear son be up to? Could it truly be something serious? Surely, he isn't seeking trouble with Luoyan again? The mere thought of potentially facing the ire of old Master Shang sent shivers down General Xing's spine. After all, he is a general, and he certainly does not wish to be treated like child. Moreover, old Master Shang is exceedingly stern. Every conversation with him fills him with anxiety over the possibility of saying something wrong. Madame Luoyan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. It is unlikely. He left with a spring in his step. If he were to meet Luoyan, he certainly would not wear such an expression. That would be even worse. He might have gone to pester Shu Huai again. No, I must call him back. As General Xing was about to make the call, Madame Luoyan stopped him. Do not call. Let him be. Who knows? He may actually be bringing Shu Huai home. However, the Wen and Shang families had already reached an agreement. They have yet to obtain a marriage certificate, so our son still has a chance. Madame Luoyan shot General Xing a glare. You better understand who your real child is. She had decided not to concern herself with the matter. As long as her son brought back a little she would be satisfied. If not, a beta would suffice. She was not so traditional in her thinking. General Xing may have been authoritative outside, but at home, he was utterly submissive to his wife. With Madame Ruan's decree, he could only suppress any dissenting thoughts. He had already braced himself for a reprimand from old Master Shang. Let him scold me. It won't cost me a pound of flesh. If the rascal can resolve his personal issues, it would be worth it. Then he would have a legitimate excuse to send the lad out of the house. Xing did not realize how much he was despised by his father. He was busy packing food and timed his arrival perfectly at the Shang Corporation to pick up his wife after work. His timing was impeccable. Yet he had not anticipated that Shang Luoyan would have social engagements that evening. What's with that look? Shang Luoyan couldn't help but ask. Being gazed at with a mix of accusation and grievance by a tall, fierce alpha was a new experience for him. If the alpha were replaced with a little o, he would have to reflect on whether he had done something unaccountable. Brother Yin, this is our first night. Shang Lian's eyelids twitched as he noticed Secretary Wang's inquisitive expression. He coldly replied, "Speak properly." Brother Yin, Xing said pitifully, "I've already bought dinner, all your favorites." Xing, for heaven's sake, act normal. Shang Luoyan could no longer contain his frustration. He was baffled by how Xing had the ability to irk him in mere moments. Tonight's dinner was organized by Shang Luoyan, inviting several departments from the Federation to discuss an upcoming major project. The attendees were acquaintances of his. After all, the circle is not so vast. And even if they were not close in the past, they were still aware of each other. Shang Luoyan was regarded as the exemplary child by parents and the envy of many. Yet he was also a thorn in the side of the second-generation elite. During a moment of division, it was unclear how many resorted to curses, wishing for him to regress into a beta. However, the truth revealed that such nefarious intentions were futile. Not only did Shang Luoyan evade transformation into a beta, but he ascended to the pinnacle as an S-level alpha, leaving those of merely B-level utterly dismayed. Thus, seizing the occasion, a group of individuals fervently indulged in drinking. Unable to surpass one another in achievements or ranks, they clung to the hope that perhaps they could outdrink him. Consequently, 7 or 8 people surrounded Shang Luoyan, intent on forcing alcohol upon him. Prior to this gathering, Shang Luoyan had mentally prepared himself, welcoming their attempts to intoxicate him. Astonishingly, he single-handedly managed to outlast the 7 or 8, ultimately succumbing to inebriation himself. Nevertheless, Shang Luoyan was always composed. Even as his mind became foggy, his exterior betrayed no signs of disarray. When Secretary Wang escorted him, he only observed Shang Luoyan resting with closed eyes, appearing entirely unremarkable, even alighting from the car with steady steps. Secretary Wang couldn't help but exclaim, "The boss is indeed the boss. He is truly remarkable." Shangye found himself alone, secretly lurking outside Shang Luoyan's room, scrutinizing it with a disdainful pout. The room was dark and dull, much like the man himself, yet he felt an urge stirring within him, contemplating when he might find himself sprawled across that grand bed. His keen ears caught a sound, prompting him to sit upright in the living room, where he initially intended to feign the pitifulness of dining alone, only to realize something was amiss with Shang Luoyan. "Have you been drinking? Consumed this much?" The pungent scent of alcohol made Shangye involuntarily grimace. "Yes, they forced me to drink," Shang Luoyan replied, gazing intently at Shangye with an expression that was difficult to describe. If one had to choose a word, it would be aggrieved. Indeed, aggrieved. Before today, Shangye had never imagined this term could apply to Shang Luoyan, who always seemed to look down upon them. The mere ants of society, with a gaze that regarded all living beings with disdain, as if they were refuse. Observing his silence, Shang Luoyan reiterated, "They forced me to drink." Startled back to attention, Shangye exclaimed, "What? Is he truly drunk? Is this how a wife behaves when inebriated?" His masculine heart felt as if it were melting. He quickly stepped forward, tentatively reaching out to grasp Shang Luoyan, who did not pull away. "Who made you drink?" Shang Luoyan babbled the names of several individuals. Although intoxicated, he remembered them vividly, perhaps having long awaited this moment to lodge a complaint. After naming them, he fixed Shangye with slightly reddened eyes. "Oh, Shang Luoyan looks so adorable like this. Who could withstand it? Certainly not him. Shall I confront them? Shangye inquired. Yes. Shang Luoyan nodded obediently. His demeanor was undeniably endearing, prompting Shangye to urge, "Call me Brother Yi once. Let me hear it." "Brother Yi," Shang Luoyan responded. Drunken Shangye is truly an obedient individual, complying with every command given to him. Shangye felt as though half of his body had gone numb. Was this the essence of love? It was intoxicating. He could not resist, lunging toward Shangye. Chapter 18. The Princess Carrie, even inebriated. Shangye's robust biological clock and disciplined routine ensured that he awoke promptly at 6 in the morning. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately sensed something amiss. A throbbing headache plagued him, but more concerning was the presence of someone beside him, an arm draped possessively around his waist. Shangye's gaze darkened as he twisted away forcefully. Half an hour later, Shangye, with a grim expression, rubbed his sore hand and cast an accusatory glance at the culprit, yet Shangye exhibited no trace of remorse. He grumbled, "Why are you in my bed, Brother Yin? Did you black out from drinking?" Shangye replied, feigning innocence, but inwardly, he was convinced that Shangye's inebriation had granted him the audacity to speak so freely. Upon hearing this, Shangye furrowed his brow. He truly could not recall the events of the previous night. His only memory was of returning home through sheer willpower, with nothing else lingering in his mind. Noticing his pensive expression, Shangye quietly remarked, "You were quite rowdy last night after drinking, clinging to me and refusing to let go. I had no desire to sleep beside you, yet you wouldn't allow me to leave." As these words reached Shangye's ears, fragmented memories flickered through his mind, revealing moments of him gripping Shangye tightly. His complexion darkened to a shade reminiscent of a blackened pot. He could hardly fathom that he had indeed behaved in such a manner while intoxicated. Reflecting upon the sight he had woken to, his expression grew even darker. Was this truly the justification for you sleeping next to me in the nude? Shangye, upon hearing this, abruptly raised his head, wearing an expression of profound grievance. "Brother Yin, what happened to my clothes? Don't you remember it all?" With that, he disregarded his injured hand and retrieved a trash can, from which several torn t-shirts lay discarded. Shangye's pupils constricted sharply. Was this possible? However, considering the occasional perverse thoughts that arose within him, he found himself uncertain for the first time, looking at Shangye, who appeared like a wronged little wife. Shangye felt as though his intoxication had not yet fully dissipated. Otherwise, he would not entertain such bizarre notions. Shangye, little wife. He massaged his forehead and retreated to the study, where surveillance cameras were present. Though he was beginning to trust Shangye's account, his cautious nature demanded that he witness the evidence firsthand. Upon reviewing the footage, he noted that his entrance the previous evening was peculiar. He could not recall the words he had spoken, only that Shangye had been persistently conversing with him, seemingly attempting to soothe him. Then suddenly, Shangye lunged toward him, and Shangye squinted. In but a second, his expression darkened further. He witnessed himself retching. Realizing that Shangye's lunge had been to fetch the trash can, he then observed how Shangye had cared for him, supporting him to the bathroom after he had finished vomiting. In the bathroom, devoid of surveillance, he remained oblivious to the occurrences within. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it would not be until over half an hour later that he was cradled in the arms of Shangye. In that moment, he questioned the integrity of his vision. He shut his eyes and reopened them, yet the same vexing sight persisted. He, the future master of the merchant family, an S-class alpha, was being embraced by another alpha. Shang Luoyan instantly felt that merely twisting Shangye's wrist was too lenient. He ought to break both his hands instead. With an impassive expression, he continued to observe, witnessing Shangye carry him into the room. The room, too, lacked any form of surveillance, leaving him in the dark about what transpired. However, it was not long before Shangye emerged, bearing a glass of water. Moments later, Shangye dashed out again, this time exiting the premises. 10 minutes later, he reappeared on the surveillance feed, breathless, clutching a bag that seemingly contained medication. Once inside, Shangye did not re-emerge until the following morning. The footage indicated that much of what Shangye claimed was indeed true. He had cared for him throughout the night. Nevertheless, this did not excuse the incident of being carried like a princess. Rising, he intended to confront Shangye, but hesitated at the threshold. What justification could he offer for seeking retribution? The princess carry? Such an embarrassing matter was hard to articulate. Just then, a knock echoed from the study door. "Yinga, I made some porridge. Come out and have a little." Luoyan pressed his lips together, deciding to let it go this time. For once, he displayed a measure of magnanimity. As he stepped out, he observed Shangye setting the table while flexing his wrist, evidently still in discomfort. Luoyan lifted his gaze and casually mentioned, "This is my personal physician. I'll have him come by shortly to examine you." With that, he elegantly and swiftly finished his meal and prepared to leave. "Are you going to work today?" Shangye's eyes widened in disbelief. Luoyan cast him a knowing glance, prompting Shangye to give a thumbs up impressed. As Luoyan approached the door, he could not refrain from adding, "Yingu, if you're tired, we can always rest." Luoyan paused momentarily before exiting. Once Luoyan departed, Shangye gradually relaxed, yet he dared not exhale loudly, conscious of the surveillance. The very idea of being monitored left him speechless. Who in their right mind would install cameras in their own home without the company of pets? Thankfully, yesterday had not exposed him. Reflecting on the previous day invigorated Shangye. Fortunately, Luoyan had not engaged in the perverse act of placing cameras in the bathroom and bedroom, or it would have been a disaster. While the inebriated Luoyan had been quite compliant, he was not eager to repeat the experience anytime soon, for compliance often led to unrestrained mischief. He still needed to tidy up. With that in mind, he slipped into Luoyan's bedroom and opened the bedside drawer, retrieving the pheromone neutralizer and small packaging. The sole advantage of the previous night was that Luoyan, in his drunken state, had relinquished control over his pheromones. He had been enveloped by the alluring scent of wild roses all night, an experience that was nothing short of blissful. The only flaw in this situation was his reluctance to let Luoyan discover his secret. He could only sneak out to purchase a set of pheromone suppressants and stealthily return with them. The wild rose had truly intoxicated him. He had unintentionally used 3 of them yesterday. It was indeed bittersweet, as he could only inhale Luoyan's alluring pheromones while gazing at his slightly flushed face. Contenting himself in silence, afraid to make any unnecessary movements lest he be discovered. When would he be able to openly use these items? Shangye felt a wave of discontent wash over him. His displeasure often signified that someone would soon face misfortune. He had promised to help Luoyan seek vengeance yesterday. A sly smile crept across his face as he rummaged through his phone and dialed a number. Indeed, it had been quite some time since they last met. "I'm on vacation. Sure, I'll come find you." After hanging up, Shangye changed into a new outfit and set out. He chuckled to himself, intending to ply Luoyan's acquaintances with alcohol. Today, he would teach them a lesson in humility. Chapter 19. Avenged, the wife Shangye was well acquainted with those who would be drinking with Luoyan, and one could even say they shared a rather amicable relationship, as they had previously united against a common adversary. So, when they received Shangye's call, despite still nursing their hangovers, they all gathered for the rendezvous. Shangye had become quite the busy individual, and it was rare to see him, especially since they hoped he would help them reclaim their dignity. Luoyan can really hold his liquor, one of them grumbled, nursing a headache. "How did you all drink so much yesterday?" Shangye feigned interest, and the group eagerly recounted their escapades, finding their gestures lacking in excitement. He ordered 2 cases of alcohol and encouraged them to reenact the previous day's events. The sight of the bottles paled their faces, each one more dismayed than the last. "Take it away, please. I don't want to see any alcohol for a month," one person exclaimed, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Shangye, draping an arm around his shoulder with a mischievous grin, replied, "This is just the beginning. Come on, let us practice. Once we're prepared, I can help you reclaim your honor." To their surprise, the group was persuaded by Shangye. They had never anticipated that he would turn against Luoyan. given that he was the most vocal in his disdain for him. While yesterday they had merely been overwhelmed by the drink, today they found themselves utterly incapacitated, with two eventually declaring they could no longer continue. However, this was not their decision to make. If they refused, Shangye had more than enough ways to compel them to drink, insisting that they, as alphas, could not allow themselves to be outdone by Luoyan. Ultimately, they all ended up in the hospital, while Shangye merely brushed off his clothes, having facilitated their drunkenness without partaking excessively himself. He was not one to perform good deeds without recognition, and once this matter was resolved, he naturally intended to seek out Luoyan to claim his credit. However, upon arriving at the Shang Corporation, he found himself at a dead end. Is President Shang truly this busy? After drinking like that yesterday, he is still punctual for work today, working harder than a beast of burden. Our president works year-round without a break. Today, however, he has returned to the old residence to meet with the chairman. Secretary Wang disclosed some insights, revealing that he possesses a certain understanding of General Shang's character. Although he appears approachable, he is, in reality, quite difficult to engage with. The alpha who delivered lunch yesterday was not impeded, suggesting he holds a significant position. In his mind, he concocted an elaborate narrative, believing that General Shang's true love is this alpha, yet societal expectations compel him to associate with an omega. Upon hearing about the Shang family estate, Shangye immediately abandoned the notion of seeking out Luoyan, recognizing that the elder of the Shang family is even more formidable than Luoyan. He recalled a time in his youth when their families cohabited, during which he found Luoyan less disagreeable. There were instances when he wished to play with Luoyan, but the elder Shang forbade it, always regarding him with a stern gaze. At present, he preferred not to provoke any ire. He took out his phone and sent a picture of the packed meal to Luoyan. Brother Yan, when are you coming back? I'm waiting for you in the office. Shang artfully added emoticons and stickers, having learned this online, knowing that little OS adores such embellishments. Even an alpha can possess a softer demeanor. It does not diminish his essence. A notification popped up on his smartwatch, but Luoyan did not notice it, as he was currently reporting his recent work accomplishments to the elder Shang. The company had made remarkable progress, achieving a year's KPI within just 6 months, a result he was pleased with. However, the elder Shang was not satisfied. The pace is too slow. This is not reflective of your capabilities. You can accomplish much more swiftly. Moreover, these tasks are trivial for you. Expect a doubling of the targets next year. Luoyan's eyes flickered slightly as he obediently responded, "Understood, grandfather." The elder Shang shifted the conversation, suddenly inquiring, "By the way, I've heard you've been quite close with that lad from the Xing family recently?" Knowing that Shangye had been frequently seeking him out, Luoyan realized he could not conceal this from his grandfather, though he was surprised by how quickly the elder had caught wind of it. He bit his lip and replied, "Yes, grandfather. I am laying the groundwork for upcoming projects, as there will be several significant initiatives with the Federal Army. Securing these would ensure the Shang family's development is worry-free for the next few years." The elder Shang nodded in approval. "It's good that you think this way. The Xing family holds considerable standing within the Federation, so acquiring projects through them should pose no issue. However, you are aware that the lad from the Xing family is rather reckless. Exercise caution." The elder did not elaborate further, showing no concern about the two getting entangled, as he was well aware of his grandson's disdain for Shangye. He was pleased that his grandson could set aside personal grievances to collaborate with Shangye. This was the kind of heir he envisioned for the Shang family, one without any vulnerabilities. "By the way, what about the one family? When do you plan to get engaged again?" the elder Shang inquired. Luoyan's fingers twitched to the question. "Grandfather, I wish to go abroad with Shu Huai to obtain our marriage certificate directly." "What?" The elder Shang was clearly displeased. "Why go abroad? And to obtain the certificate directly? Due to my transgression, I have marked the book," he said slowly. As his words lingered in the air, a profound silence enveloped the study, soon broken by the voice of the esteemed elder. "Luoyan, you have disappointed me greatly. An alpha who cannot control himself is quite the disheartening sight." "I am sorry, grandfather," Luoyan murmured, lowering his gaze to conceal the shadows lurking within his eyes. He resolved to accept his punishment alone. The elder, bearing an expression of reluctance to discuss further, watched as Luoyan respectfully acknowledged him before ascending to a room on the top floor. As he opened the door, his grip tightened, yet he resolutely stepped inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illumination, and Luoyan chose not to turn on the lights, instinctively navigating to a familiar spot where he knelt. This chamber housed the ancestors of the Shang family, and from a young age, he had been sent here to kneel in penance for his misdeeds. The absence of light was profound, accompanied only by the countless photographs surrounding him, a design solely for his experience. In his childhood, he had harbored a deep fear of the dark, requiring lights to be illuminated at all times. However, his grandfather insisted that an alpha should fear nothing. Thus, he was confined in this lightless room. The memory of how he eventually escaped had faded, reduced to a haze of tears and pleas for mercy, all met with silence. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back in his own room, believing the ordeal to be behind him. Yet, that was not the case. Once he had somewhat recovered, he was cast back into the dark chamber, this time for an entire day, under the pretext of his cowardice and incessant begging. After countless repetitions, he no longer feared the dark nor begged for mercy. He had finally become the worthy scion of the Shang family in his grandfather's eyes. As shadows deepened in Luoyan's gaze, his light brain suddenly flickered to life, the sole beacon amidst the darkness, prompting him to instinctively glance at the device. Chapter 20. Punishment. A message from Shangye appeared, accompanied by a selfie that aimed to convey a melancholic expression, yet his hardened features rendered it somewhat fierce. Following the photo, a cascade of petulant messages ensued. Brother Yin, I am so hungry. Are you coming back? I might starve. Foolishness. Naturally, Luoyan had no intention of responding, though he was unaware that the oppressive aura surrounding him had somewhat dissipated. Soon after, another message arrived. Brother Yin, will you be dining at the old residence? Am I to eat alone? Crying. Moments later, another notification chimed in. Brother Yin, you won't be staying out tonight, will you? I cannot bear the thought of solitude. Please, I am frightened. Luoyan pressed his lips into a firm line. He had never encountered an alpha quite like Shangye, whose countenance was hardly worth a dime. Alphas were typically proud, standing atop the world with an air of superiority, yet Shangye was an exception, indifferent to gender, comfortable among friends of all types, alphas, betas, and omegas alike. Ultimately, he welcomed companionship from anyone, valuing it above all else. Messages continued to flood in, as if Luoyan's silence would only incite an unending barrage. In the end, Shang Luoyan could no longer endure and dialed the other party's number. Do not compel me to block you. He was not one to respond to messages, deeming them a waste of time, particularly when they were as trivial as this. Yinggu, you finally replied. Where are you up to? Are you coming back for dinner? Should I come pick you up? Shangye's incessant questions poured forth like a relentless torrent. Shangye, are you my father? Why are you so nosy? Shang Luoyan could not suppress a low scoff. The voice on the other end hesitated momentarily before a somewhat bashful tone emerged. Yinggu, are you really playing such a grand game? Shang Luoyan grew exasperated. He should never have entertained Shangye's chatter. Just as he was about to hang up and block the number, he heard a plaintive voice from Shangye. Yinggu, I avenged you. I sent Chen Hui and his group to the hospital. Shang Luoyan's fingers faltered. What did you say? Chen Hui was precisely the one who had forced alcohol upon him the previous night. I got them drunk until they collapsed, and now they're all in the hospital. Shangye boasted. Who authorized you to do that? Shang Luoyan's voice turned icy. They're in the hospital. Who will handle my affairs now? Shangye. Are you deliberately trying to cause me trouble? Regret washed over Shang Luoyan. He should never have trusted this fool's words, genuinely believing they could collaborate. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, before Shangye's low voice finally broke through. But they forced alcohol on you. I promised to help you take revenge. What? Shang Luoyan's pupils constricted sharply. Was this truly the reason behind Shangye sending those individuals to the hospital? For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Since childhood, his grandfather had instilled in him the notion of self-reliance, warning him never to depend on anyone. He had always been unpopular, with many harboring ill will towards him. This was particularly evident during his school days, where he had often faced bullying. There were numerous occasions when his books were thrown away, and once he was cornered and beaten by a group. He was significantly smaller than them and utterly alone, returning home bruised and battered, eyes filled with hope as he sought justice from his grandfather. Yet, to his dismay, his grandfather merely cast him a disappointed glance, and the words still echoed in his mind. Luoyan, you have disappointed me greatly. You are nothing like your father. You fall far short. Your inability to make friends is your own failing, and being bullied is your own fault. You should reflect on why you cannot form friendships. No matter how many opponents one faced, those from the Shang family would never be defeated. Shang Luoyan thought he had buried those memories long ago, yet they resurfaced with startling clarity. He had not anticipated that the lack of protection he experienced from his grandfather would someday manifest in the form of Shangye. I was wrong, Yingge. I truly did not mean to. I will go to the hospital and bring them out. Do not worry. They will undoubtedly report to work on time tomorrow and will not hinder your matters. Shangye chattered on, sensing the silence from Shang Luoyan's end, fearing that he had incited the latter's wrath. Though he had just experienced a moment of anger, as his heartfelt efforts had been misinterpreted, nothing held more significance than his wife. He had indeed delayed her matters. I shall head to the hospital now, he declared. On the other side, Shang Luoyan had already heard the sound of the door closing. Instinctively, he replied, no need. What? Shangye inquired hastily. There's no need to go. I fear you may complicate matters further. Let it be this way, Shang Luoyan stated calmly. Very well. Shangye did not press the issue, concerned that he might inadvertently jeopardize Shang Luoyan's affairs. A silence enveloped the room, and after a while, Shangye said, then, Brother Yin, shall I hang up? Upon disconnecting the call, the solitary glimmer of light extinguished, plunging the entire room into darkness once more. Despite having occupied this space for over 20 years, Shang Luoyan felt an unfamiliar discomfort. Why was it so dark? Why was it so silent? He instinctively raised his wrist, only to find that his light brain had ceased to illuminate. After a prolonged wait with no messages received, he could no longer resist the urge to check. His light brain communications were infrequent, with even fewer individuals daring to message him. His subordinates were well aware of his habits and refrained from sending him messages. And when they did, they were always succinct. He seldom replied, and when he did, it was merely a brief acknowledgement. The messages from Shangye outnumbered all others combined. Once again, he perused the trivial exchanges, finding them to be mundane, yet perhaps out of sheer boredom. He read them several times before finally closing the device. Only a little over an hour had passed, with a considerable time remaining until the punishment concluded. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, the door swung open, and the butler's voice echoed, Young master, the time has come. With an expression devoid of emotion, Shang Luoyan rose to his feet. By the time he stepped outside, a gentle warmth graced his countenance. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang respectfully stood to the side. Young master, please have a meal first. No need. There are matters at the company that require my attention. With that, Shang Luoyan departed, his stride steady, showing no signs of having knelt for several hours. As he exited the old residence, he was about to unlock his vehicle when a car approached him slowly. The window rolled down, revealing the excessively handsome face of Shangye. Brother Yin, I have come to fetch you. Chapter 21. Embracing the heart, a moment of surprise flickered across Shang Luoyan's face. And it was not until Shangye stood before him that he regained his voice. What brings you here? To pick you up. I promised I would come for you. Top, A keeps his word. Shangye's smile was infuriatingly charming. Shang Luoyan swallowed hard, finally managing to utter two words, fool. Hey Shang, enough already. Though Shangye spoke rather bluntly, he reached out to drape an arm around Shang Luoyan's shoulders. He had anticipated a swift elbow to the ribs. Yet to his surprise, Shang Luoyan allowed him to do so. Shangye was nearly beside himself with excitement. Was this considered an intimate encounter with his wife? Now that they were shoulder to shoulder, how far could they be from sharing a bed? Shangye exuded an undeniable aura of joy, prompting Shang Luoyan to cast a glance in his direction. He found himself perplexed by the man's incessant merriment, grinning like a fool, which was rather irritating. Just as he contemplated inquiring about it, Shangye's expression shifted. "What happened to your foot?" Luoyan faltered in his steps. His visage remained composed. Yet a tempest swirled within him. How could this person have perceived his discomfort? He believed he had concealed any signs of distress. Yet Shangye had seen through his facade. "What is wrong with your foot?" When Luoyan remained silent, Shangye pressed the question again. "It's nothing," Luoyan retorted, shaking off Shangye's hand with visible disdain. "You stepped on me." With that, he strode away, leaving Shangye to ponder for a moment. Now, Luoyan's leg appeared uninjured. Could it truly be that he was simply too robust? It seemed his partner was not faring well. This was just the beginning. What would happen if he truly stepped on him in the future? Well, it was possible to avoid such mishaps. There were countless positions to explore. He was, after all, a master of action films, possessing a perfect theoretical score. None of this should pose a problem. Upon entering the car, Luoyan noticed that Shangye had not followed. Turning around, he found the man grinning with an exuberance that was almost intoxicating, darkening his expression. "Get in the car. I'm coming." Shangye quickly leapt into the vehicle, neglecting to close the door, and couldn't he help but ask, "Brother Yin, what positions do you like?" "What?" Even Luoyan struggled to keep pace with Shangye's train of thought. Only then did Shangye realize he had inadvertently voiced his innermost thoughts, and, with a bold demeanor, continued, "I mean, what positions do you prefer?" Luoyan's mind went blank for 2 seconds. He could never have anticipated that Shangye would broach such a topic at this moment. Setting aside the inappropriateness of the time and place, could they even discuss such matters in the context of their relationship? Noticing Luoyan's silence, Shangye nudged his arm. "Brother Yin, do share." While he was confident in himself, he also wished to provide Luoyan with the best experience. Luoyan, with a twisted expression, looked at him. "Is this what fills your mind every day? I fear for the future of the Federation if individuals like you can ascend to the rank of colonel in the Special Forces." Shangye, momentarily taken aback, was about to respond when Luoyan interjected from behind. It took Shangye a couple of seconds to grasp the implication behind Luoyan's words, igniting a spark of excitement within him. "I also enjoy it from behind. That angle allows one to see the glands," and, before he could finish, Luoyan delivered a sharp slap to his face. Silence. After the reprimand, Luoyan turned his gaze to the window, feeling as though he had lost his sanity. How could he possibly be discussing such matters with this fool? Unbeknownst to him, the shadows that once clouded his heart had dissipated. In the past, following a punishment, he would often wallow in gloom for an extended period. The more he feigned indifference, the more turbulent his inner turmoil became, requiring extreme physical activities to alleviate it. However, this time, thanks to Shangye's playful banter, all that pent-up agitation had been effortlessly dissolved. Upon arriving home, he noticed several plates of food laid out on the table. Without hesitation, Shangye seated himself and declared, "I'll have a bit more to eat." "Brother Yin, shall we order some more?" He had already braced himself for rejection. Who could have anticipated that Luoyan would sit down, roll up his sleeves, and leisurely begin to eat? Shangye's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This was entirely unexpected. It felt as if he had returned to an old residence. And something seemed amiss with Luoyan. As the captain of the Federal Special Forces, his powers of observation were remarkably keen. He took a silent sip of soup, discreetly assessing Luoyan. If his eyes were unwanted, they could easily be extracted. Without even lifting his eyelids, Luoyan spoke coolly. Shangye choked back his words. Indeed, that was quintessential Luoyan. After the meal, Luoyan proceeded to wash up. Upon emerging, he found the dining area neatly tidied, and he nodded in satisfaction. However, when he opened the door to his room, the veins on his forehead bulged in fury. Shangye, get out, who had given him the audacity to climb into bed. Most importantly, how could he have moved so swiftly in the time it took to take a shower? He had not only washed the dishes, but also cleaned himself up and settled comfortably on the bed. Shangye, wrapped in a blanket, wore a look of feigned sorrow. Just yesterday, you wouldn't let me leave. Today, you act as if you don't know me. Brother Yin, a scoundrel like me deserves a good thrashing. This time, Luoyan could no longer contain his frustration. He marched over, seizing Shangye's clothing in an attempt to toss him out. But he had underestimated the other's weight. Though he appeared slender, he was solid muscle and surprisingly heavy. Luoyan could not budge him, which only fueled his irritation. Seeing that he had genuinely provoked Luoyan, Shangye quickly pleaded for mercy. Brother Yin, I was wrong. A good alpha should be capable both in bed and out of it. I consider myself a devoted alpha. Forget apologies. I would even kneel for you if necessary. Brother Yin, aren't you supposed to help me with my treatment? I thought this would expedite the process. You know, I only have a month. Shangye endeavored to appear pitiful. His tough demeanor softened into a charming plea that was simply irresistible. In truth, Luoyan found it unbearable. The scene was too eye-watering for him, and he felt that he should refrain from eating upon returning that evening. It was simply too nauseating. Ultimately, he lay down with a dark expression, keeping a distance of at least a meter from Shangye. He understood the concept of personal space, yet the other seemed oblivious. Like a wriggling worm, Shangye inched closer to Luoyan. Without even needing to glance, Luoyan was aware of his movements. If you move again, you'll be thrown out. Shangye froze, whispering, Brother Yin, you're so fierce. Yet he relished it. Hearing him speak in that tone nearly drove Luoyan to madness. He believed that Shangye was in dire need of a mental evaluation. His mind had always been somewhat dim, and now it seemed to have completely devolved. Only a fool would engage in such behavior. With another person beside him, Luoyan initially assumed he would be unable to sleep. However, when he finally awoke, it was at his biological clock's designated time, even a bit later than usual. He found himself enveloped in a cocoon of warmth. Humans are naturally drawn to warmth, and he couldn't help but snuggle closer, only to realize something was amiss. He abruptly opened his eyes, only to be met with a honey-colored chest. To his astonishment, he had buried himself against someone's bosom. Luoyan's pupils widened in shock. Chapter 22. A matter of gender. Shangye had yet to awaken. Sensing movement from the person in front of him, he raised his hand to pat Luoyan's back, pulling him closer and resting his head on his neck, his breath brushing against Luoyan's scent glands. Moments later, with a loud thud, on the third day of residing in Luoyan's home, Shangye found himself once again kicked out of bed. Damn! The force of the kick was rather harsh, and after a moment, he managed to rise from the floor. Just as he was about to voice his grievances, he caught sight of Luoyan glaring at him with a murderous intensity, and he instantly sobered up. Yingu, Shangye muttered, realizing the peril he was in. Luoyan articulated each word with precision. You are truly courting death. Earlier, every breath from Shangye had fallen upon his scent glands. Regardless of whether one is an alpha or an omega, the scent glands are the most sensitive areas. Never had anyone come so close to his glands, let alone an alpha. This proximity was deemed a provocation, igniting all of the alpha's combative instincts. Regret washed over him. He should never have allowed this scoundrel to stay in his home. Once his mind cleared, Shangye recognized the reason for Luoyan's fury. He hastily explained, Yingu, you were dreaming last night. I found that I could sleep better when I was near you. This statement was half-truth. Indeed, Luoyan had been plagued by nightmares. But it was not his proximity that brought solace. Rather, it was the pheromones he had released. Perhaps due to having been marked upon detecting his pheromones, Luoyan had drifted into a deep slumber, though he pitted himself for having to rise in the middle of the night to spray an odor neutralizer. Lest he be exposed today, he toiled throughout the night, managing only a brief respite before being unceremoniously kicked out of bed. He felt quite aggrieved as well. Luoyan harbored doubts regarding his words. He was acutely aware that after each punishment, his sleep would be disturbed. He had mentally prepared himself for insomnia. Yet he had no recollection of when he had actually fallen asleep last night. Nonetheless, such circumstances could not diminish his anger and humiliation. How could a distinguished S-Class Alpha be subjected to such indignity, being buried against someone's chest and having his scent glands inhaled? Indeed, Xing Shangye had just been so close. Shang Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. Did you detect the scent of my pheromones? What? Xing Shangye responded with a dazed expression. Even sniffing the air. Are you in your sensitivity period? I don't smell anything. Seeing his reaction, Shang Luoyan felt a slight sense of relief. It appeared his pheromone scent had not been revealed. He detested the scent of his own pheromones, as did his grandfather. From the moment he transitioned into an alpha, he had been strictly instructed to control his pheromones, ensuring not a trace of scent would escape. He still remembered his grandfather's words. No alpha should have pheromones that smell of roses. Only those omegas who rely on others would possess such alluring fragrances. Luoyan, you truly disappoint me. Yanyi. Xing Shangye perceptibly sensed a shift in Shang Luoyan's aura, one that turned dark, ominous, and cruel. He was unaware of the circumstances, yet his eyes mirrored a profound concern. The more he interacted with Shang Luoyan, the more he discerned that the latter was not merely the persona he initially perceived. It seemed as though a multitude of secrets resided within his heart. Brother Yin, I prepared some kanji, quite mild and to your taste. Would you like to have a bit? Xing Shangye inched closer with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident of being pushed onto the bed. Shang Luoyan, regaining his composure, cast a complex glance in his direction before retreating to freshen up. When he emerged, he had reverted to his usual demeanor, calm and restrained. Meanwhile, Xing Shangye was bustling about like a busy bee. The kanji was something he had diligently prepared at midnight, and he was now toasting bread and brewing coffee, all of which constituted Shang Luoyan's breakfast, while he himself had made a large bowl of noodles. Compared to bread and coffee, he preferred sustenance that would fill his belly. Cooking noodles was one skill he excelled at, despite lacking proficiency in other culinary arts. As Shang Luoyan sat down to partake in breakfast, he typically resolved such matters at the office, where a secretary would prepare his meals. However, today he chose to sit down instead. To be fair, Xing Shangye's culinary skills paled in comparison to those of the company's chef. The bread was overly charred, and the coffee was not ground properly. Yet, he refrained from voicing any complaints and even graciously consumed a bowl of kanji. Observing him eat the food he had prepared, Xing Shangye felt a surge of happiness as he slurped his noodles. His noisy enjoyment caught Shang Luoyan's attention, prompting him to furrow his brows and glance over, his expression becoming one of unspoken complexity. He could not fathom what was so delightful about a bowl of noodles that Xing Shangye relished so thoroughly. Sensing Shang Luoyan's gaze, Xing Shangye tempted, Brother Yin, would you care to try some? Shang Luoyan glanced at the half-eaten noodles, resolutely declining. He would never consume anything someone else had already tasted. After finishing his coffee, he stood to leave, prompting Xing Shangye to hastily escort him to the door, embodying the role of a devoted partner. Brother Yin, what would you like for lunch? I can bring it to you. The company has it. Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan couldn't help but add, you might want to check your gender. Although the transformation from alpha to omega had never occurred, exceptions could exist. Perhaps Xing Shangye would be the first to undergo such a change. Once Shang Luoyan departed, it dawned on Xing Shangye that he had been subtly ridiculed. Damn! For whom am I exerting myself? He tugged at his hair in frustration. It was one thing for Shang Luoyan to be ungrateful. It was another to insinuate such things about him. Nevertheless, he consoled himself, thinking a good alpha does not nitpick with their partner. He stroked his chin, contemplating further development in this regard. Thus, Xing Shangye embarked on the path of masquerading as a little omega, so that when the truth eventually surfaced, he could cheekily assert it was merely a matter of mistaken identity. Upon arriving at the office, Shang Luoyan first called Wen Shuhua, informing him that he had reported to his grandfather about the inquiries regarding his lifelong marking. Thank you, Brother Yin, Wen Shuhua exclaimed with excitement. When shall we go abroad to obtain our certificate? This was an arrangement they had previously discussed. Acquiring a certificate abroad held no legal weight and was beyond the jurisdiction of the Federation. Subsequently, Wen Shuhua would seek an opportunity to evade any responsibilities. Shang Luoyan had initially intended to say that any time would suffice, but after a moment of contemplation, he replied, let us say a month from now. This way, with Xing Shangye present, he wished to avoid any further complications regarding the matter. although he was uncertain why a month's wait was necessary, when Shuhai promptly agreed, realizing that only Shang Luoyan could assist him now. You should take the opportunity to inform your family as well. I understand, Brother Yin. Thank you. When Shuhai expressed his gratitude, recognizing that without Shang Luoyan's help, he might have faced dire consequences. Just think it over. However, Shuhai, is it truly worth it? Shang Luoyan inquired, struggling to comprehend when Shuhai's choice to align with an alpha bodyguard, which seemed so mismatched. Once Brother Yin finds your destined Omega, you will understand. By the way, Brother Yin, have you found that Omega yet? When Shuhai asked curiously. Not yet. Shang Luoyan's expression darkened at the mention of that oblivious little Omega. Once Brother Yin finds him, you will grasp my feelings. After hanging up, Shang Luoyan murmured in frustration. If he encounters that little Omega, he would only teach him how to behave properly. Chapter 23. Coming out, Shangye was unaware that Shang Luoyan had already arranged with Wen Shuhai to obtain their marriage certificate abroad. At this moment, he was eagerly studying recipes, aspiring to be an alpha who could both warm the bed and cook. Shangye no longer needed to register at the Shang Corporation. He was directly escorted to the top floor by a Secretary Wang himself, observing the muscular alpha carrying a thermal container, resembling a delicate wife. Secretary Wang felt a pang of jealousy. The alpha was too intense, leaving no room for the betas. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you training to be a chef?" Given those strong arms, it was evident he had not been idle in the kitchen. "Of course not. I just learned this for you, Mr. Shang." Nowadays, finding a partner is challenging. Aside from wealth and good looks, one must also provide emotional value, always being available and ensuring their partner endures no hardship. Secretary Wang finally understood why he had always struggled to find a partner. It was enlightening. Upon seeing Shangye, Shang Luoyan's mind was immediately filled with thoughts of well-defined muscles and warm skin. Realizing he was contemplating such peculiar matters, Shang Luoyan took a deep breath, ready to speak. But Shangye had already glided over, deftly opening the thermal container. "I made braised pork rib soup, garlic vermicelli shrimp, and stir-fried vegetables today. Hurry, try it." As he spoke, Shangye presented the dishes. Shang Luoyan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the appealing presentation, knowing that just 2 days prior, this person had burned an omelet. He was skeptical about the meal's quality. "Of course, there are cameras at home. If you don't believe me, you can check. Come on, give a taste." With a proud demeanor, Shangye urged him. Shang Luoyan took a bite, surprisingly finding it palatable, at least edible. "How is it? Not bad, right? I followed the recipe precisely, not a bit more or less." "It's acceptable," Shang Luoyan replied, unable to resist asking, "Did you go to the hospital?" He observed that Shangye was increasingly embodying the attributes of a devoted wife. Yet such a robust wife could be somewhat unsettling to behold. Completely oblivious to Shang Luoyan's intentions, Shangye, upon hearing him mention the hospital again, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Why are you so concerned about Chun Hui and the others?" "Fine, I shall visit them shortly." Upon hearing that he intended to pay a visit to Chun Hui, Shang Luoyan's thoughts stirred, and he replied, "I will accompany you." Shangye immediately felt discontent. His wife seemed overly preoccupied with other alphas, which irked him. Although he understood that Shang Luoyan's concerns stemmed from project-related matters, it still vexed him. The inherent possessiveness of an alpha plagued his mind, as he believed Shang Luoyan was irrevocably his Omega, a fact that was beyond dispute. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Shang Luoyan instructed his secretary to prepare flowers and gifts, while Shangye volunteered to carry them, all the while glaring with indignation at the 2 bouquets. He had yet to receive flowers from his wife. Those lucky dogs, Chun Hui and his companions. Chun Hui was still receiving intravenous treatment in his hospital room. When Shangye had visited him the previous day, it had been a rather perilous situation due to a gastric perforation. He thought that would be the most harrowing experience of his life. However, his lack of experience was soon overshadowed when he saw Shangye and Shang Luoyan enter together. That was when he truly comprehended what terror was. "Why are you both here together?" And, astonishingly without arguing, he recalled how these two used to despise sharing the same air, and now they appeared in the hospital room with such calm demeanor. He felt his own condition had worsened. "Brother, Yin heard you were hospitalized and came to see you. Look, he even brought flowers. As Shangye placed the flowers on the table, Shang Luoyan glanced at them, and his expression subtly shifted. Shangye, le king restreint, exclaimed. Shang Luoyan, are you serious? I merely shared a drink with you, and now you wish to poison me? His outburst was not without reason. The flowers were bizarre. They had inexplicably changed color to a sinister blackish red, clearly indicating toxicity. Shang Luoyan found himself unjustly accused and turned to Shangye, who quickly retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? These flowers were specially ordered by Brother Yan. They are a new variety, you mountain pig. Shangye swallowed hard, yes. I am a mountain pig. I am unworthy of such gifts. Please, get rid of them. Wait, what did you just call him? He finally grasped that Shangye had referred to Shang Luoyan as Brother Yan. Was he losing his mind, or had the world turned upside down? Shangye, eager to display his newfound allegiance, quickly added, Brother Yan, from now on, I am entirely under your care. The notion of being managed by his wife was not at all troubling. Shangye beamed with delight, prompting Chunhui to scrutinize him for a moment before exclaiming, Have you been possessed? How could you possibly call him Brother Yan? You used to wish him dead. This was unquestionably not the Shangye he recognized. The true Shangye had undoubtedly been led astray by this scoundrel, Shang Luoyan. With a scowl, Shangye kicked the hospital bed, warning, Shut up. Speak carelessly again, and I will end. Shang Luoyan gently tugged at the corner of his mouth, while Shangye, steeling himself, remarked, In the past I was naive, unaware of the virtues of my childhood companion. Now, I have come to realize that Brother Yan is the one who truly cares for me. Rest assured, we have forged an unbreakable bond, impervious even to a chainsaw. Shangye's words left everyone else in utter shock, disregarding their well-being entirely. Chunhui's jaw dropped, capable of holding an egg, as the smile on Shang Luoyan's face threatened to crack. Taking a deep breath, he said, Director Chun, I shall visit you again soon. With that, Shang Luoyan departed, followed closely by Shangye, who clung to him like a shadow, incessantly explaining. Chunhui's mind echoed with two words, simp. He retrieved his holographic device, his expression one of disbelief, and began to broadcast. Breaking news, Shangye and Shang Luoyan are now an item. They are in an AA relationship, with Shangye referring to Shang Luoyan as Brother Yan. As the news spread, groups erupted in fervor. The names of these two were well known, and disbelief permeated the community. Chunhui was not angered. He realized that had he not witnessed it firsthand, he too would have doubted the report. Suddenly, he felt duped. No wonder Shangye had insisted on drinking, claiming it was a situational rehearsal. How absurd. It turned out to be a ruse to play the role of a devoted admirer. Unable to restrain himself, he added, Shangye is truly the disgrace of an alpha. This time, no one responded immediately, but after a prolonged silence, someone finally replied. Shangye has been added to the group. Please resend your message. Chunhui felt intimidated, knowing some wished to see him humiliated, and promptly shared a screenshot, tagging Shangye. After a while, Shangye returned a message. I challenge you all, every single one in this group. I shall teach you how to be a true alpha. A genuine alpha must boldly pursue love. Chapter 24. Abyss. Shangye, oblivious to the uproar his words had caused, discreetly turned off his holographic device and stole a glance at Shang Luoyan, whose expression remained grim. He whispered, Brother Yan, please don't be upset. Shangye, I have arranged for you to see a neurologist. You must go tomorrow. Compared to his gender, Shang Luoyan believed it was more pertinent for Shangye to have his mind examined, as it seemed fraught with pitfalls, an abyss, in fact. Shangye fell silent, while Shang Luoyan, irritated by his ambiguous remarks, did not dwell on it, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding within their second-generation group. With Shangye's official acknowledgement of their AA relationship, those in close acquaintance with Shuhai could not help but message him. Shuhai, when it comes to alphas, we omegas are no match. AA is true love. When Shuhai replied with a puzzled expression, not just one, but several individuals sent him similar messages, even forwarding Shangye's announcement. When Shuhai's mouth formed an shape, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Brother Yin and Brother Yi. Goodness, is this what they call a love-hate relationship? But wait, isn't brother Yin fond of an Omega? Excited and unable to sleep a wink, when Shuhai arrived at the Shang Corporation early the next day, eagerly awaiting developments. Shuhai, what brings you here? Shang Luoyan inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yinggu, I need to discuss something with you. When Shu Huai replied somewhat dismissively, frequently glancing over Shang Luoyan's shoulder. What are you searching for? Shang Luoyan asked. Nothing. By the way, where is Yinggu? When Shu Huai could no longer contain his curiosity and finally asked. Shang Luoyan paused momentarily. What is going on with you? Feeling a bit bashful. When Shu Huai scratched his cheek and queried. Yinggu, are you part of the AO faction or the cult faction? What nonsense is this? Shang Luoyan was utterly perplexed. Seeing his reaction, when Shu Huai thought perhaps he was truly losing his mind. Otherwise, why would he believe those rumors to be genuine? While the words might have indeed come from Shangye, he surely had his own motives, perhaps merely wishing to embarrass Shang Luoyan. In an instant, when Shu Huai felt he had unraveled the truth, letting the matter go, and shifted the conversation to the sweet orange-flavored Omega. So, Yinggu, have you found your destined partner? Shang Luoyan understood whom he referred to, and shook his head. Not yet. I suspect he is in the Federal Army. Ah. When Shu Huai exclaimed with astonishment, do you fancy those Omega with power? Currently, a significant number of individuals advocate for gender equality, particularly emphasizing that Omegas should not solely exist for reproduction. They ought to enjoy equal rights, including the right to work. Eventually, legislation was passed allowing Omegas to work in various fields, even within the Federal Army. Not really. Shang Luoyan had never contemplated what kind of Omega he preferred, as his grandfather would arrange it for him. Regardless, he would always come from a prestigious family, perhaps a bit spoiled, much like when Shu Huai. When Shu Huai was quite decent, at least he was not difficult, which was one reason Shang Luoyan's grandfather had not opposed the idea of the Wen family. He had never truly thought about what he liked, but it no longer mattered, as his opinions had never held significance. Unbeknownst to him, Shang Luoyan's demeanor subtly shifted. Yet when Shu Huai remained oblivious, continuing their conversation until the office door was suddenly pushed open. Yinggu, upon hearing the familiar voice. When Shu Huai nearly choked on his drink, but his good upbringing compelled him to swallow it down hastily. He stared in shock at the person in the doorway. It was none other than Shangye. What was happening? Could it be that these two had actually become involved? Yet how could that be? Rather than believe they were entangled, he would sooner accept that the sky had fallen. Oh, Shu Huai, you're here too. Shangye greeted when Shu Huai with a cheerful smile. For some inexplicable reason, the only 4 words echoing in when Shu Huai's mind were hypocritical and insincere. He could hardly believe that he would ever apply such terms to Shangye, who, despite often appearing nonchalant, was undeniably a tough guy. Now, however, when Shu Huai was utterly taken aback as Shangye approached him, wearing a displeased expression, your Yinggu is busy every day. Don't disturb him. If you're bored, just come find me instead, all right? Be obedient. Shut up. The words coming from Shangye's mouth were intolerable, even to his own ears. Regardless of the superficial relationship between him and Wen Shuhuaming, it is utterly disrespectful for this individual to utter such nonsense in his presence. Little did he know that his silence would have been preferable. Once he spoke, Shangye unleashed his full intensity, embodying the essence of a green tea bitch, dripping with insincerity. Yinggu, isn't it rather inappropriate to covet what is already on your plate while eyeing what is in the pot? With that, he extended his large hand toward Shang Luoyan, exclaiming, I've toiled away cooking for you these past few days, and have even burned my hand. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he retracted his hand, presenting himself as a forsaken spouse, casting Shang Luoyan in the role of the heartless betrayer. Shang Luoyan had long since discerned Shangye's true nature. Even if he were to be dismissed from the Federal Army, he could undoubtedly venture into the entertainment industry, showcasing a talent that would surpass that of many fleeting stars. However, Wen Shuhua was oblivious to this reality, feeling as though his 20-year-old worldview had shattered. Previously, when Shangye contended with Shang Luoyan, he maintained a facade of masculinity, nearly baring his abdomen and V-line. Now, this man had abruptly transformed from a rugged hero into a delicate spouse, a shift that left Wen Shuhua momentarily disoriented. He found himself wandering out of the Shang family estate in a daze, grappling with the surreal nature of this world where two bitter rivals had somehow united. And as double A, suddenly, when Shuhua's mind sharpened, that couldn't be right. Yingu already had a beloved little O, which meant that Yigu was merely deluding himself. Reflecting on Shangye's recent display of affection, he felt a pang of sympathy for him. Poor Yigu. After a moment's hesitation, when Shuhua chose to linger by the entrance, awaiting Shangye's emergence, after what felt like an eternity, he finally spotted Shangye exiting with an exuberant demeanor. Indeed, Shangye was in high spirits, despite having just received a scolding. The removal of Wen Shuhua as a formidable rival brought him considerable joy. Yigu, when Shuhua gazed at him with a complex expression, delivering a thunderous blow. Yigu, Yingu has already marked me. Not temporarily, but for life. Chapter 25. You are nothing but a scoundrel. Shangye had been basking in his newfound confidence, believing that his standing in Luoyan's heart had surpassed that of Wen Shuhua. Little did he expect the staggering revelation when Shuhua delivered, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to speak. Shuhua, you are an Omega. This matter is of great significance and cannot be trifled with. Yigu understands that you feel unsettled, seeing Yingu prioritize me now. However, consider this. You now have 2 additional brothers. Surely, that is not a bad thing? Initially, Shangye felt a twinge of panic, but as he collected himself, he found his composure returning. He was well aware of Luoyan's temperament. They were not yet wed. So how could he possibly mark someone for life? Even if they were married, given Luoyan's disposition, he would likely eschew a lifelong marking. He surmised that when Shuhua merely felt uncomfortable witnessing his burgeoning relationship with Luoyan, prompting him to make such a provocative statement. If it were anyone else, they would have long since taught him how to navigate life, but given that Shuai has watched him grow up, he has exhibited considerably more patience. While he contemplates Shuai's well-being, Shuai, in turn, is consumed with worry for him. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding Shangye and Luoyan, he perceives something amiss with Shangye. Not wishing to see him continue down this path, he musters the courage to say, Brother Yi, I assure you, we have indeed decided to obtain our marriage certificate in half a month. The smile on Shangye's face falters. Shuai, if you persist in this manner, I shall become quite angry. With a firm resolve, Shuai tears off his barrier patch and gradually releases his pheromones. The pheromones of a lifetime-marked Omega possess a unique quality. They prevent an alpha from losing control. As Shangye inhales the scent, a blend of roses and wine envelopes him. Stunned, Shangye appears as if struck by lightning. While Shuai continues, my engagement with Yingu is also due to this. We initially planned to marry abroad right after the engagement. But you, are you the one who spoiled their good fortune? Brother Yi, Shuai attempts to continue, but Shangye has already tuned him out. No, I refuse to believe it. Follow me. With a dark expression, Shangye drags Shuai inside. Secretary Wang, engaged in discussions with others, nearly jumps out of his skin upon witnessing this scene. This is disastrous. Our boss has lost control, and the alpha being toyed with is no longer compliant. Secretary Wang hastily follows, fearing the situation might escalate. Meanwhile, Luoyan is conversing with several managers when the office door is abruptly kicked open. Upon seeing Shangye, Luoyan's eyelids twitch, and upon noticing him gripping Shuai tightly, his expression darkens. Shangye, what madness is this? Everyone else, leave. Shangye, shedding the low profile he had maintained for days, radiates an aura of hostility. This is his true self, the formidable leader of the Federal Special Forces that strikes fear into his foes. The managers, thoroughly intimidated by his presence, remain frozen until Luoyan gestures for them to exit. Even Secretary Wang discreetly closes the door behind him, leaving just the 3 of them in the office. Release Shuai. If you have grievances, direct them at me, Luoyan states, bewildered by Shangye's sudden aggression toward Shuai. Hearing Luoyan's defense of Shuai only fuels Shangye's ire. Have you marked Shuai? He demands. Luoyan glances at him in surprise, then at Shuai, before nodding slightly. You marked him? Shangye presses, suspecting there may be others who also carry the scent of roses. After a moment's hesitation, Luoyan confirms, yes. The fewer people who know about the situation with Shui and the bodyguard, the better. It's not that he doesn't trust Shangye. He merely fears the trouble that might arise if his grandfather finds out. With Luoyan's affirmation, the weight on Shangye's heart finally drops. Just moments ago, he had contemplated the possibility of a misunderstanding. How could someone like Luoyan ever mark someone for life? Such an action signifies profound affection. The outcome was that he had overestimated the other party. When this person was consumed by desire, he bore no distinction from other alphas. Witnessing the anger and disappointment radiating from him, Luoyan felt a twinge of guilt and discomfort for the first time. He had previously believed that Shangye's pursuit of Wenxuhua was merely a contest against him. Yet, observing the situation now, it was evident that this individual genuinely harbored feelings for Wenxuhua. Unfortunately, Wenxuhua was already destined for another. In recent days, this scoundrel had exhibited a somewhat commendable demeanor, and Luoyan, experiencing a rare moment of conscience, resolved to extinguish Shangye's hopes. Thus, he added, Wenxuhua and I have long recognized each other. No person or circumstance could alter that. Shangye gasped for breath, feeling as though his heart had been ruthlessly pierced. It turned out that Luoyan cherished Wenxuhua to such an extent, while he had foolishly approached him these past few days like a naive fool. Although it was entirely his own choice, this realization only fueled his anger. How could he have been so foolish? They were mutually enamored and had committed to one another. Even someone like Luoyan had offered a lifelong mark, while he remained oblivious, parading around as if he were superior. It was utterly laughable. Why had Luoyan concealed the truth from him? Had Wenxuhua not revealed the reality today, he would still be in the dark. Luoyan, you are a scoundrel. Shangye glared at him in indignation before storming out, leaving Luoyan and Wenxuhua exchanging perplexed glances. Luoyan had not anticipated such a strong reaction from Shangye. The look in his eyes during their conversation had felt strange. Wenxuhua gazed at Luoyan with a hint of hurt, which unexpectedly elicited a chuckle from him. What? Are you blaming me? He asked. Whose side am I on? Realizing the implication, Wenxuhua quickly shook his head and murmured, It's not that. I just feel that Yi Ge is quite pitiable. Luoyan found this remark rather irksome. How had he not noticed that Wenxuhua was caught in a dilemma? He replied nonchalantly, You could chase after him and clarify things, if he genuinely cares for you. You shouldn't mind your mark. You could also remove your gland and be with him. Upon hearing this, Wenxuhua abruptly looked up at Luoyan in astonishment. Luoyan smiled lightly. What? Have I misspoken? Wenxuhua, bewildered, took a moment before finally uttering, But I isn't in love with you, Yinge. He's pursuing you. Now it was Luoyan's turn to be bewildered. What nonsense was this? Shangye was pursuing him? Had the world gone mad? Chapter 26. Can I lick? It's not as you think. Luoyan attempted to explain, but Wenxuhua remained unconvinced. The typically proud Shangye was now subservient. What else could it be but true love? Luoyan, unable to disclose too much, replied, My recent closeness with him is due to other matters. It is not as you perceive. Wenxuhua did not believe a word of his explanation. He responded delicately, Yinge, please do not handle Yi Ge in that manner. Luoyan, Shangye, in a fit of rage, departed from the Shang family, took a circuitous drive, and eventually returned to the federal squad, feeling utterly lost. Boss. Upon his appearance, Shangye was taken aback. Boss, how come you're back? Weren't you off pursuing your sister-in-law? Shangye, ever the one to broach the awkward subjects, raised his voice, drawing the attention of those nearby. Shangye, with a fire of frustration simmering within him, promptly tossed aside his coat and declared, I want to see if you've been slacking off in my absence. Come, let's spar. Shangye wondered. Why must he speak so freely? Minutes later, he found himself sprawled on the ground, devoid of any will to continue. He had just been awarded an additional hour of combat training each day, and he felt utterly defeated. Nevertheless, true to his nature, Shangye quickly regained his composure and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Boss, how's it going with the sister-in-law? Shangye cast a complex glance at Shangye, pondering that his parents must have neglected to endow him with wisdom when he was born. The mention of sister-in-law was the last thing he wanted to hear. Coldly, he replied, "Isn't pursuing a career far more gratifying than romance?" Unfazed by the tone, Shangye nodded eagerly. "The boss has such a high level of understanding. It's no wonder you're a colonel, while I'm merely a captain." Shangye patted his head with a semblance of pity. "You ought to eat some pig brains daily. You need to nourish your intellect." Shangye cautiously asked, "Boss, is that really a daily requirement?" "I'm not fond of pig brains." Shangye dismissed his complaints and sauntered over to Gunanan. Upon seeing him approach, Gunanan set down his holographic device and smiled. "What brings you here? Does your friend wish to consult again?" Shangye felt a surge of irritation. A good thrashing might just render Gunanan more communicative. Sensing the combative energy emanating from him, Gunanan quickly adjusted his demeanor. "I am a professional psychologist. Trust me, I can alleviate your inner turmoil." Shangye regarded him with skepticism, clearly unconvinced by this charlatan. Yet, the turmoil within him was overwhelming, and after a moment's pause, he confessed, "He has marked someone for life." Goodness, such a significant development. Gunanan tactfully cleared his throat before asking, "So, do you wish to forgive him?" "I don't know," Shangye responded, his expression pained. While driving, he had pondered his predicament without arriving at a solution. He had finally developed feelings for someone, and the thought of letting go to wish them well was unfathomable. However, Luoyan had indeed marked Wen Shui for life, and the two were clearly enamored with one another, leaving him feeling like an interloper in their relationship. Gunanan, ever the gossip, found it intriguing that the little Omega had been marked for life, yet seemed unperturbed. This was undoubtedly true love. He had not considered the implications for the Alpha, despite having previously consulted with Shangye. After all, no one understood better than him the dynamics between them. And many of Shangye's treasure possessions were gifts from Gunanan. "Do you mind being marked for life?" he inquired. "It's not merely a matter of preference," Shangye replied, irritation creeping into his voice. He found it humiliating to articulate that someone simply did not harbor feelings for him. As for the lifelong mark, he was indeed interested. Even if marked for life by Shang Luoyan, he would willingly accept it. However, an alpha cannot be marked, let alone marked for eternity. If it were possible, how exhilarating it would be to bear the scent of wild roses. Noticing the dreamy look on his face, Gunanan gently cleared his throat and advised, "If you cannot let go, then pursue it boldly. First, inquire about the circumstances surrounding the lifelong mark. Perhaps it was not voluntary. An Omega is devoid of reason during their heat." Upon hearing this, Shangye's eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have overlooked that? Previously, Shang Luoyan had been schemed against. Perhaps he was marked by Wen Shui due to a similar plot, or perhaps it was during his susceptibility period. Indeed, if Shang Luoyan truly cared for Wen Shui, he would have mentioned him in the past few days. If he were genuinely concerned, why had he not accompanied Wen Shui? There must be some underlying issue. With this thought, Shangye felt a surge of confidence. He needed to clarify the matter first. "Thanks, brother," he exclaimed before dashing off like the wind, leaving no trace by the time the beauties arrived. "Where's the boss?" Shangye. Gunanan adjusted his glasses with a mischievous grin and remarked, "He went to find his lover." "What?" The group exchanged glances, while only Shangye looked on in admiration. Is the boss really that impressive? After only a few days, he has an Omega and a lover? Truly, an S-grade Alpha is formidable. Gunanan, bemused, sincerely suggested to the beauties, "One of these days, take him to get his head examined. His mind is simply a bottomless pit." Shang Luoyan was somewhat preoccupied today and did not return until evening. Upon opening the door, he found the absence of that annoying presence. The room was shrouded in darkness. He paused briefly before turning on the light and stepping inside. As he opened the refrigerator, he hesitated again, unlike before, when it had been nearly empty with only bread, eggs, and milk. It was now brimming with an abundance of vegetables and meat. An inexplicable sense of annoyance washed over him. He shut the fridge and headed straight to the bathroom, only to discover an array of items that did not belong to him. Towels, a toothbrush, toothpaste. Shangye had only stayed for a few days, yet his presence was felt everywhere. It was utterly maddening. He had actually allowed Shangye to invade his life. He couldn't help but recall Wen Shu Huai's words, feeling both amused and alert. Ultimately, he had erred in this situation, giving someone the wrong impression. Now that Shangye had left, it was perhaps for the best, as it would prevent any strange rumors from circulating. Just as he contemplated this, he heard the sound of the door opening. Frowning, he turned off the shower, wrapped a towel around himself, and stepped out. By the time Shangye returned, he had already formulated how to pose his questions. However, upon seeing Luoyan emerge clad only in a towel, all his words vanished. He had seen Luoyan without clothes before, and that night had been even more captivating. His pale skin was tinged with a hint of pink, nowhere near resembling a proper alpha. Now, with Luoyan's upper body exposed, he couldn't help but recall that night, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the two prominent points of Luoyan. Luoyan noticed his gaze and suddenly realized something was amiss. How could he have forgotten that this person had now become quite peculiar? "If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes," he declared. With that, he turned and went inside to change into his sleepwear before returning. At that moment, Shangye remained standing there, dazed and bewildered. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "What do you still want here? Can I lick?" Shangye unintentionally voiced his innermost thoughts. Chapter 27. The Arena of Conflict Lick? Lick what? Luoyan's expression shifted to one of complexity. If Shangye dared to utter anything displeasing, he would surely snap his neck today. The murderous aura emanating from Luoyan jolted Shangye back to reality, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze and clarify. "I didn't say lick. I meant listen." "Listen to what?" Luoyan pressed on, his demeanor suggesting that unless Shangye articulated his thoughts clearly, he would not relent. Shangye suddenly forgot his original purpose for being there, feeling guilty and concocting a hasty excuse. "Brother Yin, can you allow me to speak? I saw my psychologist today. I truly am unwell, and I don't know what to do." He wore an expression of profound dismay. Luoyan remained silent, settling onto the sofa with his legs crossed, quietly observing Shangye, curious about what he might say next. Luoyan's reaction clearly caught Shangye off guard, but having already spoken, he had no choice but to continue. "Do you think my recent behavior has been a bit strange? I feel that way too, but I can't control myself. I'm overly dependent on you. Today, I consulted with the doctor and learned that I am experiencing the suspension bridge effect." Luoyan was somewhat familiar with this phenomenon. Simply put, it is the tendency to develop affection for someone who provides aid in times of danger. A mere illusion of emotion. Shangye's behavior had indeed been odd lately, and it was no wonder that Wen Shuhua had misunderstood the situation. However, if it was the suspension bridge effect, it would make sense. My feelings for you stem from my physical condition. Perhaps it is because you are the only one who knows, coupled with your willingness to assist me. I believe that once my health improves, everything will be well again. And then? Luoyan inquired, his deep gray eyes scrutinizing Shangye. "What scheme are you concocting now? I want to try for another half-month. Perhaps it will resolve itself," Shangye murmured softly. Luoyan regarded him calmly, hands clasped together, while Shangye felt a wave of trepidation. Just then, Luoyan spoke. "I think you could find an omega to experiment with." "I currently have no reaction to omegas. I must have more contact with alphas," he replied. "You have many friends and subordinates. I believe they would be more than willing to help." As Luoyan spoke, his expression darkened, recalling the foolish person who had been shouting that morning. Truly, they were all cut from the same cloth as Shangye, equally foolish. "They won't do. I tried today, and I had no reaction to them." He cautiously cast a glance at Luoyan. "Brother Yin, right now, I only have a reaction to you." He has already devised a plan to gradually approach Luoyan, starting with his physical presence, ensuring that Luoyan recognizes his uniqueness. As for whether Luoyan appreciates this uniqueness, Shangye has not given it a moment's thought. Luoyan, amused yet exasperated, remarked, "Are you trying to cling to me?" Shangye, "I have indulged you these past few days. Give you an inch and you take a mile." Moments later, Shangye found himself unceremoniously thrown out. The door locked firmly against him, Irrespective of his knowledge of the code, re-entry was impossible. Raking a hand through his crew cut, frustration etched upon his face. He lamented that he should not have acted impulsively. Leaving was easy. Returning was proving to be a challenge. With the troublesome presence gone, Shang Luoyan settled into his usual routine, lying down on his bed. He expected to drift into slumber swiftly, yet after a prolonged duration, he found himself wide awake. His mind clear. It was peculiar, having slept alone for over 20 years without issue, yet after sharing a bed with Shangye for just a few days, he now found himself unable to sleep without him. Shangye truly had a peculiar influence. Shang Luoyan forced himself to cease thoughts of Shangye, compelling himself to sleep. Due to his lack of rest, Shang Luoyan's countenance was visibly displeasing the next day. His irritation reached a peak upon discovering Shangye sprawled against the wall, sound asleep at his doorway. With a single hand, he dragged Shangye into the room. "What on earth are you doing?" The usually composed Shang Luoyan exclaimed in frustration. Unfazed by the disturbance, Shangye cheerfully replied, "Brother Yin, I brought breakfast, it's just outside. Let us eat before heading to the office." Confronted by Shangye's playful demeanor, Shang Luoyan felt his temper flare. This man was like a stubborn weed, impervious to the flames of anger. Disregarding him, Shang Luoyan curtly commanded, "Pack your things and leave. I no longer wish to see you." Upon arriving at the Shang Corporation, it was evident to all that Shang Luoyan was in a foul mood. Secretary Wang approached him with utmost caution. "Mr. Shang, Mr. Wang has invited you to play golf. Will you go?" Mr. Wang, eager for collaboration, even sought to introduce one of his associates to Shang Luoyan, a proposition he had previously ignored but now decided to entertain. "Very well," he replied, setting a time. Secretary Wang hurried off to make arrangements. After signing all necessary contracts, Shang Luoyan proceeded to the golf course. While Shangye's efforts in preparing a meal ended in disappointment. Seeing him, Secretary Wang sighed in exasperation. "What are you doing here again? Where is Mr. Shang?" Shangye asked, his earnest expression betraying his concern. Observing the tall alpha's seriousness, Secretary Wang, with a sigh of resignation, placed a comforting hand on Shangye's shoulder. "Let go. AA is a cult with no future. Mr. Shang's interest in you is merely a fleeting whim. Ultimately, he will marry an Omega." This was precisely the sentiment Shangye did not wish to hear. Confusion still clouded his understanding of whether Shang Luoyan had marked him under special circumstances. Hearing Secretary Wang's words, his expression darkened instantly. "How do you know? Did he tell you?" Shangye usually presents himself with a carefree smile, appearing amiable and easy to interact with. However, when his demeanor turns serious, even in the absence of an overt display of authority, Secretary Wang finds himself overwhelmed by the palpable tension emanating from him. Internally, he laments, questioning how the boss could have chosen such a difficult individual to deal with. While he often resembles a playful puppy, now he seems more like a ravenous wolf. "Speak," Shangye commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Secretary Wang. The latter instinctively replied, "Nothing. The general manager did not mention anything to me. It was merely my own conjecture." Satisfied, Shangye nodded and suddenly broke into a smile. "Brother Wang, can you now enlighten me on the whereabouts of your general manager? You want to play basketball?" Secretary Wang blurted out, only to regret his words immediately. He was well aware of the general manager's intentions. The Omega from their circle would undoubtedly be present today. If that person were to witness this, it would surely lead to chaos. "Thank you, Brother Wang." By the time Secretary Wang regained his composure, Shang Luoyan had already departed. He too was skilled at basketball and intended to convey to Shang Luoyan that he was not only adept in the kitchen but also athletic. He was a versatile alpha. Realizing the potential for disaster, Secretary Wang hastily contacted Shang Luoyan's communicator, hoping to rectify the situation in time. Chapter 28. Rivalry and jealousy. Shang Luoyan, however, had not brought his communicator with him. Earlier, while changing clothes, he had accidentally dropped it, and it was currently being repaired, thus allowing him to completely miss Secretary Wang's warning. As he had anticipated, the general manager had indeed brought along his sweet little Omega son, who was charming and cute. sporting two dimples when he smiled. This little omega engaged in conversation with him, maintaining a balance of interest without being overly flattering, displaying a commendable sense of propriety. Although he was feigning a relationship with Wen Shu Huai, he was uncertain how long he could maintain the pretense. With Wen Shu Huai's departure looming in a month, and knowing his grandfather's tendencies to seek out other omegas for him, he thought it wiser to find a pleasing little omega of his own. Admittedly, he would never confess that his agitation was influenced by Shangye, prompting a desire to divert his attention. Does the general manager engage in regular exercise? Yu inquired, discreetly scrutinizing Shang Luoyan's arms. He was meticulous in his observation. Shang Luoyan's arms were sturdy and well-defined, indicative of someone who exercised frequently, not the feeble type of alpha. He preferred robust individuals, as they instilled a sense of security in him. Shang Luoyan nodded and briefly mentioned his weekly workout routine, causing Wang Yu's eyes to sparkle with admiration. How disciplined! Before arriving today, Wang Yu had harbored little hope, believing his father had exaggerated the qualities of the alpha. However, upon meeting him, he realized the rumors were not exaggerated. Shang Luoyan was indeed remarkable. As their conversation progressed, Wang Yu became increasingly enthusiastic, and Shang Luoyan, wishing to learn more about him, did not resist his approach. Shangye, upon arriving, witnessed this scene. Shang Luoyan and an unfamiliar little omega were engaging in flirtatious banter. Shangye's lungs were about to burst with indignation. Just yesterday, he was cursing himself for disrupting another's relationship, deeming his actions immoral. What nonsense about feelings! Shang Luoyan is nothing but a scoundrel, utterly unworthy of Shu Huai. He has marked his territory and flirts shamelessly with other omegas. Such a cad deserves a thorough reckoning, one that leaves him unable to harm any more omegas. In this light, he felt he was performing a noble deed. With this thought, Shangye felt emboldened. Without turning around, Shang Luoyan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Upon glancing back, he found Shangye advancing with an imposing demeanor. Before Xing could question him, Shang took the initiative. What are you doing here? Xing offered no reply, instead casting a glance at Wang Yu. Big eyes, a delicate face, soft hair. Shang Luoyan's taste was indeed lacking if he found such types appealing. He averted his gaze back to Shang Luoyan and snorted. This place isn't solely for your family. Others are allowed to come, too. Shang Luoyan stared at Xing in astonishment. This person had been subservient in his presence for days, and he had nearly forgotten his true nature. With a scoff, he retorted, "What? Can't endure it any longer?" Endure? If he continued to tolerate this, his green hat would grow ever larger. With this thought, Shangye smiled slowly. "Brother Yin, I'm feeling a bit restless today. Come, let us stretch our limbs." As he spoke, he set down his thermos, tossed aside his jacket, and approached in a short-sleeved shirt. His full attention was on Shang Luoyan, oblivious to the change in Wang Yu's gaze. Wang Yu preferred a figure that looked slim in clothes, yet toned without them, and compared to Shang Luoyan's pale skin, he favored Shangye's sun-kissed complexion. Xing's features were chiseled and striking, perfectly aligning with his tastes. Wang Yu had been somewhat satisfied with Shang Luoyan, but upon seeing Shangye, he was utterly captivated. This man was entirely to his liking. As the two began to spar, he did not intervene, instead watching intently, eager to see if Xing was merely a facade. Neither Shang Luoyan nor Shangye held back today, transforming the pristine golf course into a battleground. Having fought countless times since childhood, they were no strangers to conflict, and, as always, the outcome favored Shangye. He pinned Shang Luoyan down and inquired, "Do you submit? Do you submit?" Naturally, Shang Luoyan would never concede, thrashing violently. In the past, Shangye would have remained focused, but after that one night, his perspective on Shang Luoyan had shifted. Even knowing he was a scoundrel, he could not disregard the fact that he was the only one Xing had ever marked. As Shang squirmed beneath him, Xing found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Soon, Shang Luoyan noticed the change in Xing's demeanor, his gaze darkening. "You beast. You could get aroused by anyone." Xing felt wronged. Could this truly be his fault? Wasn't it Shang Luoyan's exceptional ability to entice him? An alpha's physique was strong, and he believed Shang Luoyan's prowess would prove useful in other ways in the future. Upon hearing the hurried message, Mr. Wang hastened to the scene only to find his son wide-eyed, engrossed in the unfolding drama, while the usually composed Mr. Shang found himself pinned beneath a tall man. The sight evoked an inexplicable oddity within him. Had Mr. Shang been an Omega, he would have undoubtedly deemed them a pair of wayward lovebirds. Abruptly snapping back to reality, he exclaimed, "Who are you? What are you doing? Release Mr. Shang at once." Meanwhile, Mr. Wang's son, Wang Yu, quickly grasped the situation and joined in to mediate. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Shangye's arm, feeling its undeniable firmness. His gaze transformed into one of starry-eyed admiration. While Shangye attempted to argue with Mr. Shang, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon glancing down, he noticed the little Omega Mr. Shang had been flirting with, beaming with delight as he regarded him. Momentarily taken aback, Shangye swiftly shook off Wang Yu's hand, adopting an expression of indignation. "What are you doing?" he demanded. Wang Yu, unperturbed, replied, "What is your name?" Wang Igreku. "Shall we exchange communication numbers?" Shangye stared at Wang Yu in astonishment before shifting his gaze back to Mr. Shang, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. Before he could respond, Wang Yu boldly declared, "I find you quite appealing. Would you consider me?" Chapter 29. Apologies. Brother Yin. Wang Yu held a high opinion of himself, boasting an impressive lineage, striking looks, and a tall, slender physique. His years of training in dance rendered him more supple than the average Omega, and his pheromones, sweet like honey, were statistically favored by the majority of alphas. He believed that anyone with sight would be drawn to him. However, he was unprepared for the reaction his words elicited. The object of his affection recoiled as if confronted by a ferocious beast, retreating several steps towards Mr. Shang and vigorously patting his arm, as though attempting to erase the remnants of their brief contact. Yet, this was not what incensed him the most. What truly angered him was that the alpha, while brushing himself off, frantically insisted to Mr. Shang, "Brother Yin, I assure you, I did not touch him. He approached me." Mr. Shang, silent, appeared unfazed by the commotion. Meanwhile, Shangye was devoid of the joy typically associated with being pursued by an Omega. His mind was consumed by anxiety. What if his partner saw this? Would she misunderstand? The modern Omega was utterly intimidating, displaying a boldness he had never encountered, despite his own efforts to woo his destined mate. He had never dared such audacity. Having only just met this Omega, the boldness displayed was startling. Perhaps he had been too conservative. Indeed, today's predicament could hardly be blamed on Mr. Shang. The Omega had been far too forward, compelling him to retract any disparaging remarks about Mr. Shang's character. Mr. Wang, caught in an awkward situation, had initially intended to play matchmaker between his son and Mr. Shang, only to find that his son had taken an interest in another. Mr. Shang, with a sardonic smile, remarked, "It's quite all right, Mr. Wang. Colonel Xing is a fine individual. You might encourage your son to engage with him further." President Wang had always harbored aspirations for his Omega son to ascend the social ladder. Upon hearing the military rank of Shangye, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wang Yu was even more animated. Initially irked by Shangye's actions, he now exclaimed with enthusiasm, "You are actually a colonel? Are you part of the Federal Army? What branch do you serve? I adore soldiers. Darling, you look so handsome." Shangye was taken aback, his pupils widening in shock. He had only dared to internally call him wife, yet this audacious Omega boldly addressed him as darling in public. The sheer audacity of Omegas left him feeling overwhelmed, and he instinctively sought refuge behind Shang Luoyan, appearing as though he were about to be forcibly taken. "Brother Yin, please shield me." Shang Luoyan's wrist still ached from when Shangye had just squeezed it. Not only had this person injured him, but he had also snatched away his potential partner. And now he had the audacity to hide behind him. Indeed, he had given him too much face, unable to express his frustration in front of others. He merely nodded slightly to President Wang before striding toward the changing room. Seeing this, Shangye immediately attempted to follow, but he underestimated Wang Yu's clinginess. The latter had already latched onto him. "You are Shangye, right? I heard your name during the scuffle. Which department are you in within the Federation? How old are you?" "I am 20. What scent of Omega do you prefer?" "I'm sweet. My body is very soft, and can accommodate various intricate maneuvers. Shangye could scarcely bear to listen any longer. He had never anticipated being driven to flee by an Omega. In the military, he had never been bested in verbal sparring. No one could outtalk him. Today, however, he had met his match. He realized that if he didn't leave soon, he might end up in an unthinkable situation. He dashed into the changing room, hurriedly locking the door behind him, breathing a sigh of relief. Luoyan had just removed his shirt and was about to change back into his formal suit when he heard the commotion and immediately scowled. Get out. He had no desire to engage in another confrontation with Shangye. Brother Yin, save me. Shangye pleaded pitifully, gazing at Luoyan. I promise I will never harbor any inappropriate thoughts about Omegas again. They're truly terrifying. He had once thought that the Omegas in the military were formidable, as their ferocity rivaled that of Alphas, often making him forget their true nature. Yet today, he had come to realize that there were levels beyond his understanding. Compared to Wang Yu, he would rather return to spar with those battle-hardened Omegas. You wanted to heal, didn't you? Perhaps he is the key to your recovery. Luoyan quipped. His anger had dissipated, and he found himself somewhat grateful for Shangye's presence. Otherwise, he would never have known that the seemingly soft and gentle Omega possessed such a bold character. Recently, some Omegas he encountered have utterly shattered his traditional perceptions of them. First, there is the audacious little Omega who dared to mark him, and today, another boldly professed love after just one meeting. Indeed, these experiences transcend his understanding. No. Shangye shook his head vigorously, as if in disbelief. If I were to associate with him, I wouldn't merely forfeit my status as an alpha. I would lose my identity as a man altogether. Wang Yu would surely be unable to cure his affliction, and might even render him impotent. In essence, Wang Yu has successfully stripped away all his illusions about Omegas. Observing him, Luoyan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Although Wang Yu was indeed bold, his actions were not quite as exaggerated. Shangye's reaction was rather alarming. Ignoring him, Luoyan turned to change his clothes, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Fortunately, he had already donned his trousers. Previously, he would not have consciously avoided such matters, but now, due to Shangye's condition, he felt compelled to be awkward. Lost in contemplation, he suddenly heard Shangye exclaim, "Don't move." Instinctively, Luoyan halted his movements, only to feel a surge of warmth against his back. Realizing it was Shangye's hand, he frowned and instinctively attempted to evade, but Shangye, perceiving his intent, swiftly grasped his hand. "Don't move, Yinge. You're injured." Shangye glanced at the bruise on Luoyan's back, his expression tinged with regret. This must have been inflicted by him earlier. He had restrained his strength, yet still harmed Luoyan. Given Luoyan's fair complexion, even the slightest blemish appeared remarkably striking. Distressed by the sight, Shangye murmured, "I am sorry, Yan Yi." With his back turned to Shangye, Luoyan felt the warmth of his breath against him. A tingling sensation that was both uncomfortable and inexplicable. Perhaps due to exertion, his body felt somewhat ungovernable. He acutely sensed his emotions rising and suddenly reached out. Chapter 30. Will I get pregnant? Shangye was contemplating whether to massage Luoyan's injury. Although he lacked ointment, a gentle rub could help disperse the bruising, hastening recovery. However, before he could act, his arm was seized, and he found himself lifted off the ground. With a thud, Shangye was thrown onto the floor. Caught entirely off guard, even with his strength, he struggled to recover, staring wide-eyed at Luoyan. Luoyan loomed above him, his gray eyes devoid of emotion, radiating an icy chill. "If you lay a hand on me again, it won't be so simple next time." After delivering this warning, he disregarded the fallen Shangye and donned his clothes to leave. At this moment, Shangye was able to move, yet he felt no desire to do so. Luoyan's recent demeanor had struck him deeply. He had believed that after days of interaction, he would have established some semblance of a bond with Luoyan, only to realize it was all mere self-deception. Luoyan's earlier demeanor was truly no. Shangye sat up, the captain of the Special Forces team, known for his keen observation skills. Even though his attention had largely been focused on his Shang Luoyan's face moments ago, he did not overlook the subtle details, such as the curvature of Shang Luoyan's trousers. As he recalled the contours of those trousers, a slow smile crept upon his lips, dispelling the earlier frustration and disappointment, leaving only a sense of joy. It turned out he was not the only one to react. Shang Luoyan had shown a similar response. Thus, it was his own actions that had provoked Shang Luoyan's reaction, leading to his earlier vexation. His partner was indeed quite shy, influenced by that omega. Shangye now dared to utter a few words, albeit only in Shang Luoyan's absence. Excitement surged within him. The shoulder throw was trivial in his eyes, merely a form of playful intimacy. From the moment he decided to be with Shang Luoyan, he had prepared himself to endure the occasional beating. After all, his partner was an S-class alpha, possessing an exceptionally strong sense of pride. As long as he could embrace his beautiful partner, what was a little pain? He could kneel on durian every day if necessary. While Shangye's mind was filled with colorful fantasies, Shang Luoyan was already preparing to leave the golf course. Mr. Wang had been waiting at the entrance and quickly expressed his apologies upon seeing him. Mr. Shang, I apologize for the trouble today. Mr. Wang was being courteous, hoping his young master would soon find a suitable alpha. Now that Mr. Wang understood his son's feelings, he dared not meddle further, offering an awkward smile. Suddenly remembering something, he instructed someone to bring over a thermos. This is for Colonel Xing. Please pass it to him. He hesitated, attempting to subtly inquire, is that individual truly a colonel? He appears to be in his 20s at most. A colonel in his 20s, that's certainly an impressive prospect. Typically, Shang Luoyan would nod in agreement, perhaps seizing the chance to tease Shangye. But this time he remained silent, feeling inexplicably irked. He even forsook his usual polite demeanor, failing to respond to Mr. Wang as he entered the car. Mr. Wang was not offended by the silence. After all, the day's events had originated from his son's misstep. The mere fact that Shang Luoyan had shown interest indicated a willingness to develop a relationship with his son. Yet who could have predicted that his son would become enamored with someone else midway? Such matters would frustrate even a beta, let alone a proud alpha. Despite Shang Luoyan's generally good temperament, he was still an alpha. It was fortunate that he had not sought trouble with Mr. Wang. As Mr. Wang rationalized the situation, Shang Luoyan sat in the car, his gaze fixed on the thermos beside him. After a while, he raised the partition and unfolded the table, opening the thermos to reveal an array of dishes. All were to his liking. He favored light cuisine, and Shangye had deciphered his preferences in just a few days. Moreover, it seemed that Shangye had truly miscalculated his own capabilities, for in such a short time, he had managed to prepare a meal that could be deemed commendable, demonstrating a certain aptitude in the culinary arts. A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Upon returning to the ground floor of the company, he realized he had consumed all the food from his thermal container. Stiffening, he discarded the container into the trash, as if this act could conceal everything. Secretary Wang had been worrying all along. Seeing Shang Luoyan return, he hastily followed. President Shang. He hesitated, and Shang Luoyan discerned his thoughts immediately. Did you inform him of my whereabouts? President Shang, I was wrong, Secretary Wang hurriedly replied. They were all trusted confidants of Shang Luoyan, well aware that he was not as mild-mannered as he appeared. Do you like him? Shang Luoyan suddenly inquired. Secretary Wang's head shook vigorously, fearing to affirm such a notion, as that would be tantamount to courting disaster. Shang Luoyan cast a cryptic glance at him, leaving uncertain whether he believed it. Secretary Wang's heart remained in suspense until Shang Luoyan mentioned deducting 2 months' salary, which finally allowed him to exhale with relief. Unbeknownst to Shang Luoyan, during his time at the company, Shangye had visited the hospital to procure some medication for injuries. While those wounds were trivial on him, they became glaringly conspicuous when associated with Shang Luoyan. After completing this task, he also booked an appointment with an alpha specialist. What was the issue? An uncontrollable sensitive period? A pheromone frenzy? Or perhaps a functional problem? The doctor glanced at Shangye's lower body, seemingly assessing whether this tall and robust alpha suffered from sexual dysfunction. Resisting the urge to deliver a punch, Shangye shook his head. None of that. I wish to inquire why an alpha's pheromones can be mutually exclusive, yet I do not feel the urge to lash out at one alpha's scent. Rather, it incites a different impulse. The doctor, relatively young and sporting glasses akin to Gunanan, adjusted his spectacles and replied, "What you describe is not unheard of. Some alphas prefer same-sex partners." Shangye refrained from explaining that he could no longer perceive other alphas' scents and instead broached the most pressing concern. How should two alphas proceed? How can one avoid causing harm? He asked earnestly, prompting the doctor to scrutinize him several times before imparting some knowledge. Shangye listened intently. Essentially, preparation is paramount. The alpha is the aggressor, not the one in a submissive position. To prevent harm, extensive preparation is necessary. These medications can assist in relaxing one's mood. Shangye quickly jotted down notes. His wife had already exhibited a reaction to him. How far could they be from engaging in a delightful union? "Thank you, doctor," Shangye expressed cheerfully as he departed. Yet, just as he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. "One more question. Doctor, can alphas become pregnant?" Chapter 31. Candlelit dinner. Upon leaving the hospital, Shangye felt invigorated. He had prepared everything necessary and eagerly awaited his wife to draw near. Everything was perfect, save for the slight disappointment that the doctor had mentioned the atrophy of the alpha reproductive cavity, rendering it largely non-functional, thus reducing the likelihood of pregnancy to nearly zero. Ms. Ruan's hopes of cradling a grandchild have been dashed, yet she remains undeterred, declaring that she would embrace even a dog brought home by her son. After all, a wife is infinitely preferable to a mere canine, and she would surely come to cherish her. At this moment, Shangye has completely cast aside thoughts of his lifelong commitment to Luoyan. Glancing at the time, he realizes that it is nearly time for Luoyan to finish work, and he hurriedly sets off to pick her up, having even arranged a candlelit dinner to engage her in heartfelt conversation, urging her to confront her innermost feelings. However, upon arriving at the Shang residence, he finds himself thwarted. Luoyan has already departed, and he is left only with Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang is nearly at his wit's end, lamenting that this is not how one exploits opportunities, always being the sole victim of such misfortunes. "Brother Wang," Shangye begins, but Secretary Wang hastily interrupts. "Please, don't call me brother. I beg you, let me call you brother instead. I know nothing, so don't ask me anything." With his hands on his head, Secretary Wang retreats, fearing for his salary and unwilling to extend any sympathy toward this alpha. As Secretary Wang's figure disappears, Shangye murmurs, "I just want to mention that your zipper is undone." Uncertain of Luoyan's whereabouts and receiving no response to his messages, Shangye is unable to cancel the candlelit dinner he had booked. Turning to his device, he inquires within his group, discovering that only Gunanan is available. He promptly calls Gunanan to join him. "Are you truly inviting me to dine here?" Gunanan gazes up at the towering edifice, aware that a visit here would cost at least a month's salary. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he cautiously glances at Shangye. "I don't do split bills." "Be quiet," Shangye snaps, his mood already souring further. This meal will indeed require more than a month of his earnings. Although Ms. Ruan frequently replenishes his little treasury, he is still genuinely impoverished. This meal will deplete his account entirely. Just as his spirits couldn't sink any lower, he is confronted with the unexpected sight of the very person he has been yearning to find, Luoyan, engaged in a candlelit dinner with another. Luoyan is dining with Shuhai, who had invited her out, asserting that since they are in a relationship, it is only natural to go on dates. Otherwise, it would seem insincere. Thus, he arranged for a dinner in this romantic locale, a popular rendezvous for many prominent figures, ensuring that their meeting would inevitably reach the ears of both families without any need for overt declarations. Luoyan finds this notion agreeable and consents. As they converse about Shuhai's future plans, to any observer, they appear to share an unending dialogue, their rapport seemingly robust. However, Shuhai's countenance is far from serene. He has been looking rather ill these past few days, as he is in the throes of his heat, yet his alpha is absent. "Brother Yin, can you procure any pheromones for me?" when Shu Hai's voice trails off as he widens his eyes, staring into the distance. Oh, is that not Brother Yi? And is that person beside him a beta? Upon hearing when Shu Hai's words, Shang Luoyan instinctively looks up, immediately spotting Shangye and the alpha accompanying him. Indeed, is an alpha, not a beta. The competitive instinct among alphas is palpable, and Shang Luoyan recognizes it at once. In the morning, I had just marked an omega, and by evening, I found myself dining by candlelight with an alpha. Indeed, a mere trifle is but a trifle. Shang Luoyan cast a disdainful glance at Shangye, turning away, his eyes betraying not only contempt but also a flicker of unrecognized anger. When Shu Hai wore an expression of astonishment, Brother Yi, that person does not seem like a beta. Rather, he appears to be an alpha. Is he truly here for a candlelit dinner with an alpha? As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Shang Luoyan, who had previously believed that Shangye harbored true affection for him. It seemed he was mistaken. Shangye was unpredictable. Any notion of true love was merely a ruse, likely born of sheer boredom. While his disdain for Shangye grew, he noticed that Shangye's eyes were wide with disbelief, exuding an unmistakable aura of displeasure. Hey, Gunanan rapped the table lightly. Please, there's another person here. Kindly show some respect. Shut up. Shangye's mood had plummeted to an all-time low, just when he felt a glimmer of hope. Reality would deliver a harsh slap to his face. Gunanan, a psychology student, had long since detected the tempest brewing between Shangye and the two at the table. Is it your heart's desire? Gunanan inquired, his gaze settling on Shu Hai's face. Indeed, he is quite impressive. However, my friend, your rival is not to be underestimated. Look at his attire, his shoes, and that watch. The entirety of our annual salaries would scarcely cover the cost of his timepiece. Your heart's desire is no slouch either. His possessions are not inexpensive. Shangye had always maintained a low profile, achieving his current standing through sheer effort. Unbeknownst to many that he was the son of the illustrious General Xing and the sole heir of the Luoyan group. Due to his consistent display of modesty, few considered him a privileged scion. Even Gunanan held such a belief. He thought Shangye's chances against that alpha were minimal, given the latter's striking demeanor, elevated status, and apparent refinement. Most significantly, the alpha exuded an air of affluence that rendered Shangye utterly inferior. It was no wonder that Shangye had been acting strangely of late. Encountering such a formidable opponent would leave anyone at a loss. Gunanan genuinely felt sympathy for Shangye, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Brother, hang in there. One cannot be devoid of wealth in matters of the heart. Eat well. Whatever you can reclaim will suffice. At that moment, Shangye had no appetite. He was utterly distressed. I marked him, yet he is with someone else. Shangye no longer wished to speak. Previously, he had entertained the notion that Shang Luoyan and Shu Hai were not as he had imagined. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. However, witnessing their date today, he could no longer deceive himself. They were genuinely meant to be together, while he remained a wretched interloper. What? You marked him? Gunanan's expression shifted dramatically. When did this happen? It couldn't have been in the past few days, could it? Shangye lifted his gaze to meet his, replying coldly, of course it was before. Now, he found himself longing to mark Shang Luoyan. Yet dared he? Furthermore, an alpha cannot be marked for life. Oh, that is a relief. Gunanan exhaled, realizing that a lifelong mark would pose significant complications, potentially jeopardizing Shangye's future. That was all in the past. Let it go. You know nothing, Shangye exclaimed, his voice brimming with emotion. That was my first time marking someone, my first. So what? Gunanan observed him with a complex expression. Brother, do you still intend to pursue this? Chapter 32. To the old residents, Shangye, typically decisive and resolute, displayed an unprecedented look of bewilderment. I do not know. He had finally developed feelings for someone, yet relinquishing that affection felt impossible. However, Shu Hai was his younger brother, one whom he had watched grow up, and Shu Hai had been marked for life by Shang Luoyan. Gunanan had known Shangye for several years, and witnessing him in such a state was a rarity. It was clear he had invested his heart, and as a brother, he naturally wished to assist. "Cool, me. Let's take a look," Gunanan said as he took Shangye by the arm and led him toward the table occupied by Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhuai. As they sat down, Shang Luoyan instinctively furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Shangye before turning his attention to Gunanan. Previously, he had perceived Gunanan as rather unlikable, and that sentiment was only intensified now. Upon taking his seat, Gunanan immediately sensed the palpable disdain emanating from Shang Luoyan. His hostility unmistakable. He was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that this individual had misidentified his rival? Just as he pondered this, Shang Luoyan declared, "You are interrupting us. Please leave." This statement was directed at Shangye, and though it was framed as a request, it was devoid of courtesy. Gunanan's initial unease vanished, realizing he might be the one burdened by Shangye's actions. Shangye, known for his fiery temperament, could tolerate only so much. He had endured Shang Luoyan's cold demeanor because he viewed him as his partner. Now, confronted with Shang Luoyan's callousness, he darkened his expression and retorted, "Shuhuai did not say we were a disturbance. You are simply being overly particular." Shang Luoyan's lips pressed into a thin line, clearly incensed, and the atmosphere between the two men grew tense. When Shuhuai had grown accustomed to their bickering, they had been at odds since childhood, their tempers never having mellowed. He recalled how just a few days prior, he had entertained the notion that they were merely engaged in a friendly rivalry, a thought that now seemed utterly ridiculous. Gunanan found himself astonished. After all, Shangye was generally well-liked, and everyone enjoyed his company. This was the first time he had witnessed such a side of him, and he could not help but glance at Shang Luoyan, which only seemed reasonable in light of the situation. Rivalry was one thing, but to contend with such an outstanding adversary, who could remain composed? Noticing Gunanan's persistent gaze upon him, Shang Luoyan's displeasure became evident, and he coldly remarked, "Are you not going to manage the person you brought?" His tone was brusque, and Shangye responded in kind. "Is this the upbringing of the Shang family? If Grandfather Shang were to find out, he would surely be infuriated." With Shangye's words, the atmosphere at the table shifted dramatically. If it had been tense before, it now crackled with palpable hostility, the air thick with an unmistakable sense of conflict. Though neither had released their pheromones, the pressure emanating from the S-rank alphas was undeniable. With Gunanan and Wen Shuhuai seated at the table, feeling the brunt of it, the document is acceptable. Although he is an Omega, he has been marked, and despite the impact, he manages to hold on. However, Gunanan finds himself in a bit of discomfort. Being an alpha, his pheromone level, while not S-class, is still A-class, which is commendable. Yet, regardless of his high standing, he cannot withstand the simultaneous pressure exerted by two S-class alphas. If it weren't for his professional expertise and robust psychological disposition, he would have already succumbed to chaos. His ability to endure does not imply that others can do the same. Many nearby have already been affected, with some lower-tier alphas uncontrollably releasing their pheromones in a futile attempt to resist the overwhelming pressure. The expansive restaurant quickly filled with a medley of scents. As the alpha pheromones permeated the air, the omega scents soon followed suit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gunanan hastily seized Shangye's arm, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? Quickly, restrain your aura." Shangye snapped back to reality and recognized the error, promptly retracting his presence. However, it was too late. The restaurant was suffused with various pheromones, and the alarm had already sounded. 15 minutes later, personnel from the Federal Pheromone Center rushed in and began escorting individuals away. Half an hour later, Shang Luoyan, with a grim expression, sat in the police station, adorned with a bite inhibitor and handcuffs. This was his first time in a police station in over 20 years, all thanks to that foolish Shangye. At this moment, he wished he could go back a few days and scold his compassionate self. Shangye was notorious for his tall tales. He had always been this way, never speaking a word of truth, and it was laughable that he had ever believed him. Reflecting on Shangye's assertion that only by relying on oneself could he be aided, Shang Luoyan found it amusing that he had genuinely trusted it. The outcome? That morning, one Omega was charmed, and that evening, he was dining with an Alpha by candlelight, reveling in his own merriment. He had no idea how many people had fallen prey to his antics. Shang Luoyan sat silently in the isolation room, his pheromones spiraling out of control, triggering the alarm incessantly. What was happening? Why were the pheromones in turmoil again? Was his sensitivity period approaching? The officers frowned in concern. Secretary Wang arrived with a lawyer, initially believing they could swiftly extricate their boss, only to discover that the police would not release him, citing his pheromonal disarray, which kept him on the brink of chaos. Is his sensitivity period nearing? Secretary Wang inquired anxiously. About 10 days left, came the reply. No wonder. We have already administered calming agents. He can only be released once his condition stabilizes. Yes. Secretary Wang nodded vigorously, daring not to mention that their boss was typically unfazed by sensitivity periods. Having accompanied him for many years, he had witnessed him navigate countless sensitivity phases. While other alphas exhibited heightened destructive tendencies and irritability during their sensitivity periods, these traits were absent in their boss, who could even remain composed at work, engaging in discussions and negotiations. He wisely refrained from voicing such observations, waiting for Shang Luoyan to emerge. By the time Shang Luoyan's pheromones had stabilized, 3 hours had already elapsed, and the lawyer had completed the necessary paperwork. Secretary Wang promptly approached him. He could sense the discontent in Shang Luoyan's demeanor without even raising his gaze. He dared not speak much, only briefly summarizing the day's resolution once they were in the car. The day's events had escalated far too dramatically, and it was fortunate that the personnel from the Pheromone Center arrived promptly. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to bring the situation to a close. Moreover, the representatives from the Pheromone Center were unusually accommodating this time, showing little reluctance, or else he would have struggled to extract the boss in a timely manner. Listening impassively, Shang Luoyan waited until Secretary Wang finished speaking before inquiring, "What about him?" Secretary Wang paused momentarily, realizing whom Shang Luoyan was referring to. "I just inquired." They were not taken to the police station, but were directly escorted away by the federal troops. Upon mentioning this, Secretary Wang couldn't help but commend the boss for his impressive maneuvering. Not only did he manage to deal with an alpha, but it was also a member of the federal forces. Shang Luoyan seemed to have merely asked out of curiosity, for after his question, he fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. Suddenly recalling something, Secretary Wang quickly added, "Mr. Shang, I received a call from Director Shang earlier. He requested that you return home after you come out." He felt a peculiar tension in the air as soon as he uttered those words. It seemed the aura surrounding the boss had intensified. Just as he began to feel uneasy, he heard Shang Luoyan respond, "Understood. Head to the old residence." Chapter 33. Brothers in Adversity. Arriving at the Shang family's old residence well into the night, Shang Luoyan assumed his grandfather would be asleep. To his surprise, upon entering the living room, he found the elder waiting for him. He pulled at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, after such a significant incident, how could his grandfather possibly rest? Grandfather! Without waiting for the elder to speak, Shang Luoyan approached and knelt before him. "Luoyan, you have greatly disappointed me." The elder's voice was not loud, yet his words struck Shang Luoyan like a harsh slap across the face, leaving him silent, lips pressed together. "You are an S-class alpha, yet you have lost control over your pheromones like those worthless lower-tier alphas, causing a public scene. Do you understand the chaos that would have ensued had that Omega from the Wind family not been present?" "I apologize, grandfather," Shang Luoyan replied calmly. "What I seek is not your apology." This statement evidently displeased the elder further. "Your recent conduct has been utterly unacceptable. Reflect on your actions. Return only when you have come to terms with yourself." "Yes." Shang Luoyan accepted this with composure, rising to ascend to his familiar room upstairs. It remained as dark as ever, and he was still alone. Yet this time, no one sent him a glowing device, and his terminal lay dark, devoid of any light. It was not until dawn broke the next day that the door creaked open, and the butler's voice called from outside, "Young master, the elder requests your presence for breakfast." "All right." As Shang Luoyan stood up, he hesitated for a brief moment before regaining his composure, as if the one who had knelt for an entire night were not himself. Despite having spent the night awake, Shang Luoyan's appearance remained striking, and his condition impeccable. when he presented himself before the venerable Mr. Shang in such a state. The old man's expression softened a fraction. "Do not blame me for being overly demanding. You are the sole heir of the Shang family, and as a distinguished alpha, it is imperative that you excel in all endeavors. Only then can you uphold the legacy of the Shang clan." "Understood, grandfather." Shang Luoyan maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if nothing could disturb his composure. The breakfast at the Shang residence, or rather, his breakfast, remained a staple of whole grain bread, eggs, coffee, and milk. However, today he found himself yearning for noodles. He turned to the butler and inquired, "Are there any noodles prepared in the kitchen?" Before the butler could respond, Mr. Shang frowned and remarked, "What prompted this craving for noodles? The carbohydrates are excessive and may cloud your judgment." The butler added, "Young master, the kitchen does not typically prepare noodles in the morning." "Understood." Shang Luoyan said nothing further, merely sipped his coffee and stood up, saying, "Grandfather, I shall return to change my attire. I have a significant meeting today." "Go ahead." Mr. Shang nodded in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the ancestral home, Shang Luoyan instinctively glanced across the street, which lay desolate and devoid of the vehicles he wished to see. Once home, he took a shower and opened the refrigerator, filled to the brim with provisions. Recalling the noodles he had enjoyed with Shangye, he suddenly felt a strong longing and, for the first time, decided to cook himself a bowl of noodles. 10 minutes later, the bowl of noodles found its way into the kitchen trash. It was utterly inedible. Indeed, he was not suited for noodle making. In the days that followed, Shang Luoyan busied himself with work, while Shangye made no appearance. Not a single message reached him. Shang Luoyan gathered all of Shangye's belongings into a box, discarding the vegetables he had purchased into the trash. The remnants of Shangye in his room were entirely erased. Looking at the now tidier home, Shang Luoyan nodded in satisfaction. This, indeed, was the epitome of comfort. Meanwhile, Shangye had just been released from confinement after nearly inciting a riot, having spent 5 long days in isolation. Truth be told, 5 days of confinement felt like a mere trifle to him. Since joining the Federal Army, he had faced such punishment frequently. Had it not been for this, his rank could have been elevated further. Yet, for the first time, he found the experience arduous. He wondered how Shang Luoyan was faring. As for himself, he was resilient. He could endure anything, but the thought of being paraded in handcuffs and a muzzle to the police station would surely infuriate Shang Luoyan. He did not wish for such a scenario, especially after their relationship had finally begun to thaw, only for it to regress to a state of estrangement. Just as Shangye was about to seek out Shang Luoyan, he was pulled aside by Gunanan, who glared at him and said, "I've never seen a brother like you. I thought you were finally going to treat me to a feast, but instead, it's all a trap. Be honest. Did you already know your rival and your beloved were dining together and deliberately caused a disturbance?" "Nonsense," Shangye retorted darkly. "If I had known, I wouldn't have bothered with their meal." He felt a sense of loss, having spent his savings on a candlelit dinner that he never got to enjoy, only to end up in this predicament with Shang Luoyan. "Let go, I must leave," he declared. At that moment, Shangye had no time to pay attention to Gunanan. He was determined to seek out Shang Luoyan. Regardless of the situation between Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhui, he felt compelled to apologize to Shang Luoyan. As an alpha, he had been rather petty, though Shang Luoyan had also shown a lack of generosity. Yet, what could he do? After all, he was fond of him. "Stop thinking about it," Gunanan sneered at him. "Do you really believe that after stirring up such a mess, you can just walk away? Thanks to you, I'm confined for the next 3 months in the military camp." Surprised? Astonished? Gunanan wore a fierce grin. He too had been put in confinement, ostensibly for failing to prevent Shangye's reckless actions as a doctor. He felt utterly wronged. Who could possibly restrain a mad dog like Shangye? 3 months? Shangye raised his voice. "That's unacceptable. By then, the chance will have long passed." Seeing him enraged only fueled Gunanan's anger further. As a mere bystander, he felt unjustly implicated. And yet Shangye had the audacity to express his fury. "Unacceptable? Then file a complaint." "Oh, and by the way, this order came directly from General Xing, who shares your surname." He stated, "Without rules, there can be no order. If soldiers of the Federal Army cannot even control their own pheromones, How can we expect the public to trust us? If you're dissatisfied, you might as well speak to General Xing. Perhaps he might show leniency, considering your shared surname. Shangye scoffed at the notion of their so-called brotherhood, suspecting that Gu Nanan aimed to bring about his demise. To suggest he approached the elder was simply cruel. However, he could not afford to wait 3 months. He felt he could not endure that long. After a moment's thought, he dashed toward the exit. Gu Nanan was taken aback. Have you lost your mind? Where do you think you're going? Chapter 34. Shu Hua has arrived. Shangye knew he could not consult his father, who was unwavering in his decisions, especially in public. Those familiar with his father understood that he had a kryptonite, Mrs. Ruan. At this moment, Shangye was quietly dialing Mrs. Ruan from his dormitory, lamenting how his confinement had caused him to lose weight. That's just as well. You were too robust to begin with, she retorted coldly. Shangye choked back his emotions. Mrs. Ruan, I implore you, I cannot wait 3 months. I believe even 3 months is insufficient. Mrs. Ruan remained unmoved. Given that both Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhui were present yesterday, she, alongside General Xing, believed their son had deliberately provoked the situation out of frustration. The 3-month duration was a mutual agreement between the couple, and by then, it was expected that matters would have settled down. Even if their son was discontented, he would not create further chaos. Mother, it's truly impossible. I need to get out today. Seeing Mrs. Ruan's indifference, Shangye resorted to his trump card. Let me be frank with you. You are going to be a grandmother. What? The startled exclamation from Mrs. Ruan came through the communicator, followed by the abrupt termination of the call. A holographic invitation appeared, and with trepidation, Shangye pressed the answer button. Ms. Ruan's well-maintained visage suddenly appeared before Shangye. Of course, had her expression not been so fierce, she would have appeared even more beautiful. Shangye, I shall grant you an opportunity. Kindly articulate what you just uttered. Mother, you are about to have a daughter-in-law. Shangye showed no signs of guilt, standing his ground with conviction. If you do not release me soon, your daughter-in-law may run off with someone else. He was not entirely lying. Should Shang Luoyan flee, then the prospect of a daughter-in-law would indeed vanish, and the matter of adopting a child would also fall through. But the hope of a grandson would remain intact. Ms. Ruan took a moment to process his words, and after a while, she exclaimed with excitement, Son, is what you say true? Do you truly have a partner? If you do not let me out, I will no longer be your son. Shangye understood how to manipulate Ms. Ruan's emotions. Upon hearing this, she quickly responded, All right, I shall call your father immediately. Mother, please do not mention this to Dad. You know how he is. I fear he might strike me down. Shangye hastily replied. Fearing physical punishment was trivial compared to the dread of being unable to deceive his father. His father was not easily fooled. Very well, Ms. Ruan was now in a position of need, ready to hang up when a thought struck her. She looked at him suspiciously. Didn't you have a month-long assignment? Where's this daughter-in-law of yours coming from? Are you trying to deceive me with Shu Hui? Shangye was prepared for this inquiry and replied promptly. I am not deceiving you. Do you not recall that one night before my assignment when I did not return home, I had indulged a bit too much and ended up marking her for life? That evening, he indeed met with Shu Hui, but a slight mishap occurred when he encountered Shang Luoyan, leading him to inadvertently stray into her room. You marked Shu Hui for life? Ms. Ruan speculated, and Shangye nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just as you surmised, Ms. Ruan was no longer as agitated. She was also not as easily deceived. Then why is Shu Hui marrying Luoyan? Mother, if you had an Omega son, would you prefer him to marry me or Shang Luoyan? Given my profession, before he could finish, Ms. Ruan interrupted, must I contemplate this? Even with a moment's thought, it is evident that she should marry Luoyan, not you. Are you blind? Shangye remarked. I have confirmed you are indeed my mother. All right, I understand. You must handle this matter properly. If all else fails, I shall seek out Mrs. Wan. Please, mother, there is no need for you to intervene just yet. Shangye quickly interjected, for if Ms. Ruan were to take action, it would certainly backfire. Allow me to manage this myself. Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly this time. I will first check on Shu Hui, then have a proper discussion with Shang Luoyan, ensuring I remain calm and collected. Do you still not trust me? Ms. Ruan gave him a disdainful glance. You say such things without fear of your own tongue slipping. Trusting you is akin to trusting a dog. Mother, even dogs possess their rights. Be quiet. Await the news. I warn you, if you dare to deceive me in this matter, before your father lays a hand on you, I shall be the one to incapacitate you. Very well. Very well. Shangye felt a surge of anxiety within, yet maintained an outward appearance of calm. He had already devised a plan, if necessary. He would simply claim he had made an error. He was no stranger to the prospect of punishment. At worst, it would merely shift from men's singles to mixed doubles. Such minor matters. One must commend Ms. Ruan. In just an hour, Shangye received news that he could leave. Gunanan, with a complex expression, gazed at him and inquired, You wouldn't genuinely be seeking out General Xing, would you? Shangye clapped him on the shoulder, asserting, Trust me, nothing is more crucial than securing an omega. All alphas are but paper tigers. Gunanan retorted, Do you even hear what you're saying? Have you lost your mind? Shangye had no time to indulge Gunanan's ramblings. He dropped a cryptic remark and dashed away. Upon leaving the military, he returned home to change his attire and glanced at the time, planning to visit Wen Shuhua first. Wen Shuhua, an omega, had been affected by the unrestrained display of pressure by Shang Luoyan that day. Indeed, Wen Shuhua had been feeling unwell lately, and he took the opportunity to confide in his family about his relationship with Shang Luoyan. Contrary to expectations, the Wen family reacted with joy rather than dismay. Although the families had previously discussed a union, the unexpected turn of events with Shangye had raised concerns about potential changes. Now that their omega had been permanently marked by Shang Luoyan, the matter was as good as settled. In recent days, they had frequently invited Shang Luoyan over, as Wen Shuhua needed the comforting pheromones that only he could provide. Presently, Wen Shuhua was in his room with Shang Luoyan, both enveloped in silence. Shang Luoyan could not release pheromones, as his scent would not only fail to soothe Wen Shuhua, but might even cause him discomfort. Wen Shuhua appeared somewhat pale, undeniably affected. Today was slightly better due to the similar pheromonal balm brought to him by Shangye. Yet, a mere balm could not compare to genuine pheromones. And Wen Shuhua's longing for his alpha had reached a crescendo as he incessantly flipped through their shared photographs on his holographic device. Observing him, Shang Luoyan finally spoke. If you can't bear any longer, just contact him. Wen Shuhua, suppressing his inner yearning, shook his head. I can't. Yan Yi. He has an omega younger brother and an alpha sister. He cannot afford to be in any peril. Shang Luoyan, feeling a twinge of irritation, retorted, And what about you? Shuhua, what will you do? I can endure for another month. Wen Shuhua smiled brightly. In just a month, I will see him again. Watching Wen Shuhua, who radiated joy despite his evident pain, Shang Luoyan felt a heaviness in his heart. He could not comprehend such emotions and doubted he would ever experience them himself. In the midst of their silence, the butler suddenly knocked at the door. Young master, Colonel Xing has arrived. Both Wen Shuhua and Shang Luoyan's expressions shifted simultaneously. Wen Shuhua cautiously glanced at Shang Luoyan. Yingu, would you like to step aside? You should be the one to avoid. Shang Luoyan scoffed, striding out first. Wen Shuhua, sensing an impending storm, hurriedly followed. Chapter 35. I can't bear to part. Shangye was engaged in conversation with Wenmu. Although Shangye typically exhibited a lackadaisical demeanor, he possessed a sweet tongue, particularly when it came to charming omegas. His experience in this regard was quite remarkable. Not only did he manage to enchant someone like Wenmu, but even Ms. Ruan frequently found herself ensnared by his honeyed words. Initially, Wenmu felt somewhat displeased with Shangye, especially since her omega was entangled in this matter. Fortunately, they resolved it swiftly. Otherwise, rumors might have painted her omega as a source of calamity. Nevertheless, she could not withstand the allure of Shangye's sugary flattery. His remarks about how her appearance mirrored that of Shu Huai as siblings left Wenmu utterly delighted. Shang Luoyan entered to witness this scene unfold, his eyelids twitching slightly. He had long known of this person's absurdity, but he had not anticipated such brazen behavior, especially in the presence of elders. While Shangye was busy charming, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings and immediately noticed Shang Luoyan's entrance. Upon seeing him, he abruptly stood up. What are you doing here? ISNT at working hours? Why is this workaholic appearing in such a place? If this were not love, then what could love possibly be? In an instant, Shangye's fervor chilled. Brother Yi, what brings you here? When Shu Huai, fearing a confrontation, hurriedly followed, looking awkwardly at him. Standing beside Shang Luoyan, one tall and one petite, even Shangye, lacking in conscience, could not utter words suggesting they were mismatched. It felt as though someone had struck him hard in the chest, leaving him with a profound discomfort. He yearned to rush over and inquire of Shang Luoyan. Clearly, that day in the changing room, he had reacted to him. Why then was he so intimate with Shu Huai? Brother Yi? When Shu Huai, puzzled by Shangye's demeanor, sensed an unusual fragility in him for the first time. It's nothing. I was just being foolish that day, wondering how you were, so I came to check. You seem well, so I won't disturb you any further. Shangye managed a forced smile at Wen Shu Huai, then bid farewell to Wen Mu, not sparing a glance at Shang Luoyan throughout the exchange. To the onlookers, their interaction seemed unremarkable. After all, their meetings often ended in quarrels, and ignoring one another had become the most prudent approach. However, it was evident that Shang Luoyan did not share this sentiment. He was both amused and irked by Shangye's reaction. This individual had stirred up trouble, only to vanish. Treating him as if he were invisible today. Did he truly believe his temper was boundless? Aunt Shu Huai, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. With that, Shang Luoyan hurriedly departed, failing to await their responses, marking the first time he had shown such discourtesy in front of elders. Why did he leave so abruptly? When Mu glanced at the hasty figure, her eyes filled with concern. Do you think they might clash again? Quite possibly. When Shu Huai replied, feeling a headache coming on. However, he had no intention of joining the fray. If pheromones spiraled out of control once more, it would be a loss. Let them fight. After all, he'd been bickering for years without any consequences. Shangye had initially planned to finish reading the document before picking up Shang Luoyan from work, intending to treat him to a meal with his remaining salary and have a heartfelt discussion about their relationship. However, now he merely wished to use that money to purchase a wreath for Shang Luoyan. As Shangye got into his car, preparing to drive away, the door was suddenly yanked open, and Shang Luoyan seated himself inside. Hey! Shangye smirked, though his gaze remained icy. Do you think this is a taxi? Isn't that what you are? A mere vehicle for fleeting encounters, indulging in all manners of relationships, even with alphas, Shang Luoyan retorted, his eyes fixed on Shangye with a mocking glare. Damn! Shangye raked his fingers through his crew cut, a fierce expression on his face. Shang, don't think for a second that I wouldn't dare to hit you. I won't let you get away with this. He had thought himself the most shameless, only to discover someone even more audacious, who was truly indulgent in their affections, who was the one who mingled indiscriminately. This scoundrel Alpha had marked someone for life while entangling himself with other Omegas, still having the gall to turn the tables. Come on, let us see. Shang Luoyan said coldly. This pent-up rage had been simmering within him for days, ever since that candlelit dinner, coupled with his grandfather's words and a night of remorse weighing heavily on his heart. In the past, he could vent his frustrations through boxing or bungee jumping. Yet this time those outlets proved futile. No one knew how he had endured these days. He felt on the verge of exploding. He thought he had reached his limit until he saw Shangye, and in that moment, he realized how to unleash the fury inside him by engaging in a fierce fight with Shangye. Something was amiss with Shang Luoyan. Once he collected his thoughts, Shangye finally reacted, furrowing his brow at Shang Luoyan. What's wrong with you? Quit the chatter. Are we fighting or not? Shang Luoyan remained unyielding. Let us fight, but at a different place. With that, Shangye started the car, eager to escape confinement and release the pent-up anger within him. He drove Shang Luoyan to a secluded factory, a former training ground that had seen little use. There was no one for miles around, ensuring that even if they unleashed their full strength, they wouldn't disturb anyone. Throwing off his shirt, Shangye declared firmly, Shang, let me tell you, I won't hold back today. Shang Luoyan also removed his suit jacket, saying nothing, calmly rolling up his sleeves. Bang! It was unclear who struck first. But soon their fists were entangled. This was not their first altercation, yet it was the first time they fought with lethal intent. Typically, Xing Shangye wouldn't need to exert his full strength, as Shang Luoyan was no match for him. Yet today, whether driven by a sense of desperation or something else, Shang Luoyan was in exceptional form, forcing Xing Shangye into retreat. Fortunately, Xing Shangye's robust physique held up, or he would have been badly beaten by now. As Shang Luoyan delivered yet another kick, Xing Shangye hastily retreated, but alas, it was too late. He failed to evade the blow entirely and was struck. Although he skillfully mitigated some of the force, the explosive power of an S-class alpha was not to be underestimated, and Xing Shangye winced in pain, tugging at the corner of his mouth. He had anticipated that Shang Luoyan would seize the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows. Yet to his surprise, Shang Luoyan withdrew, coldly regarding him and inquiring, "Why did you not exert your full strength?" With Shang Luoyan ceasing his attack, Xing Shangye, lacking any semblance of dignity, plopped down on the ground and, grimacing, replied, "Would you prefer the official statement or the unvarnished truth?" Aware that Xing Shangye was prone to exaggeration, Shang Luoyan nonetheless pressed, "What is the official response? And what is the truth?" The official statement, of course, is that a soldier of the Federation must not harm any innocent civilians, as it constitutes a grave transgression. As for the truth, Brother Yan, are you truly interested in hearing it? Xing Shangye regarded Shang Luoyan with a cheeky glint in his eyes. Shang Lian's heart raced. He was about to intervene, yet the rogue had already blurted it out. "The truth is, I simply cannot bear to hurt you, Brother Yan." Half an hour later, Shang Luoyan was dragging Xing Shangye out of the abandoned site. Take it easy. Take it easy. I'm a human being and still catching my breath. Brother Yan, could you refrain from dragging me like a lifeless dog? If you keep whining, I'll make you a lifeless dog right now." Shang Luoyan shot him a frosty glare, prompting Xing Shangye to swiftly mime zipping his lips, signaling his desire to remain alive in this beautiful world for a while longer. Once Xing Shangye fell silent, the world regained its tranquility. Shang Luoyan exhaled slowly and managed to haul him into the vehicle. He initially intended to take Xing Shangye to the hospital, but the latter stubbornly refused. "Then have your people come and pick you up," Shang Luoyan said, his patience wearing thin. "Who do you think I have? You know my father well enough. He would gladly strike me 8 times a day if he could. And Mrs. Wan only wishes for me to bear her grandchild." As he lamented his plight, Xing Shangye felt like a neglected cabbage, yearning for affection but finding his future partner to be a heartless siren who reeled him in only to abandon him. Shang Luoyan was entirely unmoved by his theatrics and replied coolly, "You could call your Omega to fetch you. An Alpha would suffice as well." Upon hearing this, Xing Shangye's pain dissipated instantly, and he sat up straight. "Where on earth would I find an Omega? And what in the world is an Alpha?" Shang Luoyan shot him a scornful glance, snorting derisively, "With your limited abilities, you dare to act without facing the consequences? Wait a minute, you need to clarify that. I still have my first kiss." Xing Shangye was nearly driven to exasperation. How could his pristine reputation as an alpha be so tarnished? Shang Luoyan observed him quietly, his gaze filled with disdain. "Truly," Xing Shangye, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "I swear to heaven, if I indeed had any ambiguous connections, I will be trampled for the rest of my life. This vow cannot be deemed anything but venomous." Shang Lian's pupils trembled. At times, he greatly admired Xing Shangye's audacity, for such words are not easily uttered by the average person, cruel to others, even more so to oneself. He had not forgotten how, over the past few days, Wang Yu had been desperately seeking Xing Shangye's contact information. "Wang Yu approached me yesterday," Shang Luoyan remarked nonchalantly. "Wang Yu? Who?" Xing Shangye inquired, his expression one of bewilderment, until a sudden realization struck him, causing him to shudder. "You're not referring to that fierce one, are you? Yingge, do not lead me astray. If he ensnares me, I shall haunt you even in death." He could hardly endure the enthusiasm of such individuals. He preferred the aloof beauty, the one he longed to admire from a distance. He felt a twinge of discomfort but failed to notice his own peculiarities. Shang Luoyan continued, "Well, let's not speak of Wang Yu. Summon your alpha to fetch you. Where would I find an alpha? Shangye lamented, only to suddenly recall something with alarm. You mean that person from that night, right? Luoyan regarded him with a non-committal glance. How many alphas do you have? Nonsense. I don't have a single one. Shangye shouted before adding, his name is Gunanan, a colleague of mine, also serving in the Federal Army. Huh. Luoyan scoffed. Dining on a lavish candlelight dinner worth thousands with a colleague. How romantic. Shangye could not tolerate Luoyan's sardonic demeanor any longer and retorted, Luoyan, speak properly. Why the mockery? What happened to your aloof, domineering persona? You are exuding an air of insincerity. Are you perhaps the reincarnation of a tea spirit? As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he had sealed his fate. True to his expectation, he was unceremoniously kicked out of the car. By the time they returned to the city, 2 hours had passed, and once again, Shangye relied on his audacity to gain entry. I can't take it anymore. I need a shower, he declared, unable to bear the dust clinging to him. Upon entering the bathroom, he began to yell, Shang, where's my toothbrush? Where's my towel? Damn it, where are my slippers? Luoyan rubbed his temples, perplexed as to why he had once again become entangled with this rogue. He plugged his ears and retreated to the master bedroom's bathroom. Half an hour later, Shangye emerged, wrapped in a bath towel around his waist. His arms crossed, and an unfriendly expression directed at Luoyan. Do you have nothing to explain? Luoyan did not even lift his eyelids. Why must I explain anything for disposing of trash in my own home? You are insufferably arrogant. Luoyan, do you realize that at times you truly provoke one to strike you? How he wished to voice that last sentiment, but he dared not utter it aloud. This time, Luoyan finally reacted, casting a sidelong glance at Shangye with a smirk. Try touching me and see what happens. Shangye thought to himself that he had indeed encountered a living deity. Resigned, he sat down before Luoyan. Let's have a serious discussion, Luoyan. Shangye, typically playful and lighthearted, rarely found himself in such earnest moments. His demeanor caused Luoyan to involuntarily glance at him before abruptly averting his gaze. Gritting his teeth as he retorted, if you don't cover that up properly, be cautious. I might just cut it off. Shangye was momentarily taken aback, taking a while to process the remark. He quickly adjusted his previously bold posture, closing his legs tightly, resembling a bashful bride, appearing somewhat shy. This can't be blamed on me. I have no clothes left, not even a single pair of underwear. So how do you feel? It doesn't look too bad, does it? Quite spirited? As Shangye's comments grew increasingly absurd, Luoyan closed his eyes, contemplating that perhaps he should indeed render this person mute. He realized that he shouldn't have expected anything serious from him. After a brief 3 seconds of seriousness, he decided to ignore Shangye and made it enter his room, only to be halted by Shangye grasping his arm. Yan Yi, I genuinely have something to discuss with you. Luoyan regarded him for a moment before coldly stating, you'd better not waste my time with nonsense this time. It better be something significant. Yingge, be honest with me. What is your relationship with Shu Huai? Concerned about the matter at hand, Shangye dared not be careless. Fixating his gaze on Luoyan, attempting to glean any hint from his expression. However, who was Luoyan? He was the embodiment of arrogance. How could he allow Shangye to discern anything unusual? Luoyan was taken aback by the nature of Shangye's inquiry, furrowing his brow. What does this have to do with you? Why do you care so much about when Shu Huai? Fool, he is with someone else, and yet you still foolishly hope. This is important to me. Yingge, please tell me. Shangye tightly grasped Luoyan's hand, imploring, if you and he are genuine, then I wish you both well. But if it's not real, what then? Luoyan looked at him with derision. Do you still wish to pursue him? Unfortunately, my relationship with Shu Huai is a facade, but his connection with someone else is all too real. If your relationship with Shu Huai is not authentic. Shangye slowly fixed his gaze on Luoyan's eyes. If you're not truly in love, then I wish to court you. Chapter 37. Terrifying with a thunderous noise, Luoyan felt as though something had detonated in his mind. He considered himself someone who had weathered many storms, yet this time, he was utterly astonished. After a brief pause, he finally regained his voice. What did you just say? Who do you wish to pursue? You, Yanyi. If you and Shu Huai are not real, if you do not truly love one another, then I want to pursue you, Xing Shangye stated earnestly. His days of confinement had not been in vain. He had given this considerable thought and was prepared to clarify his feelings to Shang Luoyan. Otherwise, given Shang Luoyan's attitude towards him, by the time his false respite ended, they would have made no progress. He needed to first alter Shang Luoyan's preconceived notions and convey that he was indeed pursuing someone. Shang Luoyan was taken aback by the sincerity reflected in Xing Shangye's eyes. He abruptly released Xing Shangye's hand, inhaling deeply before stating, "You should see a doctor tomorrow. I believe that medication you mentioned has not only altered your preferences, but has also warped your thinking, perhaps even infiltrated your mind. While this person has always been eccentric, he has never been this delusional. Pursue me? Is it I who have lost my sanity, or has the world gone mad?" For the first time, a look of bewilderment graced Shang Luoyan's face. Unfortunately, Xing Shangye was too preoccupied to appreciate it. He refrained from contesting Luoyan's words, instead pressing on with his inquiry. "Brother Yin, tell me, what is the nature of your relationship with Shu Huai?" Luoyan, feeling cornered, exclaimed, "Haven't you seen it all? I love him. He loves me. I marked him. That's all there is to it." Driven to the brink of composure, he let slip a string of curses, a feat that only Xing Shangye seemed capable of provoking. Xing Shangye's pupils dilated in disbelief as he instinctively shook his head. "No, I refuse to believe it. There is no such feeling between the two of you." Luoyan, barely able to contain his laughter and anger, thought to himself, why ask if he would not believe the answer? Without further ado, he disregarded Shangye and locked the door behind him. As he lay in bed, Luoyan found himself replaying Shangye's words in his mind. Madness. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. Luoyan could not recall when he had drifted off to sleep, but when he awakened the next day, he had long surpassed his usual biological clock. He quickly dressed, cursing Shangye under his breath. Indeed, encountering Xing Shangye brought no good fortune. He had spent the entire night plagued by nightmares of Shangye chasing after him. In his attempts to evade him, he had fallen into a ditch, getting covered in mud, and then Shangye had insisted on helping him bathe. The imagery was too vivid to contemplate. Expecting Shangye to have left, Luoyan opened the door only to be greeted by the sight of that absurd figure clad in a ridiculous apron. "Why are you still here?" Luoyan asked, his expression one of exasperation. "Brother Yin, breakfast is ready," Shangye cheerfully announced as he brought in a platter, his demeanor radiating a desire for praise, as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. His attitude incited a flicker of self-doubt in Luoyan. Could it be that he had been so fatigued lately that last night had merely been a dream? Before he could ponder further, a familiar aroma wafted through the air. Turning to look, he saw Shangye emerging with a large bowl of noodles. This was precisely the dish he had yearned for. Shangye had nearly picked up his chopsticks when he noticed Luoyan's unwavering gaze upon the bowl. Tentatively, he asked, "Would you like to try some?" Expecting yet another rejection. He was taken aback when Luoyan remained silent this time. Understanding Luoyan's reluctance to admit his desire, Shangye found the situation amusing. After all, it was merely a bowl of noodles, nothing to be ashamed of. His dear partner was quite endearing. He fetched a small bowl and served Luoyan a portion. His chatter resuming, "Brother Yin, please taste my cooking and let me know if there's anything that needs improvement." Luoyan regarded him with an expression that said he was only eating because Shangye had implored him to. Shangye nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, exactly as you perceive it, Brother Yin. Please do me this favor." He lamented internally how difficult it was to be such an alpha, one so rare to find, who not only could endure hardship, but also provide his beloved with the utmost emotional support. Shang Luoyan's lips curved slightly as he experienced the novel delight of enjoying noodles for breakfast. The noodles surpassed his expectations, arguably the most delectable he had ever tasted. He found it perplexing that such a robust alpha could possess such culinary skill. Before he realized it, he had consumed an entire bowl of noodles, leaving him surprisingly wanting more. "Brother Yin, would you like some more?" inquired Xing Shangye, leaning closer. Shang Luoyan was jolted from his reverie. gazing at the empty bowl in disbelief. He had merely intended to sample a little, yet the moment he heard a slurping sound, he abruptly pushed back his chair and stood up. I need to leave my home before returning. He sensed that if Shangye lingered any longer, it would lead to significant repercussions, not just the disruption of his long-standing eating habits, but also other matters, such as the conversation from the previous night. Oh. Shangye was taken aback by Luoyan's sudden change in demeanor. His volatility was not a newfound trait, yet this instance was particularly exaggerated. One moment he had relished the noodles, and the next, he was eager to evict him. How heartless. Brother Yin, please allow me to stay for a while longer. I have nowhere to go. My holiday is not yet over, and I cannot return to the military camp. I dare not go home, as my father would certainly break my legs. Besides, I lack the funds to stay in a hotel. As he spoke, Shangye scratched his face and opened his holographic device to show Shang Luoyan his meager balance. Shang Luoyan cast a casual glance, and his expression turned complex. He could not fathom how a man in his 20s, a colonel no less, could possess such a paltry savings account. His pockets seemed emptier than his face. Brother Yin, Shangye looked at him with a pitiful gaze. The sight of a rugged man attempting to be endearing was almost too beautiful for Shang Luoyan to bear. He turned his head away, coldly remarking, "The hotels under the Shang family would not accept your money. That would be so embarrassing. They might think I'm living off your generosity." Shangye's words caused Shang Luoyan's pupils to tremble. It was clear he must be deranged to be debating such trivial matters with this fool. Shang Luoyan closed the door in irritation, while Shangye hummed a tune as he tidied up the home, embodying the image of a devoted spouse. Shang Luoyan had concluded that he and Wen Shuhua were certainly not what they seemed, although Shang Luoyan had declared his certainty with fervor the day before. It was more a reaction of anger than truth. Despite his efforts to conceal it, Shang Luoyan's unease was evident to someone with a background in observation. The true nature of Shang Luoyan's relationship with Wen Shuhua remained shrouded in mystery, but it was evident that the reality was far from what they had portrayed. In the car, Shang Luoyan gazed at the images transmitted from the surveillance cameras, his expression a tumult of emotions, feeling as though he might unravel. He finally comprehended the peculiar behavior of Shangye from a while back, initially believing that the other party sought to reciprocate his kindness. In reality, it was an earnest pursuit. Shangye had even assumed the role of a wife, dutifully managing household chores, preparing meals, and brewing soup. A vivid image began to form in Shang Luoyan's mind. Shangye, like a delicate bird, clinging to his arm and pouting at him. Shang Luoyan abruptly shut his eyes, feeling a surge of madness at the horrifying thought. After some contemplation, he reached out to Wen Shuhua. Chapter 38. You have done no wrong. Shortly after Shangye arrived at the office, Wen Shuhua hurriedly appeared, disheveled, with a rebellious strand of hair standing on end. Shang Luoyan frowned and remarked, "You should tidy yourself up first." Although the matter was urgent, it was not dire enough to warrant such disarray. Wen Shuhua blushed. Since his confession to Shang Luoyan, he had become increasingly careless in his appearance before him. After straightening his clothes and hair, he inquired, "Brother Yin, you mentioned an important matter. What is it?" Shangye does not believe in the nature of my relationship with you," Shang Luoyan replied. After a moment's thought, Wen Shuhua suggested, "Perhaps I should reveal the truth to him." He was truly averse to witnessing further conflict between the two, as it was profoundly unfair to Brother Yin, who was unjustly bearing the blame. The more he contemplated, the more feasible his plans seemed. Xing does not harbor feelings for me. He clings to me merely because he believes you and I are together. If I disclose the truth, he will no longer target you. Absolutely not. Shang Luoyan firmly dismissed the idea. He found it difficult to articulate that Shangye was pursuing him. During their previous conversation in the office, Wen Shuhua had mentioned Shangye's intentions, and at the time, he thought they were delusional. Now, it appeared that it was not they who were mad, but rather Shangye. Brother Yin? Wen Shuhua, bewildered, gazed at Shang Luoyan. He was aware that if he let slip even a word, others would soon learn of it as well. After a moment's reflection, Wen Shuhua found Shang Luoyan's reasoning compelling. What should we do then? He pondered, feeling a headache coming on. The incident at the restaurant had stirred considerable commotion, leading most to disbelieve that Shangye was pursuing Luoyan. However, a more troublesome predicament was arising. Their love triangle was once again being brought to light. If he chooses disbelief, let him remain in that state, Luoyan declared with finality. By midday, Shangye appeared at the Shang Corporation building, carrying a thermos. Upon spotting him, Secretary Wang turned to leave, but was called back by Shangye. Wang Yi, King Shang greeted warmly. Secretary Wang sighed, often wondering where this alpha found such boundless energy. He seemed perpetually tireless and unwavering, always exuding infinite enthusiasm. Is President Shang in today? Shangye inquired cheerfully, confident that Luoyan was present. He had witnessed the complexities of a wife's contradictory emotions before. Yes, Secretary Wang replied, his gaze toward Shangye filled with sympathy. However, Shangye was singularly focused on hastening to attend to Luoyan and remained oblivious to the nuances in Secretary Wang's demeanor. I'll chat with you later. I must head up now, he said, as Luoyan expertly navigated the elevator. Secretary Wang had just exited the office of Luoyan, where the Omega was still present. Leaving the Alpha in a state of disappointment, one could almost feel pity for him. Nevertheless, duties must be fulfilled, so he promptly messaged the boss to inform him of the guest's arrival. Yan Yi. Shangye noticed that the door to Luoyan's office was not tightly shut. With a gentle push, he entered without a second thought, a cheerful smile gracing his face. However, his voice abruptly halted as he beheld an astonishing sight. When Shuhai was seated upon Luoyan's lap, his head bowed in a submissive manner. The two had evidently just released each other, and the flush of when Shuhai's lips betrayed their prior activities. Seemingly startled, when Shuhai quickly rose from Luoyan's embrace, and, feeling a touch embarrassed, exclaimed, "Ye, what brings you here?" Shangye offered no reply, his gaze fixed solely upon Luoyan. His mind raced back to the previous night's conversation, where Luoyan had professed his genuine affection for Wen Shuhai, revealing that he had marked him and that Wen Shuhai was carrying his child. Initially, he had dismissed these claims, but today he realized the fault lay within himself. The two were indeed deeply enamored, contrary to his previous assumptions. Yea, the unease radiating from Shangye alarmed Wen Shuhai. He called out to him several times before Shangye snapped back to reality, mustering a strained response. "Shuhai, could you please step out for a moment? I need to speak with Luoyan privately." Previously, in this very office, he had stormed out in anger, but this time, he wished to grant himself one final opportunity. Yea, when Shuhai hesitated, feeling an impending sense of dread should he depart. "Shuhai, go have a meal. I will join you shortly," Luoyan interjected. Reluctantly, when Shuhai exited, whispering to Luoyan, "Yingu, please do not go too far." Witnessing Shangye's distress weighed heavily on his heart. "Understood," Luoyan replied, and only then did Wen Shuhai leave, his anxiety palpable. Once when Shuhai had departed, Luoyan turned to Shangye, inquiring, "What is it you wish to discuss?" Shangye tightened his grip on the thermos he held, advancing towards the table to set it down before speaking. "Luoyan, I will ask you one last time, and I implore you to answer sincerely. What is the nature of your relationship with Wen Shuhai?" Leaning back in his chair, Luoyan intertwined his fingers. "You posed this question last night, and I provided my answer. I will reiterate it now, for the final time. As you can see, Wen Shuhai and I are truly together." With that, he averted his gaze, unable to bear the expression on Shangye's face, which left him feeling unsettled. However, this situation could not persist. Regardless of whether Shangye's feelings were fleeting or rooted in something deeper, a resolution was imperative. To his surprise, the anticipated outburst of anger and hurt did not materialize. Instead, he heard Shangye softly utter, "I see." He could not help but glance at Shangye, only to see that the person who was perpetually arrogant and defiant wore an expression of utter bewilderment, his gaze hollow in a manner never witnessed before. As he looked over, the other even managed to smile, remarking, "It's quite nice. You two are quite a match. If you decide to marry, just let me know, and I want to attend. I'll send a gift instead." Luoyan wished fervently that he would cease his smiling, for Shangye's smile was rather unappealing. He would much rather see him fuming with rage than in such a state. Perhaps because of Shangye's exceedingly unusual demeanor. Shang Luoyan uttered a phrase he would typically refrain from. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. Fight? What for? I wouldn't dare strike you, and besides, you've done nothing wrong. Shangye chuckled softly, wiping his face with his hand. Let us just pretend these past days never happened. With that, he turned and walked away, but Shang Luoyan called out to him, your belongings. Before he could finish, he heard Shangye say, without looking back, just toss them. Chapter 39. The fragrance of roses. Shangye was unaware of how he exited the Shang residence, and even when he collided with Secretary Wang in the lobby, he remained oblivious. Once in his car, he aimlessly drove around, reassuring himself that it was no big deal. Wasn't it merely a heartbreak? No, it wasn't a heartbreak. He had never truly been in love, merely a failed infatuation. Such occurrences were commonplace. An alpha ought to endure a few heart-stirring romances. Otherwise, they would feel remiss in their life experiences. This was merely a trivial episode in his journey. Moreover, with Shang Luoyan's foul temper, being an alpha himself, who could resist a fragrant and gentle omega? There was no need for him to humble himself or to constantly placate. Someone like Wang Yu was quite appealing, generous, proactive, and cheerful. Wasn't he that 100 times better than Shang Luoyan? Yes, he would ask for Wang Yu's contact information tomorrow. When Gunanan received a call from Shangye, he was utterly speechless. Ancestor, I still have work. Not everyone has as many days off as you. After a long silence, Shangye finally said, I've experienced heartbreak. Gunanan couldn't help but laugh. Huh, how novel. You've gone through at least 8 heartbreaks in a year. Last month, when your favorite streamer announced their marriage, you declared it a heartbreak. The month before that, when your beloved food blogger was revealed to be married, you said the same. The month prior, before Gunanan could finish his sentence, Shangye interjected. This time is different. In the past, he had made a ruckus. Now, however, he felt an intense heartache, and he couldn't quite grasp his own feelings. Gunanan, my heart hurts terribly. Do you think I might have a heart condition? Or could it be a sudden heart attack? Hearing such absurdity, Gunanan suppressed the urge to curse and asked for his location, requesting leave from the team. This place you chose is rather peculiar, Gunanan remarked. While others drowning in heartbreak would typically seek solace in bars or by the riverside, perhaps even dance a little to demonstrate their emotional turmoil, Shangye, on the other hand, lay alone on the old training grounds. What a peculiar penchant. Last time, I engaged in a brawl with him here. Shangye spoke slowly, seeking the remnants of Shang Luoyan's essence in this place, yet found it absent. Not a trace of pheromones remained, nor even the scent of his customary cologne. A brawl? Was it the kind of altercation I am envisioning? Gunanan regarded Shangye with the eyes of one who perceives a scoundrel. Brother, I must say, with your stinginess, unwilling to even part with your room, who else could possibly suffer heartbreak? Gunanan did not genuinely consider the notion of a physical confrontation. After all, despite Shangye's lack of decorum, he would never stoop to striking an omega, so it must have been a petty quarrel instead. However, he was entirely mistaken in his understanding. Shang felt a pang of discomfort, momentarily rendered speechless by Gunanan's words, before finally managing to utter, how can you still bring that up? I spent my entire salary treating you to a candlelit dinner. The mention of this sparked a retort from Gunanan. Candlelit dinner? Are you quite certain? I didn't even have a single bite before being dragged off like a dog to confinement. And you dare speak of candlelit dinners? Anger surged within him. Yet Shangye was even more incensed. How can you even say that? Who insisted on dragging me along? If it weren't for that, could Shang Luoyan have possibly ended up in confinement for so many days? Damn! Gunanan pointed an accusing finger at Shangye. Who do you think I was doing this for? He felt that Shangye possessed a peculiar power, capable of igniting one's adrenaline and inciting a desire to strike. A confrontation was inevitable. This situation could not be resolved without a fight. It was evident that Shangye had pushed a liberal arts student to the brink of violence. Yet, to Gunanan's surprise, Shangye was unimpressed, dismissively stating, no fight. I have no interest in bullying the weak. Gunanan took a deep breath and replied, Shangye, the only reason you haven't been beaten to a pulp is sheer luck. Uft. That's because I'm capable of fighting. Luck has nothing to do with it. It's all about strength. Gu Nanan fell silent, plopping down onto the ground beside him. After a moment of quiet, Shangye spoke again. I plan to take a leave of absence and go on a mission. He was eager to leave this place. He harbored no grand sentiments to genuinely wish the couple well, yet he could not bring himself to resort to forceful means. A fruit that is forcibly plucked is never sweet. Perhaps it was best to let it be. Perhaps it's for the best that you leave, causing less trouble for others. Gu Nanan softened his tone. There are plenty of omegas. Just tell me your pheromone number, and I will find you a compatible omega. One who is surely better than the last. Sometimes we must trust in science and the theories of AO pheromone compatibility. No, Shangye was disinclined to engage further. His preferences did not align with any omega, and AO pheromones were ineffective for him. Over the years of undertaking missions, he had encountered the scent of omegas on several occasions, often when they were in heat, and while many alphas struggled to maintain their composure. He felt nothing of the sort. At most, he experienced discomfort, such as an unpleasant odor or dizziness, but never that overwhelming urge to possess. At times, he even wondered if he was a false alpha. Until that fateful evening when he caught a whiff of Luoyan's pheromones, he felt an instantaneous awakening within himself. It was the first time he felt an urge to mark someone, and he acted upon it, only to find that it was a one-sided affair. Shangye could not help but raise his arm to shield his eyes. Hey! Gu Nanan exclaimed in surprise. Are you crying? Impossible. Shangye would never cry. Shut up. At that moment, Shangye had no desire to converse with Gu Nanan. He understood that his companion was attempting to lighten the mood with jest, but he was utterly disinclined to engage in conversation. Seeing him in such a state was novel for Gu Nanan, and after a while, he finally spoke. Time is the best healer. It will pass slowly. Do you truly not want me to introduce you to an omega? The finest way to forget a past romance is to embark upon a new one. After a considerable pause, Shangye finally responded, fine. All right. Gu Nanan decided to take the plunge. For the sake of his brother, he resolved to frequent the matchmaking market more diligently. Although Shangye was somewhat impoverished, he was fortunate enough to possess an appealing visage and an impressive military rank. What type do you desire? Tall, preferably someone of a similar height to mine. They should exude an air of elegance, ideally aloof and reserved. Furthermore, their skin must be flawless, cold, fair skin is paramount. Oh, and they should also be skilled in combat, able to hold their own in a fight. Additionally, wealth is essential. You know I'm not well off. Gu Nanan observed as Shangye's expression gradually became hollow. He wished he could retract his previous words. Was this a search for an omega? It felt more akin to seeking a paragon of versatility. However, having uttered those words, he braced himself and acquiesced. Very well. By the way, there's one crucial aspect. I know, it needs to be sweet, right? Gu Nanan interrupted, well aware of Shangye's preference for sugary scents. No, it should be floral, preferably a rose fragrance. Chapter 40. Still seeking? Yingo, are you all right? When Shui inquired. Concern etched across his face as he observed Luoyan, who had seemingly drifted off, and not for the first time. The steak on his plate had been sliced into pieces too small to be of any substance. I'm fine, Luoyan replied, returning to the present, setting down his knife and fork. I'm just not very hungry. When Shui didn't dwell on it. In truth, he himself had little appetite, partly due to his yearning for pheromones, and partly because of Shangye. He was unaware of how deeply Shangye harbored feelings for him, and reflecting on Shangye's previous demeanor filled him with guilt. Had he known earlier how much Shangye cared for him, he would have clarified matters sooner. What did you and Yi discuss after I left? Is he doing well? Is there anything amiss? Luoyan was uncertain whether he spoke for Wen Shuhui's benefit or his own. It's not as if anyone can't live without someone else. While his words were indeed true, Wen Shuhui could not shake the unease in his heart. After exchanging a few hurried words with Luoyan, he quickly took his leave. Luoyan returned to his office, having spent the entire morning contemplating how to address the situation with Shangye. Now that it was resolved, he felt it unnecessary to invest further time in trivial matters or people. As he was about to take a seat, his gaze fell upon the thermal container on the table. which had been brought in by Shangye earlier. Although Shang Luoyan initially intended for the cleaning staff to dispose of it, he ultimately succumbed to curiosity and opened the container, reassuring himself that his decision was merely a response to a sudden pang of hunger. Inside, he discovered an array of his favorite dishes: shrimp stir-fried with broccoli, sweet and sour ribs, sautéed vegetables, and a rich tomato oxtail soup. The flavors were delightful, surpassing even the culinary creations of the five-star chef he had previously engaged. As his palate was awakened, his appetite significantly improved. However, midway through his meal, an unsettling realization washed over him. This would be the last time he would savor such a feast. His appetite abruptly vanished. He summoned Secretary Wang, his primary aide, to join him. Secretary Wang had received an astonishing task today. The boss, who typically disregarded culinary indulgences, had actually requested him to procure a chef of the highest caliber. Wang did not mention that the current chef was already of exceptional quality. After all, with the boss's wealth, he had the luxury to be capricious, and subordinates had no right to question his whims. True to his reputation as the foremost aide, Wang had managed to invite 3 of the finest chefs to showcase their skills in a remarkably short span. Each chef was tasked with preparing the tomato oxtail soup, shrimp stir-fried with broccoli, and sweet and sour ribs. They approached the challenge with utmost seriousness, as simplicity in cuisine often tested their true prowess. They were eager to employ their full range of culinary techniques, each striving to create something extraordinary. The sole taster was Shang Luoyan. As he sampled each dish, his expression grew increasingly somber, causing Secretary Wang's heart to sink. Were none of them satisfactory? Shang Luoyan maintained his composure, kindly requesting Wang to dismiss the chefs while compensating them generously. "I will seek others," Wang replied, displaying his resourcefulness. Shang Luoyan merely nodded in acknowledgement. Undeterred, Wang tasted the dishes himself once outside the office, only to furrow his brow in confusion. There was nothing amiss. They were indeed delicious. The boss was proving to be perplexingly difficult to comprehend, especially of late. As time swiftly passed, half a month flew by, and it was finally the day when Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhai would go to Madasheng to obtain their marriage certificate. Madasheng was renowned for its romantic legends, making it a popular destination for newlyweds. The picturesque scenery often led couples to combine their certificate acquisition with a honeymoon, which was the very reason they had chosen this locale, leaving no room for doubt from either the Shang or Wen families. When Shuhai appeared particularly elated, he had been struggling without his alpha's pheromones, losing considerable weight and desperately yearning for the comfort of his alpha. Though Shang Luoyan frequently visited him, both were acutely aware that his presence offered little solace. Others remained oblivious, assuming that Wen Shuhai's reactions were merely exaggerated, while Shang Luoyan was simply too occupied to be by his side at all times. The urgency with which the two hastened towards Madastar could no longer be delayed. It was imperative that Wen Shuai meet his alpha post-haste. Before their departure, the venerable Mr. Shang specifically summoned Shang Luoyan back to the ancestral home. "Take good care of Shuai," he instructed. "At Madastar, you can verify the compatibility levels of your pheromones. Do conduct an examination." Shang Luoyan furrowed his brow and murmured, "Grandfather, there is no need. We have already undergone lifelong marking." Mr. Shang cast a glance at him, seemingly displeased by his retort. However, considering the impending journey, he refrained from further comment and shifted the conversation to another matter. "Have you had any recent interactions with that lad from the Xing family?" Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan was momentarily taken aback. It had been over half a month since anyone had mentioned Shangye in his presence, and he had nearly forgotten the individual. "Yes," he replied. While the young man was far from remarkable, the influence of the Xing family was not to be underestimated. Maintaining cordial relations was beneficial for the Shang family, which was why, despite his disdain for the Xing family, he had not severed ties over the years. "Very well, grandfather." Perhaps recalling the Xing family had prompted Mr. Shang to remember a rather amusing incident. "I heard recently that he nearly had his leg broken. This time, even his mother did not intervene." Shang Luoyan's fingers twitched slightly at this news. Who did this to him? Who else could it be? Naturally, it was his father. Mr. Shang replied, dismissively, expressing his contempt for the Xing family's values. It is truly a jest in our circle that a high-ranking alpha, a general no less, will be frightened by an omega. Suddenly, an idea crossed Mr. Shang's mind, and he regarded his grandson with a meaningful look. Make sure you do not follow in his footsteps. At no time should you allow an omega to surpass you. However, Shang Luoyan scarcely registered his grandfather's words, as he was preoccupied with what he had just heard. Shangye had been beaten. In the past, such news would have lifted his spirits, but this time he felt nothing but agitation. Brother Yin, what are you thinking about? When Shuai inquired, noticing that Shang Luoyan had been unusually distant, often staring out the window, lost in thought. No one knew what occupied his mind. Previously, his secretary had mentioned that he had searched for numerous chefs, scouring the entire Federation, yet for some unknown reason, none had remained. Could it be that his sensitivity period was approaching? When Shuai pondered and quickly shifted back. Brother Yin, is your sensitivity period about to begin? Sensitivity period? Shang Luoyan calculated the time. Logically, it should have commenced a week prior, yet he had yet to experience any signs. Had this period simply passed him by? Before he could fully grasp the situation, when Shuai pressed on, Brother Yin, have you found that omega? Shang Luoyan was momentarily stunned. He had not thought of that omega in quite some time. If when Shuai hadn't mentioned it, he would have completely forgotten about the existence of that omega, as well as the collaboration he still had with Shangye, who was supposed to assist him in locating that omega. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that the other party would no longer be inclined to help. Brother Yin, do you still wish to find that omega? When Shuai inquired again. Chapter 41. Is that pompous individual still worth searching for? Previously, he had harbored a relentless desire to locate that omega. Yet now, the urgency seemed to have diminished. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter a single word. Find. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained resolute in his quest to locate the little omega. Meanwhile, Shangye had already arrived at Modestar, where the beauty surrounding him expressed their awe. How beautiful! Look at all the pink balloons. Despite being referred to as beautiful, his robust physique paired with a countenance reminiscent of a delicate beauty garnered many lingering glances. Tone it down, Shangye coldly reminded, as their purpose for this journey was to complete a confidential mission. The higher-ups had received intelligence indicating that Modestar had discovered a novel type of drug capable of temporarily altering a person's gender for approximately 1 week. Alphas could briefly transform into omegas, while omegas might assume the roles of betas or alphas. Naturally, this only involved a change in pheromones. The physiological structure remained unaltered. Nonetheless, it posed significant complications, particularly in the pursuit of fugitives. This drug was strictly prohibited, and its origins were unknown. Recent findings suggested its emergence on Modestar, and their mission was to investigate the substance and uncover those behind it. Boss, weren't we supposed to have someone to meet us? A burly man whispered. Yes, they should be arriving soon, Shangye replied, glancing at his holographic device. The group had donned appropriate attire, especially him. After years of wearing Tinyuan t-shirts, he had exchanged it for a tailored black bodyguard suit, exuding an air of professionalism. They were masquerading as tourists, with the burly man and the beauty portraying an AO couple, their contrasting physiques fitting the roles perfectly as they were seasoned partners. He and Shangye played the part of the couple's bodyguards, and the contact was a federal agent, disguised as a tour guide. Just as he finished speaking, a tall omega approached them. Are you Mr. Chun and Ms. Zhang? Rose? Shangye inquired. Yes, I'm your tour guide. Please follow me. The omega, a gentle young man, smiled and reached to assist them with their luggage. Naturally, Shangye declined his offer, but as they brushed past each other, he caught a faint scent of roses, causing a slight stiffening of his expression. He had assumed Rose was merely a code name. How did it seem reminiscent of pheromones? To be candid, he now felt somewhat sensitive to the term Rose, and he had not anticipated that the federal agent stationed on Modestar would be an omega. It was not a matter of prejudice against little OS. Rather, the individual appeared somewhat fragile. In the event of danger, would they be expected to protect him? It was evident that he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. The others shared similar sentiments. In the bustling airport, They refrained from expressing their concerns. But once they were in the vehicle, among familiar faces, the pretense faded. Shangye was the first to inquire, "Are you an Omega? Is there a hint of gender discrimination here?" As soon as she boarded the vehicle, Rose seemed to transform into an entirely different person, exuding an air of unapproachability. Under her icy gaze, Shangye instinctively recoiled, murmuring, "No." He felt that a mere nod from him could lead to being unceremoniously ejected from the car. Ahem. Shangye cleared his throat and nudged Shangye with his foot, bemused by the poor lad's utter foolishness. Was such a question even appropriate? "Greetings, I am Wildcat." He introduced himself. Omega cast a scrutinizing glance in his direction, remarking, "Quite wild indeed." Shangye faltered momentarily. Had it not been for the fact that the merchant had only one descendant, Luoyan, he might have genuinely suspected that Rose was affiliated with the merchant family. After the pleasantries, Rose steered the conversation towards serious matters. "I discovered that the most recent sightings of the drug occurred at the church." "The church? Isn't that where weddings are held?" Zhuang furrowed his brow. "Indeed, as this drug has become quite popular among newlyweds." "Why?" Zhuang inquired, only to realize the answer himself. There were too few AOs. Many were beta pairings, and some were BOs. The ephemeral switch of genders garnered considerable attention. Meanwhile, Shangye pondered the implications of this drug's creation, speculating that understanding the creator's motives might be crucial in identifying the mastermind behind it all. "By the way, there's something else I must share with you," Rose remarked, glancing at the group, aware that they had never visited Madastar. This place revered freedom, equality, and openness, believing that nothing should be concealed, including their pheromones. Thus, the locals chose not to mask their pheromone scents. "How exhilarating!" a beauty exclaimed, astonished, noting that such matters were considered personal privacy and required utmost confidentiality back in the Federation. "Who owns Madastar?" Shangye suddenly inquired, sensing that the regulations here seemed to directly oppose those of the Federation. Although Madastar was technically a territory of the Federation, it functioned as a private little planet. "I'm not sure. I've only been here for 2 years. However, I've heard it is owned by a particularly beautiful Omega." Shangye nodded thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at Rose, remaining silent. So, it wasn't merely an illusion. This Omega's pheromones indeed bore the scent of roses. Anyone capable of serving as an agent must possess commendable skills. Strikingly competent, aloof, and with a rose-like scent. Was it truly serendipity? Unable to contain himself, Shangye sent a message to Gunanan, who responded almost instantaneously. "Indeed. However, at the cost of my own charm, I've gathered intel that perfectly aligns with your requirements. Brother, this is all I can do for you. You must strive onward." Shangye, with a complex expression, stowed away his light brain, astonished that Gunanan had genuinely fulfilled his casual remark. No wonder he had insisted on taking this mission. It all made sense now. One could say that apart from the discrepancy in gender, Rose matched his expectations splendidly. It appeared that the extravagant candlelit dinner had not been in vain. Gunanan was indeed someone worth collaborating with. They had booked the finest hotel in Mada. As they approached the hotel, the group concealed their auras. The beauty and the brawny man exchanged a glance and stifled a gag. However, once they alighted from the vehicle, they intertwined their arms, instantly transforming into a sweet newlywed couple. As bodyguards, Shangye and Shangye closely followed, ever vigilant for their safety. Upon entering the lobby, Shangye swiftly surveyed the surroundings, while Shangye focused on observing the people. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, uncertain, and remarked, "Boss, is that the pretentious fellow who stole your wife?" Chapter 42. Happy newlyweds the moment Shangye laid eyes on Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhui. He vowed never to pilfer his father's liquor again or provoke his ire. Perhaps his unfilial conduct had drawn the wrath of heaven, resulting in this punishment. Despite having fled to Madastar, he could not escape. Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhui had also arrived. What a twisted fate this was. Shang Luoyan was perceptive. He sensed several gazes directed at them and immediately turned to investigate. Upon spotting Shangye, his pupils constricted slightly, revealing his astonishment. Wen Shuhui also recognized Shangye. and his expression shifted dramatically. No way. Brother, you actually tracked me down here? Shang Luoyan thought the same initially, but upon seeing Shangye's attire and the fool accompanying him, he quickly deduced that they were on a mission. He averted his gaze, pretending not to know him, and remarked to Wen Shuhuai, he must be on a task. Wen Shuhuai was aware of Shangye's profession and promptly turned away, fearing they might disrupt Shangye's endeavor. The others, unaware of Sankei's comment, watched as the beauty and the brawny man followed the guidance of a Rose to the front desk to check in. With the Rose handling the formalities, they casually surveyed their surroundings until their eyes fell upon Shang Luoyan's face, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. They stood right beside him, and the change in their demeanor was too conspicuous. Having experienced such a scenario before, Shang Luoyan was well aware of their thoughts, which undoubtedly revolved around the pretentious fellow who stole their boss's wife. Splendid. His reputation had been tarnished by Shangye. That individual must have boasted to countless people and shown them his photograph. Otherwise, these individuals would not have recognized him so readily. Indeed, the beatings Shangye endured were not without purpose. He was far too lenient, merely breaking one leg. Had it been Shang Luoyan, he would have ensured all 3 legs were shattered. However, Shang Luoyan had unfairly blamed Shangye this time. Only they among their group knew of their enmity. Sankei and the others were the ones who frequently undertook missions with him, and their knowledge of his appearance was merely a coincidence. It happened that a television program featuring the 10 outstanding youths showcased Shang Luoyan, which evoked envy from Sankei and the others. Unable to contain himself, he divulged the truth, revealing that Shang Luoyan was indeed the rival for his affections. At that moment, the beauty and her companions felt an intricate swirl of emotions. They were aware that their boss had been acting strangely of late, and upon discreetly inquiring with Gunanan, they discovered that the boss had suffered a heartbreak. This task is not burdensome. The scenery of Madistar is exquisite. They collectively urged their leader to accept this assignment, thinking it would provide him with a respite. However, they were met with the disheartening sight of his beloved obtaining a marriage certificate with another alpha. Their leader's plight was indeed unfortunate. Noticing the sympathetic glances from Sankei and the others, Shangye felt utterly numbed. Although there was a slight deviation regarding his affections, fundamentally, nothing had changed. Regardless, he was the one left out. Perhaps fate was deliberately thwarting Shangye's happiness. He and Shang Luoyan were booked in adjacent suites on the same floor. Upon entering, Sankei immediately began to knock on the walls. "What are you doing?" Shangye frowned, inspecting the place for listening devices and cameras, which did not require such measures. Sankei, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Boss, I'm checking the soundproofing. If it's inadequate, we should switch rooms. Otherwise, it would be quite uncomfortable for you." Shangye retorted, "I truly appreciate it. Boss, out with the old, in with the new." A beauty consoled as she pushed Sankei aside. "Indeed, boss, I think that man is rather unimpressive." "Far inferior to you," another chimed in. Rose had grasped the situation from their conversation. Initially reluctant to interject, he could not restrain himself from saying, "One ought to speak with a measure of integrity." Shangye replied, "Fine, I no longer wish to engage in conversation. By the way, if they were newlyweds here to obtain a marriage certificate, it was plausible that those individuals might seek them out. Could they be trusted? If so, perhaps we could enlist their assistance, thereby increasing our chances of success." Rose suggested. Not every team would peddle illicit substances. Typically, they targeted the affluent. The couple they had just observed exuded wealth, a quality often discernible from one's aura. Sankei and the others remained silent, all eyes fixed on Shangye. If this matter were to proceed, it would fall upon him, as he was most familiar with them. Yet, wasn't this akin to pouring salt on the leader's wounds? Shangye, now thoroughly numbed, decided he no longer cared about potentially associating with Shang Luoyan in the coming days. With a resigned tone, he stated, "They can be trusted. I will speak with them. Boss, we appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, we will report back accurately and ensure the organization provides you with due support," Sankei said, casting a sympathetic glance at Shangye. "Shut up. I want to hit someone right now." Shangye snapped, prompting Sankei to promptly close his mouth. After considerable mental preparation, Shangye finally knocked on the door of Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhuai. To avoid drawing attention, he brought along a small gift and did not enter. When Shang Luoyan opened the door, he quickly stated, "We are here on a mission. Illegal substances are circulating in this area. If anyone approaches you with offers, maintain your composure and contact me." As he spoke, he handed the carefully wrapped box to Shang Luoyan, saying, "Congratulations on your marriage." Upon receiving the exquisitely packaged gift, Shang Luoyan's eyes flickered with surprise as he accepted it, replying, "Thank you. You're welcome. This is also the intention of our boss." At that moment, Shangye resembled nothing more than a bodyguard, devoid of emotion, merely fulfilling the task assigned by his employer. Shangye did not linger for long. He merely nodded at Shang Luoyan before returning to their room. The matter of the potion was confidential, hence he refrained from divulging its effects to Shang Luoyan. According to Mei Gue, vendors would not explicitly disclose the purpose of the potion, only suggesting it would provide an unexpected experience. Individuals seeking thrills often chose to experiment. Meanwhile, as Shang Luoyan closed the door, Wen Shuhuai immediately approached him. "Is it Brother Yi? Is he truly on a mission?" "Indeed." Shang Luoyan reiterated what Shangye had just said, and a trace of concern appeared on Wen Shuhuai's face. "Is Ma Tixing really that chaotic?" He instinctively touched his abdomen. "No need to worry. From his words, it seems the vendor merely promotes without coercing purchases. Their aim is to apprehend those who illegally manufacture potions." "Wen Shu, I am currently preoccupied with another dilemma," Shang Luoyan said, casting a glance at Wen Shuhuai. "With Shangye here, how can we orchestrate your feigned death under his nose?" Wen Shuhuai then realized the significant trouble awaiting him. "What should we do, Brother Yin?" Bereft of ideas, he felt as if Shangye was born athwart him. The last time their engagement banquet was disrupted. Now, encountering him again, he feared another upheaval was imminent. Shangye remained silent, scrutinizing the small box in his hands before abruptly beginning to unwrap it. Curiosity piqued about the contents sent by another. Chapter 43. Finer than a toothpick as he unwrapped the packaging, Shang Luoyan was indeed curious. However, as he peeled away layer after layer without revealing the contents, that initial curiosity and indescribable emotion dissipated, leaving only anger. He deemed it fitting that this was the sort of thing Shangye would concoct. Even a simple gift could be turned into such a perplexing affair. Upon finally discovering the contents, he felt a surge of rage towards Shangye. The meticulously packaged box contained 2 exquisite small cases, and to his disbelief, they were of the small size. An affront to whom? He noted the packaging bore the hotel's insignia. Such hotels typically provided each size, yet Shangye had chosen the smallest. He had just pondered what this person might gift them. Beside him, Wen Shuhuai, initially preoccupied with the potion issue, could not help but chuckle upon seeing the contents. Brother Ye's character has not changed at all. He remains so unwilling to be outdone. Shang Luoyan pursed his lips and, after a pause, remarked, in the spirit of reciprocity, "Since a gift has been bestowed upon us, can we refrain from returning the favor?" Wen Shuhuai replied, "What misfortune has befallen him? Why does he still find himself at odds with these two on Ma Tixing?" The trio, aware that Shangye had just delivered something, grew curious, ultimately prompting one to inquire, "Boss, what did you send over there?" As Shangye had avoided them while packing, none knew what the small box contained. Shangye shot a glance at him, stating, "A green hat. Do you want it?" The trio hastily shook their heads. "No, that box is too small to hold a hat. Besides, boss, you already have one. I shan't compete with you." As Shangye lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick, he coldly remarked, "It has been quite some time since I last assessed your arm and core strength. 500 push-ups. Boss, this is personal vendetta," Shangye protested, although he knew it was not within his power to refuse. Faced with the choice of either performing the task himself or being compelled by Shangye, he opted to undertake it on his own. Just then, a knock at the door provided him a moment of reprieve. Upon opening the door, the beaming face of Wen Shuhuai appeared. "Hello, we have received your items. Thank you. This is a small gift from us." Wen Shuhuai handed a package to Shangye and quickly added, "Don't worry, Brother Yi. We will keep an eye on the illegal substances you mentioned. Take care of yourself." With that, Wen Shuhui hastily departed, clearly anxious about the possibility of repercussions. Originally, Shang Luoyan intended to deliver the package himself, but he refrained, fearing that if things escalated between the two, it would lead to serious trouble. As he glanced at the small box in his hands, Shangye felt an ominous premonition, just as he was about to put away. The beauty swiftly snatched it from him. "Boss, let us see what sister-in-law has gifted you. It might just be intriguing," he exclaimed, and before Shangye could voice any objections, he had violently torn open the box. Unlike the meticulously packaged items Shangye had prepared, this box bore only a simple bag. Upon opening it, its contents tumbled out, a toothpick. Shangye, bewildered, instinctively asked, "What does this mean? Did sister-in-law send you a toothpick?" Zhuang quickly covered his mouth, realizing the gravity of the situation. His recklessness could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, sister-in-law displayed remarkable courage to mock their boss's stature. After all, having bathed together, if the boss received a toothpick, did that mean they were only as formidable as a silver needle? Damn, this is utterly insulting. Just as the beauty was about to offer some comforting words, she was taken aback to see that Shangye was not angered. Instead, he was chuckling at the toothpick. Shangye genuinely found the situation amusing. When he had gathered the items, he had not known what to include, so he had simply picked up a few boxes, consciously choosing the smaller items as well. Men, after all, possess a certain competitive spirit in various aspects. However, he had not anticipated that Shang Luoyan would retaliate with a toothpick, yet it was very much in character for her, not one to ever come out empty-handed. What was he to do? It seemed he truly could not forget about her. Shangye vacillated between laughter and a furrowed brow, resembling someone heartbroken. Shangye and the others exchanged glances, and the beauty whispered, "Is the boss losing his mind?" Zhuang glanced at him. "I don't know if the boss is mad, but I do know that if you speak louder, we'll be the ones to go crazy." Shangye did not indulge in childish reciprocation. He had come to fulfill a mission this time. After a brief tidying up and changing in a fresh attire, they proceeded downstairs to meet with Rose as scheduled. Rose led them directly to the largest entertainment venue in Mada. "Once we enter, we will disperse," Rose instructed. "According to the intel I've gathered, this location has the highest occurrence of the substances. Also, be vigilant. Some may be concealed within drinks or cocktails." Previously, an Omega had been administered a drug, temporarily transforming him into a Beta. While current intelligence suggests that Omegas are typically the targets, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone might wish to experiment on an Alpha. Upon hearing this, Shangye and his companions displayed a flicker of seriousness in their eyes. Besides the fleeting alteration of gender, could there be additional side effects? For instance, weakness or lethargy? Shangye inquired. It was imperative for him to comprehend this drug fully. According to the information circulating now, no other effects have been reported. However, one cannot be entirely certain, for during the first generation of the drug, gender transformation lasted merely a day, whereas now it can persist for a week to half a month. None can ascertain whether the orchestrators have made new discoveries in their research. This matter bears significant ramifications. Thus, they must apprehend the individual responsible for concocting the drug with utmost urgency. As they proceeded to the club, Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhui were also deliberating on how to execute their plan. Initially, the two had conspired to stage a car accident upon reaching Mada, creating a facade of Wen Shuhui's death. However, with Shangye present, their plans necessitated alteration. Should they wait for Brother Yi to depart before proceeding? Their mission's timeline remained uncertain. "I'm eager to find my Alpha," Wen Shuhui lamented, his impatience palpable. "You should rest. I need to meet a friend." Shang Luoyan replied, after a moment's contemplation. He had a friend who resided in Mada, someone he had not intended to contact due to their eccentric nature. Yet circumstances left him no choice. Shangye's perceptiveness posed a threat. He would undoubtedly detect any inconsistencies in their scheme, leading to further complications. Thus, he felt compelled to seek assistance from his acquaintance. Ultimately, it was all Shangye's fault. That individual was nothing but a source of trouble. Chapter 44. Flirting. Upon arriving at the bar's entrance, Shang Luoyan was promptly greeted and escorted to the third floor, a private area reserved for the owner. Accessible only by invitation. The bodyguards escorted him to the elevator but did not accompany him further. For the owner had a distaste for intrusions in his domain, a fact Shang Luoyan was well aware of. Even during their school days, the owner, though a beta, exhibited a territorial instinct stronger than most, which contributed to Shang Luoyan's reluctance to engage with others, as he found the individual, Lien Sun, somewhat unhinged at times. When Shang Luoyan arrived, Lien Sun was gazing down at the dance floor, his slender frame accentuated by his black attire. He had never been particularly tall. Upon their first meeting, Shang Luoyan had mistaken him for an omega, only to later learn he was a beta. Lien Sun remained fixated on the dance floor, seemingly intrigued by something below. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Shangye felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were observing him. Unable to resist, he glanced up, only to be met with the opaque surface of one-way glass. Hearing a sound, he turned and remarked, "I never expected to see you in Modestar." The two individuals were university classmates, their relationship neither particularly good nor bad. It was only after a chance encounter where Shang Luoyan assisted Lien Sun that they became somewhat more familiar with one another, though still only marginally so. It was difficult to penetrate Shang Luoyan's heart. Therefore, when Lien Sun received a message from Shang Luoyan announcing his arrival at Xing, he found himself intrigued that someone could cause this person to fall in love. "I have a favor to ask of you," Shang Luoyan stated directly, revealing his intention to enlist Lien Sun in orchestrating a perfect car accident. Lien Sun, discerning the nature of the request immediately, inquired, "Who is the intended target? Your fiancé?" If that were the case, he would be more than willing to assist. It was a fake death. He recounted the discussions he had with Wen Shuhuai, aware that this matter could not remain concealed from Lien Sun. "Very well," Lien Sun said, feeling a sense of disinterest. He had assumed Shang Luoyan had become so unscrupulous as to hire a hitman for his wife, only to discover it was all a ruse. "Give me 2 days to prepare." Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan nodded and inquired about the payment. Knowing Lien Sun had financial means, he did not hesitate to point a finger, and Shang Luoyan agreed without a blink. Observing this, Lien Sun regretted not demanding more, as earning money was no easy feat for him. To a fruitful collaboration, Lien Sun said, pouring a glass of wine for Shang Luoyan and clinking their glasses together, disregarding whether he would drink or not, before turning his attention back to the dance floor below. Noticing Lien Sun's keen interest, Shang Luoyan followed his gaze and immediately spotted Shangye flirting with an omega, suppressing a smirk. That individual truly had no regard for gender, appealing to all. "How is it? Not bad, right?" Lien Sun inquired. Shang Luoyan glanced at the omega and replied coolly, "Your taste has deteriorated." Indeed, the omega appeared rather ordinary, rather flamboyant, and his waist seemed almost frail. Is that not sufficient? Look at those pectorals and then at that waist. One can tell he possesses considerable strength. And those legs, I can only imagine how they would tighten with exertion. Lien Sun took a sip of his wine, feeling a slight discomfort. "Are you referring to that alpha?" He was surprised that Lien Sun was not enamored with the omega, but rather with Shangye. Given his slender frame and slightly effeminate demeanor, he had attracted the attention of alphas during their school days, yet he had always angrily rejected them, exhibiting a distinct aversion to alphas. Thus, Shang Luoyan had assumed Lien Sun was interested in the omega, only to be taken aback that he favored Shangye. "Of course. I noticed him the moment I walked in. His face is quite appealing, and his height and physique are exactly to my liking. I can already envision him stubbornly refusing to yield in bed. It must be quite exhilarating." Shang Luoyan understood that Lien Sun possessed certain peculiarities, yet he had not anticipated that he had descended into such madness. Lien Sun's words unsettled him, not merely due to the distasteful content, but also because he dared to fantasize about Shangye. With a stern expression, he remarked, "He is an alpha. I am fully aware of that. But what of it? They're merely a pack of dogs yielding to pheromones." In Lien Sun's words lingered a palpable disdain for alphas. Although he had never harbored fondness for them, his sentiments had never been steeped in such deep animosity until now. What had transpired over the past few years? Shang Luoyan's gaze briefly lingered on Lien Sun's face before he remarked, I find him rather formidable. Do not let yourself be caught off guard. Impossible, Liang Xing replied confidently. He will eventually behave as docile as a lamb. Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan could not help but furrow his brow. Noticing his reaction, Lien Sun chuckled, do not worry. I would never treat you that way. After all, you are my sole alpha friend. Should I consider this an honor? Shang Luoyan said, his expression unreadable. Indeed, Lien Sun affirmed, patting him on the shoulder. You should truly feel fortunate. There was a depth to his words that Shang Luoyan did not grasp. Yet he discerned that Lien Sun had become increasingly unhinged over the years. Years ago, Lien Sun had left school before graduating, disappearing for over a year. Just when Shang Luoyan feared something had befallen him, Lien Sun reached out, inviting him to visit him on Modest Star. When Shang Luoyan inquired about his prolonged absence, Lien Sun merely mentioned some health issues and offered no further explanation. Naturally, Shang Luoyan, not being particularly inquisitive, refrained from pressing the matter. It now seemed evident that something significant had transpired during that year of silence. Though he had intended to leave, Lien Sun, in high spirits that day, insisted on treating him to drinks. Shang Luoyan abstained, opting instead for bottled water, as he had grown sensitive to alcohol, particularly in unfamiliar surroundings. He explained that his friend, Wen Shuhai, had recently become sensitive to alcohol, which could potentially discomfort others. Lien Sun was unfazed, his enthusiasm undiminished even by Shang Luoyan's choice of beverage. Ultimately, he personally escorted Shang Luoyan downstairs. I am preparing to confront that alpha. I shall not see you off, Lien Sun declared, waving his hand at Shang Luoyan before plunging into the dance floor without a backward glance. Shang Luoyan should have departed, for the dance floor was suffocating, awash with a cacophony of pheromones and fragrances that gave him a headache, compounded by the deafening music that made him uneasy. However, he found himself drawn toward the dance floor nonetheless. Shangye was engaged in conversation with a captivating Omega, inquiring about information. This Omega was a local, and more importantly, an employee of the venue, possessing a wealth of knowledge. Shangye understood how to leverage his advantages, with several buttons of his black shirt undone. His toned physique was subtly revealed, captivating the Omega's attention. His muscles were not sculpted through mere gym workouts or high-tech enhancements, but rather were the result of genuine exertion, appearing impressively powerful without being overly exaggerated, an irresistible allure. Just as the Omega seemed ensnared, an unexpected beta intruded upon their interaction. Upon noticing the beta's sudden appearance, Shangye's brow furrowed, ready to speak, but then he sensed something amiss. Raising his gaze, he spotted Shang Luoyan amidst the crowd, momentarily taken aback, instinctively covering his chest. Chapter 45. Your whole family is for sale. Shangye's actions resembled those of a modest woman being teased, as if she had suffered a significant loss. Shang Luoyan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. When displaying herself for others, she would eagerly strip down, yet in his presence, she seemed reluctant to reveal anything, as though fearing she might be exploited. Shang Luoyan strode toward Shangye, and amidst Lien Sun's astonished gaze, she cast a disdainful glance at him and said coolly, Name your price. What? Both Shangye and Lien Sun questioned in unison. Aren't you here to sell yourself? Name your price. My friend is interested in you. Although Shang Luoyan was furious, she recalled that Shangye was on a mission and did not reveal their acquaintance, speaking instead in a derisive tone. Shangye was infuriated. Was Shang Luoyan really categorizing him as someone for sale? He glanced at Lien Sun, about to retort, when he suddenly noticed that the small Omega had become exceedingly respectful since the appearance of this beta. With a flash of anger, he thought, You're the one who is for sale, and your entire family is too. Shang Luoyan's fists clenched. This situation could not be resolved without a confrontation. However, Shangye disregarded him and turned to Lien Sun. Though your friend is quite rude, if you wish to explore the possibility with me, I would be delighted. Lien Sun paused, then smiled slyly. Is that so? Then let us converse upstairs. As he spoke, he reached out and squeezed Shangye's arm, which was indeed as muscular as he had anticipated. Shangye showed no discomfort at being manhandled by a stranger. Instead, he smiled and nodded, ready to leave with Lian Sun, but was halted by Shang Luoyan. Don't you have something left to do? At this remark, Lian Sun was momentarily baffled. While Shangye understood exactly what Shang Luoyan intended, he was well aware of Shang Luoyan's petty nature. Having just insulted him, he would not let it go easily. Sure enough, Shang Luoyan icily remarked, "You don't think that insulting me will let you off the hook, do you? What do you want then?" Shangye embodied the essence of a rash and hot-tempered alpha. As Shang Luoyan was about to speak, Lian Sun quickly pulled him aside. "Luoyan." He was subtly warning Shang Luoyan not to spoil his opportunity, yet he was unaware that this utterance had breached Shangye's defenses. What was the relationship between these two? Why was Lian Sun addressing him so intimately? It was evident that Shang Luoyan was a scoundrel. Not only was he entangled with an omega, but he was now flirting with a beta as well. Shang Luoyan glanced at Lian Sun, responding coolly, "Not today. Otherwise, I will not be able to swallow my pride." With that, he seized Shangye's clothing and forcefully pulled him outside, while Shangye shouted threats and willingly followed. Seeing this unfold, the bodyguards gathered around. "Boss, should we follow them?" Lian Sun sighed in resignation. "Forget it. Let's find someone else." He holds a rather optimistic view of that alpha, though it remains uncertain whether he can withstand the effects of his newly developed potion. One can't help but wonder what it would be like to see such a robust and arrogant alpha transformed into an omega and marked by another. Perhaps he would weep. Lian Sun smiled wryly, his eyes glinting with sarcasm. The trio, equally aware of the unfolding situation, exchanged glances, clearly deliberating whether to approach and observe further. Their concern was not for Shangye. Rather, they feared he might deliver a fatal blow to someone who had dared to cuckold him. Which alpha could endure such humiliation? Ultimately, Zhuang suggested, "Our leader should know his limits. Let us not alert the snake in the grass." Thus, they resumed their search for information amidst the dance floor. Once Lian Sun lost his initial target, he began to seek another. His gaze lingered momentarily on a beautiful woman before shifting away. He found her physique satisfactory, but her face was rather unappealing. Zhuang, on the other hand, was entirely disregarded. He was far too frail for Lian Sun's taste, who preferred a sturdier build for a striking contrast. Eventually, he reluctantly settled his gaze on the trio, thinking perhaps them, although they appeared somewhat dim-witted. Sighing, he lamented the previous individual who had caught his eye, regretting that he had displeased Shang Luoyan. At that moment, the object of his thoughts was pinned against the wall of a back alley by Shang Luoyan. As the back of Shangye's head collided with the wall with a resounding thud, his mind raced to the notion of the fabled wall slam. Shang Luoyan stood uncomfortably close, allowing him to observe the long lashes and the slight flush of anger at the corners of his eyes, which filled Shangye with despair. Shang Luoyan quickly sensed the absurdity of the situation. Shangye, when will your mind ever be clear? This wasn't the first time Shangye had embarrassed himself in front of Shang Luoyan, so he decided to surrender entirely. "What can I do? You were the one who stood so close. Did you think I wanted this?" He was equally disgusted with himself. Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhua were about to wed, while he was here, succumbing to arousal simply from the other's proximity. However, some things were beyond his control, particularly his physical reactions. Hearing him suggest that the fault lay with himself, Shang Luoyan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. If it weren't for the fear that Shangye might genuinely find himself in a predicament, falling prey to Lian Sun, he would have dismissed him entirely. "Listen, keep your distance from that person." "Why? What is your relationship with him?" "I isn't it enough that you have Shuhua? Why are you still flirting around?" Shangye, get your mind right. Just because your thoughts are filled with depravity doesn't mean others share your inclinations. Shang Luoyan, exasperated, resolved to ignore him, allowing the fool to languish in his despair. He was exhausted. With that thought, he released Shangye and turned to leave, only to be grasped by the arm once more. "Talk to me about that person. What's the issue? I don't know what his problem is. He merely seems very interested in you, wanting to dominate and tame you. If you don't mind, you could develop something with him." With that, Shang Luoyan shook off his hand and turned to walk away, only to suddenly recall something and pivot back, delivering a punch squarely to his face. What the hell? Shangye was caught off guard by this sudden assault, completely unprepared. One side of his face was swollen, and he dared not spit out the blood pooling in his mouth, fearing that Shang Luoyan might catch a whiff of his pheromones. Shang Luoyan, are you serious? He cursed, realizing that such an outcome should have been anticipated when he provoked him. Shang Luoyan gazed at Shangye's swollen visage with a strange satisfaction, finding it oddly pleasing. With such a pig-headed face, he would likely pose no threat to anyone else. Chapter 46. Another child arrives when Shangye appeared in the dance floor, sporting his pig-like visage. Reports quickly reached Lian's son. He glanced down momentarily, losing interest instantly. His taste leaned towards the exquisite. Just moments before, he had intended to target that foolish brute, but with a shining example before him, he suddenly found a stubborn rock unworthy of his attention. Contemplating this, he couldn't resist sending a message to Shang Luoyan. You were too harsh. You've damaged my treasure. As expected, there was no reply, and he didn't mind. After all, that was just Shang Lian's nature. Noticing Lian Sun's silence, a trusted aide whispered, Boss, why not use that alpha from earlier? His genes seemed promising. Lian Sun's gaze turned icy. Since when did it become your place to make decisions? The aide quickly lowered his head, muttering an apology. Inform everyone below that they are not to entertain any thoughts about him. Lian Sun commanded coldly. Understood. Meanwhile, Shangye had gathered with a few others. They had gathered most of the information they needed and were ready to conclude their outing. Once outside, curiosity got the better of them, and Shangye was the first to inquire, Boss, how did you end up like this? Was that pretentious fool really that formidable? You couldn't even handle him? The image of Shangye in his mind shattered instantly. He had never expected him to falter against a pretty boy. Shang Luoyan's punch had been unrelenting, and even now, Shangye's jaw throbbed with pain. With a forced smile, he retorted, Whether I can take him on? I'm not certain, but I can definitely take you down. Care to give it a try? Shangye promptly shut his mouth. While the others shared the same unvoiced sentiment, their boss was too weak, unable to overcome a mere pretty boy. Disregarding their murmurs, Shangye turned to Rose and inquired, Do you know who that person was? He seems extraordinary. He's the owner of that bar, Rose replied, having just gathered that information. What is his background? Shangye pressed. Unclear. I tried researching him before, but found nothing until today, when I learned he owned the bar. Do you suspect him? Rose asked. Shangye stroked his chin in contemplation, remaining silent. It appeared he would need to have another conversation with Shang Luoyan. The thought of having just been pummeled, yet still needing to face him again, left him feeling quite frustrated. Upon returning to the hotel, he exchanged a glance with Zhuang, who nodded in understanding. A short while later, he signaled an OK to indicate that arrangements had been made. He had hacked into the hotel surveillance system, pausing it so that when Shangye stepped out, no one would witness his departure. Shangye, while applying an ice pack to his face, knocked on the door of Shang Luoyan's room. When Hua, having recently been unwell, was already fast asleep, while Shang Luoyan had just emerged from his bath, clad in a bathrobe. At that moment, Shangye was devoid of any romantic inclinations. He was even uncertain whether he had bathed alongside when Hua. Setting aside such personal musings, he spoke earnestly. I would like to inquire about your friend. Observing his serious demeanor, Shang Luoyan pursed his thin lips, leaned against the sofa, crossed his legs, and replied coolly, Why should I answer you? His lower leg swayed slightly, and with his movement, the bathrobe gaped just enough to reveal a hint of thigh. Shangye felt as though Shang Luoyan was enticing him, and he had evidence. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Could you be a bit more mindful? Being solitary and yet tempting me. What if I lose control? You would then accuse me of harboring lewd thoughts. Tempting him? Himself? Shang Luoyan found it amusing. Shangye truly had a knack for provoking violent impulses. He retorted, Get lost, pointing towards the door. Shang Luoyan, I am discussing serious matters with you. I currently represent the federal government, and cooperating with the relevant departments is the duty of every citizen. Shangye adopted a serious expression. Shang Luoyan slightly curved his lips. Then I shall have my lawyer speak with you. This was utterly infuriating. Shangye forced a bitter smile and conceded, Yenge, please don't be like this. The utterance of Yenge momentarily bewildered Shang Luoyan. He hadn't heard that title in quite some time, despite when Shu Hua addressing him as such daily. After a brief silence, Shang Luoyan finally spoke. His name is Lian Sun. I met him during university. He has developed a distaste for alphas. He paused for a moment before continuing. I haven't seen him in years, and upon encountering him again, I found he's become quite unhinged. He used to harbor disdain, but had no intention of toying with alphas. This time, however, he clearly relishes tormenting them. Shangye, upon hearing this, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Shang Luoyan sensed his thoughts and coldly remarked, I once saved him during university. He has always treated me well. This revelation deepened Shangye's jealousy. It was indeed impressive for someone who despised alphas to change their perspective. By the way, he never completed his university education and was missing for over a year. I am unsure what transpired during that time, but it likely relates to his drastic personality shift. Understanding the gravity of Shangye's current mission, Shang Luoyan did not withhold any information, sharing all that he knew. He was uncertain if Lian Sun's situation connected to Shangye's task, leaving it for them to investigate. All this information was crucial, and Shangye diligently noted it down. With the discussion concluded, he had no reason to linger and promptly rose to take his leave. Remarkably, he did not linger or press further, and Shang Luoyan seemed taken aback by his abruptness, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. Upon returning to his room, Shangye shared the information he had gathered with Mei Gui and the others. Knowing the name and university made things more manageable, and Zhuang immediately began to investigate. During this time, others also shared their opinions. Shangye spoke up, suggesting that he must not have escaped. Rose shook her head, stating that the information we received indicated a prevalence of omega and beta subjects with that particular drug, while alphas were notably scarce. The adversary seemed to relish tormenting alphas, which could imply he possessed a serum capable of subduing them, though it might not pertain to their current mission. Rose's thoughts mirrored those of Shangye, who had just pondered the same dilemma. Boss, we've located this individual, Zhuang interjected, having pulled up Lian Sun's information, which matched perfectly with Shangye's accounts. The year-long gap had also been investigated. Upon reading the details, Shangye's pupils constricted. How had the child come to be? Despite his lack of diligence in school, he was aware that male betas could not bear children. It must have been artificially cultivated. But who was the father? Even with artificial means, a carrier was necessary. If Lian Sun had served as the carrier, then who provided the genetic material? Silence enveloped the group as their gazes fell upon the data Zhuang had uncovered. The child born to Lian Sun was named Shang Yinxuan. It was all too evident. Even Shangye could see it. Boss, is it Shangye's? Chapter 47. A tangled affair. Shangye genuinely wished to silence Shangye, as he did not appreciate being reminded of the numerous metaphorical green hats he had been adorned with. While he could tolerate Shu Huai's involvement, the fact that Shangye had spared not even a beta, claiming to be merely a concerned classmate, was infuriating. He had naively believed Shangye was genuinely worried about the beta's intentions when, in truth, it appeared he was simply reluctant to part with an old flame. Shangye felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, struggling to contain his fury. He darkened his expression and prepared to leave, but Zhuang quickly intervened. Embracing him, Boss, don't act rashly. Yes, boss. We must devise a long-term strategy. Rushing in now will only alert him. We need concrete evidence to confront him with. Ensuring that sister-in-law recognizes him as the scoundrel he is, prompting her to leave him, a beautiful voice chimed in. They engaged in a lively debate on how to expose Shangye's true nature. Shangye felt weary, his desire to speak waning. They were entirely mistaken. He was not reveling in the revelation of Shangye's misdeeds, but rather grappling with the indignity of being deceived. It seemed incorrect to even think of it that way, as Shangye had never truly been with him. The realization deepened his sense of discontent. Noticing their discussion veering further off course, Rose rapped on the table. Everyone, we can address the scoundrel later. What we need to focus on now is how to deal with Lian Sun. After a moment of contemplation, Shangye responded, I will find a way to meet him again. The others, witnessing his determination despite his disheveled appearance, applauded his resolve. Indeed, the power of love was profound. In his quest to confirm the affair between Shangye and Lian Sun, the boss was truly committed, unbeknownst to Shangye, who was blissfully unaware of his impending fatherhood. The next day, when he encountered Shangye and his entourage, they were all wearing peculiar expressions. Shangye dismissed it as he always did, assuming this peculiar group shared the same eccentricities as Shangye. Today, he and Wen Shuai ventured out to create the illusion of a joyful time spent together, with Wen Shuai also intending to capture photographs for his parents, informing them of the impending marriage certificate acquisition in 2 days. Yinggu, what happened to Yi Ji's face? He inquired. Yesterday, when Shuai was absent and unaware of the events that transpired, so seeing Shangye's face so swollen today startled him. I don't know. Perhaps he was struck for his sharp tongue, Luoyan replied with a light-hearted demeanor. Upon reflection, Wen Shuai concurred that Shangye could indeed be rather provocative, and thus, it was not surprising that he had been harmed. Knowing that he would soon be able to meet his alpha, his spirits lifted, and he decided to have Shang accompany him in selecting a few gifts, as it was customary to bring something for his alpha's siblings during their first meeting. Does he know you are coming? Shang Luoyan inquired. When Shuai shook his head, I wished to surprise him. Until matters were settled, he dared not reach out, for in his haste to send someone away, he had uttered many hurtful words, and the wounded look in his alpha's eyes remained etched in his memory. Observing this, Shang Luoyan simply remarked, I can only assist in escorting you away from Mata Xing. As an Omega in poor health, the thought of traveling such a distance to another location concerned him greatly. However, there was little more he could do. If he took any further action, their grandfather would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Yinggu, this is already sufficient. I have arranged for bodyguards who will escort me to my destination, Wen Shuai expressed with gratitude, acknowledging the considerable assistance Shang Luoyan had provided. With his plans in place, Shang Luoyan refrained from further inquiries, instead accompanying him to purchase a few gifts before returning to the hotel. Meanwhile, photographs of their outing had reached Lian Sun, who glanced at them and remarked, such a beautiful Omega cannot find a place in his heart. I wonder what type he truly favors. He instructed for meticulous preparations to be made for the following day, ensuring no flaws would be left unaddressed. It was a rare occasion for Shang Luoyan to seek his help, and thus, Lian Sun was determined to fulfill his request diligently. Just as he had given these orders, a trusted subordinate approached, saying, Boss, that alpha from yesterday has returned, arriving just as we opened the door. Intrigued, Lian Sun suddenly recalled something and inquired, how is his face? If it remained in disarray, it would certainly fail to pique his interest. It appears to have improved significantly. You should have undergone urgent repair, the subordinate replied. Upon hearing this, Lian Sun's lips curled into a cold smile. There are no good alphas, even after being beaten. They fail to learn their lesson, perpetually engaging in reckless behavior. The two subordinates accompanying him were alphas themselves, yet they exhibited no emotional response to his words. Let us go see. Lian Sun thought of Shangye's exquisite features and perfect physique, feeling a renewed sense of intrigue. This time, Shangye and his companions arrived once more, with his outward persona being that of the boss's bodyguard. His solitary presence here would appear incongruous. Hence, the beautiful woman and the robust man once again portrayed a loving yet playful couple. Upon seeing Lian Sun descend, Shangye exchanged a knowing glance with Shangye. Understanding the cue, Shangye lowered his gaze, awaiting Lian Sun's approach, which came swiftly. Has your face healed? As Lian Sun's gaze fell upon Shangye's countenance, he noted that the once swollen features had completely returned to normal. One could not help but marvel at the advancements of contemporary science. However, upon a mention of his face, Shangye's expression darkened, and he could not refrain from retorting, that person was quite ruthless. What is the matter? Are you two involved? His tone was brusque, yet Lian Sun remained unfazed. In fact, it was this very demeanor that epitomized the alpha in his eyes. Arrogant, foolish, and driven solely by primal instincts upon detecting the pheromones of an Omega. He playfully poked Shangye's well-defined pectorals and teased, "Curious? Join me upstairs, and I'll enlighten you." His voice dripped with seduction, while Shangye suppressed the urge to retaliate, his body taut with tension. Did Shang Yuyin enjoy such flamboyance? Lian Sun had always suspected that Shang Yuyin was a hypocrite. Despite his serious facade, when unleashed, he could be utterly unrestrained. Returning to the present from his reverie, Shangye smirked and replied, "Let us go." Hand in hand, Lian Sun and Shangye departed, while the others exchanged wary glances. Bracing themselves for action at a moment's notice, Lian Sun led him to the second floor, where 2 rooms awaited, accessible only to him. Upon entering, he promptly offered Shangye a glass of wine. "Have a drink first." Shangye accepted the glass but did not sip. Instead, he inquired, "Can we speak now? How did he manage to get to you?" A flicker of disdain crossed Lian Sun's eyes as he extended his hand, guiding the wine towards Shangye's lips. "Are you so curious?" Shangye stole a glance at him and took a sip of the wine. "In all my years, I have never been beaten so thoroughly. Call your accomplice. I'll have another go with him today." His stubbornness was palpable. Lian Sun chuckled coldly. "Want to see him? First, let us see if you can even leave this room. How does it feel? Any sensations yet?" Chapter 48. The appearance of the sweet orange-scented Omega. The atmosphere shifted as the others, who had been listening intently, exchanged uneasy looks. Shangye lowered his voice. "Has the boss really drunk it?" Rose, who had never collaborated with Shangye, also appeared unsettled. "Is this colonel really that foolish? He has no idea what's in the drink and dares to consume it. Perhaps, optimistically, it's merely a stimulant, but more likely, it's the gender-altering substance they are investigating. He must have drunk it. That Lian Sun doesn't seem easy to handle." Shangye could no longer contain his urge to act, but was restrained by Zhuang. "Wait a bit longer. I fear for the boss's safety," Shangye expressed anxiously. "Trust the boss. When has he ever faltered?" Zhuang replied coldly. Though the boss may appear unreliable at times, he had never failed in executing a mission, or they would not have continued to follow him in such numbers. This reassured the group somewhat, and Rose whispered, "I'll go outside to assess the situation. If things go awry, we must find the optimal escape route." Meanwhile, Shangye furrowed his brow. "What's in the wine?" He tugged at his clothing, displaying signs of discomfort. Observing his reaction, Lian Sun recognized the effects of the drug taking hold and smirked, "A substance designed to ensure your compliance." "You?" Shangye's expression changed dramatically, his demeanor suggesting an imminent confrontation. Yet, Lian Sun remained unfazed. "Feeling weak? Fear not. This is merely the initial step. Soon, you shall be oblivious to everything." As if to validate his words, Shangye's entire body suddenly swayed and then collapsed toward him, catching Lian Sun off guard, who was swiftly pinned to the ground. "Get off!" Lian Sun forcefully pushed the weight off him. Given his smaller stature, he struggled to catch his breath beneath Shangye's pressure, his bones seemingly on the verge of breaking. With a fierce kick, he struck Shangye, who remained utterly unresponsive. He made a phone call, and shortly after, 2 individuals entered. Pointing coldly at the person on the ground, he commanded, "Take him away quickly and ensure no one notices." "Understood," the 2 replied, dragging Shangye away, while Lian Sun shifted his body, muttering a curse. Was it intentional for that person to fall so precisely? Without lingering in the private room, Lian Sun followed them out. "What now?" "It seems the boss has been taken away," a beauty inquired. "Let us go," Zhuang replied. Each of them carried a locator, so there was no fear of losing track of anyone. Meanwhile, Luoyan, who was about to rest, received a call from Lian Sun. "I avenged you." The statement was cryptic, causing Luoyan's eyelids to flutter. "What do you mean? That alpha who insulted you yesterday? I ran into him again today. He was unfortunate. What did you do?" His voice tinged with anxiety. Even Lian Sun could sense something was amiss. "Are you concerned about him?" Lian Sun asked suspiciously. "I am worried you might cause trouble and implicate me." Luoyan's tone returned to its usual coldness, yet Lian Sun chuckled in response. "Rest assured, I will be fine. You're still as soft-hearted as ever." Luoyan found this notion somewhat amusing. Did Lian Sun truly believe he understood him? Lian Sun, however, suspected that Shang Luoyan was genuinely worried about him. Shang Luoyan indeed had a soft heart, evident from his willingness to assist that Omega. If he were truly heartless, why would he burden himself with such troublesome matters? Unbeknownst to Shang Luoyan, Lien Sun's thoughts were elsewhere, fixating on the urgent need to safeguard Xing Shangye's life. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "May I observe? Are you interested?" Lien Sun seemed taken aback by Shang Luoyan's request. "You should not have insulted my family yesterday." A chill laced Shang Luoyan's voice. Lien Sun, aware of his parents' demise and his upbringing by his grandfather, had no reason to doubt him. Hesitating briefly, he replied, "Come to this place, but do not inform anyone else." "All right." After ending the call, Shang Luoyan knocked on the adjoining door, receiving no response. Indeed, they were an unreliable bunch. Pressing his lips together, he resolved to check on the situation himself. Upon arriving at the location Lien Sun had mentioned, which appeared to be a winery, Shang Luoyan was met by someone as soon as he stepped out of the car. "Are you Mr. Shang?" "Yes. Please lead the way." The figure ahead led the way, while Shang Luoyan, following closely behind, inadvertently cast a glance at the person's neck. There, he noticed a pheromone barrier patch affixed to the skin. The physique did not resemble that of an Omega, nor an Alpha, but rather appeared to be a Beta, albeit a Beta without pheromones. Just as he was about to scrutinize further, the individual seemed to sense something and abruptly stated, "You are the guest of the boss. I shall let you off this time." Shang Luoyan discerned the warning embedded in his words, a faint smile gracing his lips as he entered the winery. Meanwhile, in a vehicle not far away, the CPUs of 3 individuals were nearing the point of overheating. What the hell? The paramour? What is he doing here? Unbeknownst to Shang Luoyan and Xing Shangye, he had unwittingly acquired a new moniker. He is indeed in cahoots with that Lien Sun. I suspect the boss's information has been leaked to Lien Sun, who has cunningly turned the tables on him. Zhuang declared solemnly. "What do we do now? Isn't the boss in danger?" Shangye expressed his anxiety. They had tracked the boss's location to this very spot, and during this time, Xing Shangye had remained completely silent, which heightened their concern. Zhuang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Let's split up. We rescue the boss and leave." The group exchanged glances, and Meiguo looked at them, prepared to join their endeavor. "Perhaps you should provide support." Shangye hesitated, but before he could finish his sentence, Meiguo suddenly made her move, pinning him down. "Who said anything about support?" "Ouch, ouch. I will be the support," Shangye exclaimed, nearly in tears. Unaware of the commotion outside, Shang Luoyan had already followed the Alpha into the winery, where Lien Sun awaited him. "Come, have a taste. His wine is the finest," Lien Sun urged. Despite the urgency gnawing at his heart, Shang Luoyan feigned indifference and inquired, "Where are the others? Aren't we here to witness the spectacle?" "Patience. It will be soon," Lien Sun replied, dialing a number to check on the progress. Whatever was said on the other end caused his expression to shift dramatically. "Stay here for a moment," he instructed hastily before departing. Naturally, Shang Luoyan could not remain idle. As soon as Lien Sun exited, he began to explore the winery. Upon entry, he had noticed an abundance of surveillance, but a scarcity of personnel. The elevator, which clearly led to only 2 floors, hinted at a 3rd above. Xing Shangye must be on that 3rd level. Just as he prepared to ascend, he was suddenly struck by a familiar scent. "What is this?" His expression shifted as he recognized it instantly. Even after nearly 2 months, it was the sweet orange-scented Omega. He was here, forgetting about Xing Shangye. Shang Luoyan hastened towards the source of the pheromone, determined to uncover the identity of this audacious Omega. Chapter 49. I found you. Xing Shangye was oblivious to the fact that Shang Luoyan was rushing towards him. He had descended into a frenzy. Although he was aware that Lien Sun was not a good person, he never anticipated that he would descend into such madness, attempting to insert objects into his glands. This was not merely a drunken escapade. He would certainly not allow someone to recklessly jab miscellaneous items into his body. Thus, he had no choice but to retaliate. Lien Sun seemed to have gathered a rather formidable entourage, each one more capable than the last, surrounded by over a dozen assailants. Even a most skilled fighter would inevitably sustain injuries, and soon enough, the sweet orange scent of his pheromones became apparent. At that moment, a singular thought occupied his mind. It was fortunate that Shang Luoyan was not present, or he would surely be beaten to death. Unbeknownst to him, Shang Luoyan was already quite close. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, surveyed the few remaining adversaries, and with a smirk, declared, "Come. Today I shall teach you a lesson." With that, he launched a kick at the nearest opponent. Just as he dispatched a few of them, the door swung open abruptly. Shangye entered, his demeanor one of vigilance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, he let out a sigh of relief. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. Who else could it be? The visitor was Rose, who furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is that smell?" Just as Shangye was about to respond, a commotion ensued. Exchanging a glance with Rose, both dashed outside. When Shang Luoyan arrived, he found only a number of incapacitated individuals strewn across the floor and two indistinct figures fleeing the scene. One was unmistakably the unfortunate Shangye, while the other seemed to be the tour guide. Shang Luoyan had an excellent memory, even though he had only encountered Rose twice and the latter had left little impression. He could still recall the silhouette, albeit with uncertainty. Just as he contemplated pursuing them, Lian Sun and his entourage arrived. "What are you doing here?" Lian Sun regarded Shang Luoyan with suspicion. He had recently received a call informing him of an intrusion at the laboratory and had hurried over only to find that the intruders had escaped. Now, upon discovering further trouble here, he had rushed to find only Shang Luoyan. Without the slightest furrow of his brow, Shang Luoyan replied calmly, "I heard sound of struggle and came over, just in time to see someone fleeing." "How many were there?" Lian Sun inquired. "I didn't get a clear look. I only saw that alpha," Shang Luoyan lied, his gaze shifting to the individuals accompanying Lian Sun. "They all appear to be alphas, yet none seemed to detect the pheromones. Although the sweet orange scent was faint, it was indeed present. His previous statement had been a deliberate provocation to gauge their reactions, yet no one contradicted him. They truly could not perceive the pheromones. Shang Luoyan felt a stir of intrigue, but concealed it well. Lian Sun, uncertain of what to believe, instructed his companions to search the vicinity before seeking out others. The winery was small, and it was not long before it was turned upside down. Ultimately, they found no one. Not only had the intruders eluded capture, but critical experimental data had also gone missing, leaving Lian Sun with a grim expression. Shang Luoyan refrained from pressing for details, merely stating, "You have matters to attend to. I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave." "Shang Luoyan," Lian Sun called after him, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. "This incident should not involve you, correct?" "Of course not," Shang Luoyan responded with unwavering confidence. The matter was indeed unrelated to him. He was even unaware that Shangye had been intentionally brought into this situation, believing instead that the latter had genuinely fallen into a trap. His reply was unpretentious, prompting Lian Sun to smile and remark, "Indeed. Why would I ever think you would assist them? That type of alpha has always been your greatest aversion." Shang Luoyan nodded, and as he departed, he cautioned, "Lian Sun, although I am unaware of your intentions, it seems rather troublesome. Do take care of yourself." Lian Sun, momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I'm no longer that beta who was once bullied." Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan refrained from further inquiries. His words were already a testament to their years of acquaintance. Once he had left, Lian Sun's confidant could not suppress his concern, stating, "Boss, he might be a problem. It has been quiet here for so long, and now trouble arises just after he arrives. The suspicion is too great." "He said it has nothing to do with him," Lian Sun replied coolly. "Boss." The confidant attempted to voice further apprehensions, but was silenced by Lian Sun's icy glare. "I said this matter does not involve him." The others, upon hearing this, fell silent. After a considerable pause, Lian Sun remarked, "You do not understand him. If he claims he did not do it, then he did not." Years ago, he had become acquainted with Shang Luoyan when he was cornered by a group of alphas in a restroom. They had deemed betas the easiest targets, leaving no trace of pheromones and posing no risk of repercussions. The Federation's laws provided ample protection for omegas, yet betas received no such favor. He had nearly faced dire consequences, but fortunately, Shang Luoyan intervened, putting an end to their torment. Despite being an alpha, Shang Luoyan was distinctly different from those others. He chose not to conspire with them, but instead extended a helping hand. This was precisely why Lien Sun would never turn against him. As Shang Luoyan left the winery to return home, a car suddenly halted before him. It was Shangye, a person he had encountered previously. "Get in, you scoundrel," Shangye. Before he gets angry, he added hastily, "Hurry, or we'll be discovered." With a composed expression, Shang Luoyan entered the vehicle. No sooner had he settled and in the car executed a sharp drift. Half an hour later, Shang Luoyan alighted from the vehicle, his face pale. He glanced at Shangye as he exited the car and could not help but inquire, "Do you usually drive?" Shangye scratched his head, replying, "Not really. They usually don't let me drive, just a tank." Shang Luoyan nodded in understanding and chose not to pursue the matter further. Driving a tank had its advantages. One need not worry about personal safety. It was his first realization that he was prone to motion sickness. Shangye brought him to a residential building, presumably their stronghold. Upon entering, Shang Luoyan scanned the area but found no sign of Shangye. However, he did encounter that omega, the sweet orange-scented omega. Shang Luoyan's gaze was overtly inquisitive, prompting Rose to raise an eyebrow and ask, "Is there something you need? Were you with Shangye earlier?" He inquired. "Yes," Rose replied, somewhat perplexed by the question. Shang Luoyan nodded affirmatively, stating, "That's good. It seems I have not sought the wrong person." As he spoke, he glanced at the others and said, "Could you please step outside for a moment? I wish to have a private conversation with him." Regarding the matter of marking him, he preferred that no third party be privy to it. What could they possibly be discussing? This thought coursed through everyone's mind, including Rose's, until he heard Shang Luoyan say, "Sweet orange scent, omega. Am I mistaken? Who instructed you to do such things to me?" Chapter 50. The Outbreak of Sensitivity, Sweet Orange Scent. In an instant, Rose suddenly grasped the situation and tentatively asked, "What do you mean?" Still pretending ignorance, Shang Luoyan's expression turned somewhat grim. "Was your behavior that day a private act or a directive from above?" Rose engaged in a verbal spar. "I truly have no idea what you're talking about." Shang Luoyan scoffed. "Marking me? Who gave you the audacity?" Rose's CPU seemed to short-circuit. Surely he and T misheard? Marked? So, Shangye had marked this alpha before him, and this alpha believed he was marked by an omega? Fortunately, his experience as an operative allowed him to maintain a calm demeanor despite the chaos in his mind. "I am an omega," he emphasized. Shang Luoyan glanced at him and replied coolly, "I am well aware. Moreover, you masked your own pheromone with the scent of rose. Your cover-up is quite effective." He was all too familiar with the scent of roses. His own was that of wild rose, which he detested. This omega, who was clearly of sweet orange scent, had utilized a rose scent as a disguise. It was quite clever. Had he not detected the sweet orange scent, he might have been deceived. Was this a special supply from the military? If possible, he would love to acquire some. Upon hearing Shang Luoyan compliment his disguise, Rose's lips twitched. Could it be that this was indeed the scent of his own pheromone? Following this, regardless of Shang Luoyan's threats or temptations, Rose adamantly maintained that he knew nothing of the matter, insisting that he was not involved. His responses were unyielding and devoid of guilt, for he truly was not responsible. Shang Luoyan observed this omega and noted his commendable psychological resilience, befitting someone in the intelligence field. With the person located, he was no longer in a rush and slowly said, "I have extracted his scent. Do you dare to conduct a comparison?" This was, of course, a ploy to ensnare Rose. He had been furious at the time and could never allow anyone to know that a distinguished alpha had been marked. However, Rose was unaware that he still knew too little about Shang Luoyan. Hearing this made him somewhat anxious. A comparison would surely expose the truth. After all, they had been colleagues, and he believed Shangye would be in grave trouble. Where was Shangye? Just as Rose desperately called for him, Shangye finally returned. Observing the trio, who were practically glued to the door in anxious anticipation, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What peculiar behavior is this?" The affair between the two had been disclosed, with concerns that Shang Luoyan might harm Rose. "Boss, this guy is utterly despicable," the trio hastily reported. "They're just talking?" Shangye did not expect Shang Luoyan to suddenly develop an interest in Rose. Suddenly recalling something, his expression changed, and he forcefully pushed past several people to kick open the door. Inside the room, the two individuals turned their gazes towards him. Shangye's initial glance fell upon Shang Luoyan, but he only perceived displeasure on the latter's face, lacking any hint of aggression. Hastily, he shifted his attention to Rose. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Shangye realized he had not been exposed. Rose had shouldered all the blame for him. A true brother indeed, still unmasked. Shangye couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Is it appropriate for an alpha on the verge of marriage to be alone in a room with an omega? What would Shu Huai think if he found out? As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Luoyan yanked him inside, pushing Rose out before shutting the door again. You knew all along. The sweet orange-scented omega was right beside you. Yet you kept it hidden. Shangye, you truly are something. Shang Luoyan's breath came in quickened bursts, clearly struggling to suppress his anger, and it was evident that his efforts were failing miserably. He actually believed this scoundrel would seek out that omega for him. In this matter, no matter how Shangye tried to argue, he felt guilty, ultimately mustering the courage to retort. Am I foolish? I told you, and then what? You get cozy with someone else while I stand by and watch. Am I out of my mind? You? Shang Luoyan, clenching his fist, was ready to swing at Shangye's face, but upon seeing his bandaged hand, he restrained himself. If he were to trust Shangye again, he would be a fool. As he turned to leave, Shangye blocked his path. Stop. Why were you at that place today? What does it matter to you? Shang Luoyan responded defiantly. Shang Luoyan, I advise you to cooperate. We have obtained incriminating evidence against Lian's son. He is now the prime suspect. If you conceal anything, the outcome will be far from pleasant. At this, Shang Luoyan laughed. What will that outcome be? Come, show me. Damn. Shangye raked a hand through his buzzed hair, feeling somewhat exasperated. Shang Luoyan, I am not jesting with you. I can still manage this situation, but if others intervene, it will spiral out of control. Lian Sun's crimes are severe. I can only divulge so much. His visit today was not in vain. Before he acted, he had already alerted Shangye and the others, who discovered numerous documents and substances in the laboratory. He has used special means to send samples back. From the research data, it appears that Lian Sun's work involves more than just the study of gender-altering drugs. It encompasses various illegal substances, including those that confuse individuals, as well as those that can strip an alpha of their pheromones and completely eradicate their primal instincts. The drink Lian Sun provided was no ordinary concoction. It not only contained a sedative, but also who knows what else was mixed in. Even though I've already vomited it out, I still feel its effects, sensing that my sensitivity period is approaching. At that moment, Shangye's temper was at its breaking point, yet Shang Luoyan remained uncooperative. After several inquiries met with nothing but cold laughter and silence from Shang Luoyan, his frustration boiled over, leading him to take matters into his own hands. Soon, sounds of a scuffle echoed within the room as both unleashed their pent-up fury. This time, Shangye held nothing back, and Shang Luoyan felt the onset of his susceptibility. Typically, he managed his emotions during such periods with remarkable control. However, this time, he was consumed by a frenzied urge to vent. Shangye shared this sentiment, and the commotion between them escalated. How could that pretty boy be so formidable? The onlooking beauties were somewhat astonished. Although their leader had been bested that day, they had always assumed it was a deliberate ploy by Shangye to avoid attention. But now, witnessing the unfolding events, it became evident that the paramour was quite capable. Suddenly, the noise from within diminished, eventually falling into silence. Oh no! Could something have gone awry? Shangye could not contain himself. Shall we take a look inside? The three exchanged glances. Just as they were about to kick the door open, Megaway interjected, suggesting it would be best not to disturb them. She felt that forcing the door open might reveal something unspeakable. After all, Shangye was audacious enough to mark an alpha, particularly his arch-nemesis. As they hesitated, they were startled by a muffled groan from within. Without a second thought, they kicked the door open. An overwhelming wave of pheromones washed over them, nearly bringing the alphas to their knees. Yet, that was not the most alarming sight. The most shocking revelation was seeing their leader pinning the pretty boy paramour beneath him, fervently engaging with him. The group was momentarily taken aback, with Zhuang being the first to regain composure. "My apologies, please continue," he remarked hastily while shutting the door behind him. The others exchanged bewildered glances, and Shangye could not help but exclaim, "Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming." Zhuang, without hesitation, slapped Shangye across the face, prompting him to exclaim, "Ouch, that really hurts. So I'm not dreaming after all." Their leader was indeed engaging with the pretty boy. That Alpha was in heat? He could see it clearly. Their leader had Shangye's hands restrained, his legs pinned down, and his mouth was busy kissing his neck. It was overwhelmingly exhilarating. Zhuang, trembling and stunned, wiped his face, realizing that his worldview needed a serious reevaluation. The beauties were left in a daze, questioning what their leader was doing. Was this coercive interrogation? Surely, this violated regulations? At that moment, no one mocked him, as they too were at a loss for understanding the situation. Meiguei observed the three alphas, their perspective shattered, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. These alphas were clearly inexperienced. What was the fuss about? Was it merely a matter of engaging in a little AA? In truth, the two individuals involved were quite compatible, a rugged man and a delicate beauty, with contrasting skin tones and body types, perfectly catering to his proclivities. As they indulged in their musings, chaos reigned within. Shangye found himself pinned beneath Shangye, utterly immobilized. He finally comprehended the disparity between them. It seemed that Shangye had never taken their previous encounter seriously. All along, he had been kissing his neck, specifically seeking his gland. Had he not stubbornly refused to expose it, he would likely have lost count of how many times he had been kissed by this man. Shangye, I swear I will end you. He sensed something was amiss with Shangye. His demeanor was distinctly abnormal, not entirely resembling the state of an alpha during their susceptible period. Despite Luoyan's efforts to restrain himself, the inherent instincts of an alpha during this vulnerable phase stirred within him, rendering him irritable. "Shangye, get away from me," Luoyan growled. As Shangye's behavior became increasingly excessive, he was no longer merely satisfied with licking his neck. Shangye, oblivious to the warning, had completely lost his sanity, fixating solely on the man beneath him, the one he desired to take home. In a frenzy, he sought to mark his territory, and, noticing Luoyan's continued movements, he ripped off the tie from Luoyan's neck and bound his hands to the bedpost, freeing his own hands to begin unbuttoning Luoyan's shirt. "Shangye, you dare!" Realizing his intentions, Luoyan felt his mind racing. Normally, Shangye would not dare to act this way, yet now he was utterly irrational. Not only did he dare, but he boldly tore open Luoyan's shirt. Luoyan was acting purely on instinct. "Darling, you are so beautiful." With that, Shangye leaned down to leave marks on Luoyan's body. "This is mine, and this too. Ah, this is my favorite spot. Get off me." No matter how Luoyan tried to evade, he could not escape Shangye's grasp. With each of Luoyan's struggles, Shangye's reactions intensified, and he found himself paralyzed with fear, worried that this madman might truly enact something unthinkable. Shangye's condition was evidently deteriorating. His eyes had turned a deep crimson. "Darling." In a daze, Shangye, driven by instinct, sought more, attempting to reach for Luoyan's lips, only to be met with evasion. This avoidance unveiled the hidden glands within Luoyan. Before he could comprehend, Shangye closed the distance, and Luoyan felt a sensation as something licked his gland, causing the carefully controlled pheromones to burst forth. The scent of wild roses instantly enveloped the room. The potency of the pheromones activated the room's purification system, yet the enchanting fragrance of wild roses still pervaded the air. At that moment, Luoyan's susceptibility phase miraculously dissipated. He regained control over his emotions, his eyes now icy and resolute. He vowed he would kill Shangye without fail. Unbeknownst to Shangye, he was teetering on the brink of peril. The scent of wild roses had always been his deepest desire, and now, inhaling it heightened his excitement. "Darling, you smell divine." In that instant, Luoyan crumbled. Shangye, akin to an eager pup, pressed against him, incessantly licking his gland, compelling him to release more of that intoxicating wild rose fragrance. The alluring aroma lingered throughout the room. "Is everything all right?" a concerned beauty inquired. Over an hour had passed, yet there was still no sound from within the room. At first, they could still hear the curses of the pale-faced paramour, but soon, even those ceased. "For now, let us set aside that concern. Lian-sun has taken people to our hotel," Zhuang remarked, frowning. He had just seen on the surveillance that Lian-sun had brought people to their hotel, and now they were in their room. "This is bad. My sister-in-law is next door. Could there be trouble?" The others exchanged glances. "Let us hope he doesn't come out at this moment." Just as Sankei's words fell, the door to their suite swung open, and when Shuhua stepped out. "Damn, you have a mouth like a crow." The beauty couldn't help but slap Quebec. Sankei covered his mouth, too afraid to speak. Can he be blamed for this? Lian-sun was somewhat taken aback to see when Shuhua, as he had previously seen his photo in preparation to assist Shang Luoyan, and naturally recognized him. "You live here?" he inquired, gazing at Wen Shuhua. When Shuhua looked at the group and quickly took a step back. "Who are you?" he asked warily. "I'm a friend of Shang Luoyan, here to help you escape," Lian-sun replied. Upon hearing that he knew of his escape plan, Wen Shuhua felt relieved. "Are you really a friend of Yinge? I'll trouble you tomorrow." "Not at all," Lian-sun responded, glancing at the room behind him. "He hasn't returned yet?" "No, I can't even reach him on the communicator." "What a coincidence," Lian-sun smiled slowly. "No one from this room has returned either." When Shuhua assumed Lian-sun was indeed a friend of Shang Luoyan, and immediately relaxed his guard. Upon hearing that Shangye hadn't returned either, he furrowed his brows. "They haven't gotten into another argument, have they? Do they often quarrel?" Lian-sun asked, following up on Wen Shuhua's words. Wen Shuhua nodded, exuding a sense of helplessness. "Since childhood, they've been at it." "Is that so?" Lian-sun's smile took on a subtle quality. "How about you and I head to my place first? We can discuss tomorrow's matters." Under normal circumstances, Wen Shuhua would never follow a stranger. But trusting Shang Luoyan and his friend, he readily accompanied Lian-sun. Through the surveillance, Zhuang and the others panicked upon witnessing this scene. They disregarded the possibility of causing a disturbance and once again kicked the door open. "Boss, it's bad. Sister-in-law has been taken away." Chapter 52. Your pheromones are quite pleasant. An hour later, inside the room, Sankei and the others kept their heads down, focusing on their feet or hands. Too afraid to look up. The scent of wild roses had vanished, and an eerie silence enveloped the room, no one daring to speak first. Eventually, it was Rose who lightly cleared her throat, shattering the silence. "How are you? Feeling better?" she asked, directing her question to Shangye. They had finally noticed something was amiss with Shangye, having administered 2 doses of a sedative to calm him down. "Much better," Shangye rubbed his brow. In truth, he was not well at all. He felt as though his blood was boiling. Nevertheless, he had regained his composure. Although he had previously lost control, he still remembered everything he had done clearly. Now, the once domineering and brazen Shangye has completely transformed, hunching his shoulders and fidgeting with his fingers like a timid quail. The only person sitting upright in the room is Shang Luoyan, although his expression is far from pleasant. His usually neatly combed hair is now disheveled, and his eyes are filled with a tempest of emotions, resembling a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. He, too, has been injected with a sedative. Otherwise, Shangye would have already vacated this place. This state of affairs renders others hesitant to speak, and the trio accompanying him dare not voice their opinions, feeling that their leader has indeed gone too far this time. Although he is under the influence of medication, the sight is still utterly terrifying. The last time they barged in, the scene was shockingly disgraceful. Is this not an affront to alphas? None among them could have tolerated such humiliation. Shangye, aware that evasion is futile, clears his throat and speaks. "You all go prepare first." "Yes." The trio hastily scurries away, for the first time feeling grateful for the task at hand. The room is soon left with only Shang Luoyan and Shangye. Gathering his courage, Shangye raises his gaze to Shang Luoyan, his eyes trembling as they settle on the other's split lip. With a thud, He kneels on the ground. Brother Yin, I was wrong. A true man must bravely acknowledge his mistakes. Kneeling on the floor is nothing. He could kneel on durian if need be. He knows that Shang Luoyan values his pride, and the sight of him in such disarray before several witnesses must have filled him with ire. Indeed, Shang Luoyan is furious. He repeatedly reminds himself that Shangye is under the influence of drugs, having lost his reason, and that this cannot be entirely blamed on him. Shang Luoyan, typically composed, finds himself devoid of all tranquility at this moment. The thought of being seen in such a disgraceful state, along with the revelation of the pheromones he has long concealed, fills him with an urge to lash out at Shangye. It's all because of this imbecile. Even without directly observing Shang Luoyan, Shangye can sense the murderous aura emanating from him. Brother Yin, once we rescue Shui, you may do with me as you please. Shangye genuinely seeks atonement. This time is different from the last. This time, so many have witnessed it, and he is distressed. His wife has been exposed to others. Shang Luoyan does not respond, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquires, Shangye, why can't I smell your pheromones? This piques his curiosity. Usually, he manages his pheromones well, yet during that previous incident, Shangye emitted not a trace of scent. Shangye's entire being trembles, since today has already unraveled. He might as well embrace his fate. However, when he attempts to release his pheromones, he discovers he is utterly unable to do so. Instinctively, he touches his gland, feeling it swollen but unharmed, yet no pheromones will escape. Observing his actions and reactions, Shang Luoyan remarks, "It must be an issue with the medication." Astonishing. Shangye furrows his brow. He was aware that there was something amiss with the wine. He had even expelled it from his mouth. Yet he did not anticipate its lingering effects. Even the alphas beneath Lian Sun were unable to detect its scent. Shang Luoyan deemed this matter exceedingly significant. He reminded himself that it was not the time to quarrel with Shangye, for the paramount concern was to ensure Shu Huai's safety. They could not perceive the pheromonal scent, nor feel its oppressive force. My situation differs from theirs. I can discern your aroma, Shangye instinctively remarked. Realizing his blunder immediately afterward, he wished he could strike himself. Truly, having spent too long with Shangye had infected him. His mind seemed to have faltered. Shang Luoyan's expression indeed turned rather grim. Now that you know my scent, what then? Shall you broadcast it far and wide? To let everyone know that an alpha possesses the repugnant fragrance of wild roses? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shangye. Not repugnant. Shangye gazed into Shang Luoyan's eyes, articulating each word deliberately. Not repugnant. Yingu. It is quite pleasant. I adore it. I have never encountered such a delightful scent. His eyes were imbued with such sincerity that Shang Luoyan instinctively averted his gaze. No alpha should possess such a fragrance. Is there a regulation dictating what scent an alpha must bear? Shangye inquired, perplexed. My scent is not domineering. It leans towards sweetness. He was no longer inclined to conceal his truth. He yearned to reveal to Shang Luoyan that he was indeed the Omega with the orange scent. Just then, the door creaked open, and Shangye timidly poked his head in. Though I truly hesitate to intrude, an important matter has arisen. Would you care to step outside and take a look? The interruption halted Shangye's words, and the conversation could not proceed further. The two exchanged glances, and Shang Luoyan spoke first. Let us discuss matters after we secure Shu Huai. He had brought Shu Huai along, and it was imperative to ensure his safe departure. Upon their emergence, Zhuang hurriedly revealed a piece of information. This is what we have just received. It was a photograph of Shu Huai bound. The image appeared on Shangye's light brain, utilizing Shu Huai's device, accompanied by merely 2 words, "Waiting for you," followed by an address. The expressions on both Shangye and Shang Luoyan's faces darkened. Shangye asked, "Has a distress call been made?" Contact has already been established with the headquarters. They have dispatched personnel. Furthermore, the return medication has been confirmed as illegal, with dozens of varieties identified. We can proceed with the apprehension, Zhuang stated rapidly. Good. Our immediate priority is to ensure the safety of the hostage. By the way, has Lian Sun's child been located? As soon as he spoke, Shang Luoyan could not help but exclaim, "Lian, son as a child?" Xing Shangye cast him a resentful glance. Yes. He had a child several years ago through a cultivation pod, named Shang Yinshuan. Shang Luoyan paused, sensing Xing Shangye's mournful gaze, and laughed in irritation. "What do you mean? Do you believe that child is mine?" Chapter 53. Seductive. The smile of Shang Luoyan sent a shiver down Xing Shangye's spine. He knew all too well that such a smile was an unmistakable harbinger of anger. He hastily exclaimed, "How could that be? I would never think such a thing. Brother Yin would never engage in such behavior." The few beauties present were utterly astonished by Xing Shangye's shamelessness. Shangye, more brazen than the rest, blurted out, "Boss, you clearly labeled him a scoundrel not long ago." He was met with a painful kick, feeling as though his foot might break. Xing Shangye regretted bringing Shangye along on this mission. He truly was a fool. "Huh!" Shang Luoyan, well aware of Xing Shangye's disposition, knew that engaging in a quarrel with him could lead to exasperation. He chose to ignore Xing Shangye and turned his attention to Zhuang, inquiring, "So, did Lian Sun disappear for over a year to have child?" "Indeed." Zhuang instinctively nodded under Shang Luoyan's scrutinizing gaze. After pondering for a moment, Shang Luoyan ultimately relinquished the thought. He simply could not recall whom Lian Sun had been close to during that time. "What about the child?" Shang Luoyan pressed. "We have yet to uncover any information," came the reply. Upon learning of Lian Sun's child, they had begun searching for the whereabouts of the infant. But the time frame was too short, and thus no news had emerged as of yet. "Brother Yin, allow me to escort you," Zhuang offered. "Rest assured, Shuo will be safe. I will ensure his return." Shang Luoyan cast him a glance, his expression tinged with resignation. After the unexpected turn of events today, the plan for Wen Shuo to feign death and escape had also fallen through. It seemed that Xing Shangye was destined to thwart his endeavors. Indeed, he had already disrupted this matter twice. Unaware of Shang Luoyan's inner thoughts, Xing Shangye misinterpreted his silence as lingering concern for Wen Shuo. A pang of bitterness surged within him, yet he forced a smile as he declared, "I pledge my life that Shuo will not come to harm. If anything befalls him, I shall forfeit my own life in recompense." Such words made Shang Luoyan distinctly uncomfortable. He shot a sideways glance at him, retorting coldly, "Who would desire your worthless life?" With that, he climbed into the car, signifying his intent to accompany them. Xing Shangye, eager to say something further, was interrupted by Shang Luoyan's assertive declaration, "If you do not permit me to go, I shall find my own way." Xing Shangye felt a lump in his throat, wishing he could deliver a good thrashing to Shang Luoyan. If he were dealing with one of his own men, he would have acted decisively by now. However, Shang Luoyan was not one of them. After a moment's pause, he finally relented. "Once we arrive, you will follow my commands, understood? For heaven's sake." Seeing him plead so earnestly, Shang Luoyan reluctantly acquiesced. Shangye and the others observed the exchange with keen eyes. Unable to contain himself, Shangye quietly murmured to the beauties, "Why do I feel like our boss is losing his edge? The way he fawns over him is almost unbearable. It's hard to believe this is the same leader who once took down bandits with a single punch." Zhuang patted Shangye on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. Speak less and act more. It might help you live a bit longer." Shangye truly was a dimwit. If their boss could not handle the scoundrel, how could he possibly manage them? His recent intensified training had certainly not been in vain. He had brought this upon himself. The group soon arrived at the location indicated by Lian Sun, where the emergency reinforcements dispatched by the Federation had already assembled, placed under the full command of Xing Shangye. Xing Shangye donned a camouflage uniform, securing a firearm at his waist, and in that instant, his demeanor transformed entirely, prompting Shang Luoyan to cast a lingering glance his way. Typically, this individual exuded a roguish air, resembling a common thug. However, clad in such attire, he emanated an aura of somber authority, particularly when his face bore no smile, exuding an indescribable intensity that compelled one to look a second time. Humans are creatures drawn to strength, and alphas exemplify this tendency. Shang Luoyan observed the tall Xing Shangye. his gaze momentarily fixating on his tightly belted waist before diverting his eyes. He crossed his legs, yet his expression darkened slightly. Shangye was occupied with discussions, yet he felt a chill run down his spine, as if being scrutinized by a predatory beast, particularly in the vicinity of his posterior. Turning to investigate, he found nothing amiss. Everyone was engrossed in their own tasks, and the only idle observer was looking elsewhere. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Doubt crept in. What kind of beast would focus solely on man's backside? Encountering no anomalies, Shangye resumed his organizational duties. Had he closely scrutinized Shang Luoyan, he would have noticed the latter's unfocused gaze, preoccupied with thoughts of Shangye's slender waist and pert rear. He recalled hearing that an alpha's posterior, when pronounced, could incite intense desires. Indeed, the previous individual had behaved like a lustful canine. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Shang Luoyan's eyes darkened. His susceptibility had not yet waned, having been forcefully suppressed the previous day, and now it seemed to be rekindling. He closed his eyes for a moment before discreetly retreating to a secluded spot to light a cigarette. Isn't your craving for tobacco supposed to be mild? He mused. Unbeknownst to him, Shangye had approached, and in the dim light of dawn, he appeared even more upright, a teasing smile gracing his lips, exuding a wicked charm that incited a desire to chastise him fiercely. Shang Luoyan clenched his jaw, feeling as though this period of vulnerability was excruciatingly difficult, transforming him into someone unrecognizable. He cast his eyes downward, stating coldly, "Keep your distance." Shangye, who had intended to approach, halted abruptly, assuming that Shang Luoyan was still upset over previous events. The fact that Shang Luoyan was so incensed yet still willing to set aside their conflict to assist when Shuhua indicated the latter's significance in his heart. This thought deepened Shangye's sorrow. Should his pheromones erupt now, they would surely not carry the sweet scent of oranges, but rather the sourness of lemons. He could practically taste the acidity himself. We are already in the vicinity of detecting Shuhua. Ensuring his safety is our primary concern. Do not fret. Unable to restrain himself, Shang Luoyan glanced at Shangye, catching sight of his crestfallen expression, which inexplicably irked him. "I am not worried," he replied hesitantly, before adding, "Shuhua already has an alpha he favors. The one who marked him is not me. I am aware indeed." Shangye was momentarily taken aback, disregarding Shang Luoyan's admonition against approaching him. He stepped forward and seized Shang Luoyan's hand, exclaiming, "Brother Yin, what did you say?" However, Shang Luoyan chose not to repeat himself, dismissing the matter entirely. Observing Shang Luoyan's impatience, Shangye felt a surge of elation. It seemed he was not yet out of the game, and hope still lingered. Why would Shang Luoyan reveal the truth to him? Could it be? Shangye, known for his lack of cordiality, was emboldened by the prospect of favorable treatment. He exerted force, pushing Shang Luoyan against a tree, akin to a fervent dog claiming its affection through wild kisses. Chapter 54. The Revelation with a Sharp Slap. Shang Luoyan showed no leniency, striking Shangye across the face. Most alphas would have reacted with fury, yet Shangye remained unfazed. His upbringing had ingrained in him the notion that such treatment was a sign of affection. He recalled witnessing Mrs. Ruan wielding her high heels against Shangye, while his alpha father was often punished by kneeling on a keyboard. His father had insisted that Mrs. Ruan's actions stemmed from love, a memory that lingered in Shangye's mind. Thus, rather than feeling angered by the slap, Shangye leaned in closer, presenting the other side of his face. "Brother Yin, care to give this side a go?" He jested. Faced with this audacity, Shang Luoyan could only muster an exasperated retort. "Fool!" This elicited laughter from Shangye, who found solace in the fact that Shang Luoyan was shedding his pretentious demeanor, even finding comfort in the occasional curse, especially when directed at himself. It was a peculiar affection, one that made him feel uniquely cherished. With a gleeful heart, Shangye continued to smile, much to Shang Luoyan's chagrin, who found the incessant cheerfulness quite bothersome. "Brother Yin, once our mission is complete, I plan to request a few days off so we can enjoy some time on Matar Star." It would be splendid if we could even obtain a certificate while we're at it. Luoyan, wishing to avoid further conversation with the fool, pushed him away. He had come to realize that even the slightest kindness towards Shangye would result in an inflated sense of self-worth. As their banter unfolded, the team of beautiful individuals had thoroughly assessed the area. Based on thermal readings, it was determined that over 100 individuals were within, when a matter of urgency arose. Shangye's demeanor shifted dramatically. He glanced at the distribution map and inquired, "Have we located the hostages?" "Not yet," came the response. "Inside? The monitoring system is detecting Brother Yin, but our equipment cannot penetrate." The ability to ascertain the number of people present was already a commendable feat, donning a bulletproof vest. Shangye signaled, and the group swiftly divided into several teams, preparing for an assault. Uncertain of what awaited them inside, they knew that since Lin Sun had summoned them, meticulous preparations had been made. Indeed, shortly after their entry, the sound of explosions reverberated, followed by gunfire. Luoyan furrowed his brow, unable to suppress his concern. Just then, his holographic communicator chimed with a call from an unknown contact. A premonition stirred within him. Upon answering, it was none other than Lin Sun. "Luoyan, why must you oppose me as well?" The expression on Luoyan's face abruptly shifted as the area around Sun was eerily silent, indicating that no one was present. Steadying his racing heart, he finally spoke. "Where is Shu Hua? Where is he? Did you not claim to have no feelings for him? Why then this sudden concern?" "Enough with the chatter. Where is he?" Sun did not respond, but suddenly broke into a smile. "How about a game? 2 individuals. One is your childhood sweetheart, the other your closest companion. I am quite curious as to whom you would choose. If you wish to save your sweetheart, you must come to the harbor immediately. You have 15 minutes. Luoyan glanced at the personnel station nearby, who quickly calculated the distance to the harbor, which would take about 12 to 13 minutes. "If you choose your alpha companion, then hurry inside. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, there's a timed bomb inside, capable of obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius. And only I know its location. Luoyan, what will be your choice?" Luoyan's expression turned icy. "Sun, what exactly is it that you desire?" He could not comprehend Sun's motives. He should already be aware that Shangye was affiliated with the Federal Army and understood Shua's identity. Yet, he seemed intent on mutual destruction, evidently driven by a desire for amusement in his otherwise mundane life. "How about it? Have you made your decision? Time is running out." Sun laughed as he spoke. Luoyan pressed his lips together tightly, surveying the dilapidated building. Setting aside the fact that there were over 100 heat sources within, more than 20 of Shangye's men had already entered. In that instant, he resolved to act, disregarding the personnel's attempts to stop him, striding boldly toward the abandoned structure. "Where's the bomb?" Luoyan inquired. Sun's reaction to his choice was unsurprising. He chuckled derisively. "It seems your companion holds more significance after all. Your sweetheart mentioned that you two often quarrel. To be honest, I found it hard to believe when he spoke of your arguments." "Stop rambling." Luoyan interrupted him. Despite Sun's apparent control over the situation, it felt as though he was the one wielding authority. Sun hesitated momentarily before responding. "It is located on the top floor." He provided only a vague indication of the location, offering no further details. With a clear target in mind, Luoyan wasted no time. He grabbed a specialized communication device and called out to Shangye on the channel. "Shangye, there's a bomb on the top floor. Join me there." Shangye's voice soon echoed back through the channel. "You entered? Who allowed you in? What are those outside doing?" "Silence. To the top floor," Luoyan commanded, then sprinted toward the upper levels. "Damn it," Shangye muttered under his breath. He regretted bringing Luoyan along. It was naive of him to think that Luoyan would heed anyone's instructions. He quickly summoned a team, rushing towards the top floor, worried that if he delayed even a moment, Luoyan might come harm. That individual named Sun had somehow managed to assemble a death squad of hundreds. These men seemingly impervious to pain, continuing to fight even when injured, leaving them with no choice but to eliminate them one by one. This is not the most troublesome part. The true dilemma lies in the overwhelming scent of potent omega pheromones that permeated the air as soon as they entered. Despite their professional training, The intensity of this omega aroma was almost unbearable, causing several members of the rescue team to lose control and ultimately be rendered unconscious and carried away. The others were in poor condition as well, particularly Shangye, who had felt something amiss since the previous night. His glands were painfully swollen, yet he was unable to release any pheromones. The inability to emit pheromones, coupled with the stimulation from the superior omega scent, left his eyes bloodshot. "Boss, the intensity is too much," Zhuang shouted. "Cover me." Shangye pressed his glands firmly, then continued to ascend the stairs under the protection of his teammates. The difficulty faced by their large group was daunting, and he could hardly fathom the trouble that Luoyan would encounter alone if they emerged unscathed from this ordeal. He vowed to give Luoyan a sound thrashing, perhaps not elsewhere, but certainly on the backside. Upon reaching the top floor, Shangye sensed that something was amiss. This level was unnaturally quiet, and his alertness peaked. "Here!" Luoyan suddenly called out. Observing the disheveled state of Shangye, he felt a flicker of surprise. "How did you end up like this?" Shangye was equally curious as to why Luoyan appeared untouched, as if he had come not to defuse a bomb, but to walk a red carpet. Didn't he encounter any danger?" He could not help but inquire. Luoyan shook his head. "No, I didn't come across a single person, not even Sun, who pointed me the way. Are all of us alphas? Isn't the disparity in treatment a bit too much?" Shangye remarked. "He said the bomb is right here." Luoyan tapped the wall, having just arrived and not yet verified its authenticity. "Step back. I'll handle this," Shangye declared, throwing a punch at the wall. The wall, being hollow, crumbled under the force, and a surge of liquid burst forth, drenching him completely. "What on earth?" Stepping back, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. His glands felt as if they were about to explode. At that moment, an overwhelming scent of sweet orange inundated the entire room. Chapter 55. Shangye is an omega. Luoyan's pupils constricted sharply. This scent was all too familiar. Previously, it had lingered on his glands for nearly 3 days. And now he found himself inhaling it once more. With only himself and Shangye present, it was evident who was emanating this aroma. Yet, wasn't the one called Rose the source of the sweet orange scent? Why was Shangye emitting it too? Moreover, wasn't Shangye an alpha? The usually composed Luoyan lost control of his expression for the first time, cracks appearing on his face as if his CPU were about to overheat. So hot. Meanwhile, Shangye remained oblivious to his revelation, feeling as though he might burst from the heat. The sedatives proved futile as the fire within him rekindled, threatening to consume him entirely. Yet, he remained steadfast in his mission. A fleeting glance at the barren walls revealed no explosives, and he clenched his teeth, muttering, "No bomb. I've been played. You go first." He refrained from voicing another possibility, that the bomb might be located elsewhere. Despite his own unsteady stance, his concern for Luoyan's safety persisted. Conversely, Luoyan stood frozen, devoid of his usual reactions. Unable to contain himself, he pushed Luoyan, only to stumble nearly to the ground. Saved at the last moment by Luoyan's timely grip. "Hurry," Shangye urged, sensing the strangeness of the liquid they had encountered, uncertain how much longer he could endure. At that moment, he heard Luoyan ask, "Was it you that night?" Shangye could hardly discern Luoyan's words, stubbornly insisting, "Let's go yin go move." It was only after shaking off his shock and anger that Luoyan recognized something was amiss with Shangye. The heat radiating from his body felt as though it might boil over. Was this a sign of omega heat? Just then, the members of Shangye arrived outside the door. "Boss, how is it? Did you find anything?" Shangye inquired. As they prepared to rush in, Luoyan instinctively shouted, "Don't come in. Yan for ye." Shangye recognized Luoyan's voice. Luoyan held on to Shangye tightly, his eyes turning crimson. "There are no bombs here. Check the other rooms, but be cautious. There may be an ambush. Also, keep an eye on the port." Before entering, he had dispatched someone to the port, hoping that Shuhua remained safe. "What about the boss?" Zhuang's voice echoed. There had been an unexpected turn of events. Luoyan gazed at the disoriented Shangye. who continued to urge him to leave, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He had never considered that Shangye was the person from that night, nor had he realized he was an Omega. Zhuang and the others hesitated, but ultimately chose to trust him. Please take care of our boss. Zhuang sensed that something was amiss with Shangye. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Shang Luoyan responding. He believed it was related to the drug administered the previous night. As footsteps faded away, Shang Luoyan looked down at the unconscious Shangye, his gaze filled with confusion. His entire understanding of the day had been upended. After that night, he had contemplated everyone except Shangye, never having encountered such a towering Omega. Was there a flaw in his perception? Yet the rich, sweet scent of oranges in the room undeniably confirmed that the man in his arms was indeed an Omega, a distinct aroma that left no room for doubt. Thus, all these years, had he been in a rivalry with an Omega? No wonder Shangye had shown interest in him. He had mistakenly believed Shangye had a penchant for AA relationships, only to discover he was an Omega. Suddenly, everything fell into place. Each time an Omega confessed to him, Shangye had sabotaged it, and he had thought it was a competition, only to realize it stemmed from jealousy. The Xing family has shown remarkable audacity by casting an Omega into the military camp while concealing his identity. Reflecting on the unreliability of General Xing and Ms. Luoyan, he finds some understanding. At this moment, Shang Luoyan's mind is a tumultuous whirl, while Shangye begins to exhibit signs of restlessness. Even in a daze, he instinctively perseveres. Observing his actions, Shang Luoyan can't help but chuckle in frustration. True to his character, Shangye, even in such dire circumstances, remains intent on hiding his identity. Who could possibly suspect him to be an Omega? As Shangye becomes increasingly distressed, with his sun-kissed skin developing red patches, Shang Luoyan hesitates, but ultimately releases a comforting pheromone. He reassures himself that he is saving a life. Despite Shangye's reckless nature, he is a soldier of the Federation, sworn to protect the populace. The scent of wild roses gradually intertwines with that of sweet oranges, creating an entangled aroma. The floral and fruity notes blend harmoniously, softening the allure of the wild roses with a hint of sweetness, prompting both to exhale in relief. Shang Luoyan's condition, however, is not significantly better than Shangye's. Overwhelmed by the onset of his sensitivity period, he revels in the comfort provided by the highly compatible Omega pheromones, feeling as satisfied as a lion basking in the sun. Yet, Shangye proves to be less easily placated. The mere comfort of the pheromones is insufficient. Driven by his alpha instincts, he seeks out the most potent scent, yearning to mark once more. However, this time, he finds himself grasped by the throat. Still wanting more? Shang Luoyan's gray eyes darken, filled with a terrifying desire. He cannot allow a repeat of the previous incident. No alpha would permit themselves to be marked, not even by a highly compatible Omega. Yanyi. Shangye has completely lost consciousness, calling out only for the one buried deep within his heart. Shang Luoyan is evidently pleased by this utterance, responding softly, "Good boy." He has always favored obedient and adorable Omegas, and suddenly finds that a little wildcat has its charm as well. With this thought, he tightens his grip on Shangye's hand, then suddenly leans down to tear away the barrier patch, sinking his teeth into Shangye's gland. Meanwhile, Lian Sun, before boarding, glances at Wenshu Huai and playfully inquires, "What do you think they are experiencing now?" He wears a curious expression. Two fierce rivals, S-class alphas, with one unexpectedly transforming into an Omega in heat. Will Shang Luoyan feel grateful? Given his understanding of Shang Luoyan, gratitude is unlikely. Rather, he would likely wish to eliminate him. "Why did you deceive me? I thought you were different from other alphas." Lian Sun murmurs, then sighs, never mind. "I suppose I can be magnanimous. Having tricked you once, I shall grant you a gift. I hope that when we meet again, you won't be so eager to take my life." With that, he smiles at Wenshu Huai, saying, "Don't be afraid, it will be over soon." As he finishes speaking, he steps forward, personally carrying a vial of reagent toward Wenshu Huai. Chapter 56. Both above and below, all thorough investigations have been completed and no bombs were found. It appears we were merely deceived. A team reported back, and Zhuang nodded in acknowledgement. They had apprehended all suspects, executing 38 individuals and capturing 85. Yet no trace of Lian was discovered. Shangye also relayed the situation from his side. I understand, Zhuang said, his brow furrowed. A colleague just went to the port. An explosion occurred there, destroying all the spacecraft. What he did not disclose was that the body of Wen Shuhui had been found at the scene. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance at the upper floor. Shangye followed his gaze, frowning. Has he not come out yet? Zhuang shook his head. They all knew that Shangye was not in any mortal danger. Had there been any threat to his life, Luoyan would not have spoken in such a tone. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he surmised that their leader had likely encountered some trouble. He checked the time. 2 hours had passed without resolution. He hoped their leader hadn't truly harmed Luoyan, for that would spell genuine trouble. Just as he pondered whether to ascend and investigate, a hoarse voice from Shangye reached them. Calming agent, barrier patch, scent neutralizer. A few of them were momentarily stunned, prompting Zhuang to kick San Quebec. Realizing the urgency, Shangye quickly brought the items to the door. He was unable to detect any scent. Lian had gone completely overboard, using an excessive amount of omega pheromones. They had injected several doses of the calming agent, and now, not only could they not smell the pheromones, but even the foulest scent escaped their notice. Upon hearing departing footsteps, Shangye opened the door to retrieve the items. He first applied a barrier patch to the gland that had been bitten, then injected himself with a calming agent before handing the remaining items to Luoyan. Luoyan merely picked up the scent neutralizer and sprayed around. He had no need for the others. Having just marked Shangye, any excess pheromones released only left him feeling physically and mentally at ease. In stark contrast, Shangye's condition was dire. His skin bore a slight redness, and his eyes were bloodshot. An onlooker might mistake him for someone who had been weeping. He occasionally reached out, seemingly compelled to touch his own gland, radiating a sense of vulnerability amidst his strength. Perhaps due to having marked his omega, Luoyan, in an uncharacteristically gentle manner, explained. The first time one is marked is like this. There may be some pain. Our pheromonal compatibility is high, and this discomfort will soon dissipate. Shangye opened his mouth, unsure of how to explain. The substances Lian was researching were confidential, and he had only mentioned that Lian was studying illegal drugs without disclosing their specific effects. Overwhelmed by the sweet orange scent characteristic of an omega within the room, he found himself at a loss for words. Knowing full well that while his scent resembled that of an omega, he was not one, even though his pheromones had transformed to closely mimic those of an omega. Other aspects of his being remained unchanged. Noticing his silence and drooping expression, Luoyan let out a cold laugh. What is this? You can mark me, but I cannot mark you. This was a question Shangye was adept at answering, and he quickly shook his head. Of course, Yingge. You can do whatever you wish. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Luoyan and licked his lips. If you wish to bite, then do so. Luoyan thought to himself that if it were any other omega, he would certainly insist that the other cherish him, but in the presence of Shangye's visage, he found it impossible to utter such words. Other matters could wait. For now, they needed to step outside. After exhaling a spritz of scent neutralizer, Luoyan exited, unwilling to acknowledge that his possessiveness as an alpha was at play, not wanting others to catch a whiff of that enticing orange fragrance. Upon their eventual emergence, Zhuang and the others breathed a sigh of relief, though their expressions soon turned peculiar. Shangye appeared rather battered and even somewhat bashful. Could it be? Their alpha, renowned for his prowess, had been subdued? Noticing the group fixated on Shangye, Luoyan discreetly positioned himself to shield him, while Shangye bluntly inquired, "What are you staring at?" Shangye, lacking in wit, retorted, "We're admiring your gait, boss." No sooner had the words escaped than he received a sharp slap. Zhuang rolled his eyes. Their leader was far too proud for such matters to be openly discussed. They all understood the implications without needing to voice them. Shangye was all too aware of his own crew's antics, being a prime example himself. With a scoff, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Shangye. but was halted by Shang Luoyan. Damn that alpha's possessiveness, Shang Luoyan thought. He wished to prevent any physical contact between Xing Shangye and other alphas. He reassured himself that this was merely temporary, as their pheromones would influence them over the next few days. Taking a deep breath, he redirected the conversation. Has Wen Shuhai been rescued? Upon mentioning serious matters, the group instantly adopted a grave demeanor. Zhuang glanced at Xing Shangye, pursing his lips as he said, "Boss, the port has been bombed, and all the dock ships have been destroyed. We discovered Wen Shuhai's body aboard one of the vessels." Xing Shangye's expression shifted dramatically, poised to speak, but Shang Luoyan interjected. "Are you certain it was Wen Shuhai?" "Yes, the body was charred beyond recognition. But judging by the physique, it was Omega. The jewelry found at the scene also indicates it was him." "Damn!" Xing Shangye's face hardened as he strode towards the exit, prompting Shang Luoyan to follow suit after a moment's contemplation. When Shuhai's body had already been transported, it was indeed unrecognizable. Gazing upon the disfigured remains, Xing Shangye's eyes narrowed. He had encountered countless corpses, those of enemies and comrades alike, but now it was a childhood friend who lay before him. After a prolonged silence, Xing Shangye finally regained his voice. "Has the DNA been compared?" "Yes, it has been confirmed as Wen Shuhai." In a fit of rage, Xing Shangye struck the wall with a fierce punch, declaring, "I will find that bastard." Suddenly remembering something, he quickly turned to Shang Luoyan. If he was grieving so deeply, what Shang Luoyan? Given the choice by Lian's son, Shang Luoyan had selected them, which led to Shuhai's demise. At this moment, Shang Luoyan must be feeling more guilt than anyone else. To his surprise, Shang Luoyan's demeanor was calmer than he anticipated. Noticing Xing Shangye's gaze upon him, Shang Luoyan opened his mouth to speak, when suddenly his mind jolted with a message. "Luoyan, do you like the gift I sent you? Let me guess whether you're the one above or the one below." Shang Luoyan squinted, somewhat perplexed by the meaning of these words. At that moment, Xing Shangye leaned over to take a glance and promptly exclaimed, "Yin Ge, I am open to both options." Chapter 57. A further bite, Xing Shangye's gaze fell upon Shang Luoyan's waist. He had already confirmed that his partner's waist was quite strong and undoubtedly skilled in movement. Therefore, the notion of above or below was trivial. A true alpha would not concern themselves with such minor details. What mattered was the pleasure derived from the experience. Shang Luoyan failed to grasp Xing Shangye's point. He felt it was unreasonable to consider Xing Shangye as an omega, as there was nothing about him, from head to toe, that resembled one. After contemplating for a moment, he put away his phone and stated, "I tend to believe that Shu Huai is unharmed." Having reached this juncture, there was no longer any need for concealment. Shang Luoyan recounted the incident wherein when Shu Huai sought his assistance. So, the mutual affection was a fabrication, the pregnancy was a ruse, and even the intent to obtain a marriage certificate was a sham? Xing Shangye had already suspected this, yet hearing the explanation from Shang Luoyan delighted him. His partner truly cared for him and had begun to articulate matters with him. It must be said that Xing Shangye was remarkably easy to appease. Inadvertently, Shang Luoyan had already managed to charm him, yet he still remembered that when Shu Huai was their childhood friend. So he quickly added, "Lian's son is unpredictable. Is Shu Huai truly safe?" Shang Luoyan could not guarantee anything, but based on his understanding of Lian's son, he felt there was little likelihood of when Shu Huai being in danger. Sure enough, that evening, Shang Luoyan received a call from Wen Shu Huai. "Yin Ge, I have arrived in Lincheng." After thorough inquiry, it turned out that Wen Shu Huai himself was unaware of how he had reached Lincheng. He only remembered Lian Sun injecting him with an unknown substance, after which he lost consciousness, awakening to find himself in Lincheng. His alpha was in Lincheng, and that was his destination as well. The three deliberated and decided to adhere to their previous narrative. After all, Lian Sun had already arranged for the body, leaving no room for suspicion. Shang Luoyan was uncertain when he would next communicate with Wen Shu Huai, so he advised him to take care and perhaps visit a hospital for examination, as no one knew what kind of substances Lian Sun had administered. In conclusion, he said, "Call me if you need anything," though he had claimed he would only assist in his escape and would not involve himself further. He ultimately succumbed to his softer side. Thank you, Yingo. Just remember me, what about me? Shangye interjected. And thank you too, Yigo. When Shu Huai smiled, suddenly recalling something, and curiously asked, I heard Lian Sun mention he had dug a pit for you. Are you both all right? We're fine. What could possibly happen to us? Look at us, we're perfectly fine. Shangye quickly replied, seeing that the two indeed appeared untroubled when Shu Huai ended the call. Shang Luoyan turned to Shangye. Have you received the test results? Yes, they are out. It was an aphrodisiac, Shangye replied nonchalantly, reflecting on his previous behavior. It indeed aligned with the characteristic manifestations during an Omega's emotional surge. Shang Luoyan did not dwell on it further. After a day filled with exhausting activities, he decided to retire for the night, contemplating how to address the situation with the one family later. Once Shang Luoyan departed, Shangye's expression darkened instantly. The circumstances were far from as simplistic as he had previously suggested. That damned Lian Sun had concocted a gender-altering serum. He had mixed it into the wine, and although its effects were minimal due to his earlier expulsion of it, the concentrated dose that it sprayed onto his face and body today was a different matter entirely. Hence his sudden outburst. The silver lining was that he had personally experimented with the serum, discovering that it did not necessarily require injection. Mere contact with the skin would suffice for its effects to penetrate. The unfortunate downside was his current state of limbo, oscillating between A and O, a scenario the Research Institute had never encountered. Based on prior experiments with the serum, the outcomes typically resulted in either an A transforming into an O or an A into a B, with a maximum duration of 1 week. However, his unique case was unprecedented. His pheromones exhibited omega traits, while his blood retained alpha characteristics. The Institute was intrigued by this anomaly and had urged him to return post-haste. Contemplating his predicament, Shangye found little joy. He had anticipated that after revealing his true self, he would be able to indulge in an intimate relationship with his partner. But it appeared he would need to wait a while longer. Nevertheless, if Shangye were truly so compliant, he would not be the person he was. With newfound resolve, he boldly entered Shang Luoyan's suite. Upon emerging from his shower, Shang Luoyan was taken aback to find a freshly groomed Shangye awaiting him. How did you get in? Shang Luoyan inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Shangye waved a hand dismissively, responding with pride, picking locks is my forte. Noticing Shang Luoyan's disapproving expression, he quickly altered his tone. Brother Yin, I don't feel well. What is it? Shang Luoyan's demeanor softened, recognizing that he was addressing an omega he had previously marked. I don't know. I just really wanted to see you. The moment I can't see you, I feel anxious, Shangye confessed, his muscular form contrasting with his sappy declarations. Shang Luoyan found the scene somewhat jarring and averted his gaze, stating, that's quite normal. He was aware of how Shangye had been during their school days, barely passing his main subjects, let alone physiology, so he reluctantly elaborated. An omega recently marked by an alpha will naturally develop a sense of attachment, affection, and longing. It will subside in a few days as the pheromones dissipate. Is that so? Shangye pondered thoughtfully. Shang Luoyan assumed he had grasped the concept, only to be taken aback when Shangye tugged down his clothing, revealing his recently healed gland. Brother Yin, why don't you give it another bite? Shang Luoyan took a moment to respond, finally managing to utter, are you truly an omega? Did this scoundrel have any notion of what such an invitation entailed for an omega towards an alpha? It was tantamount to undressing and enticing him. Upon hearing Shang Luoyan's words, Shangye's heart raced, his voice trembling. What's wrong? Did I reveal too much again? Shangye, have you spent these years in the military with other alphas? Shang Luoyan inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly, having not contemplated this question before. Indeed, it seemed like a perfectly ordinary inquiry, yet for some inexplicable reason, Shangye felt a pang of unease within. Just then, Shang Luoyan unexpectedly grasped the nape of his neck, his thumb gently caressing the gland, sending a wave of warmth surging towards his lower abdomen. The change in him was unmistakable, and Shang Luoyan could not help but notice. As Shang Luoyan stared intently at him, Shangye quickly asserted, this isn't my fault. It's your touching my gland that caused this. Be quiet, Shang Luoyan retorted, his thumb applying a slight pressure. And he took satisfaction in hearing Shangye emit a muffled groan, his eyes turning crimson. You still haven tea? Answer my question. Do you do this with other alphas? Show them your gland. Let them touch it, even bite it? Shang Luoyan's eyes narrowed further, his gaze becoming perilously intense. Chapter 58. Don't feel sorry for me. Shangye possessed a keen sixth sense, having evaded danger numerous times during missions thanks to this innate ability. At this moment, he sensed a palpable threat. He feared that a single misstep in his response could result in Shang Luoyan crushing his gland. One of Shangye's most commendable traits was his ability to recognize the gravity of the moment. He looked into Shang Luoyan's eyes and, in a pitiful tone, exclaimed, "No, there is no one else. Only Brother Yin. Only Brother Yin can kiss, touch, and bite. He can do anything. Woe is me. My father always said that in the vastness of the world, the wife reigns supreme. Whatever she desires is paramount. And that is the hallmark of an exceptional alpha. An alpha as remarkable as he must resolutely uphold the banner of his wife as supremacy." It must be said that Shangye's response greatly pleased Shang Luoyan, and the looming sensitivity that had begun to surface was once again suppressed. Shang Luoyan himself never anticipated that he would find comfort in Shangye's words one day. Observing Shang Luoyan's expression visibly brightening, Shangye immediately pressed on, "Brother Yin, after everything we've shared, shouldn't you grant me a title? In a world beyond. Titles are earned through one's own merit." Shangye's words prompted Shang Luoyan to swiftly retract his hand. Indeed, it was time for him to seek an omega. However, considering an omega like Shangye, that was a different matter altogether. Taller, stronger, and more capable than himself, coupled with that although he had never seen it. Their recent physical altercation had inevitably involved some contact, and he could surmise a few things. He certainly did not wish for an omega who could outdo him. What sort of person was Shangye? The moment Shang Luoyan released him, he understood the implication and promptly seized his hand. "Brother Yin, are you intending to be a scoundrel? Is this the kind of upbringing you received from the Shang family? What would Grandfather Shang say if he knew? Be quiet." Shang Luoyan coldly interrupted, his expression visibly darkening. "I need to call the Wen family. You should keep quiet." Having spoken, Shang Luoyan entered the room to convey the grim news of Wen Shuhua's mishap to the Wen family. Meanwhile, Shangye stood still, stroking his chin. He had just sensed that Shang Luoyan was genuinely enraged, but what could have incited such ire? Was it his mention of the Shang family's upbringing? Yet, why would that provoke anger? The Shang family's upbringing was renowned for its excellence within their circle. In their childhood, they all played together in a large courtyard, becoming quite mischievous, even the little girls. However, Shang Luoyan had never played with them, always maintaining his pristine demeanor. At that time, who among the adults did not praise Shang Luoyan for his obedience and the good upbringing instilled by the Shang family? Shangye appeared lost in thought. Inside the room, Shang Luoyan informed the Wen family of Wen Shuhua's incident, prompting a gasp of astonishment from them, who immediately vowed to arrange a plane. After a moment's pause, Shang Luoyan dialed the number of the ancestral home, where the butler answered. "Is grandfather asleep?" "Ah, it's young master's son. The old master has yet to retire. Is there something you need to discuss?" "Yes." After responding, Shang Luoyan heard the butler's footsteps retreating, and soon, the sound of a cane echoed as his expression grew increasingly frosty. "What is it?" Old Master Shang was known for his succinct manner of speaking. "Grandfather, there has been an incident." Shang Luoyan succinctly recounted the events involving Ma Xiaoxing. "So, you are implying that the federal government forces apprehended individuals only to entangle you and Shuhua in the matter, resulting in Shuhua's demise? Is that correct?" "Indeed," Shang Luoyan affirmed. "I understand." Without allowing Shang Luoyan a chance to respond, Old Master Shang abruptly ended the call. Shang Luoyan stood in silence for a moment, then extracted a cigarette and lit it. Although he seldom smoked, he felt the need for one now. Just then, the door creaked open, and Shangye entered. Having waited until he finished his call, carrying a plate of fruit. "Here, have some." He nudged the fruits toward Shang Luoyan, who ignored him, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. Is the Wen family seeking trouble? Shangye speculated. Shang Luoyan remained silent, unperturbed. He popped a segment of orange into his mouth and immediately detected its citrus scent, reminiscent of Shangye's pheromones, though not as pleasant. He frowned. Let us go outside to eat. He found the aroma unappealing. With a playful bow, Shang exited with the fruits, but soon returned, boldly suggesting, Brother Yin, how about we make a deal? I wish to experience your pheromones. May I? Shangye grinned. Shangye, if you seek death, I can certainly oblige. Shang Luoyan replied coldly. Oh, don't be like that. If it comes to it, I could let you experience mine too. With that, Shangye released his own pheromones, the scent of smoke and orange swiftly replaced by a sweet citrus aroma. Shang Luoyan couldn't help but inhale deeply, feeling his agitated heart settle considerably. He had always thought that a compatible omega could soothe an alpha was merely a myth. But today he realized there was some scientific basis to it. At least he no longer felt like a feral beast. Feeling better? Shall we engage in another round? Shangye proposed, knowing well the extreme sports that Shang Luoyan favored. In truth, alphas are drawn to exhilarating pursuits. Had it been earlier, Shang Luoyan would have likely taken action, but the thought of his companion being an omega made him hesitate. Shangye was astutely aware of Shang Luoyan's thoughts, and with a playful glance, he shed his outer garment and winked at him, saying, Brother Yin, come on, don't hold back. I relish the fierce and the wild. Shang Luoyan could not suppress a curse, thinking how could this guy even dare to say Wang Yu was bold? Who could rival his audacity? Ultimately, Shangye achieved his desire for physical contact with Shang Luoyan once more, almost moved to tears. Which alpha must engage in a tussle with his partner before sharing a kiss? It was truly a challenge. After an exhilarating fight, Shang Luoyan felt considerably uplifted, unconcerned about the dirt on the ground, lying back to steady his breath. In the next moment, Shangye flipped over and pinned him down, gazing intently at him. Brother Yin, let us engage in something even more thrilling. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. What do you say? Chapter 59, Boss, can I get pregnant? Shang Luoyan had indeed never encountered a wilder omega than Shangye. Throughout the encounter, it was Shangye who took the lead, exhibiting an uninhibited demeanor, his mouth running without restraint, asking about comfort, pressure, and sensations. Eventually, Shang Luoyan had to silence that incessant chatter to regain some quiet. However, he soon regretted this decision, as Shangye was adept at creating a myriad of distractions with his words. After 20 minutes, Shang Luoyan exhaled slowly, staring blankly at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling. Utterly bewildered by Shangye's prowess, he could hardly discern who the true alpha was. Who taught you all this? He finally inquired, having heard many rumors of mutual assistance within the Federation forces. Observing Shangye's confident movements, it was evident he had ample experience. Shangye's eyes widened in disbelief. Does one need to be taught? Isn't this innate to A Omega? Besides, in the adjacent sector, they deal with vice and enforcement. What you can imagine pales in comparison to reality. There, even betas are rare, which Alpha hasn't honed their skills. His partner was truly too innocent. Moreover, he wagered that Shang Luoyan had never taken the initiative, being overly sensitive. Shangye could hardly contain his affection, nuzzling his buzz-cut head against Shang Luoyan's neck, playfully asserting, Brother Yin, isn't it my turn now? However, Shangye swiftly learned the harsh lesson of being discarded after pleasure. The once satisfied Shang Luoyan abruptly pushed him away, indicating the bathroom. You can use that. Shangye was almost amused by the abrupt rejection. Fine then, if that was how it was, he would simply let it go. However, Shangye, buoyed by his somewhat established status, did not bother to enter the bathroom. Instead, he boldly sat there, his dark, piercing gaze fixed on Shang Luoyan, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. Shang Luoyan wished desperately for Shangye's existence to fade into oblivion. Yet such a feat was utterly unattainable, for Shangye's presence was overwhelmingly potent. Even when he deliberately averted his eyes, he could still catch glimpses of Shangye's movements. And Shang Luoyan inhaled deeply, his expression darkening considerably. No alpha would willingly accept being overshadowed, especially by an omega. Shangye was utterly defying nature. What purpose did an omega serve after all? Were they not merely ornaments? With this thought, Luoyan felt a slight sense of comfort. He did not wish to witness any more distressing scenes, so he rose and made his way to the restroom, needing to cleanse himself further. The warm water cascading over his skin brought him satisfaction. Since he had differentiated his pheromones at the age of 16, he had refrained from releasing them in public. However, these past few days, he had reveled in the freedom of releasing his pheromones without fear of being criticized for not being an alpha or for the unpleasantness of his scent. On the contrary, he observed Shangye, utterly captivated by the aroma of his pheromones, akin to a large dog desperately sniffing and greedily absorbing the essence of his scent. This thought rekindled certain feelings within Luoyan. He furrowed his brow vigorously. This period of heightened sensitivity was dragging on for far too long. When he emerged from the restroom, having composed himself, he found Shangye sprawled on the floor, lying in a starfish position, a look of sheer contentment on his face. As Luoyan approached, intending to have him clean up, he caught sight of something in Shangye's hand. His eyes narrowed, and, in the next instant, Shangye was kicked out of the room. The notion of treating an omega with any special consideration was non-existent, at least not in Shangye's case. Despite being ousted, Shangye bore no resentment. His partner was simply too shy, though he adored that about them. He looked at the waistband he held in his hand, neatly folded and tucked into his bag. It was something he intended to keep close, for it bore the fragrance of his beloved. Shangye hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to their suite, radiating a buoyant demeanor. His companions, 3 missing pieces, could easily surmise what had just transpired. Unable to contain himself, one of them gave Shangye a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Boss, I may bow to no one, but you." While a typical person might weep at the thought of transforming from alpha to omega, their leader remained unperturbed, even managing to turn the situation to his advantage. With this thought in mind, the companion couldn't help but glance at Shangye's well-defined abdomen and asked, "Boss, now that you are an omega, does that mean you could become pregnant?" This inquiry was not solely on the mind of the companion. Others were equally curious, though they lacked the courage to voice it. "I'm the one in charge." Shangye could not resist delivering a swift kick to the companion. Indeed, boss, you're absolutely right." The companion quickly acquiesced, though the skepticism in his eyes was unmistakable. Did the boss truly believe they were blind? Each time the paramour wore a satisfied expression, exuding an air of confidence. The leader appeared to be the one suffering from profound indignation. Now, adorned with the scent of omega pheromones, he paraded through the streets, fully aware that they would not believe him. Yet, Shangye chose not to elucidate the matter. In truth, he was indifferent. However, given his wife's innocence, such matters fell solely upon his shoulders to resolve. After all, who could blame him for possessing such extensive knowledge? Naturally, he bore the burden willingly. "Have you located Sun?" Shangye inquired. Their mission had not been entirely successful. Although they had obtained the formula for the drug, they had allowed Sun to escape. No one had anticipated Sun's formidable abilities. Despite their preemptive measures to seal off various ports, Sun had still managed to flee in a spacecraft, even destroying the port in the process. This incident had already made headlines across the Federation, and he could envision the extensive report he would have to write upon returning. When the conversation turned serious, the group stowed away their playful demeanor, and Zhuang spoke with gravity. "No, the Federation has issued a warrant for his arrest. But as of now, there is still no news. I suspect he has escaped the Federation's jurisdiction. There are plenty of ungoverned small planets, often referred to as places of exile or lawless territories. Once there, apprehending individuals became virtually impossible. Boss, I have a good rapport with the Research Institute, and they discreetly informed me that this drug is rather remarkable." "What do you mean?" Shangye raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Zhuang. Chapter 60. My wife is so shy the blood sample you sent for analysis has been examined. They said. What did they say? Shangye, intolerant of Zhuang's hesitance, pressed for clarity. They said it is highly probable that your pheromone scent will eventually resemble that of an omega. Zhuang mustered the courage to voice this, fully aware of its implications for an alpha. Although there were no physical changes, society now relied on pheromones to determine gender. Shangye, upon hearing this, felt an urge to weep in his wife's embrace. Yet, he merely raised an eyebrow at Zhuang. Is that all? Is this not serious enough? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards Shangye. Even Mei Gue was no exception, as he witnessed the extraordinary alpha for the first time. I thought it was something dire. It's merely a pheromone issue. Unlike you all, I do not require pheromones to assert dominance, Shangye boasted. Zhuang's stammering made him think something grave was about to be revealed, yet turned out to be trivial. Let the omega scent be what it is. This way, my wife may be even more forgiving of me. Look, ever since she discovered I am an omega, she hasn't struck me once. So, perhaps this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Shangye pondered eagerly about how to gain some advantages from Shang Luoyan in the future. Witnessing his reaction, the others exchanged glances, and after a moment, Zhuang remarked, I now realize that the phrase I admire the boss the most from San K carries far less weight than I thought. The boss is undoubtedly the preeminent alpha. Absolutely. Shangye genuinely believes that this issue is not one of great significance. Over the years, in his quest to compete with Shang Luoyan, he has meticulously concealed the scent of his pheromones, even going so far as to refrain from their use for suppression, merely a trivial matter. The following day, the cleanup crew arrived, and after Shangye handed over responsibilities to them, he was free to return to the Federation. Having spent the previous night drafting a report for his superiors, he felt no urgency to leave today and instead instructed Zhuang to lead the team back first. He harbored concerns about whether Shang Luoyan could manage the arrival of the Wen family. Boss, why don't you take the opportunity to collect the certificate with the mistress? Suggested San K as they were about to depart. Shangye found himself in agreement, feeling a newfound appreciation for San Quebec. He patted San K's shoulder and earnestly remarked, You performed admirably this time. The additional training is no longer necessary. San K was pleasantly surprised by such unexpected praise, his mind finally sparking with inspiration as he showered Shangye with compliments. Boss, you and the mistress are a perfect match. You two are truly made for each other. Pleased by the flattery, Shangye departed with a smile, while San K and his companions exchanged glances, seemingly having discovered a method to deal with their superior. Indeed, it appeared that an alpha in love could be rather foolish. After seeing everyone off, Shangye hurried back to the hotel, though his worries were evidently unfounded. Shang Luoyan was not one to falter. Whatever he aimed to accomplish, he would undoubtedly execute flawlessly. Despite the uproar caused by yesterday's events reaching the main star of the Federation, the Wen family was initially unaware that the incident also implicated Shang Luoyan and Wen Shuhua. Although they held grievances towards Shang Luoyan for not being able to save Wen Shuhua, they soon realized they had been deceived and that Shang Luoyan had offered generous compensation conditions. Thus their objections dissipated. Their marriage alliance with the Wen family was merely a pursuit of greater benefits. And with that goal achieved, they were left with only the loss of an omega. Hence, when Shangye arrived, he found that Shang Luoyan had already escorted the Wen family out. Yi is also here, he exclaimed. Uncle Wen. With a hint of innate talent, Shangye's expression turned somber as he expressed remorse. I apologize, Uncle Wen. It was my failure to protect Shuhua. I know you all did your best, replied Uncle Wen with a sigh. It is fate. Uncle Wen, if there is ever anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask, Shangye quickly offered. This unexpected kindness brought joy to Uncle Wen, who departed with his entourage. Wen Shuhua truly seemed to have drawn the short straw in the Wen family, Shangye remarked, realizing that comparisons were indeed necessary. In light of this, he found himself even perceiving his father as somewhat endearing. He thought, perhaps he should bring back some local specialties for his father. He had heard of a particular plant here known for its excellent kidney-replenishing properties, perfect for his father's needs. Truly, he was a devoted son. Regarding Shangye's musings, Shang Luoyan chose not to comment, but merely cast a surprised glance at him. Why haven't you left yet? He inquired. Shangye's eyes widened in shock. Ingo, have you grown tired of me? Do you no longer wish to see me? Shang Luoyan retracted his previous statement, reflecting that sometimes Shangye did indeed resemble an omega, particularly in moments like this. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, dragging his suitcase in and then out again. Upon witnessing this, Shangye appeared utterly bewildered. Are you leaving? Really? I thought you specifically told the leader you'd return 2 days later. Intending to spend some time with Shang Luoyan to foster your relationship, and perhaps engage in activities that would further deepen your bond, like helping him last night, which he was more than willing to do. Shang Luoyan had no idea what was swirling in his mind. Hearing that question, he cast a sidelong glance at him. What else could I do? I've already delayed long enough. I initially thought I could resolve everything in 3 days, but complications arose, and now it's been 5 days. There's a backlog of issues at the company. Shangye's daydreams were abruptly shattered. Fine, his partner was utterly unromantic. Resigned, he returned to his room to retrieve his suitcase. I'm going back with you. He had planned to travel together with his partner, but that was no longer feasible. Noticing his intent to follow, Shang Luoyan said nothing. After all, it was his own spaceship, and there was room available. Shang Luoyan was someone who rarely slept well, yet every time Shangye was present, he found himself sleeping soundly. By the time he awoke, they had already returned to the Federal Main Star, with no recollection of when he had drifted off. When he opened his eyes, his gaze was uncharacteristically devoid of sharpness, replaced by a hint of confusion and innocence. His partner was simply too adorable, unable to resist. Shangye leaned down and planted a kiss on Shang Luoyan's forehead. Before Shang Luoyan could register the gesture, he enveloped him in a bear hug, burying his face against Shang Luoyan's chest, rubbing vigorously. Ingo, I really like you. Initially, Shang Luoyan intended to push Shangye away, but his outstretched hand froze mid-air. Throughout his life, he had received countless confessions, and this was not the first time Shangye had expressed his affection. However, unlike previous occasions that had left him shocked, this time, he felt a peculiar stir within himself. Was this the attraction between AOs marked by their pheromones? He couldn't help but glance at the person before him, who was shamelessly acting cute, and for the first time found the concept of pheromones rather fascinating. The person he had previously found annoying now seemed endearing. He must have had a problem with his vision. Otherwise, how could he perceive cuteness, regardless of how one looked at it? Shangye seemed to have no connection to cuteness. Despite such thoughts, his hand ultimately rested on Shangye's buzz cut, rubbing it against his better judgment. The tactile sensation was something else. This omega was unlike any other. Shang Luoyan's good mood lasted only until they disembarked from the spaceship. Upon seeing the familiar vehicle and butler waiting, his demeanor darkened abruptly. Shangye, being particularly sensitive, immediately sensed something was amiss. Just as he attempted to get a better look, Shang Luoyan had already walked over. Young master, the butler greeted respectfully, opening the car door. Shang Luoyan nodded and settled in, closing his eyes to rest. In the next moment, he felt some movement beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he met Shangye's bright, dark eyes. Shangye grinned at him. Yingo, I haven't seen Grandfather Shang in ages. I thought I might pay him a visit. Shang Luoyan's lips quivered slightly. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though Shangye had uncovered something. However, in the end, he said nothing, merely gazing out of the window, unaware that the corners of his mouth had subtly lifted in a smile. Chapter 61. My wife smells wonderful. Old Master Shang had long received word of Shangye's attendance, so he was not taken aback upon seeing him. Nevertheless, his expression was far from amiable, for since Xing had entered, he had been incessantly chattering without pause. Grandfather Shang, it has been so long since I last saw you. You still appear remarkably vigorous. What do you mean long? We just met at the engagement banquet. Grandfather Shang, your grass is truly splendid. Fool, that is an orchid, a flower. Grandfather Shang, is this painting yours? It's magnificent. Be quiet. That is a Van Gogh, you imbecile. Old Master Shang's face darkened, unable to maintain even a semblance of calm. His mind was overwhelmed with the cacophony of Shangye's incessant chatter. filled with remarkably foolish remarks that were even more irksome than in his childhood. For the first time, he regretted his previous criticisms of his grandson's lack of sophistication in dealing with Shangye. He realized it was not his grandson's fault. Xing was simply exasperating. Due to Shangye, old Master Shang chose not to pursue the matter concerning Wen Shu Huai any further, hastily proclaiming, Luoyan, since Colonel Xing has not visited in a long time, why not take him out for a good stroll? Such a simpleton was better left for his grandson to manage. He feared that if he listened any longer, he might suffer a stroke. Some individuals, after all these years, fail to grow wiser, merely taller, strong yet brutish, possessing only raw strength. His own grandson was far superior. Indeed, a comparison reveals much. Initially, old Master Shang harbored numerous grievances regarding his grandson due to the Wen Shu Huai incident. Yet upon seeing Shangye today, he suddenly found his grandson to be quite admirable. Observing his grandfather's hurried departure, Luoyan couldn't help but smirk. For the first time, he realized that his grandfather too had things that frightened him. With this thought, he glanced at Shangye, who was already looking back at him. Happy? Shangye smiled at him. Then, Brother Yin, shall you show me your room? He was thrilled at the prospect of entering his wife's chamber. As a child, he had always wanted to see Luoyan's room, primarily because they were both mischievous and perpetually dirty, while Luoyan remained immaculate. He imagined that the latter's room must be equally pristine, perhaps even adorned with dolls. My room has nothing of interest, Luoyan replied, furrowing his brow. Although he no longer resisted Shang entering his domain, there truly was nothing remarkable in his room. Brother Yin, Ye gazed at him with puppy eyes, and Luoyan found himself unable to withstand it, ultimately leading him toward his room. Old Master Shang had departed without witnessing this scene, but the butler, not far off, observed it with a look of astonishment. Isn't the young master typically at odds with that boy from the Xing family? Why are they so much friendlier this time? However, even the seasoned butler refrained from pondering further. Who could have imagined that two adversaries could become entangled together? Upon entering Luoyan's room, Shangye furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, as Luoyan had mentioned, the room was rather unremarkable, resembling the decor of an apartment, adorned only in shades of black and white, with the addition of a desk. Approaching, he cast a glance at the bookshelf, and was immediately overwhelmed by the array of foreign professional texts. Have you truly read all of these? He mused, convinced that a normal person ought not to peruse such tomes, deeming it an act of pretentiousness. Luoyan nodded in acknowledgement as he surveyed the shelf. Seriously? What do you read these for? Shangye queried, pulling out a book titled Mecha Maintenance and Care, recalling that Luoyan was studying economics. An alpha should possess a modicum of knowledge in various fields. Luoyan calmly replied, an alpha should understand a little about everything. Shangye's mouth formed a knowing surprise. He often articulated similar sentiments, albeit from a different perspective. Haven't you ever read those kinds of books? He pressed on. What books? Luoyan instinctively inquired. The expression on his face revealed his genuine ignorance, leaving Shangye astonished. No wonder Luoyan appeared so innocent. Which respectable alpha would not secretly indulge in a few risque novels or stash away some DVDs? Yet Luoyan truly had not. Not to worry. I have plenty to share, all our special editions. Next time, we can peruse them together and engage in delightful discourse. Rest assured, it will be a realm you are unfamiliar with. Alphas are often driven by competition, and Luoyan was no exception. After years of rivalry with Shangye, the mention of such a topic ignited his fighting spirit, and he nodded coolly. Fine, just don't cry when the time comes. That insatiable desire to win was utterly amusing. Shangye couldn't help but chuckle. His beloved was truly adorable, and he felt compelled to embrace Luoyan tightly, lowering his lips to meet his. He had not intended to initiate such an act in that place, but he found it impossible to resist. His partner's innocence stirred an undeniable urge within him to tarnish that pristine canvas. Luoyan was taken aback by Shangye's sudden advance, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he attempted to push him away, but found himself unable to budge him, his hands encountering nothing but firm muscle. Irritation welled within him, despite their previous escapades. They had never been so intimately entwined. He had never envisioned a day where he would share such closeness with another, a bond he considered even more intimate than marking one another. As he began to speak, he inadvertently provided Shangye with the opportunity to deepen their connection. For the first time, Luoyan realized how much could unfold from a mere opening of the mouth, feeling his strength drain away. Shangye gripped his neck firmly, his calloused fingertips brushing against his gland, a place often more sensitive for alphas than for omegas, and a vital area for them. Despite the precariousness of the situation, Luoyan felt no fear. Instead, a shiver coursed through him. At some point, the resistance in Luoyan's hands began to wane, and he found himself wrapping his arms around Shangye's waist. "My love, I want to smell your pheromones." Shangye's hoarse voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by an increased pressure from his fingertips. Luoyan instinctively complied with Shangye's words, and by the time he realized what was happening, the room was already suffused with an alluring scent of wild roses. A tinge of regret flickered in his eyes. He was truly dazed to have released his pheromones in the old residence. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Shangye murmuring, "So fragrant, so delightful. My dear, you smell divine." Luoyan, feeling somewhat dazed, did not even notice the term of endearment. Well, let him indulge a bit longer. After all, who could resist the allure of an omega's scent? Unbeknownst to Luoyan, he was unwittingly embracing his potential as a foolish ruler, releasing pheromones in greater quantities until, in a euphoric haze, the pheromone detector in the room began to blare an alarm. Chapter 62. An unconventional altercation. What was happening? Old Master Shang, resting with his eyes closed, still had the echoes of Shangye calling him Grandpa Shang reverberating in his mind. Upon hearing the alarm, he jolted awake. The butler hurriedly entered, announcing, "It's the pheromone detector in the young master's room that has triggered an alarm." "Where is Luoyan?" Old Master Shang's expression turned cold. Both he and Colonel Xing were inside. What? Old Master Shang's initial thought was that the two had gotten into a fight. He quickly rose, commanding, "Hurry, go check." He was acutely aware that his grandson was no match for Shangye, and he feared for his grandson's safety. "Young master, we are coming in." The butler knocked frantically at the door, only to discover it was locked. "Don't come in." Luoyan's breathless voice came from within. "Young master." The butler, filled with anxiety, instinctively glanced at Old Master Shang. Luoyan opened the door. Old Master Shang was genuinely concerned about his grandson's well-being. "I'm fine, Grandpa." Luoyan's voice echoed after a moment, as if he were suppressing something. The door remained locked, and they could not enter. "Sir, what should we do?" The butler inquired. At this moment, the alarm had ceased, likely due to the purification system activating upon detecting the pheromone levels exceeding acceptable limits. Old Master Shang listened intently. The noise inside was minimal, and he felt a slight sense of relief. "Stay outside. If anything happens, we will break down the door," Old Master Shang instructed. After all, this was the Shang family's territory. No matter how unruly Shangye might be, he could not go too far. Moreover, it had become routine for the two to engage in mutual scuffles. With this thought, Old Master Shang regained some composure. However, he was unaware that the scene inside the room was far from what he imagined. The two were indeed fighting, but it was certainly not in the manner he presumed. Once he heard footsteps retreating, Luoyan dared to take deep breaths and then forcefully push the person off him, delivering an unapologetic slap to Shangye's face. "What is wrong with you?" Luoyan was furious, and rather than being angry with Shangye, he was more upset with himself. How had he lost control? Not only had he released his pheromones, but he had also allowed Shangye to kiss him. Recalling the earlier events, Luoyan could not help but raise his arm to shield his eyes. He truly had lost his mind. Shangye had grown accustomed to being struck. To him, such actions were expressions of affection, a playful intimacy he understood well, especially since his wife was rather shy. Reflecting on the recent chaotic display from Luoyan, he found himself a bit exhilarated. Unable to resist, he leaned in and softly pressed his lips against Luoyan's. "Get away." Shang Luoyan pushed Xing Shangye aside, desperately wiping his lips. How dare this scoundrel kiss him? Just moments ago, he had witnessed that audacious act. Xing Shangye, with a cheeky grin, teased Brother Yin. Are you really offended? Shut up. Shang Luoyan shot him a fierce glare. What kind of Omega behaved like this? Don't be shy, Brother Yin. I quite enjoy it. It's delightful. Xing Shangye refrained from saying more, noticing the flush on Shang Luoyan's face. He could not tell if it stemmed from anger or embarrassment. Nonetheless, he understood that further provocation would endanger his own well-being. Xing Shangye wisely silenced himself, as Shang Luoyan was already at a loss for words. He could not expect Xing Shangye to grasp the nuances of subtlety and shyness. Never had he imagined engaging in such outrageous behavior within his ancestral home. Yet he felt an unusual thrill rising within him. His grandfather would never suspect the antics he and Xing Shangye had just indulged in, and this thought filled him with a sense of mischievous delight. Xing Shangye, sensing a smirk playing at the corners of Shang Luoyan's mouth, quickly sought to capitalize on the moment. Brother Yin, help me out. He began his endearing act once more. Whether this tactic worked on others was uncertain, but it was undeniably effective with Shang Luoyan. Though reluctant to admit it, deep down, Shang Luoyan relished seeing Xing Shangye act coy, as it contrasted starkly with his usual demeanor, which he found irresistibly charming. Perhaps it was the exhilaration from earlier or the atmosphere of the place, but he did not refuse Xing Shangye's advances. Of course, he would never attend to Xing Shangye with the same level of service. He merely offered a hand, and immediately regretted it. What had Xing Shangye been fed? Was he truly an Omega? Although Shang Luoyan had previously acknowledged it subconsciously, this moment crystallized his understanding of the formidable nature of Xing Shangye. He felt the urge to retreat, but Xing Shangye would not allow him that escape. Grabbing Shang Luoyan's hand, he held firm. More than half an hour later, Shang Luoyan, his face darkened, kicked Xing Shangye away before heading to the bathroom, expressionless as he vigorously scrubbed his hands. He felt as though Xing Shangye had led him astray, pushing his boundaries further than ever before. Here he was, in the old home where he had lived for over a decade, engaging in such outrageous behavior. Fortunately, Xing Shangye remained oblivious to Shang Luoyan's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely roll his eyes in disbelief. This was just the beginning, after all. Nevertheless, today had certainly been worthwhile. Reminiscing about the earlier events, Xing Shangye couldn't help but roll around on the bed, overwhelmed with happiness. Just then, his communicator chimed. Before Shang Luoyan had finished tidying himself up, he heard Xing Shangye knock on the door, announcing, Brother Yin, I have to leave now. My superior is calling for me to return immediately. Shang Luoyan responded. Xing Shangye dared not linger any longer and promptly opened the door to leave. The butler, waiting outside, felt a sense of relief upon seeing him emerge, his face showing signs of swelling. Wang Bo, I'm leaving. Until we meet again, Xing Shangye said hurriedly as he departed. The butler shook his head, acknowledging the man's relentless vigor. Before long, Shang Luoyan also exited, having changed into a fresh set of garments, the remnants of steam from his bath still clinging to him. Upon closer observation, the butler noted that the young master merely had a slightly flushed face, which did not indicate any injuries, allowing him to relax completely. Young master, the master is waiting for you in the study. He wishes for you to come over once you are ready, the butler informed. Shang Luoyan nodded, taking a couple of steps before suddenly recalling something. Do not enter the room. I will clean it myself later. There's still the lingering scent of Omega inside, and I do not wish for anyone to detect that cloying fragrance of sweet oranges. Understanding the young master's aversion to others trespassing on his territory, the butler nodded in agreement. In the study, old Master Shang was practicing calligraphy. Hearing the commotion, he spoke without lifting his head. Another fight, I presume? For the first time, Shang Luoyan felt a twinge of guilt. Yes, you mustn't blame me. That young lad from the Xing family is simply insufferable. Reflecting on the recent events, Shang Luoyan found himself reluctantly agreeing that Xing Shangye truly deserved a good thrashing, of the kind that leaves one with a sore backside. The grandfather and grandson engaged in their banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere despite the earlier tensions. Originally, the elder had intended to reprimand his grandson today, but due to the interference of Shangye, he chose a different approach. When Shui has encountered trouble, and the betrothal with the one family is now moot. I have several Omega candidates for you to consider, he stated. Grandfather, I already have an Omega. Shang Luoyan blurted out instinctively. The old master's expression turned cold, and he asked sternly, who is it? Realizing the implications of his words, Shang Luoyan understood that the effects of marking were quite potent, even for an alpha. Composing himself, he replied slowly, Grandfather, I have marked one Shui, and he is expecting my child. Before he could finish, he was sharply interrupted by the old master. But he is already deceased, and under your very eyes no less. What? Do you intend to mourn him for eternity? Shang Luoyan pressed his lips together. He has only just encountered misfortune, and I cannot engage with other Omegas now. It would not reflect well, and the one family would certainly disapprove. That is indeed a point to consider. The old master mused for a moment before continuing. Review these candidates first. If suitable, begin to engage with them. Within a few months, we shall finalize a choice. Yes, grandfather, Shang Luoyan affirmed, preparing to exit when the old master imparted a pointed remark. Luoyan, it is entirely natural for an alpha to occasionally lose control. Do not dwell too heavily on the notion of marking. It is merely a temporary act. Just maintain your sense of moderation. He understood his grandson well, recognizing that the Omega spoken of earlier was assuredly not one Shui, likely someone encountered at an earlier time. The old master cared little for the private affairs of his grandson, provided they did not lead to scandal or bring disgrace upon the Shang family. Which alpha is not a rogue. He had previously worried that his grandson was too restrained. After all, throughout the years, aside from a single bureaucrat named Hui, he had not witnessed any significant closeness between him and other Omegas. Thus, he chose to forge a marital alliance with the Wen family, as both families were relatively well-matched. Now, observing his grandson's awakening, he felt quite pleased. Shang Luoyan comprehended the underlying message within the old gentleman's words and suddenly became curious about how his grandfather would react if he were to discover that the individual in question was Shangye. The thought of that scenario filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, upon returning to the team, Shangye was met with a barrage of harsh reprimands, but he was unfazed. He understood he would face criticism this time. His former superior, who had watched him grow, scolded him before glaring. What are you doing running around when your health is in such disarray? The researchers at the Institute have stated that your pheromones are unstable and could go haywire at any moment. Just as Shangye was about to respond, his superior continued. For this month, you are to return home. Consider it a leave of absence. We shall discuss your pheromone issues once they are resolved. Shangye's eyes brightened. Such a fortunate turn of events. He had been contemplating requesting a few days off to accompany his wife, and now, with this opportunity, he was determined to seize the moment. Uncle Wang, you shall henceforth be like a father to me, he exclaimed with excitement. Major General Wang sputtered out his tea, fully aware of Shangye's status, and promptly retorted, Please, don't involve me in this. Who doesn't he know that Shangye's greatest concern is his Omega? Shangye, with a playful grin, dodged a kick aimed at him by Major General Wang and prepared to flee. But he heard the general's voice. Take care of your health. This is no trivial matter. Understood. I get it, Shangye replied dismissively. How much worse could it get? At worst, he would simply become an Omega. He could still win over his wife as an Omega. He summoned a few trusted members of his squad, issuing a few instructions with particular emphasis. Continue your investigation into Lin Sun and ascertain his whereabouts. While this was an extracurricular task, they had all been invested in their first mission, and none needed to be told twice about pursuing Lin Sun. Rest assured, boss, we'll keep you updated. Then I leave this to you. I must go on a date with your sister-in-law. Unless it's life-threatening, don't contact me. With that, Shangye hurriedly departed. In his world, nothing surpassed the importance of his wife. After contacting Shang Luoyan and confirming he had left the ancestral home, Shangye felt at ease. He dashed back home to pack a large bag of clothes, and upon leaving, unexpectedly bumped into both Shangye and Madame Wan. Stop! What do you think you're running off to? Shangye instinctively raised his foot to kick the wayward youth, but suddenly halted, recalling something. I've already been informed about your pheromone situation by Old Wang. You need to stay home and behave for a while. I refuse. Shangye retorted defiantly. I'm going to be with my wife. Madame Luoyan looked at her son with concern. That cursed potion had harmed him, turning him into an omega and seemingly affecting his reasoning as well. We are all aware of the situation with Shui. Don't be too disheartened, she said, while deftly operating her holographic device, causing his salary car balance to skyrocket from a mere few hundred to a seven-figure sum in an instant. As he gazed at the substantial sum displayed on the holographic screen, Shangye felt his knees weaken, nearly bowing before Madame Luoyan. Mother, I always knew you were my true mom. I love you. Although Alpha was rather carefree and would willingly indulge in a life of comfort, there were moments when he yearned to surprise his wife, yet now he felt liberated from such concerns. Shangye resolved to make amends for the previous romantic candlelit dinner. Mother, I mustn't linger. I have a date. With that, he swiftly departed, clutching his belongings. Madame Luoyan took a moment to process his words, staring blankly at General Xing. Who was he going out with? General Xing was equally in the dark. Madame Luoyan murmured, but he is an omega now. General Xing's pupils contracted. The thought of his bear-like son shyly nestled in the arms of an alpha sent shivers down his spine. Could that rascal have developed a fondness for alphas? To be fair, General Xing had stumbled upon some truth. Madame Luoyan declared resolutely, impossible. He wouldn't even fancy a pig, let alone an alpha. General Xing pondered his son's usual demeanor and nodded in agreement. Shangye adeptly made his way to the home of Shang Luoyan. Upon hearing the commotion, Shang Luoyan, engrossed in a book, looked up to see Shangye striding in with an enormous woven bag. His eyelids twitched as he observed Shangye pulling out a jumble of clothes resembling pickled vegetables, stuffing them into the wardrobe. Unable to contain himself, Shang Luoyan exclaimed, "Stop! You can't just toss them in like that." Shangye looked at him in surprise. "What else should I do?" Shang Luoyan's mouth hung open for a moment before he managed to utter, "You must be last in your housekeeping every time, right?" Shangye feigned shock. "How did you know?" Shang Luoyan replied, "I just know." Ultimately, resigned, Shang Luoyan approached and meticulously folded each piece of clothing before placing it neatly in the wardrobe. Observing this, Shangye couldn't help but comment, "Wife, you are so virtuous." "Wife." Shang Luoyan lifted his gaze to meet Shangye's, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Chapter 64. Jealous wife Shangye, desperate to survive, quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. I meant husband." "Husband." Leaning closer to Shang Luoyan's ear, he shamelessly added, "Husband, how did you find my previous service? Would you like to try again?" Shang Luoyan's eyelids twitched as he recalled their outrageous escapades at the old residence. He tossed the clothes in his hands aside. "If you keep talking, I'll kick you out." Shangye promptly fell silent. It then dawned on Shang Luoyan that he had inadvertently allowed this scoundrel to stay. As if reading his mind, Shangye preemptively stated, "I'm currently on leave. Being on leave is almost the same as being suspended. You don't have to work anyway," Shang Luoyan noted. "Why don't you return home? My pheromones are unstable right now. I dare not go back." Shangye's reasoning was quite sound. "You can stay, but don't cause trouble." Shang Luoyan's demands of Shangye have been reduced time and again. However, it is evidently impossible for a certain individual to refrain from causing trouble. That very evening, while taking a bath, an audacious person forcefully barged in, under the pretext of conserving water. Consequently, the bath extended beyond an hour, leaving Shang Luoyan feeling as though his skin had wrinkled from the prolonged soaking. Furthermore, Shangye produced some oil from an unknown source, claiming he wished to provide skincare, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Shang Luoyan. When it came time to sleep, Shang Luoyan prudently locked the door. Yet he awoke the next morning nestled against someone's firm chest. Bewildered, he recalled securely locking the door before sleep. How could this insufferable individual be in his bed? Moreover, why was he pressed against that chest? Shang Luoyan refused to accept such behavior from himself and promptly kicked Shangye onto the floor. This was not the first instance of Shangye being kicked. Familiarity breeds skill, and he simply rubbed his eyes before sitting up, unabashed and nonchalant. "Darling, what is the matter?" he inquired. An alpha must be both adaptable and resilient. Such terms of endearment are merely playful banter. How did you get in here? Shang Luoyan gritted his teeth and demanded. Well, didn't I tell you? I'm a master locksmith. Shang Luoyan retorted. Is that something you learned? Of course. Although, I didn't learn it in the military. It's a family trade. My father is even more adept than I, he replied. Having often found myself locked out, it was imperative to hone a skill. Growing up, I was well aware of the importance of craftsmanship. Look, it's come in handy now. Seeing the smug expression on Shangye's face, Shang Luoyan comprehended once more the notion that an unprincipled foundation leads to a similarly flawed outcome. Just as he was about to rise, Shangye seized his foot, silently tugging at it with a gaze that was almost mesmerizing. I shall never yield. Half an hour later, Shang Luoyan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He felt that this period of susceptibility had extended too long, and those calming agents seemed ineffective. Indeed, the AO marking was formidable, leaving lingering aftereffects even now. The sound of Shangye's heavy breathing filled his ears, leading Shang Luoyan to suspect that their predicament was not solely a matter of susceptibility, but also influenced by the sweltering weather, which stirred a certain restlessness within him. Yes, it must be so. By the time they had settled and tidied up, over an hour had passed, marking Shang Luoyan's first instance of tardiness in his life. And for such a trivial reason. Upon arriving at the Shang Corporation, his expression remained clouded. The employees speculated that the omega of their boss must have encountered some misfortune to elicit such a mood, leaving them all on edge. When Secretary Wang encountered Shangye once more, he nearly shouted in disbelief, "What are you doing here again?" This alpha exhibited extraordinary audacity, choosing to appear at such a time. "Brother Wang, I've prepared extra food today. Would you care to sample it?" Shangye greeted Secretary Wang enthusiastically, fully aware of the importance of forging good relations with those close to Shang Luoyan. Before Secretary Wang could respond, the office door swung open, revealing their displeased boss. "Who commanded get in here?" Shangye responded cheerfully and hurriedly entered, closing the door behind him. Secretary Wang inhaled sharply, genuinely admiring this alpha for managing to capture the affection of their boss. He was not naive enough to overlook the jealousy that had flared in the boss's eyes when he shot a rather unfriendly glance his way. What was the cause of this jealousy? Was it because the alpha intended to treat him to a meal? Goodness, their boss actually exhibited such a side. Feeling envious over an alpha, his worldview felt utterly shattered, as if it had been irreparably broken. Shang Luoyan was indeed displeased. Initially, he had no intention of engaging with the conversation outside. However, upon hearing Shangye mention that he would invite Secretary Wang to dine, he could no longer contain himself. As he observed Shangye arranging the dishes, he coldly interjected, "Are you planning to let Secretary Wang sample your culinary skills? Did you hear that?" Shangye felt a pang of guilt. To Shang Luoyan, his demeanor suggested that he had an interest in Secretary Wang. With a derisive snort, Shang Luoyan retorted, "Forget it. Secretary Wang prefers female betas." Who is Shangye? He quickly discerned the underlying meaning of those words and turned to Shang Luoyan with excitement. "Darling, are you jealous?" "Oh my." Shang Luoyan is actually feeling jealous. Jealous of Secretary Wang. Shangye was nearly beside himself with glee. How could his partner be so endearing? Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan stiffened, his voice icy as he replied, "You must be dreaming. How could he possibly be jealous?" "Absolutely impossible." Shangye, well aware of his partner's thin skin, immediately acquiesced. Yes, I'm not jealous at all. I must have misunderstood." His response only served to further irritate Shang Luoyan, who buried himself in his meal. He finished everything on his plate, observing who else Shangye might share with. Today, Shangye had prepared more than usual, exceeding Shang Luoyan's appetite, and he had forced himself to finish. Now he felt uncomfortably stuffed but displayed no sign of it. Shangye, perceptive yet discreet, tidied up before leaning in and whispering, "Yenge, you shouldn't rest immediately after eating. Let us engage in some exercise." Shang Luoyan, feeling quite uncomfortable from being so full, immediately stood up, saying, "All right." He made his way towards the training area next door. only to be halted by Shangye. With a hint of exasperation, Shangye clarified, Ge, I'm in a different kind of exercise. His gaze was intensely suggestive, leaving Luoyan with little ambiguity. He felt somewhat speechless. Was this truly a necessity for an Omega? Wasn't he a bit too intense? He worried that he might be completely drained by the end of it. Thinking along these lines, he maintained a stern expression and replied, Didn't we just do this in the morning? Shangye licked his lips, his gaze fervent as he said, This time, let us try something different. Chapter 65. The sweetness of soft rice. Even though Luoyan believed himself to be unshakable deep within, he couldn't help but feel a burgeoning curiosity about the something different that Shangye referred to. Primarily, he wanted to see what other tricks this Omega had up his sleeve. Thus, he half-heartedly allowed Shangye to lead him to the lounge. Curiosity, they say, can be fatal. It wasn't long before Luoyan regretted his decision. He kicked Shangye off the bed, his gaze frigid. What are you just doing? He considers himself an alpha, yet he dares to. The face of Luoyan instantly flushed crimson, his eyes betraying a similar hue, though not from shyness, but rather from anger. How dare Shangye act so audaciously? Have I been too lenient with him in recent days? Luoyan harbored a fierce desire to kick Shangye to oblivion. How could he even dare to entertain such thoughts? Shangye, recognizing the ire in Luoyan's demeanor, hurriedly approached and clung to his legs, a pitiful expression adorning his face as he quickly uttered apologies. Ge, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. My pheromones are unstable right now, and I fear something might go awry. Ge, just let me try. I promise to be careful and ensure your comfort. Luoyan could no longer endure the words spilling from his lips and delivered a swift kick to his face. He had indeed afforded Shangye a measure of leniency, only for him to audaciously harbor such desires. Moments later, Shangye was successfully expelled from the office. Oh, leaning against the wall, Shangye wore a sorrowful expression, pondering why it was so difficult to cultivate intimacy with his beloved. He anticipated a significant reaction from Luoyan, but had not expected it to be this pronounced. Nevertheless, he bore no regrets. This was a matter that would eventually come to pass, and he took this as an early opportunity for preparation. Even fierce women fear entanglements, and so do passionate men. He lacked nothing but a fervent spirit. With this thought, Shangye's confidence surged anew. Meanwhile, Luoyan struggled to regain his composure. He had never envisioned that Shangye would persistently occupy his thoughts. How could an Omega dare to entertain notions of his? Taking a deep breath, Luoyan managed to suppress the fury swelling within him. He had assumed Shangye would take the hint and leave, only to find him seated on the floor, leaning against the wall and engrossed in a game when he opened the office door after work. Upon hearing the commotion, Shangye swiftly put away his game. Ge, you're back? Why are you still here? Luoyan cast a cold glance at him. I've made dinner reservations for us tonight. Don't worry. It's not the same place as last time. I've booked a different one. Shangye smiled brightly, completely disregarding their earlier encounter. Luoyan felt compelled to clarify certain matters with Shangye. Casting a meaningful glance, Shangye immediately followed him back into the office, tail wagging with eagerness. What is up, Ge? Shangye, you might have been masquerading as an alpha for so long that you've forgotten your true nature. Let me remind you, you are an Omega, and I am an alpha. Setting aside whether anything will transpire between us, if it does, it should be me on top. At this, Shangye's eyes lit up. Ge, you wish to be on top? I'm all for it. Luoyan had anticipated difficulty in conveying his thoughts to Shangye, yet he was taken aback by his immediate agreement, leaving him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Luoyan realized his own shortcomings in knowledge. Though they were both alphas, some lacked decency, their minds filled with base thoughts. Shangye, while inexperienced in practice, was undoubtedly a master of theory, capable of conjuring up 18 different approaches. With Shangye's cooperation, Luoyan's anger began to dissipate, and he reluctantly acquiesced to the dinner invitation. However, as soon as they were seated, Luoyan regretted his decision. in a restaurant adorned in shades of pink. With pink tables, pink tablecloths, and pink roses, he was oblivious to the fact that within Shangye's heart resided a little princess. The sight of a diamond Barbie was indeed rather jarring. Yet, someone remained blissfully unaware and eagerly sought approval, exclaiming, "Yinggu, what do you think of this place?" I searched for strategies on Xing for quite some time, and everyone claims it's delightful, even better than the last spot. Shang Luoyan forced a smile, his lips barely curving upwards. It's acceptable. Oh well, what does it matter if one has a youthful heart? Which Omega does not harbor a touch of innocence? It was certainly preferable to his constant thoughts of conquering an alpha. One must admit, a person's boundaries can often diminish progressively. After experiencing Shangye's covetous gaze, Shang Luoyan found it increasingly palatable to embrace a fondness for pink and acknowledge a youthful heart. "I knew you would like it," Shangye proclaimed with a sense of satisfaction. He had spent an entire hour on the phone with Gunanan, who remarked that those who appeared most reserved often concealed a more passionate inner self. His partner was undoubtedly of the more reserved variety. Their conversation, though seemingly nonsensical, somehow harmonized bizarrely. Setting aside the atmosphere, the restaurant's culinary offerings were quite commendable, yet they could not compare to the meals prepared by Shangye himself. Shang Luoyan sincerely believed that once Shangye left military service, he could pursue a career as a chef, albeit only for his own consumption. For it would be rather unseemly for an alpha to have his marked Omega cooking for others. Contemplating the precarious balance of Shangye's precarious finances, Shang Luoyan accessed his personal device. A notification chimed. Shangye's device buzzed, and upon glancing at it, he froze, his voice trembling. "Yinggu, what does this mean?" Was he experiencing an unexpected windfall? Just yesterday, Ms. Ruan had transferred a 7-figure sum, and today, Shang Luoyan had sent him an 8-figure amount. Shang Luoyan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "I would not let an Omega foot the bill," overwhelmed by this monumental surprise. Shangye felt as though he were in a dream. He had never realized that living off someone else could be so delightful. Had he known sooner, he would have embraced this lifestyle much earlier. "Thank you, Yinggu," he exclaimed, happily accepting the substantial gift, which he deemed pocket money from his partner. Indeed, the doctor's recommendation for a gentle diet was justified. Soft living truly was delightful. Seeing Shangye so elated over a modest sum made Shang Luoyan feel a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have given more. This amount was hardly sufficient to purchase a decent vehicle, let alone an aircraft or spaceship. After a moment of reflection, he added, "Use this for now. I will transfer you more in a couple of days." He intended to adjust the transfer limits with his assistant. While digital transactions were convenient, the limits were rather restrictive. Upon hearing that another transfer was forthcoming, Shangye could only think how fortunate an alpha was to have a partner. And how much more fortunate was the alpha who could enjoy the benefits of soft living. Chapter 66. What is going on between you and Shangye? After dining, Shangye had arranged other activities. Shang Luoyan initially hesitated to join, but he succumbed to Shangye's persistent coaxing. However, upon arrival, Shang Luoyan turned to leave, questioning why an alpha would visit an amusement park. "Yinggu, since you're here, accompany me," urged Shangye. "Come on, Yinggu, I've booked the entire place. And there's no one else around." Shangye had become increasingly adept at playfully enticing Shang Luoyan, and ultimately, he was forcibly drawn into the venue. "Yinggu, have you played this before? It's quite enjoyable," Shangye exclaimed, leading Shang Luoyan to the carousel. Shang Luoyan cast a fleeting glance before quickly averting his eyes. He would never ride a carousel? Absolutely not. 5 minutes later, with a stern expression, Shang Luoyan found himself seated atop a white horse, while Shangye, mounted on a black horse, snapped photos with his light brain, even capturing a selfie. Perhaps having already indulged in the carousel, Shang Luoyan felt less resistant to other attractions and participated in whack-a-mole and roller coasters, ultimately even joining Shangye on the Ferris wheel. They say the Ferris wheel offers the most breathtaking views of the night. Shangye was perpetually cheerful, exuding joy. Shang Luoyan reflected that the money spent was worthwhile. providing ample emotional value. The Ferris wheel ascended at an unprecedented pace, and Shang Luoyan had never experienced such tranquility before, simply sitting and admiring the scenery. Throughout his life, his schedule had been meticulously planned, filled with studies, equestrian training, etiquette, and sports. He had never before encountered such leisure. Initially, he felt somewhat out of place, sitting rigidly as if poised to serve his country at any moment. In contrast, Shangye relaxed fully upon boarding, reclining comfortably in his seat. Gradually, Shang Luoyan began to unwind, even growing fond of the sensation of doing nothing and letting his mind drift. Time became an abstract concept, and suddenly, Shangye leaned in close, whispering in his ear, "Yinge, look." Startled from his reverie, Shang Luoyan realized that the Ferris wheel had reached its apex, revealing a panoramic view of the city adorned with fireworks. At that moment, the sky erupted with brilliance as countless fireworks burst forth, crimson, violet, and silver. In this technological age, where drones and electronic fireworks had supplanted traditional pyrotechnics, Shang Luoyan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of real fireworks. There is a beauty in handcrafted creations that technology cannot replicate, and the spectacle before him was nothing short of exquisite. While Shang Luoyan was momentarily entranced, the unique, perpetually sunny voice of Shangye broke through. "Yinge, are you happy?" Shang Luoyan's lips moved, yet he could not muster a retort. Ultimately, he silently affirmed, "Happy." He had never experienced such joy before. Shangye, understanding his nature, did not press for verbal confirmation. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Shang Luoyan's waist from behind, resting his head on his shoulder. This intimate posture allowed Shang Luoyan to lean against him comfortably. During his last visit to the merchant's ancestral home, he discovered that Shang Luoyan possessed nothing extraneous. His room was immaculate, devoid of any superfluous items. The sole remnant of youthful memories was an endless collection of books. He suddenly recalled their childhood days spent playing in the courtyard, filthy and carefree, while Shang Luoyan remained perpetually pristine by the window, observing them. At that time, he had assumed that Shang Luoyan looked down upon them, disinterested in their company, never contemplating an alternative perspective. He had noted this incident, thus discarding the online recommendations for romantic rendezvous, and instead took Shang Luoyan to an amusement park. Despite the evident disdain on Shang Luoyan's face, he cooperatively indulged in nearly every attraction. "Yinge," Shangye called out once more, his lowered brows filled with tender concern. Shang Luoyan responded, a hint of laughter in his voice. "How did I never notice how charmingly you can be? It's never too late to realize. Yinge must take good care of me," Shangye shamelessly declared, while inwardly promising himself, "Yinge, I shall cherish you well. You shall possess all that others have, and more besides." By the time they finished their playful escapade and returned home, it was already deep into the night, well past Shang Luoyan's usual bedtime. Yet, for the first time, he felt that the passage of time held no significance. If it had passed, so be it. In fact, he took the initiative to drag Shangye to the bathroom for a playful contest of alphas, a genuine competition where Shangye ultimately conceded defeat. Sometimes, an overly proactive partner can become a burden. He worried that if this continued, his status as a husband might be jeopardized. Yet at that moment, Shang Luoyan was there to comfort him. Omegas generally do not require much. A shorter duration is of no consequence. Shangye, burdened by unspoken grievances, ultimately transformed into a small, melancholic figure, embracing Shang Luoyan as he fell asleep, needing the warmth of his partner's affection to mend his heart. In the following days, Shangye epitomized every alpha's dream omega. He rose early to prepare breakfast, bestowing a kiss before departing, delivered lovingly prepared lunchboxes at midday, and returned after work to escort Shang Luoyan home. After dinner, he attended to Shang Luoyan's every need, ensuring his comfort and well-being. In summary, Shang Luoyan learned for the first time not to judge solely by appearances, but to appreciate the essence of a person. Who would have imagined that this rugged, bear-like omega, Shangye, could be so considerate and attentive? Each day felt like a gentle spring breeze for him, oblivious to the whispers among the employees below, who lamented that their aloof and elegant boss had been won over by a coarse alpha clad in perpetual t-shirts and work pants, with at most a black jacket. Such a person seemed unworthy of their impeccably dressed boss. They found it utterly unacceptable. Nevertheless, their acceptance or rejection could not tarnish the sweetness shared between the two. Shangye had indeed been enjoying life like never before, feeling a comfort he had not experienced in over 20 years. Yet, one must not become too comfortable, for such ease can lead to unforeseen troubles. One day, while chopping ribs at home, preparing to make sticky rice ribs for Shang Luoyan, he suddenly felt a swelling in his glands, followed by an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. This situation bears an uncanny resemblance to his previous experience. Shang hastily administered a dose of sedative to himself, yet there was no discernible effect. His body temperature continued to rise alarmingly. He realized that if he persisted in this manner, he would soon lose his sanity. While locking the door, he dialed Shang Luoyan's holographic communicator, imploring him not to return temporarily, for he feared he might commit some irrevocable act. However, there was no answer from Shang Luoyan. Cursing under his breath, he swiftly rushed to Shang Luoyan's room and rummaged through his belongings, yearning for the scent of wild roses, but to no avail. No, this is not it. Frustrated, Shangye tore apart one item after another until, at last, he discovered the lingering fragrance of wild roses on Shang Luoyan's nightwear. He inhaled deeply and, in a pitiful state, curled up at the garment. Meanwhile, Shang Luoyan was at the family estate, having received an unexpected call from old Master Shang, summoning him back. Upon his return, old Master Shang remained silent, leaving Shang Luoyan feeling uneasy. Just then, his holographic communicator lit up. Glancing at it, he saw that it was a call from Shangye. Before he could react, old Master Shang inquired, "What exactly is going on between you and that lad from the Xing family?" Chapter 67. Possession. Shang Luoyan's fingers twitched, knowing that Shangye had been frequenting the company these past few days. He realized he could not conceal this from his grandfather, but he had not anticipated it would come to light so swiftly. Recently, he had been experiencing some health issues, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied. Old Master Shang lifted his gaze to scrutinize him. "I never knew your relationship had grown so close." In the past, Shang Luoyan would have dismissed such remarks. But this time he retorted, "Isn't it what you said, grandfather, to improve our relationship?" Old Master Shang was taken aback for a moment before a flicker of anger crossed his face. "Luoyan, apologies, grandfather." Standing up, Shang Luoyan felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. Shangye usually messaged him when he was busy, but this was the first time he called at such an hour. "Grandfather, there are matters at the company. I must take my leave." Without allowing old Master Shang the chance to respond, he turned and departed. Old Master Shang stared in astonishment at his grandson's retreating figure, finally murmuring, "Indeed, one is influenced by their company. That lad from the Xing family has led my grandson astray." With a look of disdain at the thought of Shangye, he summoned the butler. "Investigate what that lad from the Xing family is up to." Upon exiting the estate, Shang Luoyan immediately attempted to contact Shangye, but there was no answer. He hastily instructed the driver to turn back to the apartment. After considerable effort, Shang Luoyan managed to unlock the door. As he opened it, a rich scent of sweet oranges enveloped him, causing him to pause momentarily before hastening into the room. Prior to entering, he injected himself with another dose of sedative, but it proved ineffective. As he pushed the door open, an even more intense aroma of sweet oranges assaulted him, nearly overwhelming his senses. Shangye. He struggled to maintain his composure, calling out for him, yet the vast room revealed no trace of Shangye. Shangye. Shang Luoyan surveyed the chaotic scene before him and opened the wardrobe. Nothing. Ultimately, he discovered Shangye in the bathroom. The state of the bathroom was beyond comprehension. Water was everywhere, along with shattered items and a plethora of tranquilizers strewn across the floor. Upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be several vials. Shangye sat in the bathtub, drenched. His condition was evidently alarming. It was far more than mere estrus, and it was unclear what medication Sun had administered to him. "I will take you to the hospital." Shang Luoyan approached to assist Shangye, but in an instant, he was yanked and dragged into the bathtub. Shangye possessed tremendous strength, rendering Shang Luoyan unable to escape. Shangye, he called out, yet there was no response from Shangye. It was then that Shang Luoyan noticed the crimson hue of his eyes, devoid of emotion, leaving only a primal desire. A chill coursed through Shang Luoyan. Shangye's condition was evidently more severe than the last time, when he had lost control, yet retained a semblance of reason. Now, however, there was nothing left of that rationality. Shangye. Shang Luoyan attempted to rouse his sense of reason, but to no avail. At this moment, Shangye was acting purely on instinct, firmly restraining Shang Luoyan from moving, while the sweet scent of orange pheromones surged forth uncontrollably. Shang Luoyan felt himself on the brink of losing his own composure. The instinctual bond was overwhelming, and the potent aroma of omega was driving him to the edge. Gritting his teeth, he urged Shangye hold on. As he leaned down to bite Shangye's gland, he inadvertently exposed his most vulnerable spot, and Shangye seized the opportunity, biting down first. Shang Luoyan gasped in pain. An alpha's gland can be more delicate than that of an omega, and this was certainly not a place meant to be marked. The last time he had been bitten, he had been completely oblivious, but this time he was fully aware of the sensation of being marked. The intense sweetness of the orange scent enveloped his entire being, assertively claiming him. Such an overwhelming sensation felt more akin to an alpha than an omega, yet the enticing fragrance undeniably belonged to an omega. The sweet orange pheromones infiltrated every corner of his body, and he gradually felt himself softening. He sensed that Shangye was igniting a fire within him. They had engaged in various intimate acts recently, with only the final step remaining. He sensed that something significant was about to unfold. Gratefully, he acknowledged that his mind still retained clarity, preventing him from marking Shangye entirely. With this thought, he sought out Shangye's gland once more. In that moment, the irrational Shangye, upon being touched at his gland, reacted like a provoked beast, emitting a low, threatening growl. Shang Luoyan was at a loss regarding Shangye's state. All he could do was hastily release his own pheromones to soothe him. The scent of wild roses instantly permeated the bathroom, intertwining with the sweet orange aroma. The agitated figure seemed to find solace, gradually calming down. Shang Luoyan exhaled a sigh of relief and gently patted Shangye's head, uttering a soft "good boy." He contemplated taking Shangye to the hospital as soon as his condition stabilized. There was something distinctly amiss with him. However, it appeared that his relief had come too soon. Although Shangye no longer exhibited tendencies of destruction, his focus was entirely fixated on Shang Luoyan. He desperately sought out the scent he favored. Shang Luoyan's glands were suffering. At first, he endured, believing this episode would mirror the last. Even when Shangye acted excessively, he refrained from intervening. Habit can be a daunting force, and during this time, he had grown accustomed to Shangye. By the time he recognized the gravity of the situation, it was too late. How dare Shangye? Shang Luoyan's pupils constricted sharply. He yearned to dislodge the person atop him. Yet, the Shangye before him was no longer the playful, affectionate wolf he knew, but rather a ravenous beast. Devoid of reason, everyone knows that a starving predator is at its most ferocious, unyielding to any force. Typically, in their playful skirmishes and banter, Shang Luoyan held the upper hand, not due to Shangye's inadequacy, but because Shangye had always indulged him. In this moment, Shang Luoyan realized the sheer strength that Shangye possessed. Shangye, stop! Shang Luoyan shouted. Yet, the frenzied alpha was impervious to reason. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: possession. He sought to claim his partner entirely, inside and out. Chapter 68. Don't abandon me. If given the chance to start anew, Shang Luoyan would never have pushed open that door. If he could choose, he would certainly avoid entangling himself with Shangye. Alas, foresight is a rare commodity. For the first time, Shang Luoyan despised his alpha nature, with its robust physique and boundless stamina. He felt as though he were on the brink of death, yet remained conscious, acutely aware of every action taken by Shangye, and could distinctly hear him whispering incessantly in his ear, "Wife. Damn it, wife." Luoyan was at a loss as to how he endured. Upon hearing Shangye's low growl, he realized that either he or Shangye would perish once the latter regained consciousness. Perhaps it would be better if Shangye were to die. The audacity! However, Luoyan had greatly underestimated Shangye. Or perhaps he simply lacked understanding of the inherent flaws of alphas, despite being one himself. In the end, Luoyan finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Pondering one question as he faded, do omegas truly possess such remarkable stamina? When Shangye fully regained his senses, the entire bathroom, or rather, the entire room, was in utter disarray, and Luoyan could hardly bear to look. His pale skin bore the marks of their tumult, each one painfully evident. Damn it! Shangye realized the extent of his actions, his face etched with regret and panic. Observing Luoyan's slightly pale lips, he slapped himself sharply and hurried to check Luoyan's temperature. Thankfully, there was no fever. Luoyan was roused by the enticing aroma of rice, even though Shangye had administered him a nutritional supplement. For a fleeting moment, Luoyan felt as though he had traversed the threshold of death. He shifted his body, and his complexion instantly morphed into one of profound distress. He loathed this feeble version of himself, mustering the strength to rise from the bed. Shangye was busy preparing porridge, unaware of when Luoyan would awaken. However, he had just consulted a physician who advised that both alphas and omegas would benefit from consuming porridge. Hearing some commotion, he hastily extinguished the flame and rushed over, finding Luoyan attempting to rise from the bed. "Yingu, please rest a little longer," Shangye urged, reaching out to assist him, only to be evaded by Luoyan, whose gaze was laced with wariness. The intensity of Luoyan's eyes scorched Shangye in a moment of impulsive desperation. He slapped himself hard before collapsing to his knees. "Yingu, just end me." Shangye's voice was thick with sorrow and pain. He yearned for companionship, yet not in this manner. Luoyan had indeed contemplated ending Shangye's life earlier, for no one had ever dared to treat him in such a way. Yet, witnessing Shangye in such a state stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. He understood that, at that moment, Shangye had lost his rationality. "What's the matter with you? Is it your heat period?" Luoyan inquired, perplexed, as he had never encountered an omega in such a condition. "I don't know. It must be due to that medication. I cannot control myself. The research facility draws my blood every 3 days, yet they have yet to decipher the cause." Shangye replied. "Why did you call me?" Luoyan pressed further. "I sensed something was amiss and feared I might harm you. So I intended to call and advise you not to return." Unfortunately, Luoyan had not answered. In that moment of losing control, he had dared not leave, locking himself away, only for Luoyan to enter regardless. Reflecting on the locked door and the unanswered call, Luoyan felt a pang of fate's cruel irony. "I apologize, Yingu. Whatever you wish, I shall comply. Just please don't abandon me." As Shangye spoke, he lifted his gaze to meet Luoyan's. His usual bravado replaced with fear. He wished for nothing more than to erase this blunder. Luoyan averted his eyes, contemplating for a moment before raising his hand to touch his gland, only to discover it had been expertly bandaged. Even so, he could still sense the rich fragrance of sweet orange wafting within him. Shangye, one last question," Luoyan articulated slowly. "Are you truly an alpha or an omega?" Shangye trembled, responding softly, "I am an alpha." Indeed, how could he have ever believed Shangye to be an omega? There was no omega like this. He no longer cared to unravel why Shangye's pheromones bore the scent of an omega. He merely gestured towards the door and stated coolly, "Leave." Shangye shuddered, but rose steadily, this time abandoning any pretense of innocence or misery. "Yingu, I consulted the doctor, who advised that for the next few days, you should consume light porridge. I have made some for you. Please remember to eat." He dared not hope for Luoyan's forgiveness. He himself was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. This was not the confession he desired to make, yet he found himself unable to conceal the truth any longer. Just as he reached the threshold, Shang Luoyan suddenly commanded, "Stop, Brother Yan." Xing Shangye spun around abruptly, his dark, bright eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, all he heard was Shang Luoyan's piercing inquiry. "Why did you mark me for the first time? Was it to humiliate me?" "No," Xing Shangye instinctively retorted, meeting Shang Luoyan's sharp gaze. He quickly added, "At that moment, I noticed something was amiss with you. You were being supported inside. I did intend to embarrass you, to gather some leverage for future amusement. However, when I saw someone undressing you, I could no longer bear it. I drove that Omega away. I had no intention of doing anything initially. I just couldn't help but notice how different you seemed. I swear, Brother Yin, I never meant to mock or humiliate you. It was all simply beyond my control. I couldn't believe I had developed feelings for you, which is why I undertook a month of missions. When I returned and learned of your engagement to Shu Huai, I was frantic, rushing over without even changing my clothes. My interference in your engagement was not for Shu Huai, but solely for you. I know you detest me, and I am too afraid to admit it. I can only approach you in other ways. I am truly sorry, Brother Yin." Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan elegantly nodded, gesturing once more towards the door. "Now, you may leave." Xing Shangye wished to say more, but confronted with Shang Luoyan's frigid demeanor, he could only mutter softly, "Brother Yin, remember to eat your porridge." With that, he carefully closed the door behind him. After Xing Shangye departed, Shang Luoyan remained seated for quite some time, the intermittent aroma of rice wafting from the kitchen aggravating him. Ultimately, he rose and discarded an entire pot of porridge into the trash. With that action, he felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, he had proven too gullible, allowing Xing Shangye to toy with him effortlessly. And what about Lian's son? He had concocted those cursed potions. Xing Shangye and Lian's son, neither of them would escape unscathed. Chapter 69. The only 3S. After parting from Shang Luoyan, Xing Shangye made his way directly to the research institute. Once he regained clarity, he contacted them. They had requested his immediate presence, but in that moment, he could not bear to leave Shang Luoyan alone, so he merely allowed them to extract a blood sample. Have the results come back? The playful demeanor that had been present before Shang Luoyan was now replaced by a steely resolve. "They have," replied the head of the institute, presenting the findings from his previous blood tests. "As it stands, we have discovered that you still possess the potential for advancement." What does that mean? It is well known that S level is the highest tier, and within it, there exist both weak and strong S levels. He had always classified as a strong S, rarely exerting his alpha dominance and never placing much importance on it. However, hearing that there was still a possibility for advancement left him utterly astonished. "We have now detected that your pheromone levels have exceeded the formidable S rank. To avoid any misunderstanding, we kindly request your cooperation in undergoing a pheromone examination." Xing Shangye readily complied, and soon the results revealed that his pheromone levels indeed surpassed the formidable S rank. The researchers were filled with excitement. "Based on the intensity of your pheromones, you should now belong to the double S rank, and you are currently unstable. With the potential for further elevation, perhaps you may even reach the 3S level in the future. This marks the first occurrence in the Empire's history of an alpha surpassing the S rank. How could they not be exhilarated?" At that moment, the way the researchers regarded Xing Shangye was akin to the reverence one might reserve for a national treasure. Xing Shangye, however, felt little excitement. He had pinpointed the crux of the issue. Could that serum indeed facilitate a rank advancement? Not quite, as per the samples and research reports he provided. The serum only possesses the ability to alter gender without any rank-enhancing effects, and in some cases, it may even lower one's rank. You are the only exception. We speculate this might be related to your temporary marking by an alpha's pheromones. Upon hearing this, Xing Shangye's heart skipped a beat. What would happen if I marked an alpha? The director's gaze towards Xing Shangye shifted drastically. Is your AA organization this chaotic? Speak up. Xing Shangye replied impatiently. It would be best to bring him in for examination. The director promptly assented. As Xing Shangye turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something and halted. When will my pheromone scent return to normal? Who would believe it? The Empire's soul S or even 3S alpha currently carries the scent of an omega. Judging by your current test results, once your pheromones stabilize completely, it should revert. Nodding and understanding, Shangye exited. Shang Luoyan could hardly believe that Shangye dared to appear before him. Upon activating his holographic device, he realized that several days had elapsed since that absurd night, or rather, those absurd days. He had only heard that an omega's heat could last for several days. And Shangye, this faux omega, had indeed replicated it flawlessly. No wonder he felt so uncomfortable. It wasn't merely a few instances, it was a matter of days. Shangye sent a message to Secretary Wang via his holographic device, which prevented any chaos from ensuing. Even though he felt slightly more comfortable, Shang Luoyan prepared to head to the office. He buttoned his shirt all the way to the top, donning a formal suit to conceal his disheveled appearance. Yet, the marks on his glands could not be hidden. The bite marks remained, and an observant individual would easily discern what had transpired. He was compelled to wear a pheromone blocker. Ever since he had learned to control his pheromones with precision, he had no need for such devices, but now, due to someone, he found himself forced to wear them again, filling him with frustration. At that moment, as he opened the door, he encountered the very instigator, intensifying his fury. How dare he? How dare he stand before him? Shang Luoyan felt that he had previously indulged Shangye to such an extent that the latter no longer feared him. Brother Yin. Upon seeing the distant and indifferent gaze of Shang Luoyan, Shangye quickly took a step back. Brother Yin, let us check your health together. He dared not utter more, succinctly conveying the changes in his body along with the suggestions from the Research Institute. Once he finished speaking, Shang Luoyan lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Are you done? Shangye did not dare to nod, yet Shang Luoyan had already stated, if you are done, then leave. As he turned to depart, Shangye instinctively reached out to grasp his hand. Brother Yin slap. Shang Luoyan struck his hand, icy disdain radiating from his eyes. If you dare to lay hands on me again, I shall sever your hand. After issuing the warning, Shang Luoyan prepared to leave once more. However, the next moment, a shameless alpha knelt down again, tightly holding onto his leg. Brother Yin, I truly realize my mistakes. Shangye genuinely intended to give them both some time apart. But upon witnessing Shang Luoyan in this moment, tranquility was out of the question. If he remained silent any longer, his beloved might just slip away. His father had advised him that to pursue a partner, one must be audacious. In front of a loved one, nothing should be off limits, except for maintaining dignity. Let go. The veins on Shang Luoyan's forehead throbbed violently. They were not indoors but outside, and though it was a one-apartment per floor building, there was still a chance of being seen. While Shangye might not care about his image, Shang Luoyan certainly did. I want to let go. Shangye clung tightly to one of Shang Luoyan's legs. Resembling an ornament, his gaze resolute, as if he were ready to serve the Empire at any moment. Shang Luoyan vigorously shook his leg. But rather than shaking off the bothersome presence, it only exacerbated his discomfort. Shangye, do you think I truly wouldn't dare to kill you? Shang Luoyan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, as if oblivious to the danger, Shangye leaned his neck forward, silently gazing at Shang Luoyan, as if to say, I entrust my life to you. Dispose of it as you will. Throughout their lives, Shang Luoyan had never managed to best Shangye. Many believed he had triumphed, as he often left Shangye speechless, but he knew that was merely a battle of words. In truth, he could never prevail, neither in strength nor in audacity. For instance, facing such a reckless individual now left him a loss. Shangye, what must I do for you to release me? For the first time, Shang Luoyan exhibited a vulnerable expression. Chapter 70, marked like an omega. Shangye had never seen Shang Luoyan in such a state. In his presence, Shang Luoyan was proud, disdainful, and tenacious, seemingly impervious to defeat. Even when beaten and lying on the ground, his eyes sparkled with an indomitable fighting spirit. In Shang Luoyan's lexicon, there was only progress, constant advancement, never weakness. This display stirred something deep within Shangye, striking his heart with painful force. In a swift motion, he rose and seized Shang Luoyan's hand, fiercely delivering a slap to his own face. The slap was delivered without restraint, causing Shangye's face to swell instantaneously. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, instead offering words of comfort to Luoyan. Brother Yin, it is my fault, entirely my fault. However, I must apologize. I cannot let you go. Upon hearing this shameless declaration, the flicker of emotion that had recently ignited within Luoyan extinguished immediately. He should not have expected Shangye to comprehend human sentiment. How could a beast grasp the nuances of human speech? Ultimately, under Shangye's relentless persistence, Luoyan found himself at a hospital he was well acquainted with, resolutely avoiding the research institute, determined to keep the matter of his marking a secret. The physician at the hospital was a close friend, the very same who had treated him previously. "What brings you here again?" his friend inquired, surprise etched on his features. "I need a checkup," Luoyan replied tersely, his demeanor still shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. His friend's eyes widened in disbelief. "You've been marked again?" Just then, his friend spotted Shangye lurking at the entrance, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at Luoyan. "Luoyan, so all these years of being single was because you couldn't find the right one. You actually fancy this type? A muscular omega? Quite the unique taste you have." Luoyan felt overwhelmed by the multitude of absurdities, unsure where to begin his retorts. In the end, he refrained from correcting his friend's words. Being marked by an omega seemed, in some twisted way, to be less daunting than being marked by an alpha, though it was merely self-deception. This time, in addition to examining pheromone levels, Luoyan had also requested a blood test, and the results could not remain concealed. "This is unusual." His friend furrowed his brow as he perused the report. "Such a potent pheromone level. This must exceed S rank. When did the Empire witness an omega surpassing S rank?" He had heard rumors of a new alpha, as he had friends at the Research Institute who were privy to information before it was officially released. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he fixed his gaze on Luoyan. "Luoyan, don't tell me you were marked by an alpha?" Luoyan merely lifted his eyelids to glance at him, acknowledging that while his friend possessed many admirable qualities, he was excessively loquacious. Meanwhile, Shangye, who had been lurking at the entrance, could no longer contain himself upon seeing that Luoyan and the physician had been conversing for an extended period. He pushed the door open and entered. "How is it, doctor? Is Brother Yin all right?" Luoyan distinctly observed his friend's mouth form a perfect Ta shape, then looked at him incredulously. "Luoyan, is this the one who marked you? An omega? Brother Yin, oh, and younger too." "Indeed, Brother Yin is 3 days my senior," he replied. "Hello, I am Shangye, an alpha, not an omega. You must be Brother Yin's good friend?" With a familiar ease, Shangye engaged the doctor in conversation, chattering incessantly. "I have a good friend who is also a physician, though he specializes in psychology. You are quite impressive, managing to win over Luoyan. He is notoriously aloof. We often pondered what type he might favor. Little did we know it would be someone like you. Brother, I appreciate your kind words. However, it is indeed true that Yin has a fondness for me." Witnessing two complete strangers now engaged in a lively conversation, and quite a delightful one at that, Luoyan chose to close his eyes and refrain from speaking. The two continued their dialogue without any intention of pausing, prompting Luoyan to rise from his seat. "Yin." Shangye eagerly followed suit, resembling a clingy pup, though not a mere puppy, but rather a ravenous wolf. Luoyan would not be deceived again. His friend glanced at Luoyan and then at Shangye, clearing his throat before speaking. "Well, I must mention that generally, an alpha cannot be marked." "What does that mean?" Luoyan immediately sensed something amiss in his friend's words. "An alpha is not an omega and cannot be completely marked. Even if forcibly marked by another alpha, the discomfort would typically dissipate after a few days. However, due to his exceptionally high pheromone level, your current condition may not be ideal." Seeing Luoyan's complexion deteriorate further, he pressed on. "You are aware that when an omega is marked by an alpha, there is a period of instinctual response, a yearning to be close to the one who has marked them. For a time, you may experience this as well." Luoyan's pupils trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that the comforting words he had offered Shangye a few days prior would now apply to himself. Indeed, a boomerang does not fail to return. It merely takes a bit longer. Nonetheless, Luoyan, being the composed individual he is, quickly regained his poise. How long will this situation persist? I do not know, his friend responded, bearing the weight of immense pressure. After all, there's never been an alpha surpassing S rank before. What could Luoyan say? He had already gleaned the nature of the pheromone levels from Shangye. Even Sun had administered a reagent capable of transforming Shangye into an omega, through a twist of fate. He mistakenly believed Shangye to be an omega and marked him, unwittingly catalyzing the further development of Shangye's glands. In truth, he had contributed to this predicament as well. Luoyan had always been a rational person, fully aware of the circumstances, yet at this moment, he could not help but feel a surge of madness. He chose not to utter another word and turned to leave. Observing this, Shangye hurriedly addressed Luoyan's friend. Come on, Dr. Zhou, let us exchange contact information. I may have further inquiries. After exchanging details, Shangye dashed off in pursuit of Luoyan. Dr. Zhou stood momentarily stunned before murmuring to himself. They do seem quite compatible. Luoyan, with his brooding demeanor, is well suited for someone as exuberant as him. Utilizing his thick skin and agile skills, Shangye successfully secured a place in Luoyan's vehicle. He earnestly stated, Yin, I understand you may not wish to see me, but given your current instability, I must accompany you. Rest assured, I promise to be a mere vessel of pheromones. When you require it, I will release them and refrain from any other actions. From now on, consider me an unfeeling machine. Feel free to utilize me as you wish. I truly do not mind. Come on, Yin, do not hesitate. Shangye wore an expression of sincerity, longing for something to transpire between him and Luoyan. In Chapter 71, titled Yielding, Shangye ultimately relied on his audacity to accompany Shang to the Shang Corporation. However, this time, his treatment was far from favorable. The presidential office was out of reach, and he could only squat alone in the corridor. When Secretary Wang approached and saw the forlorn Alpha crouching there, his curiosity ignited. Have you been dismissed? Did you provoke President Shang? Shangye nodded weakly and greeted Secretary Wang with a feeble, Brother Wang. His heart ached at not being able to see his beloved. He yearned for her presence. He believed the doctor's words were erroneous. It was not his wife who could not live without him, but rather he who could not live without her. President Shang is quite amiable. If you converse with him sincerely, he won't take it to heart, Secretary Wang reassured him. You see, President Shang has always maintained a strict reputation. Despite countless temptations from others, he has never indulged in rumors. Yet now he has been captivated by an alpha, demonstrating your undeniable charm. I have resolved to firmly grasp this golden opportunity. Within the office, Luoyan sought to focus on his tasks, yet inexplicably felt a rising agitation. He instinctively glanced towards the sofa, only to find the tall figure absent, which intensified his unease. He dismissed his friend's assertions. How could an alpha experience emotions typically associated with an omega? It was impossible for him to be so affected by a mere mark. Yet, the yearning coursing through him confirmed the truth in his friend's words. After enduring this discomfort for an unknown duration, he finally reached his breaking point. That troublesome individual was always disobedient. Why was he suddenly compliant now? Luoyan fixated on the door, ultimately succumbing to the urge to open it. Convincing himself, he sought merely to vent his frustrations in the adjacent gym. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of two heads nearly touching. Luoyan's gaze turned icy. Secretary Wang, it seems your workload is rather light. Secretary Wang, caught mid-conversation with the boss's wife, nearly wept at the unexpected remark. Shangye quickly interjected, I was the one who engaged Brother Wang in conversation. Please do not blame him, Yinge. The familiarity in his address stung. Did he call all his elders brother? A sudden wave of jealousy washed over Luoyan, and he realized with shock that he was indeed feeling envious. His pupils trembled, and in a fit of frustration, he slammed the door shut. The abruptness startled Secretary Wang. They had always perceived their boss as elegant, never anticipating such volatility. Worried about Shang Luoyan's temperament, Shangye hurriedly said, "Brother Wang, you should leave. I will check on him." With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. Secretary Wang regarded him with awe, thinking, despite the boss's fury, he dares to enter. Truly a bold spirit. Seated in the boss's chair, Shang Luoyan found himself unproductive. Propping his forehead with his hand, still striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Upon hearing footsteps, he coldly commanded without lifting his head, "Leave." At this moment, the only person bold enough to enter was Shangye. "Yinggu, are you feeling unwell?" Shangye inquired with concern. "Why do you care about me?" "Focus on your Wang Gu instead," Shang Luoyan instinctively retorted, immediately regretting his words. Had he truly lost his mind? What was he saying? Shangye was momentarily taken aback. Quickly realizing that Shang Luoyan was feeling jealous, his lips nearly curling into a smirk, though he managed to suppress it. Otherwise, he might genuinely risk losing his beloved. He half-kneeled beside Shang Luoyan, resting his head on his thigh. "I will not concern myself with others. My sole focus is you, for you are Yinggu." Shang Luoyan wished to order him away, yet both his words and actions soothed his agitated heart, oddly satisfying a sense of possessiveness. It seemed that one could not resist the instincts of the body. Shang Luoyan lamented to himself. In but a second, he reconciled with himself, adopting a stern expression. "Shangye, my current state is merely a result of bodily instincts. Do not think this incident is resolved." A wise person need not utter the latter part, as it was understood. However, given Shangye's peculiar thought process, he chose to be direct. Yet, he evidently overestimated Shangye. For him, whether it be instinct or otherwise, anything associated with Shang Luoyan was acceptable. Shangye's face brightened like a sunflower. "I understand, Yinggu. Do not worry. I will certainly not misinterpret." What to do? The way his wife feigned indifference was utterly adorable. Goodness, he was truly on the path to having a daughter-in-law. Shangye's heart was screaming with delight. Yet his demeanor remained composed. "Yinggu, do you require pheromones?" Shangye cautiously asked. After a moment of silence, Shang Luoyan coolly responded with a single word, "Mm." In the next instant, the air was saturated with a sweet orange scent, enveloping the entire office. Shang Luoyan suddenly felt his body weaken. However, who was he? He was Shang Luoyan, and he would not allow himself to succumb to such vulnerability. He restrained a sigh. Yet the blush at the corners of his eyes and the mistiness within them betrayed everything. Shangye felt a stirring desire, yet for the sake of enduring happiness. He made a concerted effort to hold back, greedily admiring the flush on Shang Luoyan's face, and hoarsely asked, "Yinggu, is this all right?" Shang Luoyan did not respond. Yet the scent of wild roses began to mingle with the sweet orange, intertwining in a tender embrace, sweetly entangled. The two did not venture out for lunch, as it was brought in at Shangye's request. The reason he did not cook himself was, of course, to remain by his wife's side. Shangye felt as though he were on the brink of bliss, wishing every day could be like this. Yet, the pleasant atmosphere was soon disrupted by a phone call from the old residents in the afternoon. Old Master Shang called for Shang Luoyan to return home. Shang Luoyan was well aware of his grandfather's intentions. Having been absent from work for several days, the news had undoubtedly reached his grandfather's ears. He was reluctant to return to the Shang residence, at least not at this moment. "Grandfather, I cannot today. I have a business trip and will return in a few days," Shang Luoyan replied. On the other end of the line, Mr. Shang fell silent for a moment before saying, "We shall discuss this upon your return." With that, he hung up the phone. The conversation was not concealed from Shangye, who overheard it and sensed that Shang Luoyan appeared reluctant to take Mr. Shang's call, a realization that was not new to him. Although he pondered this internally, he chose not to reveal his thoughts and instead inquired, "Brother Yan, where are we going for the business trip? Why does it concern you?" "It is I who must travel," Shang Luoyan replied, somewhat irritably. Of course. Where is Brother Yan headed?" Shangye readily adjusted his tone. Shang Luoyan cast him a sidelong glance and slowly uttered two words, "Lin City." "Lin City? Isn't that where Shu Huai went?" Shangye hesitated momentarily, his heart softening. Shang Luoyan often came across as distant, yet his heart was tenderer than most. With a sudden burst of affection, Shangye buried his head in Shang Luoyan's neck, exclaiming, "Brother Yan, I really like you. Isn't my dear wife just wonderful?" Chapter 72. The unmarried gentleman. Indeed, there were matters to attend to in Lin City, though his presence was not strictly necessary. Nevertheless, Shang Luoyan chose to go, partly because he wished to avoid an encounter with his grandfather, and partly out of a desire to see Wen Shuhui. Since arriving in Lin City, he had not heard from Wen Shuhui, and his curiosity compelled him to check in. Lin City was quite distant. Even with air travel, it took an entire night to arrive. That night, however, Shang Luoyan rested well, save for the slight annoyance he felt upon awakening to find himself firmly embraced. Upon his arrival, he sent a message to Wen Shuhui's new contact, but received no response. By afternoon, still no word from Wen Shuhui, causing both Shang Luoyan and Shangye to frown. "I'll have someone look into it," Shangye said. Shang Luoyan nodded. As a military man, Shangye had his own channels and would likely be quicker than he could. Shangye sent a message to Zhuang, requesting an investigation into the contact number's location. Soon, Zhuang called him back. "Boss, I've sent you the address. But weren't you supposed to be resting? What brings you to Lin City?" "Well, your sister-in-law is on a business trip, and I must accompany her. A true alpha must always be prepared to support," Zhuang remarked, noting his unnecessary chatter. "By the way, boss, someone has reported seeing Lian Sun in the exile zone." Zhuang shifted to more serious matters. Upon hearing Lian Sun's name, Shangye's expression grew considerably more grave. "Investigate. Inform me immediately of any developments." "Understood," Zhuang affirmed. After hanging up, Shangye glanced at the address Zhuang sent him and sought out Shang Luoyan. Upon arriving at the designated location, both men were met with solemn expressions. It was a dilapidated neighborhood. "This alpha resides here?" Shangye frowned, dismayed by the poor conditions, having encountered many unsavory characters along the way. Although he had heard when Shuhui mentioned that his alpha's family was not well off, he had not anticipated such dire circumstances. "Let's go up and take a look." Shang Luoyan's expression was far from pleasant. In his view, Wen Shuhui was foolishly enduring hardship when he could easily choose a more suitable alpha. Following the address provided by Zhuang, the two ascended to the upper floor and knocked on the door, but received no response. "Not at home." Shangye knocked again. Yet still there was no sound. They exchanged glances, and Shang Luoyan attempted to contact Wen Shuhui through his holographic communicator, but once again there was no answer. The expressions of both men turned somber. "Let us head back. I'll find another way to search for him," Shangye suggested. He could ascertain who Wen Shuhui's bodyguard was at that time. He refused to believe he couldn't locate him. Just as they were about to leave, they heard a sound behind them. Turning around, they saw Wen Shuhui peering at them through a crack in the door. A few minutes later, Shangye and Shang Luoyan entered the sparsely furnished room, observing only a bed and then gazing at Wen Shuhui, who had lost considerable weight in just a few days. Both men concealed their anger. "Shuhui, where is he?" Shangye asked directly. The moment he inquired, tears began to fall from Wen Shuhui's eyes. "Oh no! Don't cry!" Shangye exclaimed in a panic. He was particularly fearful of seeing someone cry, especially in Omega. He cast a desperate glance at Shang Luoyan for help. Shang Luoyan closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of distress. He did not stop Wen Shuhui from crying. Instead, he waited until the tears subsided somewhat before offering him a tissue. "Now, please tell us what happened," Shang Luoyan spoke calmly. His voice bore a weight that suggested even if the sky were to fall, he would remain steadfast. Wen Shuhui's emotions settled considerably at his words. "Guyan, can you take me to erase the mark?" Wen Shuhui asked. "Goodness, at this point, how can you still be unaware?" Shangye's face darkened considerably. Wen Shuhui had grown up before their eyes. To him, he was like a younger brother, observing the furious Shangye. Shang Luoyan shot him a warning glare to quiet down before he spoke again. "First, explain what transpired." Upon hearing this, Wen Shuhui's eyes reddened anew, threatening to spill over with tears again. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "He has another Omega." Just after arriving in Lin City and reporting his safety to Shang Luoyan, he called the Alpha only to find himself blocked. Later, he followed the address the Alpha had once mentioned, filled with excitement to surprise him, only to be met with a shocking revelation. He witnessed his Alpha laughing and conversing with another Omega as they entered the community. His heart sank at that moment. For days, he had scarcely managed to endure. His accounts were frozen, and he had no money whatsoever, ultimately resorting to selling his cufflinks to barely afford rent for this place. Now, he felt as if he were already dead. He could neither return nor dare to go back, devoid of resources and suffering through the torment of his heat. These past days had been a living nightmare. He had seen the messages Shang Luoyan sent him, yet he was too afraid to respond. He still vividly remembers when Yingu asked him if he had made up his mind. At that moment, he resolutely affirmed that he had indeed made up his mind. He genuinely wished to spend his life with the other person, which is why he willingly allowed himself to be completely marked. As a result, Shangye, who was listening, clenched his fist in frustration. That Alpha was truly formidable. He had already pulled out his light brain to send a message to Zhuang, as it was exceedingly easy for him to investigate. Meanwhile, Shang Luoyan's emotions remained remarkably stable. After when Shu Hua finished speaking, he merely inquired, "Have you asked him face to face?" "No." When Shu Hua shook his head, his heart shattering at the thought. How could he possibly confront him? "Let's go," Shang Luoyan declared as he rose. "What?" When Shu Hua was taken aback. "To see him, to determine if there is any misunderstanding," Shang Luoyan stated succinctly. "I won't go." When Shu Hua said, on the verge of tears, he did not wish to witness that heart-wrenching scene again. Observing when Shu Hua's distress, Shangye quickly interjected, "Yingu, if he doesn't want to go, then let it be. I can go instead." Silence. Shang Luoyan shot a cold glance at Shangye, who promptly fell silent. Shang Luoyan turned to Shu Hua. "You have endured so much suffering and injustice for him, yet he is with another Omega. Are you truly willing to accept that?" Of course, he was not willing. He had never faced such hardship throughout his life. If there is a misunderstanding, it should be clarified. If not, it cannot simply be overlooked. Shang Luoyan's brother should not be subjected to such humiliation. Upon hearing this, when Shu Hua bit his lip and made a decision. "All right, Yingu, I'll go. Wait for me," when Shu Hua said as he headed off to wash his face. He did not want to meet anyone looking disheveled. Shangye quickly sidled up to Shang Luoyan, showering him with praise. "Yingu, you're amazing. You were so domineering just now. I witnessed it all." Shang Luoyan cast him a glance, immediately noticing his unusual demeanor, and his expression darkened. What on earth was this person thinking? Shangye showed no sign of shame. "You can't blame me, Yingu. This is how young men are." Chapter 73. Desiring Identity. When Shu Hua emerged, having tidied himself, he was greeted by the sight of Shangye's swollen cheek. "Brother Yi, what happened to you?" "I accidentally bumped into a door," Shangye replied nonchalantly. When Shu Hua looked at him, then at Luoyan, and quickly pieced everything together, he was not the least bit surprised, as Brother Ye's mouth often got him into trouble. "But how did you two end up together?" When Shu Hua finally realized they had come together to find him, when had their relationship become so amicable? "It's because we were worried about you," Shangye interrupted, but was cut off by Shang Luoyan. Upon hearing this, when Shu Hua felt a wave of emotion wash over him. His two brothers were so kind to him. Suddenly, recalling something, he gritted his teeth and said, "When I wash away the mark, I can still marry you, Yingu." He knew that Shang Luoyan had a favored Omega, but they were likely not meant to meet. Yingu had done so much for him, and it was time to repay that kindness. Don't even think about it. Shangye has exploded. How could this wretched brat repay kindness with malice? No wonder he has encountered such a scoundrel. Observing Shangye's intense reaction, when Shu Hai pursed his lips and said, "Brother Yi, I sincerely apologize. I had previously promised Yingu." "You're talking nonsense." Shangye intended to speak with Shu Hai amicably, yet was interrupted by Shang Luoyan. "All right, let's first seek out that Alpha." He was determined to keep his association with Shangye discreet. Although many were already aware, the fewer who knew, the better. Particularly someone like Shu Hai. Upon mentioning his Alpha, Shu Hai's spirits plummeted, and he listlessly guided the two towards the Alpha's residence. Once inside, they proceeded directly to the Alpha's home, knocking on the door, which was promptly answered. "Who is it?" A cautious little boy peered through the iron gate. "Is Zhou Su residing here?" Shang Luoyan inquired gently. The boy nodded, though his gaze remained perilously watchful. Just as Shang Luoyan was about to speak, a voice emerged from behind. "Who are you looking for? Young Master One?" At the mention of young Master One, when Shu Hai trembled, his eyes reddening as he cast a fierce glare at Zhou Su. A few minutes later, the trio found themselves seated in Zhou Su's abode, the little boy having been sent back to his room. Zhou Su, after calming his emotions in the kitchen, returned with several cups of water. "Young Master One, young Master Shang, young Master Xing, please." Upon seeing him, Shang Luoyan and Shangye recalled that he was indeed the Alpha who had often trailed after when Shu Hai in the past. While Zhou Su busied himself with pouring water, Shangye and Shang Luoyan swiftly surveyed the surroundings, noting signs of 3 inhabitants but no sign of a 4th. Zhou Su had an Alpha sister and an Omega brother, which aligned with their observations. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the situation, while when Shu Hai remained oblivious, fixated on the cup before him. "What brings you here?" Zhou Su's smile appeared somewhat forced. He still remembered his previous desire to take when Shu Hai away, only to find him now engaged to Shang Luoyan and visiting his home. Upon hearing his words, when Shu Hai's eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. "What? Must I seek your approval to come?" Typically understanding in their presence. He appeared fierce when facing Zhou Su. Zhou Su, sensing the tension, replied with a bittersweet smile, "Of course not. Young Master One is free to go wherever he wishes and do as he pleases." This did little to improve when Shu Hai's mood. Instead, it deepened his gloom. Shang Luoyan glanced at the two and spoke. "The engagement is a ruse. He faked his death and has vanished from this world." "What?" Zhou Su's pupils widened, a mix of shock and joy flickering in his gaze as he looked at when Shu Hai. Yet, when Shu Hai averted his eyes, feeling foolish as he recalled the grievances he had endured and the actions he had taken in recent days. In pursuit of an Alpha, this Alpha has, however, found another Omega. Upon observing Zhou Su's reaction, Shangye and Shang Luoyan discerned the misunderstanding at play. They chose not to linger, rising to depart with the words, "You two should converse at length." With that, they exited, not straying too far, opting instead for the rooftop. "Yingo, would you care for a cigarette?" Shangye offered, passing one to Shang Luoyan, whose spirits soared at the prospect of when Shu Hua having secured his bond with Zhou Su. Splendidly, there would be no rival for his affections. Shang Luoyan accepted the cigarette but refrained from lighting it. He seldom indulged in smoking. His thoughts lingered on when Shu Hua and Zhou Su. Had he not insisted, they might have missed their chance, and he pondered whether regret would shadow their future. He found it perplexing that when Shu Hua had once exhibited such bravery, yet faltered in confronting Zhou Su, even to the point of silence. As these thoughts swirled, he voiced them, and Shangye appeared to grasp the sentiment. The more one cares, the more one fears, fearful of loss. At this, Shang Luoyan cast a glance at him, and Shangye chuckled. "Yingu, I too fear loss." Just as Shang Luoyan was about to respond, Shangye continued, "However, I understand the importance of perseverance. It's all right. Feel free to reject me. I shall not surrender. If once is insufficient, I shall try 10 times. If 10 times fail, then 100. If 100 does not suffice, then 1,000. One day, you shall acquiesce to my wishes." Shang Luoyan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. "You are quite the scoundrel. Indeed, my father employed such tactics to win over my mother. Do you think he succeeded without relentless pursuit?" Shangye proclaimed with pride. Shang Luoyan mused that now he comprehended why General Xing engaged in frequent skirmishes. Were he to have such a wayward son, he too might resort to force. Noticing the speechless expression on Shang Luoyan's face, Shangye playfully leaned closer. "Yingu, it's time for my routine inquiry. Do consider my proposition." Shangye, "Am I granting you any leeway?" Shang Luoyan scoffed, recalling how just yesterday he had knelt, professing his willingness to be a mere tool, and now sought an official designation. Truly, Alphas were insatiable. "Ah, do not speak so. Life must hold some hope," Shangye replied, with unwavering determination. At present, I am filled with ambition, Yenge. He relished the prospect of pursuing his beloved, content to be teased, provided that within the vast ocean of affection, he remained the sole fish. As Shangye and Shang Luoyan descended, they found when Shuhua reconciled with Zhou Su, his eyes red, unmistakably having shed tears once more, feeling somewhat bashful under their gaze. He admitted, "That is my cousin." Initially, he had merely observed a stylishly dressed Omega and instinctively assumed Zhou Su had found another. It was only later that he realized the enormity of the misunderstanding. Moreover, their cousin resided just above them, and during Zhou Su's work-related absences, it was his cousin's family that had attended to his younger siblings. "It is my fault. I should have been more attuned to the happenings in Capital Star." In Zhou Su's eyes, there was only regret. He had been utterly oblivious to the myriad sacrifices made by Wen Shuhai on his behalf. He could scarcely fathom how Wen Shuhai had endured the past 2 months without his pheromones, particularly when he had sought out Wen Shuhai only to witness that scene. The precious young master had spent several days in such a desolate place. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred. Otherwise, he would have been unable to forgive himself for a lifetime. Seeing that the two had reconciled, Shang Luoyan and Shangye chose not to linger any longer, lest they arouse suspicion. Shang Luoyan presented the new identity he had meticulously prepared for Wen Shuhai, saying, "Take good care of yourself." "Thank you, Brother Yin," Wen Shuhai replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. Brother Yin had truly aided him immensely. Had it not been for him, he might have missed his chance with Zhou Su forever. "Brother Yin, you must also find happiness." Wen Shuhai stated earnestly, "Since you harbor feelings for that Omega, strive for it. I believe you can succeed." Shangye, initially feeling a sense of contentment, suddenly found his expression darkening upon hearing those words. Omega? Who? His wife had feelings for another Omega? How was he unaware of this? Aware of the discord between them, Wen Shuhai refrained from answering and instead looked at Shangye, saying, "Brother Yi, you shouldn't always be at odds with Brother Yin. He truly is a good person." Shangye felt as if he had been struck in the knee with an arrow. "What have I ever quarreled with Brother Yin? Besides, do I not know how my wife is?" Shang Luoyan cast a sardonic glance in his direction and stood, stating, "We're leaving. Take care, and call me if you need anything." He then turned to Zhou Su, adding, "He has sacrificed everything for you. Should you dare to wrong him, I will ensure you understand the meaning of hell." Confronted with such a threat, Zhou Su did not feel anger, but rather responded resolutely, "Rest assured, I will not allow him to suffer." Shang Luoyan chose not to elaborate further. Many matters require action rather than mere words. The two accompanied Shangye and Shang Luoyan to the ground floor. As they watched the pair depart, Wen Shuhai felt a pang of reluctance. Their departure signified a definitive farewell to his past life, and he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. Zhou Su embraced him gently, whispering words of comfort. "Do not fear. I am here." Wen Shuhai nodded vigorously, and at that moment, his light brain chimed with a notification from the bank. Shang Luoyan had transferred a substantial sum of money into his newly opened account. Brother Yin, Wen Shuhai, was deeply moved, yet Zhou Su felt a twinge of jealousy. Although he understood that there was nothing between them, no alpha could tolerate their Omega constantly thinking of another alpha. Unable to restrain himself, he leaned down and kissed Wen Shuhai's lips, yearning to hear his name from those sweet lips. Meanwhile, Shang Luoyan and Shangye, having left Zhou Su's neighborhood, did not rush back to the hotel. Shangye suggested, "Brother Yin, since it's our first time in Lin City, let's explore a bit." Shang Luoyan instinctively wished to decline, but Shangye would not grant him the opportunity to refuse and pulled him toward the bustling streets. For the first time in his life, Shang Luoyan wandered through a night market and savored the experience of dining at a roadside stall. "The taste is truly delightful. You must try it." Shangye offered a skewer to Shang Luoyan, coaxing him. Shang Luoyan fell out of place, sitting stiffly even at the roadside stall, his suit impeccably clean, seemingly isolated from the bustling atmosphere surrounding him. "Really, Brother Yin, just give it a taste. You've come all this way." Perhaps everyone in the Federation succumbed to the enchantment of "you've come all this way," as eventually Shang Luoyan, maintaining his composure, opened his mouth, and took a bite. "How is it?" Shangye asked eagerly. "It's acceptable," Shang Luoyan replied with a blank expression, yet his pace of eating quickened. For him, indulging in skewers was undoubtedly a novel experience, as such fare would never be found in establishments deemed lacking in nutrition and health. Dining a roadside stall was even less conceivable, as it was perceived as unsanitary and unclean. Shang Luoyan felt as though he had entered a long-overdue, rebellious phase. He suddenly found immense pleasure in this act, and no longer required Shangye's encouragement, devouring the food voraciously. Shangye watched with a hint of longing in his eyes, wishing to see Shang Luoyan embrace freedom. Surprisingly, today, Shang Luoyan also indulged in 2 bottles of beer. To him, 2 bottles felt like nothing. Yet Shang Luoyan perceived himself as tipsy. Otherwise, how could he find Shangye so agreeable? Previously, he had never noticed how handsome Shangye was, but today, he found him increasingly charming, particularly his eyes, which always sparkled with light. Shangye was no fool. Noticing Shang Luoyan's gaze, he was well aware of the implications. Consequently, their leisurely stroll for the Yuanbei plan was abruptly cancelled, and they hurried back to the hotel, uncertain of who initiated it. Once the door closed, they found themselves in each other's arms. Both were alphas, unapologetic and unrestrained, their noise echoing in the room. The marks on Shang Luoyan's body faded slightly, yet he appeared even more enticing. Before long, both were somewhat breathless, but Shangye refrained from overstepping, exercising restraint. However, Shang Luoyan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Finally, he pushed Shangye onto the bed and declared with arrogance, "I'll take charge." Shangye's expression twisted slightly. "Brother Yan, should we discuss this further?" Shang Luoyan, with a teasing smile, replied, "Did you not say you could handle anything?" Shangye lamented, "What can I do? Just please be gentle, Brother Yan. I'm delicate and precious. You must cherish me." The moment those words escaped his lips, Shang Luoyan's inner fire could no longer be contained, realizing he needed to be more considerate this time. Why hadn't he been gentler that night? As soon as Shangye saw the expression on his face, he knew he had misspoken and quickly added, "Brother Yan, I was just joking. I'm tough and resilient. It's all fine. Just go ahead." After saying this, Shangye closed his eyes, adopting a demeanor of resignation. Chapter 75. No regrets. Who knew it could be so exhilarating? Shangye thought his partner was truly wild. How could one be so unrestrained? Gazing at the alluring and breathless figure of Shang Luoyan, he felt that dying at this moment would be worth it. Who could have imagined that Shang Luoyan possessed such a seductive side? This aspect was visible only to him, and the thought of it made Shangye quiver with excitement. However, Shang Luoyan was dissatisfied, delivering a sharp reprimand. "Calm down. I said I would come. Yingge, I cannot help myself." Shangye felt as though he might perish from the overwhelming temptation. Who could possibly resist such a lure? His beautiful and refined wife was behaving in such a tantalizing manner. If he endured any longer, he would surely become a mere ninja turtle of restraint. "My dear, forgive me. You can scold me later." With that, Shangye rolled over and seized the initiative. The following day, it came as no surprise when he found himself unceremoniously kicked out of bed. He had become all too familiar with the notion that after his wife's delight, she would not acknowledge him. He quickly turned to stand up. "Yingge, what would you like to eat? Shall I order some porridge?" "Not that." Shang Luoyan's voice was still hoarse from the previous night's fervor. "Then what do you wish to eat?" Shangye inquired with a gentle demeanor. "I want noodles, the kind you make," Shang Luoyan replied, still not fully awake. "All right, I will prepare it for you," Shangye said, brimming with excitement. Had his wife just been playful? It must have been playful. Oh, how delightful it was when his wife acted coy. He quickly dismissed any further musings, reminding himself not to make any more mistakes. He hurried to borrow the hotel kitchen. Fulfilling his wife's wishes was the true hallmark of an alpha. In the room, Shang Luoyan finally opened his eyes. He could scarcely believe that he had engaged in such behavior the previous night. Initially, he intended to take charge, yet somehow, events had unfolded unexpectedly. The memories were too exquisite, and he hesitated to dwell on them. Regardless, he chose to console himself with the notion that he had been under the influence. He was clear-headed, and everything was orchestrated by him, unrelated to Shangye. Perhaps it was the alcohol or the influence of Wen Shuai and Zhou Su. But everything had transpired so suddenly. After the initial frustration, Shang Luoyan felt a sense of exhilaration. This might have been the most audacious act he had ever committed. He found himself curious about how his grandfather would react upon learning that not only was he involved with Shangye, but that he had also taken the submissive role. The anticipation was indeed thrilling. Shangye returned triumphantly with the cooked noodles, only to find Shang Luoyan completely awake, devoid of any playful demeanor, restored to his usual elegant self. Though Shangye felt a tinge of regret, he acknowledged that every facet of his wife was beautifully perfect. He rested his chin on his hand, watching Shang Luoyan eat, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Shang Luoyan finally spoke. "Can you stop acting so bizarre? You look like a lovesick fool. My husband is handsome. I adore looking at him. And I never tire of it. You're insane." Though he said this, Shang Luoyan's spirits were undeniably high, although this rascal has acted rather shamelessly at times. It must be acknowledged that he consistently provides ample emotional value. The primary reason for their visit to Lin City was related to the matter of the documents. And now that the issue has been resolved, the two should have returned. However, under the persistent persuasion of Shangye, Shang Luoyan found himself setting aside his official duties for the first time, leisurely wandering around Lin City with him. For the first time, he exchanged his impeccably tailored suit for casual shorts, resembling Shangye. Here, he was no longer the heir of the Shang family, nor the perfectionist alpha who demanded excellence in every endeavor. After dressing Shang Luoyan in such attire, Shangye soon regretted his decision. The reason was simple. His wife was simply too stunning. As they strolled down the street, the number of admiring glances was overwhelming, with some bold individuals even approaching Shang Luoyan to request his contact information. Shangye was seething with jealousy. Was he invisible? Here he was, a grown man, standing by. Yet they dared to push him aside. Several audacious individuals shoved him aside, encircling Shang Luoyan. Shangye was on the verge of bitterness. His wife was far too popular. As he watched one of the audacious individuals nearly touch Shang Luoyan's arm, he could no longer contain himself. He charged over, pushing aside the onlookers, and wrapped his arms around Shang Luoyan's waist. "Dream on. My husband is taken." The bold admirers instantly scattered like broken glass. One of them looked at Shang Luoyan with pity, questioning his choice. "Are you sure your vision is clear? What is so appealing about this rough alpha? He looks utterly unrefined. The trend now favors delicate and charming alphas. Those coarse men are a thing of the past." Shang Luoyan found amusement in Shangye's furious demeanor, and as he smiled, his beauty became even more radiant. Someone discreetly took out a holographic device to snap a couple of photos, believing they were being covert, only to be caught by Shangye, who threatened the individual into deleting them. Shangye's fierce expression nearly brought them to tears. Finally, Shang Luoyan understood why someone of Shangye's caliber had remained single until now. It was due to his lack of charm with omegas. "You must treat omegas with gentility," he reminded. Shangye looked at him with astonishment, asking why. "Yes, not my wife." His father had always said to treat only one's wife well. Shang Luoyan responded, "That's a commendable philosophy. At least it pleases him. Wife. Husband works too," Shangye quickly added, eager to please. Once he saw Shang Luoyan's satisfaction, he continued, "I'm just worried they might post it on the Starnet and then Elder Shang would see it, while he himself wouldn't mind." Wishing to make their relationship public so that everyone would know he was locked in with Shang Luoyan, he had to consider Shang Luoyan's feelings. Sure enough, upon mentioning Elder Shang, the smile on Shang Luoyan's face faded slightly, further confirming Shangye's suspicions. He slowly said, "Yenge, I will always be by your side whenever you need me." Shang Luoyan felt a stir within him, yet he did not look at Shangye. He sensed his heart was filled with something for the first time. It was no longer empty. Chapter 76. Your wife is Shang Luoyan. Despite their reluctance, the two must return home. On the eve of their departure, Shangye was utterly exhilarated. He had thought that his wife's initiative on that day would be a memory to cherish for a lifetime. However, he soon realized that his perspective was far too narrow. It is no wonder they say that an alpha's exuberance eclipses any concerns of an omega. His wife was simply irresistible. He yearned to document the experience, yet hesitated. For Shang, Luoyan had transformed into an entirely different person, fully embracing her essence without restraint or inhibition. Though Shangye prided himself on his thick skin, he found himself blushing that night. Oh, celestial deities, if only my wife could remain in such a state come morning, I would gladly renounce all worldly pleasures. Unfortunately, the divine beings did not heed his silent plea. Upon awakening, Shang Luoyan had reverted to her usual stoic self. The stark contrast was jarring, and Shangye struggled to adjust, frequently glancing at her. Without so much as a glance in his direction, Shang Luoyan continued scrolling through the news and remarked, "If you can't control your gaze, I shall have to extract your eyeballs." Shangye nearly wept. Where had that fiery and enchanting wife of his vanished? After disembarking from the airship, he trailed closely behind Shang Luoyan. Suddenly, she halted and called out, "Shangye, present." He instinctively straightened his posture. "Do you truly wish to be with me? Have you made up your mind?" Shang Luoyan inquired slowly. Shangye's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I have never been more certain of what I desire." A slight smile graced Shang Luoyan's lips, only to be replaced by a serious demeanor. Shangye, "I have a temper." "Who says that?" "Brother Yin has the best temperament. I even enjoy pretending. That is merely adept at masquerading. In the eyes of a lover, every flaw becomes a virtue, and all of Shang Luoyan's previous shortcomings now appeared as assets to Shangye. Hearing him ramble, Shang Luoyan could not conceal the amusement in his gaze. After a long pause, he finally said, "Give me a moment. If they were to be together, it must be done openly and boldly." He had no interest in secretive dealings. Realizing Shang Luoyan's intentions, Shangye hesitated for once. "Brother Yin, why not leave it to me? I have tough skin and am not afraid of blows or insults. But you, Brother Yin, you cannot endure such things." Upon hearing his words, Shang Luoyan shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you truly think of me as an omega?" "Shangye, I am an alpha. Do not perceive me as so fragile." "Brother Yin, this is not about fragility. It is simply because I love you and care for you. I do not wish for you to be unhappy," Shangye stated earnestly. Shang Luoyan stared at him for a moment before squeezing out, "Shangye, your words are sweet as honey." Having reached such an understanding, what need was there to pursue any omega? There is no longer a reason to involve himself with this alpha. "Ah, my sweet words are reserved solely for you, Brother Yin." Shangye spoke love's language effortlessly, unaware of how easily it flowed from him. If Shangye and others were here at this moment, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. For Shangye is universally acknowledged as a direct alpha, often reducing the scarce omega left in the army to tears. Their special forces team is infamously dubbed the Bachelor's Brigade by the entire military, as none among them have a partner, a rather dismal situation, all of which can be attributed to Shangye. On several occasions, when Omega attempted to approach him, he treated them with the same sternness reserved for alphas, completely disregarding their feelings, resulting in those two Omegas ultimately walking away. Who would have imagined that such an alpha could one day utter sweet nothings? For his words were truly enchanting. Shang Luoyan could not resist drawing him closer, gripping the nape of his neck and swiftly capturing his lips, eager to discover if they were indeed as sweet as honey. Shangye was momentarily taken aback, for this was the airport, amidst a throng of onlookers. Yet Shang Luoyan seemed unfazed. Transforming from passive to active, the two, whose physiques were almost identical, soon found themselves locked in a passionate kiss, a captivating sight to behold. After a considerable interval, Shang Luoyan finally pushed Shangye away, straightening his shirt with his usual aloof elegance, though his lips bore a faint blush. "Go check on your health, and don't follow me," he said before turning to leave. Shangye instinctively took a few steps after him before halting, aware that Shang Luoyan intended to return to his old residence. To be honest, he felt a twinge of concern, Yet he understood Luoyan's temperament. With a quick decision, Shangye hailed a cab back home. Fortune smiled upon him. Both General Xing and Mrs. Luoyan were present. Upon his arrival, General Xing glared at him, immediately erupting in anger. "You little rascal, where have you been? Has no one informed you that your condition is unstable and you cannot wander about? Moreover, the Research Institute requires constant monitoring of your pheromones to ascertain your final ranking. What on earth are you doing?" "Dad, I went to pursue my wife." "Mom, you're about to have a daughter-in-law," Shangye declared hastily. "What?" Both General Xing and Mrs. Luoyan were taken aback, with Mrs. Luoyan maintaining a slightly calmer demeanor. Having been forewarned by Shangye previously, while General Xing looked utterly incredulous. He scrutinized Shangye from head to toe. "You? Which Omega could possibly be foolish enough to be interested in you?" Shangye shrugged. "There's nothing I can do. Your son possesses this kind of charm. Besides, if you manage to win over Mrs. Luoyan, why shouldn't I?" General Xing replied. "Very well. It seems I haven't disciplined you enough, you rascal." As the household began to descend into chaos, Mrs. Luoyan shouted, "Enough!" The once furious General Xing quickly stood at attention, as if the matter no longer concerned him, while Mrs. Luoyan, too anxious to address him, turned her attention to Shangye. "What on earth is happening? Wasn't Shu Huai in trouble? Where did you find this wife of yours? What does Shu Huai have to do with this?" "My wife is not Shu Huai," Shangye retorted, having forgotten the earlier statements he made to come out. Mrs. Luoyan's gaze turned dangerously sharp. "Shangye, I'm giving you one last chance. Clarify this matter immediately." "Mom, rest assured it's true. I really do have a wife. Moreover, you all will come to appreciate him." "Huh!" General Xing emitted a cold chuckle, clearly skeptical of his son's judgment. Although Mrs. Luoyan did not display her disbelief as overtly, her sentiments were not far removed. Shangye had anticipated their reactions and, in a contemplative manner, inquired, "What do you think of Luoyan?" "Huh! How dare you even compare him to Luoyan?" General Xing snorted disdainfully. "If the person you find possesses even a third of Lian's merit, I would be satisfied." Shangye had been waiting for this very statement. "Very well. Let us proceed. We are off to rescue your daughter-in-law. If we delay, I fear she may suffer grave harm. By the way, my wife, who is also your daughter-in-law, is Shang Luoyan." Chapter 77. I am not at fault in the study of the Shang family mansion. Old Master Shang scrutinized the individual before him, posing the same question he had asked days prior. "What precisely is going on between you and that scion of the Xing family?" Over the past few days, he had undertaken an inquiry, only to discover that the situation was far more dire than he had initially surmised. According to the latest information, the two were at the airport today. Brazenly in the public eye, Shang Luoyan had already resolved his course of action upon his return and, upon hearing his grandfather's words, raised his gaze towards old Master Shang. "Grandfather, are you not already aware? It is precisely as you suspect." Bang! Just as he finished speaking, an object whizzed past his ear, crashing to the ground and shattering. "Shang Luoyan, do you have any notion of what you are uttering?" Old Master Shang, typically composed, had always managed to maintain his poise even when his eldest grandson erred. He staunchly refused to descend to the level of those uncouth alphas who resorted to shouting. Yet this time, he was utterly unhinged. He had never fathomed that his grandson would entangle himself with an alpha, let alone one as audacious as Shangye. Witnessing his grandfather's reaction, Shang Luoyan felt a surge of satisfaction. It appeared that even grandfather was not entirely immune to his emotions. With this thought, a smile inadvertently graced his lips. "Grandfather, did you not suggest I grow closer to him?" "You." Old Master Shang gazed incredulously at his eldest grandson, realizing that the obedient child he once knew had transformed. "I knew he would lead you astray." Old Master Shang exclaimed in frustration. I recognized his troublesome nature even in his childhood. Among all the children, Shang Luoyan's grandfather held a particular disdain for Shangye. Undisciplined, unruly, audacious, each trait irked him. Upon hearing his grandfather's disparagement of Shangye, Shang Luoyan's brows furrowed. "Grandfather, he is a good person. Even if there is to be reprimanding, let it come from him. Others should not even dare to consider it." Old Master Shang, exasperated, questioned. Are you defending him? Shang Luoyan, I am quite disappointed in you. Old Master Shang deployed his ultimate weapon. This tactic had always proven effective against Shang Luoyan since childhood. A mere mention of disappointment would prompt him to comply and strive even harder to achieve his goals. As anticipated, he noted a subtle shift in Shang Luoyan's expression. Old Master Shang felt a sense of triumph. He still held sway over his eldest grandson. Shang Luoyan was indeed stirred. This phrase had become second nature to him. Whenever he heard it, he would instinctively reflect on his shortcomings. This time was no different. However, just as he began to ponder, a flash of Xing's audacious visage crossed his mind. Brother Yin, you need not strive for perfection in all things. You are permitted to rest. Suddenly, his taut body relaxed, and Shang Luoyan met the gaze of the venerable Shang patriarch. So what? What? The elder was taken aback by his grandson's unexpected reaction. I have disappointed you, so what? Grandfather, are you considering a different heir? Shang Luoyan inquired flatly, his words carrying minimal lethal force, yet brimming with sharp insult. He was unaware that he was the sole heir of the Shang family. To change heirs, whom would they choose? Would the grandfather, at his advanced age, be expected to father another? Such words rang in the elder's ears as sheer mockery, inciting his ire. Steward, please invoke the family discipline. The steward, who had been waiting outside, hesitated and inquired, Master, are you truly calling for the family discipline? It has not been employed in years. Yes, invoke it. I wish to chastise this disrespectful wretch. The elder, consumed by fury, discarded all notions of decorum and upbringing, wishing only to punish his grandson with the most primal method. The steward, unwilling to defy, swiftly procured the whip, a relic passed down through generations of the Shang lineage, never anticipating it would be used on the young master. Kneel, commanded the elder, and Shang Luoyan obediently knelt. Witnessing the elder's resolve, the steward could not help but plead, Young master, admit your fault. Shang Luoyan remained silent. Even while kneeling, he held himself upright. The elder's anger intensified at this sight, raising the whip and striking down. The crack of the whip echoed as it struck Shang Luoyan's body. He pursed his lips, remaining motionless. Crack, crack. The elder, aged and weary, soon found himself lacking the strength to continue. Do you acknowledge your fault? He gasped. I'm not at fault. Shang Luoyan replied quietly. He simply cherished another. What is wrong with that? He only wished to be with an alpha. Where lay the error? Fine, fine, fine. The elder, exasperated, raised the whip again. But at that moment, the steward received a phone call, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. Master, General Xing and Madam Xing have come to visit. He wisely refrained from mentioning Xing's name. The elder lowered his hand, coldly inquiring, What do they seek? The steward bowed his head in silence. After a moment's contemplation, the elder instructed, Have them wait in the garden. Having spoken, he turned to Shang Luoyan, coldly commanding, Go kneel. He would not allow anyone to mock him. In certain matters, the elder held onto convictions that perplexed all. Shang Luoyan remained silent, rising to walk towards his familiar room, seemingly oblivious to the pain coursing through him, allowing the crimson blood to seep through his clothing. In the garden, Mrs. Ruan stood in a state of utter shock. Darling, am I dreaming? Otherwise, how could I possibly hear such absurd words? Their son had just informed them that his wife was Shang Luoyan. The revelation was nothing short of staggering. Mrs. Ruan had contemplated every conceivable scenario, even imagining that one day Shangye might bring home a pig, a feat that no one else could accomplish, but which he undoubtedly could. Yet now, Shangye was telling them that his wife was Shang Luoyan, the very epitome of the perfect daughter-in-law in her mind. How could he dare? Was he not trampling on their cherished treasure with his antics? The thought of the stern visage of old Master Shang made Mrs. Ruan, usually fearless, feel a twinge of guilt for the first time. Old Xing, perhaps we should just go home, she suggested. If she had a son as remarkable as theirs, and he was to squander his affections on someone like Shangye, she would certainly not remain calm. I think that's reasonable. Shangye nodded numbly. The couple, equally bewildered, found themselves lost in thought. Their son and Luoyan, was that even conceivable? Mom, Dad. Shangye began to speak, his nose twitching, but his expression suddenly shifted. You handle this. I'll be back shortly. With that, he dashed away, leaving the bewildered couple behind. The two felt increasingly that their son was unreliable. They exchanged glances, ready to make a hasty retreat, but just then, old Master Shang arrived, leaving them no option but to greet him warmly. Uncle Shang, it's been a while. Meanwhile, Shangye had evaded the bodyguards and nimbly ascended to the second floor. He gently tapped on the glass window. Luoyan, are you in there? Chapter 78. Do not feel pity. Shang Luoyan knelt beneath the ancestral tablet, his wounds unbandaged. But the bleeding had gradually ceased. Such was the remarkable healing ability of an S-level alpha. However, his injuries remained uncleaned, and the impending dressing of them would undoubtedly bring him much pain, yet he cared not for such matters. In the pitch-dark room, in an environment of profound silence, he had long since become accustomed to the stillness. He wondered how long he would have to kneel this time. Perhaps it would be a lengthy ordeal, as his grandfather had never been this furious before. Perhaps his grandfather would prefer him dead, to avoid the disgrace of it all. The thought of an alpha being with another alpha, he could only imagine the reactions if word got out. Better to have a grandson who was cleanly dead than one who would bring such shame. Shang Luoyan mused darkly, oblivious to the extent of his emotional collapse. Just as he felt he might lose control, a familiar voice, one that should not be present at this moment, pierced the silence. Instinctively, he glanced towards a glass window, which remained shrouded in darkness. Surely, it was merely an illusion. Shang Luoyan lowered his gaze. At that moment, the familiar voice called out again, Luoyan, are you in there? It was indeed him. Shang Luoyan abruptly lifted his head, his throat rolling in a near panic as he stood up, swiftly drawing back the curtains. His eyes were immediately drawn to a figure clinging to the window like a gecko. Yingu, Shangye exclaimed, his face lighting up with a broad grin, revealing a set of large, white teeth, endearingly simple. Luoyan's lips moved as he realized that the other was indeed clinging to the window, perplexed by how he managed it. He quickly gestured for Shangye to be cautious, indicating that he was about to open the window. With great care, he pushed the window open and extended his hand to Shangye, who leaped inside, managing to avoid brushing against him elsewhere. How did you arrive here? Luoyan furrowed his brow and inquired. Because I wanted to see Yin Gu, Shangye replied, glancing behind him, having detected a strong scent of blood mingled with faint wild rose and his own sweet orange fragrance. It was this odor that had led him from the garden to this very moment. Yingu, are you hurt? He asked, eager to inspect Luoyan's wounds, but was met with evasion. It's just a minor injury. Luoyan recalled the pain on his back. Let me take a look. Shangye's expression brooked no refusal. The two stood in a stalemate for a moment before Luoyan resignedly turned around. The room was shrouded in darkness. Shangye, unfamiliar with the surroundings and unburdened by hesitation, flicked on the light. The injury on Luoyan's back was laid bare, causing Shangye's lips to tighten. He refrained from asking who had inflicted such harm. In this place, only one person could have done this to Shang Luoyan. After a prolonged silence, he regained his voice. Do you have bandages and antiseptic? It's nothing serious. Just minor wounds. Luoyan dismissed lightly. Yingu, tell me, or I will find them myself. They're in my room, Luoyan replied. Shangye had been to Lian's room before, and he did not question why such items were present. He simply stated, I'll be right back. With that, he left. A few minutes later, Shangye returned, holding a bottle of water and a first aid kit, along with a change of clothes for Luoyan. He urged Luoyan to remove his shirt, and, as the fabric fell away, Shangye's gaze deepened with concern. He could not fathom why, given Luoyan's compliant demeanor, the old Master Shang would resort to such cruelty. He pressed his lips together in silence, swiftly tending to Lian's wounds. As he worked, he noticed Lian's back contracting in pain, and his heart ached in sympathy. A dangerous glint crossed his eyes. He had never harbored such disdain for anyone before. The old Master Shang was truly detestable. Once the wounds were dressed, Shangye had composed himself. Yingu, do you need a comforting hug? He asked playfully. Initially enveloped in gloom, Luoyan felt the weight of his despair lighten somewhat at these words. Get lost, he retorted. All right then. Shangye chuckled, and then began to survey the surroundings. Upon seeing the row of memorial tablets, his mouth fell agape, as if an egg could fit within. Brother Yin, please don't tell me this is your family's ancestral lineage. Indeed, Shang Luoyan replied softly. My goodness, do you merchants have a throne to inherit? This is quite the exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan furrowed his brows, about to respond, when he noticed the shameless one had already knelt down with a thud. Esteemed ancestors of the merchants, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Brother Yan's future wife. I hope you will bless me and Brother Yan in the days to come. Rest assured, during festivals, I shall burn paper money for you. If you have other requests, feel free to mention them. Large houses, lavish cars, even flying vehicles can be arranged. Should you desire attendance, that can be arranged as well, but one must remain faithful. Only one. Shang Luoyan listened to his earnest ramblings, rendered utterly speechless. It seemed that Shangye would never possess a sense of reverence. He shook his head in resignation, only for Shangye to abruptly change the subject. Brother Yan, does that mean you will be confined here for your mistakes? At this, Shang Luoyan's body tensed, yet after a moment, he gradually relaxed. There was nothing left to conceal now, and he replied softly, yes. Since when? Shangye inquired further. Since I was a little over 3. Shang Luoyan maintained a calm demeanor, as though he spoke of someone else's plight. Over 3? Shangye murmured, suddenly laughing, his smile somewhat mischievous, his gaze perilous. He reached out to Shang Luoyan. Brother Yin, let's go public. Come, let us inform your grandfather together. Shang Luoyan thought to himself. Are you truly not afraid of being beaten to pulp? However, meeting Shangye's furious eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Shangye uttered not a single word, yet Shang Luoyan could sense his pain emanating from him. He was grieving for himself. This realization struck Shang Luoyan's heart with a jolt, prompting him to pull Shangye closer, wrapping his arms around his neck and softly saying, It's all in the past. I no longer feel pain or discomfort, so you need not grieve. Chapter 79. I come with a dowry. Madame Ruan was on the verge of despair. She had expressed every thought she could muster. It still saw no sign of the little rascal. As she observed old Master Shang's increasingly displeased expression, she steeled herself to take her leave. Just then, she heard her unfilial son's voice. Mom, Dad, how's your conversation with Grandfather Shang going? Were you planning to arrange the wedding for me and Brother Yin? General Xing and Madame Ruan thought, this troublesome child truly is unbearable. Just as they were about to explode in anger, they spotted Shangye approaching, arm in arm with Shang Luoyan. General Xing could not help but exclaim, Wife, pinch me. I think I might be hallucinating. Without hesitation, Madame Ruan slapped General Xing across the face. He touched his cheek, feeling the sting. So it wasn't a hallucination. Thus, that delicate figure truly was that ungrateful son? General Shang felt as though his son was perpetually challenging his understanding of reality. When did you arrive? Old Master Shang was the first to lose his composure, especially upon witnessing Shangye entangled with his grandson. The disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. I came here with my parents, Grandfather Shang. We are here to discuss a marriage. Father, Mother, what have you discussed so far? At this critical juncture, Ms. Ruan displayed remarkable composure, quickly regaining her calm. Why panic? We are in the midst of a conversation with old Master Shang. Her son had truly succeeded. He had indeed captured Luoyan's heart. Therefore, as his mother, she could not falter. After all, while she could relinquish her son, she must secure such a perfect daughter-in-law. Where else could she find someone so exceptional? With this thought, Ms. Ruan instantly transformed into a fierce advocate. Uncle Shang, you have seen for yourself. The two children are mutually enamored. Let us discuss their future. Old Master Shang looked at Ms. Ruan in astonishment, taking a moment before managing to utter, both of them are alphas. Indeed, I am aware. Ms. Ruan nodded earnestly. There is no need for concern. Scientists are already addressing the issue of reproductive isolation. I have invested in this project, and it will soon come to fruition. Upon hearing this, old Master Shang closed his eyes and slowly replied, That is not the issue. Before he could finish his sentence, Ms. Ruan interjected. If the most significant problem has been resolved, what other issues could arise? Beside them, Xing Shangjiang quickly inquired, Uncle, are you worried about the betrothal gifts? Rest assured, since our son was 3 years old, his mother and I have been aware that finding a bride for him would be no simple task. Therefore, we have been purchasing various funds and saving money since he was 3. There is no need to worry about the betrothal gifts. Upon hearing the term betrothal gifts, old Master Shang's face darkened instantly. Ms. Ruan, recognizing the awkwardness, swiftly stamped on Xing Shangjiang's foot and declared, Uncle Shang, do not listen to his nonsense. It is not betrothal gifts, but rather a dowry. We have long been concerned that he might not find a bride, so we have prepared a substantial dowry for him. If it still proves insufficient, he could always change his surname to Shang. Both his father and I would have no objection. Old Master Shang responded, Shang Luoyan. He truly did not anticipate the turn of events. When Xing Shangye insisted on announcing their relationship, he had been preoccupied with the reactions of his grandfather and Uncle Xing. Little did he expect the response from the Xing family to be thus. He could not help but glance at Xing Shangye, who, sensing his gaze, met his eyes and shyly called out, Husband. Old Master Shang felt as though he might have a heart attack. How could someone be so unabashed? He pointed at Xing Shangye, his finger trembling, and could not help but shout at Xing Shangjiang. Are you going to do something? Xing Shangjiang looked bewildered. Uncle, what should I do? Old Master Shang was utterly at a loss for words. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. The Xing family could not muster a single normal individual among them. He took a deep breath, resolved not to engage further with the Xing family, and coldly commanded, Luoyan, come here and help me up. He had no desire to see any more of the Xing family. Even one more glance felt excessive. Before Shang Luoyan could move, Xing Shangye had already scampered to old Master Shang's side. Grandfather, let me assist you. Yin Gu has sustained an injury, and I shall feel a pang of sorrow if the wound were to reopen. Old Master Shang's eyelids twitched violently. What kind of words were these? How could there be such a shameless alpha? He instinctively considered visiting General Xing, but recalling his unreliability, he quickly dismissed the thought. Luoyan, he called out once more. This time, Shang Luoyan stirred slightly, but only for a moment before halting his steps. I apologize, grandfather, my wound aches a bit. Perhaps it would be best for I to assist you. He had discerned that Xing Shangye was indeed the bane of his grandfather. Throughout his life, grandfather had never yielded. Yet now, on his own turf, he seemed inclined to retreat. One cannot deny that Xing Shangye was formidable, or perhaps it was the Xing family that was impressive. Old Master Shang had not anticipated that Shang Luoyan would embarrass him in front of the Xing family. He found himself at a loss for words. Before he could express his fury, he was horrified to discover that he had been unceremoniously lifted off the ground. Grandfather, I can see you are unwell. Let us return and rest, said Xing Shangye, as he swiftly carried old Master Shang toward their residence, his feet barely touching the ground. Grandfather, do take care to rest well. Luo Yin and I shall return to see you another day. After placing old Master Shang in the living room, Xing Shangye turned to leave but suddenly paused, recalling something. Grandfather, should you ever feel displeased and wish to take it out on someone, direct it at me instead. Do not lay a hand on Luo Yin. At that moment, old Master Shang snapped back to reality from his fury and glared at Xing Shangye. Are you threatening me? Huh, what a preposterous notion. You think you can intimidate me? You little rascal. You weren't even born yet when I was imposing threats. Xing Shangye waved his hand dismissively. What do you mean by threatening? That sounds so distant. You are Luo Yin's grandfather, and thus, you're my own grandfather as well. However, seeing Luo Yin injured pains me deeply. Should my heartache escalate, who knows what madness might ensue. Imagine the scandal if the ever-regal old Master Shang resorted to violence against his own grandson, perhaps even locking him in a dark room. You scoundrel. Old Master Shang felt as though he might truly suffer a heart attack. He believed Xing Shangye was there solely to vex him. Yet, Xing Shangye remained unfazed by the reprimand, smiling as he replied, Grandfather, it would be wise to heed my words. I doubt you would wish to witness my descent into madness. His gaze was earnest, imbued with the formidable presence of a 3S level alpha. Were it not for his cane, old Master Shang might have collapsed to the floor. He was somewhat alarmed. Had the younger generation's aura become so potent? Let us agree on this then. I shall take Luoyan with me. Having lost so much blood, he must be well nourished, lest my own happiness in life be compromised. With that, Shangye dashed away, leaving old Master Shang frantically searching for heart medication. Chapter 80. You're the best on the way back. Shangye and General Xing found themselves relegated to the driver's seat and passenger seat, while Ms. Ruan and Shang Luoyan settled into the back. Observing Ms. Ruan continuously holding Shang Luoyan's hand and speaking to him, the father and son felt a pang of discomfort. They exchanged glances, and finally, Shangye tactfully cleared his throat. Ms. Ruan, as a future mother-in-law, it would be prudent to exhibit a bit more decorum. After all, is it customary for a mother-in-law to hold her son-in-law's hand and chatter incessantly? Precisely exactly. Shang felt for the first time that his son's words were not in vain. Huh! Madame Ruan let out a cold snort. How could she possibly be oblivious to the thoughts swirling between the father and son? She found them hardly worth her attention. In her eyes, her son's greatest achievement in life was entangling himself with Shang Luoyan, a prospect she regarded with utmost satisfaction. Luoyan, I shall provide your dowry, and you shall manage the finances, ensuring that he submits his salary card, allowing you to allocate a modest sum of around 1,000 yuan each month. And Shang Luoyan's emotions were rather complex. Today, his feelings oscillated like a roller coaster. He could hardly comprehend how they had arrived at this juncture. Hadn't they just confessed to their parents? How had they transitioned to discussions of a dowry? Moreover, the Xing family seemed remarkably nonchalant, considering they had but one son. Shangye, Aunt, I have no intention of marrying Ai. What? The three members of the Xing family exclaimed in unison, with Shangye being the most dramatic, even abandoning his driving. Husband, do you no longer want me? Focus on driving. Madame Ruan's disdain for her son was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, she cautiously suggested, Luoyan, how about this? If you truly find him unworthy and wish to avoid a relationship, that is acceptable. However, would you consider becoming my godson? I must be a mother in some capacity. As for my unfortunate son, he can fend for himself. Mom, am I really your biological son? Shangye posed a soul-searching question. Although he was aware that his standing in the household was lower than the stray cat that frequently roamed their yard. This seemed an exaggeration. Madame Ruan shot him a glance. I sometimes wonder if you were swapped at birth. Isn't it all the rage these days to speculate about true and false heirs? Lao Xing, let us not rush home. Let us visit the hospital for a checkup. Just in case. Shangye replied, Fine, I should not humiliate myself further. I understand now. Shang Luoyan observed the family's interaction, a smile flickering in his eyes. Although Madame Ruan's tone was rife with disdain for Shangye, it was evident that she genuinely cared for him. Such warmth was an experience he had never known. In his memories, his grandfather's stern visage loomed large. Even when he excelled, his grandfather was never satisfied, always insisting that he could do better. Lost in thought, Shang Luoyan hardly noticed that Shang had already driven them back to the Xing residence. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Yingge, come on. Let's go to my room. Without hesitation, Shangye dragged Shang Luoyan toward his chamber. Shang Luoyan was uneasy. His wounds had only been superficially treated, and he was not entirely at ease. Moreover, how could he let such an opportunity to openly indulge in his affections slip away? Reluctantly, Shang Luoyan followed Shangye into his room. As soon as the door closed, Shangye eagerly began to remove his shirt. While aware that he merely intended to redress his wounds, Shang Luoyan couldn't shake an odd sensation. Indeed, he realized that he had been led astray by Shangye. His innocence had been compromised. Hastily diverting his gaze, he began to examine Shangye's room, glancing around before returning his attention to him. Forget it. Let's just observe this fellow. Indeed, at Shangye's place, there is no limit to the chaos, only an escalation of disarray. He could hardly fathom how a room could descend into such a state of turmoil. If one were to describe his room as embracing minimalism, then Shangye's domain could only be characterized as wild, with an emphasis on disorder and filth. Even the large bed was heaped with clothing, leaving just a narrow sliver available for lying down. As for socks, they were strewn about indiscriminately, a sight intolerable to the cleanliness-obsessed Shang Luoyan. After tending to Shang Luoyan's wounds, Shangye instantly recognized the expression on his face. "Brother Yin, I will tidy up immediately," he proclaimed, transforming into a diligent little worker bee. Having finally carved out a small space in Brother Yan's life, he could not afford to lose points due to such messiness. He had never anticipated that one day Shang Luoyan would step into his realm. Had he known, he would have tidied up long ago. He was certainly not a sloth, not in the least. Observing Shangye, who appeared to be spinning around in a flurry of activity, yet seemed to accomplish nothing, Shang Luoyan could no longer bear it. He strode over, flung open the wardrobe, and watched as the clothes, recently stuffed by Shangye, tumbled out in a chaotic heap. Resigned, he began collecting them, placing them on the table and folding each one with meticulous care, achieving a standard that made them appear freshly bought. Shangye watched on, his heart swelling with admiration, thinking how wonderful it was to have such a diligent partner. Of course, he dared not voice this sentiment, instead shyly clinging to Shang Luoyan's arm, exclaiming, "How fortunate it is to have a husband." Shang Luoyan shivered at the declaration, swatting Shangye's hand away. "Stop being ridiculous." Once all the clothing was neatly arranged, Shang Luoyan declared, "I must take my leave." "What?" Shangye's expression fell as if the sky had collapsed. "Brother Yin, you are leaving?" Shang Luoyan raised an eyebrow, bemused by the pointless inquiry. This was not his home. How could he possibly remain? Yet, while his thoughts painted a picturesque scenario, reality proved to be far more unforgiving, for he was entirely unable to depart. In addition to the clingy Shangye, Madame Ruan was also determined to keep him from leaving. In her words, she had never experienced such joy in her life, and should he attempt to leave, she would weep for him. Shang Luoyan instinctively glanced at Shangye, who, though wishing for him to go, found himself powerless to decide. Thus, Shang Luoyan was reluctantly seated at the Xing family dining table, partaking in a feast rivaling a royal banquet. His bowl was never empty. As soon as he managed to swallow even a little, it was swiftly piled high again. Overwhelmed by Madame Ruan's eager gaze, he found himself at a loss for how to refuse. He could only give a sharp nudge to the observing Shangye, urging him to intervene. Shangye, wincing from the jab, could no longer pretend to be a mere spectator. He swiftly took Shang Luoyan's bowl, digging in with enthusiasm. "Mom, don't serve him too much. Brother Yin has a small appetite and cannot handle that much. Today is already the most he has eaten." Witnessing him consume his food in front of his parents, Shang Luoyan's pupils quivered. That was not the strategy he had intended for him to adopt. Upon witnessing the treasures reduced to mere trifles, Ms. Ruan instantaneously lost her enthusiasm for indulgence. After dining, Shangye wiped his mouth and, seizing Shang Luoyan, dashed away. "We shall take our leave. We will return another day." With that, he whisked Shang Luoyan away before either could respond, although he felt this was rather impolite. Once outside the Xing household, Shang Luoyan exhaled a long sigh. It was not that the Xing family was unwelcoming. Rather, he was unaccustomed to their warmth, the inviting atmosphere, and the concern of family, experiences he had never known. Just then, Shangye spoke. "It's all right, Yin Gu. Proceed at your own pace. Do not feel burdened, nor should you think that you are insufficient. Yin Gu, you are the best." Chapter 81. A long-standing scheme today, upon seeing that little house at the Shang residence. Shangye began to comprehend the experiences that had shaped Shang Luoyan's childhood. Despite frequently enduring beatings and facing his parents' disdain, he enjoyed a sense of freedom and relaxation at home. In contrast, Shang Luoyan did not share this privilege. He had a grandfather who, while appearing affectionate, was indeed manipulative. Although elder Shang seemed gentle, he consistently belittled Shang Luoyan. Shangye recalled the look in Shang Luoyan's eyes as he stood by the window watching them play. Back then, he thought it was disdain that kept him at bay, but now he realized it was a longing he dared not express. He bore the weight of countless burdens, responsibility, the future of the Shang family, and the expectations of all. He felt compelled to achieve perfection, allowing no room for flaws. It was no wonder he required so many outlets for his pent-up emotions adjacent to his office. The pressures within him were overwhelming. Reflecting on this, Shangye felt a pang of sympathy and embraced Shang Luoyan. In my heart, you have always been perfect. Shang Luoyan remained silent for a considerable time before finally retorting. You lie. You said I was pretentious. With a laugh, Shangye could not contain his amusement. Holding grudges was indeed one of Yan Gu's distinctive traits. I was blind back then. Quickly admitting his fault, Shangye continued. Do you know why I often provoke you? It is because you're the only adversary I truly respect. This sentiment brought comfort to Shang Luoyan, and just as he was about to respond, Shangye added, Yinggu, none of us are divine. We are entitled to possess various imperfections. We cannot please everyone, nor can we be universally adored. What matters is that we find favor in our own eyes, and that we derive joy from our own existence. Is that permissible? For the first time, Shang Luoyan encountered such a perspective. From a young age, his grandfather had instilled in him the belief that he was the hope of the Shang family and must embody perfection, often comparing him unfavorably to his father. You are a great disappointment. Who could ever love someone like you? Over time, he had forgotten what his true self was like. He had molded himself into the image others held of him. Gentle, courteous, exceptional. But was this truly what he desired? No, it was not. He finally comprehended the reason behind his past disdain for Shangye. It was because Shangye embodied everything he yearned for: freedom, vitality, and boundless spirit. Shangye lived authentically. Though he often found himself in trouble, the gazes of both Xing and Lady Ruan upon him were filled with affection and encouragement, while his grandfather's eyes perpetually conveyed discontent. Yinggu, pursue what you truly desire. Upon hearing these words, Shang Luoyan tightened his embrace around Shangye. He mused that he might never be able to let go of this person. Upon returning to Shang Luoyan's apartment, he instinctively intended to neatly hang up his clothes, but suddenly recalled something and imitated Shangye by tossing them onto the sofa. Shangye was momentarily taken aback before chuckling, Yinggu, just be as comfortable as you wish. There's no need to change for the sake of it. What to do? His partner was too adorable. He felt an overwhelming urge to kiss him. Shang Luoyan, caught off guard by this revelation, shot him a fierce glare and stubbornly retorted, I simply want to do this. He raised his chin high, akin to a proud swan. Damn it, my partner is too enticing. Shangye could hardly contain himself, deciding to forsake his reservations. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in anything that day. He merely wished to have a heartfelt conversation with Shang Luoyan, especially since he was nursing an injury. Yet, how could he resist? His partner was beckoning him. If he hesitated any longer, he would hardly be acting like an alpha. The injury was inconsequential. He possessed myriad tricks up his sleeve. Thus, Shang Luoyan found himself compelled to acquire a plethora of new knowledge that shattered many of his preconceived notions. The following day, unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Where did you learn all this? Did I not mention that the anti-vice squad is right next door? As he spoke, Shangye's eyes lit up. Yinggu, if you enjoy it, we could explore it together, learning and progressing side by side. Shang Luoyan pushed his face away, resisting the allure of this new form of learning for the first time. That day, Shang Luoyan opted not to go to the Shang Corporation. The two of them tidied up and headed to the Research Institute, where Shangye was to conduct further assessments of his pheromone levels. They were also to evaluate their pheromone compatibility. While it seemed absurd for two alphas to undergo such a test, it felt almost natural for them. Despite the inherent repulsion between alphas, they found themselves unperturbed by each other's pheromones. Previously, Shangye had been hesitant to broach the subject. It was Shang Luoyan who initiated the conversation, eager to understand the nature of their pheromones. The researchers at the Institute had long awaited their arrival and greeted them eagerly. Their gazes were predominantly fixated on Shang Luoyan. They were already aware of Shangye's association with another alpha and had been curious about what kind of alpha he was. Now, seeing Shang Luoyan, everything seemed to fall into place. The two appeared to complement each other remarkably well. Noticing everyone's attention on Shang Luoyan, Shangye felt displeased. Were your eyes wandering? He exclaimed. Am I invisible? I'm still right here. Ahem. Let us proceed with our work, the director of the Research Institute announced. Shangye first underwent a level assessment, and as he unleashed his pheromones with full force, the machine soared past level 2, reaching the pinnacle of level 3. A remarkable 3S. Although they had previously speculated that Shangye's level might attain 3S, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. This marked the first occurrence of a 3S in the history of the Empire. Suddenly struck by a thought, the director glanced towards the side at Shang Luoyan. Might you attempt to enter? If you feel any discomfort, exit immediately. Do not force yourself. Shang Luoyan nodded, pushing open the tightly shut door. A deluge of pheromone pressure enveloped him, momentarily causing him to hesitate. Despite sensing the pressure, he felt no discomfort, unable to resist. He released a hint of wild rose fragrance, and the oppressive atmosphere in the air dissipated instantaneously, as if it had a consciousness of its own, transforming into a joyous ambience. His own pheromones seemed to be infected by this change, flowing uncontrollably into a languorous allure. Indeed, allure. Shang Luoyan had never imagined that such a term would apply to him. Yet he was compelled to acknowledge that he was, in fact, enticing Shangye. More accurately, it was his pheromones that were seducing Shangye. It became clear that he was never the innocent party. His pheromones had recognized his feelings for Shangye long before he did, a sentiment he had harbored for quite some time. Chapter 82. Divine Assistance Yenge. Shangye could naturally sense the shift in the other's pheromones, his gaze fixed on Shang Luoyan, nearly tangible in its intensity. The two exchanged silent glances, saying nothing and doing nothing, yet inciting a desire among the researchers outside to offer them a room. Was this not how alphas and alphas engaged in romance nowadays? One of the researchers murmured, "This is even stickier than my relationship with my omega." The intensity of their gazes was simply astounding. Ultimately, it was the director of the institute who maintained composure, observing their pheromones. The others finally realized they were meant to be analyzing the pheromones of the two, rather than merely observing their intimate exchange. Alphas are toxic. Upon this realization, they promptly commenced their analysis, leading to a startling discovery. Shangye did not restrain his pheromones. Yet Shang Luoyan did not exhibit any rejection. Was this the effect of mutual marking between alphas? This question lingered unanswered, for aside from the two of them, no one had ever exhibited such extraordinary behavior. While there have been instances of two alphas together, they typically refrained from mutual marking and releasing pheromones. This was because alpha pheromones were inherently repulsive. Even the most affectionate pairs risked conflict upon pheromone release. Therefore, previous encounters among the same sex had been marked by a deliberate suppression of pheromones. The Institute decided to pursue this as their next research topic. As the pheromones of the two intertwined, they conducted compatibility assessments, leading to results that left all present utterly astounded. 100% compatibility? This was inconceivable. The outcome astonished the crowd. How could this be possible? It is inconceivable for two alphas to exhibit a perfect compatibility rate, let alone between two individuals of the same designation. They conducted a second and third comparison, yet the results remained unchanged. The compatibility between the two was indeed a flawless 100%. Goodness, the researchers were still in disbelief. The perfect compatibility they had longed for had unexpectedly emerged between two alphas. Upon their exit, they noticed the peculiar glances directed at them by those around. Shang Luoyan furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that they had discerned their anomaly? Shangye, well aware of Shang Luoyan's temperament, feared that if others discovered their unusual connection, having done nothing but exchange glances, Shang Luoyan would surely regard him with disfavor. He quickly interjected, "Let's take our leave." He was eager to whisk Shang Luoyan away from his place. "Wait, your pheromone level has been determined. As we anticipated, it is 3S, the dean announced." Shang Luoyan cast a complex gaze at Shangye, likely surprised that such a level would manifest. Shangye, however, was indifferent to the ranking. What intrigued him was the next revelation from the dean. What, 100%? My compatibility with Brother Yin is truly 100%? After the initial excitement subsided, he quickly turned to Shang Luoyan and boastfully declared, "Brother Yin, I told you we are meant to be." The researchers could hardly bear to witness such overt affection from an alpha. Shang Luoyan himself was taken aback by the realization of their perfect compatibility. It was no wonder they had never felt discomfort while marking each other, nor why his pheromones seemed beyond his control. As it appeared they were about to indulge in further displays of affection, the dean cleared his throat. "We have never encountered a situation like yours. Might I request your cooperation for further study?" Not wanting to waste any time, Shangye was eager to announce to everyone their 100% compatibility. Dismissing the dean, he pulled Shang Luoyan towards his vehicle, mischievously suggesting, "Brother Yin, shall we pay a visit to your grandfather and share this delightful news? It is unprecedented to have a perfect compatibility rate. Grandfather will surely be thrilled." Shang Luoyan rubbed his temples in skepticism, suspecting that Shangye was intent on provoking a reaction from his grandfather. The butler had informed him yesterday that after their departure, his grandfather had taken a heart medication. If they divulged this news today, it was likely his grandfather would need to be hospitalized. "Calm down a bit," Shang Luoyan urged. "That won't do. This is monumental." Shangye could hardly contain himself, grabbing Shang Luoyan's hand to capture a photo of their intertwined fingers, which he promptly shared on social media. Shang Luoyan did not intervene. He glanced at the post and grimaced, pondering, "Are you truly not afraid of repercussions?" The caption on Shangye's post read, "Single folks, keep striving." Did he not fear inciting resentment? Shangye replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. They wouldn't dare confront me." If not for his wife's shyness, he would have eagerly taken a photo of the two of them together. This photograph serves as an official announcement, causing a stir on social media. Shangye, is it as one imagines? Surely not. Zhuang. Boss, you truly are inhuman. Beauty, boss, how could you abandon us? Gunanan, am I the only one who notices that this hand seems rather large? Is this the hand of an omega? His comment quickly faded away, as no one paid attention to it. The astonishing revelation was that Shangye had entered a relationship. This was utterly unexpected, prompting many to ponder their own situations. Why does someone like Shangye, so straightforward, attract a partner while they remain single? Unbothered by the insecurities he stirred in others, Shangye reveled in his triumph. His pride so grand that it seemed he could soar to the heavens if he had a tail. The news of their visit to the Research Institute swiftly reached the ears of old Master Shang. "Sir, it is said that he is the first 3S level alpha in the history of the Empire." So what? The mere thought of Shangye made old Master Shang yearn for a quick remedy for his heart. He is certainly not a normal person. The butler, witnessing his disdain, refrained from voicing further thoughts. The compatibility between the young master and Shangye was a staggering 100%. He found the outcome absurd, fearing that if the old master learned of it, he might truly be rendered speechless. "Call human resources," old Master Shang commanded coldly. He would ensure that Shang Luoyan understood how gravely mistaken he was. Associating with someone like Shangye would only lead to his ruin. Soon, Shang Luoyan received a call from HR, and upon hearing that his grandfather had suspended his work, he paused momentarily before responding coolly, "I understand." Meanwhile, Shangye had already been eavesdropping intently, and when Shang Luoyan hung up, he cast a glance at him. "It seems you can no longer afford me." "Not to worry, Brother Yin, my dowry is considerable. If need be, I can always ask Madame Ruan for more. My mother is affluent." "You truly are a devoted son." The flicker of disappointment in Shang Luoyan's heart dissipated before it could fully manifest. "Then, Brother Yin, now that you don't need to go to the office, you must have ample time. Shall we go on a date?" Come, Brother Yin, look, I prepare many places. Let us see where you would like to go." Shangye, holding on to Shang Luoyan, began reviewing the itinerary he had crafted for their honeymoon. He never expected it would be put to use so soon. Old Master Shang truly was a fortuitous ally. He felt an urge to express his gratitude. In the future, should anyone dare to speak ill of old Master Shang, he would defend him fiercely. Such a selfless individual, willing to sacrifice for the sake of his children, is a rarity to be cherished. Shangye was a man of action. Seizing the moment when Shang Luoyan was distracted, he discreetly sent a message to old Master Shang via his smart device. Grandfather, thank you for your support of me and Brother Yan. We love you. Don't worry. We'll bring you a gift when we return from our travels. Upon reading this message, old Master Shang once again found solace in a quick remedy for his heart. Ultimately, however, Shangye was unable to embark on the journey with Shang Luoyan due to an unforeseen circumstance. Chapter 83. Do you like this? Shangye had been persistently urging Zhuang to gather information about Lianxuan. Just as he and Shang Luoyan were preparing to indulge in their private world, Zhuang sent a message. Boss, we have news about Lianxuan. We have located his whereabouts, and a capture mission has been issued. Rest assured, boss, I will bring him back to you. Shangye harbored profound suspicion that Zhuang was intentionally interrupting their intimate time out of jealousy for his relationship. You had better truly manage to capture him. Otherwise, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball. After delivering his threat to Zhuang, he turned to Shang Luoyan and began to act coy. Yingu, we must change our honeymoon destination. He intended to pursue Lianxuan. The prior lack of arrangements was inconsequential, as he would go privately. Shang Luoyan, however, bypassed the term honeymoon and inquired with astonishment. You want me to accompany you? Shangye was equally taken aback. Yingu, do you not wish to go? Although the place of exile was fraught with peril, Shang Luoyan was skilled, and he knew his partner relished adventure. Their honeymoon should be a tad wild, after all. Upon hearing Shangye's words, Shang Luoyan laughed genuinely. Suddenly, he pulled Shangye's shirt and kissed him. This person truly resonated with him. Shangye's eyes sparkled. With his wife so forward, he could not falter. Ultimately, however, Shang Luoyan could no longer endure and kicked him out. Some individuals cannot be indulged. A moment's inattention and they would take liberties. Shang Luoyan rubbed his waist, pursing his lips, his expression less than amiable. He firmly refused to admit any deficiency in his stamina. If blame was to be assigned, it would fall on someone else's excessive vigor. The next day, Shangye and Shang Luoyan piloted their craft to the place of exile. Dressed in a black t-shirt and cargo pants, coupled with his buzz cut, Shangye's fierce appearance was a perfect fit for the lawless realm. Meanwhile, Shang Luoyan caught Shangye's attention, who regarded him with a complex expression. It was the first time he had seen someone wear casual attire with such formality. What was that saying? Even cloaked in a dragon robe. One does not appear as a prince. No, that was incorrect. It was his wife's aura that was so remarkable, making him look anything but a rogue. Yingu, should we consider changing your hairstyle? After much contemplation, Shangye concluded that the issue lay with the hairstyle. He attempted to take a photograph of Shang Luoyan and suggested an alternative style. After a while, he fell silent again. Very well. His wife was truly the beacon of righteousness, resembling a soldier far more than he did as a federal military man. Yingu, you should speak less. Shangye thought it best to maintain his wife's high and aloof persona. However, mere minutes later, he regretted this decision. Shang Luoyan's demeanor had grown cold, yet the gazes of passers-by remained fixed upon him, many laden with inappropriate intent. Shangye felt an eruption of anger within him. He regretted his earlier choice. Had he known, he would not have brought his wife along. Some alphas are rather possessive, and even a lingering glance in his wife's direction stirred feelings of inadequacy within them. With a scowling expression, Shangye appeared even more intimidating, and for the moment, no one dared to provoke them. The pair found accommodation in a hotel. It was the first time that Shang Luoyan comprehended why this place was dubbed the Lawless Land. For here, staying at a hotel required no identity verification, merely the ability to pay. As they walked, he even witnessed brazen street robberies, individuals loitering, and others dragging people into alleys for unspeakable acts. Such sights were foreign to Shang Luoyan, causing his complexion to darken and hinting at a certain unwholesomeness. After checking in, Shangye dialed a call to Zhuang. Soon, Zhuang's projection materialized before them. Boss, Zhuang exclaimed, and upon noticing Shang Luoyan beside him, his mouth dropped open in surprise. Boss, have you checked into a hotel again? The use of again was particularly telling, prompting Shang Luoyan to glance at Shangye, whose eyelids twitched in irritation. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever checked into a hotel? Never? I recall that during your last break, you did just that, and even had Shangye deliver clothes and odor neutralizers for you. Were it not for Zhuang's reminder, Shang Luoyan would have forgotten that incident entirely. Feeling a shift in the atmosphere, Shangye's eyelids twitched again as he coldly remarked, "From now on, don't call him Zhuang. Refer to him as Wuxia. You're missing two things even more than Shangye. Send me Lian Sun's address." After uttering this, Shangye ended the call and, driven by a strong survival instinct, began to explain, "Yinge, I can clarify." Shang Luoyan crossed his arms, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he replied, "I'm all ears." Shangye stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, regretting his sluggishness. "So, what exactly transpired in that room that day?" Shang Luoyan inquired, eyes fixed intently on him. "I merely touched a bit." Even Shangye felt a twinge of embarrassment. What if his partner thought he was a pervert? Shang Luoyan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze towards Shangye rife with disdain. He never anticipated such a response. The intensity of his disapproval prompted Shangye to hurriedly defend himself. "Yinge, you can't blame me. You were simply too alluring. You have no idea. I thought about you for an entire month. I couldn't even muster the interest to watch my favorite films." "Huh, so it's my fault?" No. Shangye shook his head vigorously. "It's my fault. Entirely my fault for being inadequate." Shang Luoyan suddenly posed a question. "What were the films you used to enjoy?" Mentioning this made Shangye light up, as he swiftly retrieved another light brain, grinning broadly. "Yinge, would you care to join me in viewing my collection?" Shang Luoyan was utterly speechless. Who on earth would keep a separate light brain solely for storing films? Upon inspecting the storage, he discovered it occupied half the space, amounting to several hundred petabytes. A complex expression crossed his face as he pondered whether Shangye truly wasn't suffering from any deficiencies. Noticing the look in Shang Luoyan's eyes, Shangye confidently declared, "Yinge, don't you know how capable I am?" At these words, Shang Luoyan couldn't help but smile. It was better that this rascal did not mention such things. The moment he did, Shang Luoyan felt a familiar ache in his lower back. He spoke lightly. "It doesn't matter if my kidney is weak. I'm here now. Who isn't a pile driver these days?" Shangye dared not speak further. The current Yinge was truly someone he could not provoke. Shangye stepped aside to check the messages from Zhuang, while Shang Luoyan opened Shangye's collection. Suddenly, exaggerated sounds filled the room, and Shang Luoyan glanced at the expressionless face before switching to the next piece. Soon, he had browsed through a dozen works. He pressed the pause button and pursed his lips. "Do you fancy this kind?" Chapter 84. Shangye's peculiar aesthetic. Shangye was inquiring about the task objectives from Zhuang when he unexpectedly heard Shang Luoyan's remark. He looked up and was met with an image of his favorite female Omega. Long black hair, pale and slender, though her slimness was only where it should be, while other areas were quite ample. He instinctively nodded. "I find a natural look appealing." "Huh." Shang Luoyan scoffed coldly. Shangye's taste was remarkably poor, only appreciating technology and artificial enhancements. These individuals all appeared to be products of an assembly line, yet he dared to claim a natural aesthetic. He pointed out several areas with a finger. "This here and here have all been altered. The fullness you admire is also artificially enhanced." "Impossible," Shangye replied incredulously. "This is definitely original. I've been following her since her debut. Her calling me brother was enchanting, and I even rewarded her handsomely." As Shangye continued, he began to feel something was amiss, glancing instinctively at Shang Luoyan, who smiled radiantly. In a flash, Shangye found himself kneeling. "Yinge, I was wrong." Shang Luoyan kicked him away. "No wonder you have so little money left on your card." Suddenly recalling something, Shang Luoyan seized Shangye's light brain and transferred all the funds from his account to his own, leaving Shangye's account utterly depleted, cleaner than his own face. "Yinge." Shangye looked pitifully at Shang Luoyan. "Is it true? Am I to go without even a warm meal?" "Behave, and perhaps when I feel generous, I'll transfer you 100, Shang Luoyan said with a smile that held no warmth. "Still wishing to reward that female Omega? Dream on. You'll be lucky if you can afford a meal." Shangye dared not speak further, fearing that a careless word might leave him utterly vulnerable. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhuang's communication came through, and Shangye had never found Zhuang so endearing. He hurriedly pressed to connect. Soon, Zhuang's figure reappeared in the room. But this time his expression was even more intricate, as he immediately noticed the background behind the two. Tall alpha, alluring female omega. What peculiar taste is this? Shangye recognized the unusual glint in Zhuang's eyes and took a deep breath, saying, "Regardless of what you're thinking, stop it right now. Let us discuss the matter at hand." He did not wish to hear any nonsense from his subordinates, knowing that nothing of value could be expected from their mouths. According to reliable sources, tonight, Lian Sun will be visiting a bar called Fire. "I understand," Shangye replied, ready to end the call, but Zhuang quickly interjected, "Boss, don't act recklessly. This is a place of exile. I know my limits." As he spoke, Shangye was about to hang up the phone once more when he was interrupted by Zhuang. Boss, may I ask one last question?" "Just one question. Does your wife know about your rendezvous with Alpha?" The moment the words left his mouth, the call was abruptly terminated. Zhuang's expression resembled that of a man on the brink of despair as he murmured, "At least tell me." His curiosity was insatiable, and he pondered how to navigate this ambiguous situation. After hanging up, Shangye turned to Luoyan and playfully asked, "Darling, may I disclose our relationship to them?" "What exactly is our relationship?" Luoyan glanced at him, a hint of sarcasm in his voice as he replied, "Isn't your heart set on this?" He chuckled. "You've been following since your debut, even showering me with rewards." In that moment, Shangye realized his folly and promptly knelt, clutching Luoyan's leg in a display of affection. "Brother Yin, I was blind back then. My eyes are now wide open, and hence I have found you." Luoyan was at a loss for words. What a foolish boy. After a brief playful exchange, they changed their attire and headed to the bar. On the way, Luoyan inquired, "Have you uncovered the backing for Lian Sun here?" "Yes, he is currently associated with a local tyrant known as Beige. That individual appears to be quite the chatterbox. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a name." Luoyan expressed skepticism towards Shangye's words, wondering if perhaps the person was actually called Beige. However, he refrained from elaborating, knowing that arguing with someone like Shangye, who stubbornly believed that a particular type of omega was inherently a natural beauty, was futile. Both tall and imposing, they quickly sought out a secluded corner upon entering the establishment. The spot they chose was discreet, seldom noticed, yet provided a vantage point to observe others. Rumor had it that transactions were set to occur that evening. The exiled lands were currently rife with inexplicable potions, likely the handiwork of Lian Sun. Shangye shared information with Luoyan, who was lost in thoughts of Lian Sun's college days. Had he still not located the alpha linked to him? The fact that he was willing to employ a breeding chamber to raise a child suggested that this alpha held significant importance to him. It was better not to broach the subject, but once it was mentioned, Shangye gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Brother Yin, the child bears your surname." "Be quiet." Luoyan shot him a glare. Raising a child in a breeding chamber also required genetic material, and he had no connection with Lian Sun. "I suspect that Alpha abandoned him. Let's see if we can track down that Alpha," Luoyan suggested, meticulously pondering and dredging up a few names from the depths of his memory. "Investigate these individuals. These were the few who had been closely associated with Lian Sun apart from him. We've already looked into them. It's not any of them," Shangye sighed. After confirming Lian Sun's identity, they had examined his social connections. Luoyan had not anticipated such an outcome. It seemed that the only way to uncover the identity of that alpha was to wait for Lian Sun to disclose it himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Shangye exclaim, "They've arrived. What on earth does this Beige look like?" Luoyan followed his gaze and immediately spotted Lian Sun and the person beside him. The individual next to Lian Sun was even more slender, with a strikingly handsome face, though marred by a long, deep scar that modern technology could not mend. Luoyan averted his gaze after a brief glance, aware that lingering too long would draw attention. "That person is an omega," Shangye remarked in a hushed tone. The physique clearly indicated an omega, and for some inexplicable reason, Shangye felt a sense of familiarity. Do you think his face looks somewhat familiar? Luoyan's heart stirred as he lifted his eyelids to glance at him, responding softly, "Consider your collection." He had also sensed a hint of recognition. And upon hearing Shangye's words, the realization struck him. 80% of the faces in Shangye's collection resembled this one. Some in the eyes, some in the facial structure, others in the nose. If he was not mistaken, this individual was the original. However, this scarred gentleman was a male Omega, whilst the others were female Omegas. With Luoyan's reminder, Shangye appeared enlightened. Luoyan assumed he had finally grasped that those were artificial beauties, but to his astonishment, Shangye blurted out a jaw-dropping statement. He must have undergone surgery. I wonder how many films he watched to transform himself into this. He has gathered all the best features into one. See, it's evident that not being original just doesn't cut it. He amalgamated all the best attributes, yet ended up in this sorry state. What a disgrace. Luoyan choked slightly before managing to utter, "What do you think of my appearance?" Chapter 85. Who sleeps with whom? This was a question he could answer. Shangye's eyes lit up as he launched into a flurry of compliments. Need I say more? Our Yinggu is the most handsome in the world. He expected to receive some form of reward for his praise, but to his surprise, Luoyan clenched his jaw and retorted, "Shut up." He had no desire to hear Shangye's flattery, especially regarding looks. Shangye quickly fell silent, feeling that his partner was becoming increasingly difficult to please. A partner's heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. While they were bantering, Lian Sun and the scarred gentleman had already ascended to the upper floor. "Yinggu, stay here for a moment. I'm off to stir things up," Shangye declared. The area known as the Lawless Zone earned its name because it operated without legal constraints, and they held a strong aversion to the Federation. Capturing individuals required utmost discretion. Luoyan refrained from mentioning his intention to follow, knowing that although Shangye could be unreliable at times, his position as the captain of the Special Forces was not solely reliant on his connections or his loose tongue, but rather his own capabilities. He lowered his voice and cautioned, "Be careful." Those 3 brief words sent Shangye soaring with delight. His partner was concerned for him. As Shangye departed, Luoyan retrieved his holographic device to send a message to his secretary. He had just contemplated that since he could not locate that alpha, he would investigate from the perspective of the children. The information gathered by Shangye's team indicated that the clinic responsible for Lian Sun's cultivation was a nondescript establishment, lacking any substantial records. They have their own ways, and he has his. He firmly believes that there is nothing money cannot sway. If there is, it is merely a matter of insufficient funds. Your alpha has departed. Why not indulge with the brothers? Luoyan glanced up at several alphas who had approached unnoticed, his thin lips parting slightly. "Get lost." The leader of the group laughed lewdly, remarking, "We adore you just as you are, the more serious your facade. The wilder you are when you let loose. How's that alpha treating you? Must be quite delightful." At these words, Luoyan suddenly smiled. His striking looks, typically distant, transformed with that smile, melting hearts like ice under the sun. He rose and beckoned the group with a finger, and they eagerly followed him out. "Will our dear brother be all right?" In another corner, Shangye watched with concern as the burly alphas departed with Luoyan. Zhuang smacked his head. "Stop calling him dear brother. That's our sister-in-law." The boss had informed him earlier that their dear brother was indeed their sister-in-law. Everyone had been taken aback. If anyone is formidable, it is undoubtedly the boss, managing to claim his rival, an S-class alpha, no less, and a wealthy one at that. Realizing this, Zhuang remarked numbly, "Our boss won't be sharing instant noodles with us anymore, nor will he sip from a shared bottle of water. He's ascended to greatness." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the rest of the team turned pained. Shangye couldn't help but exclaim, "I also wish to find a wealthy Omega. An alpha would suffice." "Dream on." Zhuang patted his head and stood, stating, "A rich alpha boyfriend is out of the question, but let us strive to find ourselves an alpha father instead. Come on, let us go rescue our father." It was unreasonable for their boss to enjoy the finest while they merely watched. After all, they ought to at least have a taste of the broth. Eagerly, They prepared to impress their alpha father, only to find that he offered them no opportunity to shine. Upon their arrival, Shang Luoyan was busy wiping his hands and shoes with a tissue, his expression one of disdain, while on the floor lay an alpha, wailing in agony. This was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that they all clutched their unmentionable areas. The team instinctively squeezed their legs together, and Shangye murmured, "I suddenly feel a bit of pain. What's going on?" No sooner had he spoken than Shang Luoyan cast a glance in their direction. Zhuang realized they had been discovered and was about to step out when he suddenly spotted Lian Sun. His expression changed, and he quickly urged everyone to hide. "Luoyan, as expected of you." Lian Sun, having arrived not long ago, now approached, clapping his hands, his eyes filled with admiration for Shang Luoyan. "I remember when I was being bullied. You came to my rescue like a hero." The hidden observers widened their eyes, astonished, their expressions reflecting the excitement of witnessing a sensational revelation. "Wow, this news is explosive. Indeed, my sister-in-law is entangled with this individual." Shang Luoyan, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around, cast a sidelong glance at Lian Sun and replied with a cool demeanor, "Allow me to clarify. I am the hero, but you are certainly not the beauty. Furthermore, that day was merely a reflection of my foul mood. I sought a brawl, and you were simply fortunate." Shang Luoyan had entirely shed any pretense. He was by no means a benign character. When his gentle facade was stripped away, his true nature emerged, a ruthless and sharp-tongued individual. Lian Sun was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such candor, and after a brief pause, he remarked, "It seems you have changed considerably since we last met." "How so?" "The vigor that once characterized you appears to have vanished. You used to at least attempt to conceal it, but now you are utterly unguarded." Upon hearing this, Shang Luoyan merely smirked slightly. "Don't speak as if you truly understand me." Although his words were light-hearted, a hint of concern lingered in his heart. With Lian Sun present, where was Shangye? Where had he disappeared to? As if sensing his thoughts, Lian Sun inquired, "Are you curious about the whereabouts of that alpha?" Shang Luoyan lifted his gaze to meet his, remaining silent. Lian Sun, not receiving the answer he sought, could not restrain himself. "I can reveal his location, but before that, could you answer me one question? What is your relationship with that alpha?" Observing Lian Sun's inquisitive demeanor, Shang Luoyan slowly articulated, "We share a bed." Lian Sun's pupils widened momentarily. While he had witnessed many alphas in close quarters, he could not reconcile Shang Luoyan with such individuals. In his mind, Shang Luoyan had always been upright, disciplined, and somewhat pedantic. The notion of such a Shang Luoyan entangled with an alpha was astonishing. He instinctively asked, "So, who sleeps with whom?" This question was one that Zhuang and the others were equally eager to uncover. Ever since witnessing their leader's demeanor in the presence of his lover, their perception of him had shifted. He was no longer the formidable figure they once revered. Exchanging glances, they suppressed the urge to pounce on Lian Sun, eager to hear the answer. Shang Luoyan did not directly address the question, instead retorting, "What do you think?" Faced with such an assertive Shang Luoyan, Lian Sun stammered, "Surely, it must be you sleeping with him. How could someone like Shang Luoyan ever be subordinate?" Considering Shangye's physique, Lian Sun's expression turned peculiar. "I never imagined you were attracted to that type. It's one thing to fancy an alpha, but a muscular alpha at that. Truly, the more perfect a person is, the wilder their heart becomes." Shang Luoyan offered no explanation, allowing Lian Sun to believe he preferred such types. It was quite satisfactory, far better than revealing that he was the one being dominated. The fact that Shangye was also reluctant to divulge the truth reassured Shang Luoyan completely. "Now, I have my person back?" Lian Sun did not respond to this inquiry, but instead asked, "Luoyan, do you know why I am developing those potions? I have no interest in your emotional journey and cannot empathize with it in the slightest. Thank you." Lian Sun was momentarily taken aback when Shang Luoyan was unpretentious. He could truly extinguish any conversation. Fortunately, he did not require Shang Luoyan's response and continued to speak to himself. "I once had a child. That child was conceived through an incubator, as I was foolish at the time, believing that a child would bind an alpha to me. He despised my inability to bear children. So with great effort, he utilized the incubator to bring forth a child. Yet, he still rejected me. He told me that his initial interest was merely a curiosity to see what it would be like to be involved with a cold beta like me, and to determine if an alpha could truly mark a beta. From the very beginning, I was nothing more than a plaything, while I naively believed he loved me genuinely. Thus, whenever he voraciously bit into my withering glands, I chose to indulge him, even to the point of agony. I thought satisfying his desire for marking was all that mattered. He wanted a child, and I managed to provide one through the incubator. What did I receive in return? The news of his engagement to another Omega. I thought the child was the issue, so I rushed to tell him not to worry about the child anymore, only for him to reveal that it had never been about the child. As an alpha, how could he possibly be attracted to an unremarkable beta? What of being an alpha? What gives them the right to look down upon others? I wish to see those lofty alphas transformed into ordinary betas or even omegas, to experience the sensation of being marked. Lien Sun spoke at length, and even the onlookers like Zhuang felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Yet Shang Luoyan remained composed and asked, "And how does this relate to the peculiar name you chose for your son?" Upon seeing the child's name, he was somewhat bewildered. Lien Sun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after such a lengthy monologue, Shang Luoyan would not empathize with him, but instead pose such a question. He instinctively replied, "At that time, I was thinking that if you were the child's father, perhaps it would have been different. Hence, you're looked down upon." Shang Luoyan struck a precise blow. You despise alphas, yet still harbor fantasies about others. This is what they used to call hypocrisy. Lien Sun, Zhuang, and others chimed in. Sister-in-law's mindset is far ahead. The boss might not stand a chance. Stop calling me sister-in-law. From now on, call me father. Zhuang made his decision. How could the boss, who relies on brute force, possibly compete with father? From this day forth, he would only believe in father, who was his eternal deity. Lien Sun had not expected that his introspection would not garner Shang Luoyan's sympathy, but rather provoke ridicule. He coldly replied, "You are right. I was mistaken. I once thought you were different from them, but it turns out you're no different at all." He originally intended to spare Shang Luoyan, but now it seemed there was no opportunity for that. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he remarked, noticing Shang Luoyan's expression, "Let me teach you one more thing. Villains perish from excessive talk." As he spoke, his fingers twitched slightly, and Lien Sun suddenly felt a jolt coursing through his body, collapsing to the ground. In the next moment, a dagger was pressed against his throat. "Do not move. It is no trouble for me to kill someone before I meet my end." Lien Sun wished to inquire, but found himself at a loss for words. Despite the distance between him and Shang Luoyan, how had he been incapacitated? Shang Luoyan, with a semblance of kindness, sought to clarify. You should not solely focus on researching potions. It is essential to keep pace with the times. This is a new product from my company, capable of taking down an elephant within a 10-meter radius. Impressive, exclaimed a man known as Scar. He stepped forward, glancing at Lien Sun, held captive by Shang Luoyan, and proposed, "How about we strike a deal? You release him, and I shall set your people free." "No deal." Shang Luoyan flatly refused. Scar was taken aback. "Aren't you concerned about that alpha?" "Not all. If he dies, I can simply find another." The crowd reacted. Zhuang remarked, "Father is indeed father. This mindset is truly ahead of its time." As Shangye emerged, he overheard this statement and felt a twinge of discomfort. "Brother Yin, I am not dead yet, and you are already making room for others? Tell me, is there a seductive temptress enticing you?" With that, Shangye fixed a piercing gaze on Scar. "Is it you, you ugly brute? Let me inform you. Brother Yin would never look at someone as repulsive as you. Furthermore, your physique is inadequate. Brother Yin prefers the strong and resilient, and you are far too weak." As he spoke, he lifted his shirt to showcase his abdominal muscles, proudly declaring, "Behold, abs are a man's finest dowry." Shang Luoyan and the others responded accordingly, while Scar muttered to himself, "I have a phrase I am uncertain whether to utter." Shang Luoyan, wishing to spare Shangye from further embarrassment, kicked him sharply. The sudden movement caused a small cut to appear on Lien Sun's neck, prompting him to despairingly shut his eyes. "You truly do not regard me as human. Indeed, all alphas are despicable. Why had he previously thought Shang Luoyan was a good person? What sins had he committed to deserve this fate? Where have you gone? Shang Luoyan said, somewhat exasperated, for he had been deeply worried upon seeing Lian Sun, but failing to notice Xing Shangye. Just as Xing Shangye was about to speak, a soft voice interrupted. I'm quite hungry. May I have something to eat first? The speaker was an Omega standing behind Xing Shangye. His formidable presence and tall stature had rendered the crowd oblivious to the individual behind him until the Omega spoke. As the Omega tugged at Xing Shangye's clothing, Shang Luoyan's eyes narrowed. Zhuang and the others could only think one thing. Oh, the boss is about to face a downfall.